Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. The last war of humanity is already going on. We are under attack by the enemy against whom we have no weapons. Our enemy has neither soul nor feelings. It does not have a shred of honor or justice. It is cruel and inhumane. It attacks recklessly and mercilessly. It destroys everyone in its way, sparing neither women nor the elderly or children. This human killer of ours is climate. And at this time, when every day the power of the enemy is growing and his attacks become more deadly, we are divided. Because we have been divided into countries, nationalities, races, social, religious, and political factions. We are artificially divided and at the same time brainwashed. We are all aware that we are constantly being zombified. We are forced to hate each other. We are even forced to fight against each other. We are being artificially driven into economic problems and shackled like slaves in the bondage of debt slavery. And this only happens because you and I now live in a consumerist format. As a result, we are destroying each other worse than animals. Look, this is Ukraine, the ruined city of Bucha. Many innocent, peaceful, elderly people, women, and children died in it. And we, people, did this. And look, this is the United States, Kentucky, a ruined city in Kentucky. Many innocent civilians died in it as well. But it was climate that did this. Yes, people did it in Bucha. But there is hope that people will stop this bloodshed, that this will end, that people will sit down and negotiate. Any war ends with negotiation and eventually peace. But you can't negotiate with the climate, and it will never stop. My heart aches for the innocent people in Ukraine. They are dying and suffering because someone's stupidity, tyranny, and impunity. The war in Ukraine has shown that whether you are rich or poor, it doesn't matter. Everyone found themselves in the same conditions, in basements, without water or food. But even in this difficult case, people do have a chance. There is a chance that a few will come to an agreement and stop playing the lives of millions. But what about the climate? No one will come to an agreement with the climate. The lives of a divided humanity are in real danger of annihilation. In today's consumerist format, with our inhumaneness, hatred, and greed, we are violating the sacred right of every human the right to live. Our society is in death agony at the peak of violence, slavery, and inhumaneness. At the same time, there is an undeclared war aimed at the destruction of all humanity. Our enemy takes no prisoners and has no sympathy for anyone. It is ruthless. Its power and might is increasing every day. Its goal is to destroy all life on this planet and turn our beautiful Earth into a dead planet like Mars. How many more millions of us have to be killed before we are convinced of the inevitability and ruthlessness of the climate? How many more mass graves and sacrifices are needed for us to stop our consumerist madness and selfishness and indifference? How many more of our children, mothers, and loved ones should die before we finally unite and take action? This is the last war of humanity. And if we don't take up this challenge now, tomorrow, the climate will destroy everyone. It will simply wipe all of us off the face of the earth. We are totally unprepared for this war. In the consumerist format, we really have nothing to confront the climate. All we do is wage an information war against the climate. But the climate doesn't even know about that. The climate does not read newspapers. The climate does not watch television. The climate does not use the internet. The climate is impossible to brainwash, as we brainwash each other. All this information war is directed by the collaborationists against us, ordinary people, but not against the climate. Who benefits from these lies? Only those the collaborationists on whose orders the corrupt media are brainwashing us. And even in the conditions of war, these tyrants continue to manipulate and profit from us, hoping for their own secure future. However, the climate will destroy not only us, but also them and their offsprings, as well as ours, if we do nothing right now. The enemy destroys us physically and ruins our homes, cities in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, we listen to the collaborationists and believe them, deceiving ourselves and wasting precious time. Is this not foolish? Is this not stupid? After all, lies and fairy tales in confronting the climate will not help us in any way. The information war against the climate is not a war against the climate, but real collaborationism and betrayal of all humankind. By placing our own selfishness and short-term interest on pedestals of values instead of human life, each of us becomes a collaborationist and an accomplice of our own common enemy. In this consumerist format, of society, we are all doomed because we are just at feedstock. We are slaves. Our destinies are controlled by the few who kill us by our own hands. Think about it. Just one man can kill all of humanity simply because we, like stupid sheep, have delegated our power to him and allowed him to make decisions that destroy our lives, the lives of our families. As soon as we delegate power over ourselves to someone, we create a temptation for them to take our lives. That's the way people are. It's in everyone. It's in our blood. We must honestly acknowledge all of our human weaknesses and build a world in which our weaknesses will not be able to affect the lives of other people. We must understand and acknowledge this fact. We must take this into account and henceforth prevent such a situation in society where a few individuals control the lives and destinies of billions of people. We shouldn't hope that those few will someday saturate their greed and become human beings. This is the consumerist format. Power and money is predominant here. They are like black holes that devour entire galaxies. They never have enough. They devour billions, and they never have enough. They take lives, and they never have enough. How is it that we live in a world where one person can take the lives of millions of people at will? It's not normal. Think about it. In the consumerist format, one person, being a tyrant, decides whether millions of people should live or die. While in the creative society, millions of people must decide whether one person should live or die, even if he is potentially dangerous to society. But this is life, human life. Why is this happening to us today? Because we allow this to happen. We ourselves have allowed the consumerist format to exist. We are divided. We are manipulated. And we accept it through our silence, inaction, and egocentrism. We keep playing these imposed games like sheep. But we want to be treated like human beings. As long as we remain like sheep, we will be sheared for profit and killed for fun by our own hands. It is mean, despicable, and unacceptable to resolve geopolitical issues at the cost of human lives. I call immediately to stop ambitions, double standards, and killing people. There is no reason to allow anyone to take a human life. I emphasize the life of each of us, neither economics nor geopolitics. Nothing can justify people's deaths. Yes, we can understand those who defend themselves, but there is no justification for those who kill peaceful, innocent people while defending themselves. That's inhumane. It's no longer a defense. It's already an attack. There is no justification for violence in human society. All violence must be rejected from our society. It's an element of the animal world from which we, as human beings, must get rid of in order to become a true civilization. Otherwise, we have no future. I appeal to everyone. Convey this to all, even to those who don't want to hear it. Make them hear it. There's nothing more valuable than human life. You can restore a house, a business, even an entire country, but you cannot restore the life of a human being that was murdered. If we look at the present day world with open eyes, removing the blinders that mass media has imposed on us, it is horrifying how inhumane and heartless we are. Even someone who considers himself to be innocent is a liar, because he doesn't care about deaths on another continent. He doesn't care about hunger, violence, and slavery of others, because he is brainwashed, egoist. He's a consumer, and such a creature cannot be called a human being. A human is the one who's not indifferent to human grief. We have been turned into weak-willed, greedy, and stupid creatures. Feedstock. Yes, it sounds offensive, but let's face the truth. In a consumer society, how will you resist the climate that is physically destroying us? By means of false accusations? By pictures in the media? Or false slogans? How will you explain to a zombified, egoist, idiot that climate's loyalty cannot be bought with money, and when the climate comes to kill this person in his own home, nothing and no one will save him? How do you explain to the egoist he must act now and inform everyone, because this is in his own interest, because this is about saving his own life? Only the creative society can save us from the climate by changing conditions, by changing the very format of society. We can all unite together and thus combine all of our resources and our entire human potential in the fight against the climate. You tell me, what must happen for you personally to understand and take action? What must convince you? The death of your family and friends? Your own death? But then you wouldn't be able to do anything about it? Or should all the media on this planet get involved and start brainwashing you. Are you not capable of thinking for yourself? Are you incapable of seeing with your own eyes? What must happen for you to finally realize that the consumerist format is our common verdict, as well as your own grave? We have only two options to avoid the climate apocalypse. The first option, and the most difficult one, is to build the creative society. The second option is to sit idly and do nothing. In other words, just wait for our tyrants to destroy us in a global nuclear war before the climate does it. Tell me, what must happen for people to finally realize that the creative society is the only way out, and to start acting and building it? Yes, humanity is now in a deep pit of egocentrism, and it won't be possible to jump out of there into the creative society at once. But it is absolutely realistic to take the first steps towards humanist and unification of all of us. We mustn't be silent.
Awufanele sithule.
Our friends,
Kufanele sitshele abangani bethu nabangani esingabazi ngalokho.
the creative society,
Ukwakha i-creative society.
only become realistic
Kuzoba ngokoqobo kuphela lapho sifeza isigaba sokuqala nesinzima kakhulu ekwakhiweni kwayo.
that is informing everyone. We should reach the hearts of people for them to understand that it is beneficial to all. Everyone benefits from being human. Everyone benefits from being a united civilization. It is beneficial to each and every one of us because it is the only chance to survive. Yes, it is hard. Yes, they don't want to hear us.
Abafuni ukusizwa
Must do it
kodwa
if
kumele
we to survive.
uma sifuna ukusinda
Our people
ngoba singabantu
want to live.
sifuna ukuphila.
Humanity's last war is already underway. The enemy is destroying everyone in its path.
At first, I thought it was a bomb explosion.
It's scary. It's very scary. I honestly thought that I was going to die.
What was happening was like a nightmare. Everything.
Okwakwenzeka kwakungazathi yiphupho, yonke into yayicekeleke phansi.
My heart is breaking with pain.
Inhliziyo yami iyephuka ngenxa yobuhlungu. Isitha sethu isimo sezulu.
Everything was destroyed.
Yonke into yacekeleka phansi.
Nothing.
When I went out, I saw something that looked like a tsunami.
My father.
Mangiphuma ngaphandle ngabona into engabuyifana ne-tsunami.
If only I could have helped
Ubaba
him.
wami washona khona lapho, ukube ngangingakwazi ukumsiza ngacabanga ukuthi ngingafa ngoba esasikubona ngendluleni kwakunzima kakhulu.
I want to be strong, but I can't hold
Ngangifuna
years.
ukuba ukuba strong kodwa ngangakwazi ukubamba izinyembezi
We
zami.
only had time to get people out of the house.
There was no time
Asikwazanga
to do
ukuthola
anything and I
abantu
lost
ukuthi
everything.
baphume. Asikwazanga ukuthatha noma yini, salahlekelwa yikho konke.
Attacks.
And lokhu bese kube kukuhlasela kokuqala.
It won't agree on humanitarian corridors. It won't sign a peace agreement. It doesn't need time.
Usimo sezulu asinaso isikhathi.
Run out of missiles. With
Futhi
each
asina
new attack, the enemy only gets stronger. What can we oppose against this enemy?
yini esingayenza ukumelana nalesi simo?
Humans survive.
Singabantu ingabe isintu siyosinda kule simo.
Carrying out planetary mobilization and creating a united front, we are killing each other.
Sibulalana sodwa.
I want it all to be over
Angifuni
as soon as
ukufa.
possible. Suddenly the windows started shaking, and with the second one, everything exploded. They were actually burnt alive.
The second bomb dropped.
We're killing the planet that is our only home.
Babulala iplanethi okuphela kwekhaya
In
lethu.
pseudoscience and the business of a few. Instead of providing
Siyafa sibulawe ngenxa yokusiza kwinzuzo yabambalwa. Esikhundleni sokuthi ngabe siyanakekelwa futhi
hatred for one
sisindiswe.
another,
Ngenxa yokuthi siyazondana.
of a few over the
Ngenxa
billions over us. But before the climate, everyone is equal.
wonke umuntu emhlabeni uyalingana. Wonke umuntu uyolala ethuneni elilodwa.
Today and stand united against
Kumele sime ndawonye, sime ngobunye ukuze sikwazi ukulwa nesitha esizayo isimo sezulu. Kumele senze kanjalo uma sifuna ukusinda. Singabantu sifuna ukuphila.
Greetings. I would like to welcome
Sanibonani,
to this
ngiyafisa ukumukela wonke
online
umuntu.
forum, Global Crisis. We are people. We want to live. Thanks to the millions of volunteers from around the world, this event right now is simultaneously interpreted into 100 languages and streamed live to thousands of media channels and platforms in over 180 countries. Multiple vital topics will be presented today that concern every single person in our society. Some might be difficult to watch to the point of unbearable at times. But if you fail to hear the truth now, tomorrow may be too late. The vital information and facts we are about to present will not be covered by the mainstream media. This forum is created for the people, by the creative society.
Le fomethi iyenziwe abantu
Because we are confident that if every single person understands that there is only one real enemy, climate, we have a chance not only to win the last war, but also to come out of these times with maximum benefit to ourselves and future generations. Throughout this forum, you will learn about the Creative Society format and why it is our only solution. We will show what a deceitful, dead-end, inhumane format of society we live in now, and why all attempts in the current consumer society to make any positive changes were unsuccessful. You will come to an understanding about how critical the climate crisis is and why we need to take immediate action towards the creative society. Each word that you will hear today has a deep meaning. All the information and facts have been carefully collected and cross-checked by numerous people around the world. This event is the product of months of hard work of volunteers, each driven by the desire to live. It took millions of people to bring this information to you. Now it's up to you to make sure this information reaches the 8 billion people on this planet. The future depends on the actions of every
Ikusasa lixhomeke ekwenzeni kwa wonke umuntu.
It is our deepest honor
Futhi manje
that Igor Mikhailovich Danilov and Zhanna are present with us today at this international forum. And it is my pleasure to pass the floor to Igor Mikhailovich and Zhanna.
Hello, dear friends.
Greetings.
We welcome you
sanibonani
at
bang.
this significant All People's Forum. Humanity is experiencing hard times. Right now, it's important for people to consolidate and demonstrate their best human qualities. It is precisely now that the destiny of humanity, which depends on everyone's choice, is being determined. Yes, many people are now going through great sorrow. It's a pity that the state of internal maturation and awareness is passing through such tragic events, which take place all over the world and aggravate day by day. Remember that every day of inaction in the consumerist format entails missed opportunities and lost human lives. Whereas every day of active informing about the creative society is a chance for saving people's lives and survival of the entire humanity. Therefore, now as never before, the choice, truth, and actions of every person are extremely important. I would like to express my personal gratitude to the true heroes who did not abandon others in a tough moment and lend a helping hand from their pure hearts, despite any circumstances. These people deserve respect. Thanks to their actions, events are generated that change the destinies of billions of people. Thank you so much, friends, for what you are doing. The time has come to become a true human. The time has come to create all conditions for the entire humanity to survive.
Hello, dear friends. I'm honored to be with you today at this forum. It is not just a forum, friends. It's more than that. It's not just us coming together on the air, seeing and hearing each other. No. It is so much more than that. Today is a really significant day. Why? Because today's event lays the foundation for our future, our common future. And right now, every one of you who understands all the pressing issues of the present day, who understands all the problems that we face, we, as humankind, all of you, all who understand how serious everything is, and who are doing everything possible, everything that depends on us, in order to preserve tomorrow, even for those who don't want to hear about us, who are not interested in the climate, who, frankly speaking, do not care that people are dying somewhere because it is quiet in his house. So friends, today you are fighting even for them, even to them, to those who don't want to hear about the problems which already exist and which will exist tomorrow. It is you, friends, who are trying to bring the message to them, to those who don't hear us and don't want to hear us, to those who, frankly speaking, don't like us very much, because we are disrupting their lives. We prevent them from living well. We disturb their peace by telling the truth. They like staying in an illusion, the illusion of their consciousness. But it is you, friends, who awaken them and tell them what awaits them. And you tell them about the opportunity, the unique opportunity to build a creative society that can save all of humanity. In fact, this is the only format and the only chance for all of humanity. I heard what Leslie said, and he said it right. His words should reach everyone's ears so that everyone understands that either we will be destroyed by a couple of tyrants in a nuclear explosion, or we will be destroyed by the climate. To be honest, I would be disappointed if it were either this or that way, but with the same ending. It's not right. Our goal and task is to prove that we are human beings. Our goal and objective is to prove that we are a civilization, to stop the filth that we have, to stop killing people, to restore justice in this world, and restore the value of human life. This is our task, the task for which we are here fighting right now. Each of us. Thank you. Thank you, friends, from the bottom of my heart. I understand that it's hard. I understand that they don't want to hear. I understand that they don't want to see. I understand the resistance that comes from those whom we hinder. We prevent them from stealing from us. We prevent them from killing us. We prevent them from living comfortably. But we understand that we are also fighting for their lives and for their descendants, not just for our own. And in this, friends, is your great merit. And that is the value of the entire creative society. The value is that we act for people and not people for us, that we fight for all of humanity and tell the truth as it is, even when they don't want to hear it. Yes, we would like to be heard, but we are well aware, friends, that the truth is the last thing people want to hear. This is really so. However, our goal and task is to make sure that this world remains. It will change. It has already changed, and not for the better. The climate is raging, it is gaining momentum, and we know that. But there's still a lot we can do. We can preserve this planet. We can preserve our home. We can save each other. That's what is most important, each other. Friends, we can save not only each other, but also our descendants, our humankind, and not just as humankind is right now, but as one civilization, in love, in respect, and according to the principles that we want to be applied to ourselves. Isn't that so? It is not easy. No, it is not easy, friends. But if we want it, it will be the way we want it to be. Thank you, friends. Thank you for being here. Thank you very much and most sincerely.
Igor Mikhailovich and Janna, thank you very much for your continuous support, for your love and care, and for always giving us an example of how not to give up and to stay on the side of the truth.
Siyabonga ngokuthi usichazele ukuthi singenza kanjani ukuthi singapheli amandla. Siyabonga ngakho konke oye wasileseluleka ngaso. Futhi sizosebenzisa ithuba ukuthi sikwazi ukubhekana nezinselele zethu. Bese futhi senze umphakathi ozokwazi ukulwa nesimo sezulu.
And participants of the Creative Society project daily monitor climate and geodynamic events. Since our last conference on December 4,
Kusukela ngesikhathi sigcina ukuhlangana ngezi-4 zikaDisemba 2021, akekho umuntu oyophila ngaphandle kwesimo sezulu. Izindaba ezikhuluma ngesimo sezulu konke ziphathelene nokufa, nokumoceleleka phansi kwempahla. Konke lokhu kubonisa ukuthi abantu sebeye bahlukumezeka kulo mhlaba. And isitha sethu sokuphela isimo sezulu. Futhi ngaphezulu kopha izigidi zikwazi ukuqinisekisa.
Any war ends with negotiation.
Noma yiphi impi iphela
If people start a war, people are
uma abantu beqala impi bafuna uyiqeda.
But climate is the only enemy with
Kodwa isimo sezulu
negotiate.
isiphela kwesitha okungekho lula ukuba sixoxisane naso. Isimo sezulu sizobulala noma ngabe ubani futhi sizoqhubeka senza lokho. Ungakhathaliseki ukuthi siyavumelana ngaziphi izivumelwano. Isimo sezulu sizothatha impilo yawo wonke umuntu.
Ruthless enemy our civilization has ever faced. And we have nothing to oppose it.
Futhi ayikho into esingayenza ukuphikisana naso.
The last war of humanity has begun. It isn't
Impi yokugcina yesintu isiqalile. Kuyimpi engenadalo engenakugwenya. Ngokuqala ngqa emlandweni thina abantu sibhekene nesitha esinamandla futhi esinonya.
December 2021.
Lena yiBrazil ngoDisemba 2001. Izikhukhula ezinamandla zakhukhula iBrazil emuva ngoNovember 21 futhi azikakanqabuki kuze kube manje. Ezinyangeni ezine nje zalonyaka imvula yengeziwe kakade erekhodiwe inyakatho mpumalanga yeBrazil yana unyaka wonke. NgoDisemba imvula yana inyanga yonke engalingana nonyaka wonke ngosuku. Amadolobha angaba u-67 ambozwa izikhukhula. Lamanzi acishe abe ngamamitha angu-1.8 kwezinye izindlu lapho. Lokhu bekuyikho konke kimi, konke akusekho. Lalahlekelwa yikho konke. Wonke umuntu la wasale engenalutho. IMalaysia ngoDisemba 2021. Izinsuku ezimbalwa zezimvula ezinamandla zabangela uchungechunge lwezikhukhula eMalaysia. Asizange ukwenza noma yini. Azange siphathe ngisho amadokhumenti futhi asikwazanga ukuzisindisa. Besingalindele ukuthi amanzi angakhuphuka aze afike ku-6 meters. E-Indonesia ngoDisemba 2021. Ukuqhuma kwentabamlilo yaseSamari kwaba isimanga esibulalayo kubantu baseziqhingini zaseJava. Akekho owakwazi ukusindisa labo bantu ngengozi ezayo. Amadolobha angu-11 ayegqithe ngaphansi komlotha kanye nodaba oluqinile emahoreni ambalwa.
I thought it was a bomb explosion.
Ekuqaleni ngangicabanga ukuthi uqhuma kwebhomu,
And spewing.
kodwa ngokuphazima kweso kwaba iSemeru eqhuma futhi ekhafula umlotha wentabamlilo. Kwavele kwaba mnyama, lase liqala ukuna, imvula yayiqubene nomlotha. Njalo lapho idolobhana lami cela ukuya ekhaya, angazi ukuthi ngiphendule kanjani. Asisenalo ikhaya.
I feel very sorry, especially when I try to imagine the
Ngidabuka kakhulu ikakhulukazi lapho ngizama ukucabanga ngomlotha oshisayo owela, cabanga imizwa nokuklabalasa kamama owayezama ukuthulisa ingane yakhe ngokuyigona. Kuyadabulisa lokhu kakhulu.
I couldn't stand to see the corpse of a mother.
Ngehluleka nokuzibamba ngibona isidumbu sikamama sigone ingane yakhe eshila. Ngangidabuke ngempela. Nayizolo sithola umama bavele ezinganeni zakhe ezimbili. Angikwazi ukucabanga ukuthi badlule kanjani lapho bavayeleke futhi bezungezwe umlotha oshisayo. Ama-cataclysms afinyelele izinga eshisayo, ukuvumelanisa kwakho kubonakala yonke indawo. Ngenxa yalokhu, umthelela wamandla emvelo uba namandla amakhulu. NgoDisemba, ngemva kokuqhuma okubulalayo, izikhukhula, ukudilika kwesihlabathi, ukuzamazama komhlaba kanye nesiphepho, asinamandla washaya izakhamuzi zase-Indonesia. Umgwaqo yayigcwele amanzi, izindlu zazibhidlika, abantu basala bodwa nebhadi labo futhi. ePhilippines ngoDisemba 21. NgoDisemba 16, i-Super Typhoon Rai yahlasela izakhamuzi zasePhilippines. Yinto engakaze ngiyibone yenzeka lena.
On December 16th, Super Typhoon Rai hit the residents
NgoDisemba 16, i-Super Typhoon Rai yahlasela izakhamuzi zaseTel Aviv.
of the second
Ochwepheshe baxwayisa abantu ngesishingashingane sesigaba sesibili kuya kwesesithathu, kodwa duze neziqhingo siphepho sishube kakhulu safinyelela esigabeni sesihlanu esiphezulu. Abantu babengenayo ukungena amandla anjalo emvelo. Abantu babengazi ukuthi lesi sishingishane sizoba sezingeni lesihlanu. Ilapho abantu bethuka futhi abakaze balindele ukuthi kuzoba isishingashinge esibi kangaka. Ubaba washonela ngaphansi komuzi wethu owawudikile. Ukube nje babengamsiza.
and 3 million people were
Isishingishane esisodwa kanye nabantu abayizigidi ezintathu basala dingana.
hurricanes are in
Amandla nobude beziphepho ziyakhula.
5 years. The number of
Eminyakeni engu-5 edlule, inani leziphepho zesigaba ezingu-3 kuya ku-5 liye landa cishe ngamaphesenti ayi-30.
December 2021.
E-USA eKentucky ngoDisemba 21, 2021. Kwaqhamuka isishingishane.
Pretty much almost wiped 3/4 of this town out. Scariest thing I've ever seen in my life. I've never been in a tornado before, but
Where were the babies?
Right here. One was in this arm and one was in this arm. I never saw my 3-year-old because my face couldn't turn that way, but I did see the baby, and he cried, and then he just.
Abantwana bami babehleli esandleni ezahlukene. Zaye ngikwazi ukubona umntwana wami neminyaka emithathu ngoba ubuso bami babubheke eceleni.
I never heard my 3-year-old say anything.
Angikwazanga ukusho noma yini kubantwana bami. Abantwana bami bashonele ezandleni zami.
path. For the state of Kentucky, it was the most destructive in its history.
Kwaqhamuka isishingishingane lapho futhi sacishe saqela izingxenye ezintathu kwezinye zaleli dolobha. Into ethusayo engeke ngayibona empilweni yami.
All records exceeding the average by 8 times. The last war of humanity is underway. We have
Impi yokugcina yabantu
in December.
iyenzeka eKentucky ngoDisemba.
Of our common enemy.
Lena yindlela yesitha sethu esihlasela ngayo. Asinandaba. Sihlasela ngobungonya.
With each attack.
Futhi siyakhula siya sidlondlobala ukuhlasela ngakunye. Ngo-April January 2022
A powerful landslide destroyed a part of the capital of Ecuador, Quito. The reason
isiphepho esinamandla
in the last 20 years.
sacekela phansi i-Ecuador.
Everything we dreamed of.
Yonke into esasiphupha ngayo yashabalala ngokushesha. Bazama ukuthi ngibe ngiqine for izingane zami. Sasihamba singena endlini ngendlu. Ngalahlekela yibo bonke abangani bami. Bonke washabalala ngomzuzwana nje. Abantu babekhala, usizo, usizo. Umuzi ongemuva sakwazi ukuthola umngane. Angazi ukuthi sangena kanjani kuleyo ndlu nokuthi saphuma kanjani. Isimo sasisibi kakhulu.
Africa, January 2022.
E-Afrika ngoJanuwari 2022. Indlu yami nekhishini lami kwavese kwacekeleka phansi ngenxa yezimvula. Wawa ngingaphakathi. Besingenakho lapho besingaya khona. Kwakumele size ngapha. Abantwana bethu baye bagula. Besingenayo imali ngenhlobo.
January 2022.
Intabamlilo yaqhuma ngoJanuary 2022. NgoJanuary 15 eHongatonga kwaba nesiqhumampilo esikhulu esingaphindwa ku-500 uma kuqhathaniswa ne-NX nokuqhuma kwebhomu. Laba bantu abazi ukuthi bazoya kuphi. Isimo sezulu lapha siye sabanzima. Abantu ingabe babelulekiwe sengaphambili? Cha. Ingabe abantu bathola usizo babeludinga? Cha. Kodwa isihlasela kwesimo kusafana futhi asinazwela. Imililo ngoJanuary 2022. Futhi bheka lokhu kusangana okukhulu. Ngesikhathi lokhu kwenzeka ngangisekhaya futhi akekho owayazi ukuthi umlilo ungaba ngezinga ongalo. Asizange sithole ukwazisa kusengaphambili noma isibikezelo noma ukwazisa kwasezindabeni. Ayikho akusesele lutho lapha. Nabantu abangaphandle akusesele lutho lapha sekungamanxiwa nje ngenxa yomlilo. Ngicabanga ukuthi sizobuyela ekhaya Ngicabanga ukuthi kungahle kube usuku olulodwa izinsuku ezimbili.
Colorado has become the most destructive
Umlilo weqhubeka waseColorado usucekele phansi kakhulu emlandweni wesifundazwe. Wacekela phansi izindlu ezingaphezu kwezinkulungwane, yashisa amashumi ezinkulungwane zabantu ngamakhaya abo.
fire seasons in even
Ochwepheshe baphawula ukuthi manje azisekho izikhathi zomlilo ezishisa izikhotha. Umlilo ubhodla unyaka wonke.
first 40 days of 2022
Ezinsukwini ezingama-40 zokuqala ka-2022, inwani lemililo lequbula e-Argentina nase-Paraguay lenyuka ngo-900% uma kuqhathaniswa nonyaka odlule. Asikaze sibhekane nento efana nale, sishaqekile ngempela.
abnormal snowfalls January 2020
Ukuwa kweqhwa elivamile ngoJanuwari 2022.
increasingly becoming a high risk
Ukuwa kweqhwa kuya ngokuya kuba isenzakalo esiyingozi kakhulu. Inani elikhulu leqhwa liwa lapho lalingakaze libe khona. Nokukhithika kweqhwa ngo-Ephreli walo nyaka kuvame ukushaqisa izakhamuzi eziningi zaseYurophu.
intensity. In January, the capital of
NgoJanuwari, inhlokodolobha yaseTurkey, i-Istanbul, yambozwa iqhwa ngamahora ambalwa.
the height of
Kwezinye izindawo, ukuphakama kweqhwa kufinyelele u-85 cm.
time about
Ngesikhathi esifanayo, abantu abangaba ngu-3,000 babebhajwe ezimotweni zabo emgwaqweni emkhulu.
asking for
Izinkundla zokuxhumana bezixhuma nemiyalezo icela usizo.
in Pakistan. Thousands of
EPakistan, izinkulungwane zezivakashi eziye endaweni
whole families went to admire the snow.
baba
And as a result,
The situation in Murray is very bad. 16 people.
isimo saseMorris sibi kakhulu kwakha abantu abangaba ngu-16.
I can't believe it.
Akekho owayeza.
In this vehicle.
Bonke abantu abane bafa kule moto. Bheka ngaphakathi bonke bashonile. Ezinyangeni ezimbili nje kuye kwaba nezinhlekelele zezulu ezingenakubalwa emhlabeni wonke,
and
ezinamandla nezingalawuleki.
the dynamics and
Amandla kanye ne-anomaly nezinhlekelele zesimo sezulu kakhula phambi kwamehlo ethu.
months
Ezinyangeni ezimbili nje sesibonile ukuthi
of the enemy has grown
amandla esitha esekhule kangakanani.
in tragic consequences.
Futhi lapho ubona imiphumela edangile futhi edabukisayo,
It seems that nothing
inhlekelele zesimo sezulu ezenzekile, kubonakala sengathi akukho ongaba namandla kakhulu.
of the ferocious
Kodwa lokhu kusabekayo kuyiseyinto encane kakhulu nje yokuthi isimo sikwazi ukudicila phansi isimo.
grow
Lokhu osanda ukubona kuyingxenye encane.
is only a tiny fraction of the stories about the pain,
Ingxenye encane yezindaba eziphathelene nobuhlungu babantu abalahlekelwe yikho konke ngokuphazima kwethu.
Здравствуйте. Мы сейчас посмотрели видео мониторинга климатических катастроф.
Sanibonani, siyibonile umabonakude ophathelene nesimo sezulu ngezinyanga ezimbili kuphela.
Жизни унесено за эти 2 месяца.
Zingaki izimpilo eseze zalahlekela kulezi zinyanga ezimbili kuphela?
Команда волонтеров из разных стран мира. Все эти 5 месяцев между прошедшей конференцией и этим форумом мы собирали
Phakathi nezinyanga ezinhlanu kusukela ikhonferensi yongadlule kuze kube manje, siye sabona ukudlondlobala kokuhlasela kwezimo ezigcekela phansi emhlabeni. Futhi siye samangala ukuthi kwenzakalani. Ikakhulukazi ukuthi ukucikeleka phansi kwenzeka usuku nosuku.
не отображая
Azange sibeke sipractice kusengaphambili.
понимая реального масштаба.
Okusho ukuthi abantu abaqondi ukuthi yini ngempela ukusabisa esinakho ngenxa yesimo sezulu.
Но мы с командой продолжаем
Ukubona izimvula ezinkulu bekunzima kakhulu ukubona, kodwa iqembu lami nami sikwazile ukuhlanganisa ndawonye.
Даже во время войны, находясь
Abanye
в тех
baye
местах,
baqhubeka futhi
люди
basitholela
находились
ukwazisa
и спокойно
ngalezo
пользуются
zikhathi.
сейчас ситуацией на планете
Senze
Земля.
lokhu ngenxa yokuthi siyaqonda ukuthi kubaluleke kangakanani ukwazi ngesimo sezulu.
Если не оглашать
Uma
эти данные,
singakwazi ukuxoxa
то
lokhu
шансы
kwazisa,
выжить у
angeke
нас
ukwazi
просто
ukuthi kuxoxwe
низкие.
ngakho emhlabeni.
Я
Futhi bonke abantu ngeke bakwazi ukuba nethuba
понимаю,
lokusinda.
не нужно было прикладывать много усилий, чтобы увидеть,
Kodwa nami azange ngikwazi ukufaka
масштаб
umfutho omkhulu
кризиса
ukubona ukuthi
очень
lesimo sezulu esicekela phansi sekuye kakhula kangaka kusukela lezi nyanga ey'nhlanu ezulu.
климатических катастроф. Сейчас я приведу только ее небольшую часть. Штормы.
Manje ngizohlanganyela ingxenye yensanele.
Количество штормов с 2000 года по сегодняшний день выросло в 16,5
Isiphepho
раз.
seziye zakhuphuka 16.5 times.
Ураганы третьей, четвертой и пятой категории выросли на 30%. Более того, они теперь заходят дальше вглубь континента, неся
Ama-hurricane asekhuphuke izingxenye ezingango-6.4% kunalokho ebeyingisho khona.
на определенной территории.
E-USA,
А дуть
amathornado asekhuphuke ngendlela engenaqhathaniswa.
последние 5 месяцев два
Emva kwezinyanga ezinhlanu ezedlule,
апрель и март
ezinyangeni ezimbili, uDisemba
практически
noMashi,
за 5
sebeye baba
большое
namathornado angaphezulu.
в 82 странах по всему миру. И это только самые масштабные.
Kuye kwenzeka izikhukhula ezingaphezu kuka-300,000 emhlabeni wonke futhi
Только за 2 последних
ezinkulu
месяца
kakhulu.
выпало больше годовой нормы.
eSpain nje kuphela kuye kwakhuphuka ngezima elingaphezu kwesikhombisa.
Таких, как
ESouth Africa
еще не было.
kwenzeke okufanayo kulezi zinyanga ezimbili ezidlule. Akukaze kube khona okunje ngaphambili.
Лесных пожаров уже сейчас значительно превышают норму. А это еще до начала сезона пожаров. Как такового сезона пожаров сейчас уже вообще не существует.
Awukaze kube khona umlilo onjena ngaphambili.
Сменяются такими же
Ama-catastrophic droughts asemelele
на Земле за 20 лет.
ukomisa ongakaze ukenze khona. Sekuye kwaba ngaphezulu amazinga angaphezu ka-30%.
Стали интенсивнее и длительнее. Аномальные волны жары также все чаще накрывают планету. В Антарктиде
Ukushisa okungaphezu kokuvamile kuye kwaqhubeka kukhula kwaba
превышает средний
kwafikela ku-36 degrees Celsius.
Цельсия.
Kube ngaphezu kokushisa okuvamile ngaphezu ka-40 degrees Celsius.
В США, к примеру,
E-United States ngokwesibonelo,
градусов Цельсия.
usimo sokushisa siyehlile saya ku-50 ngosuku ngalunye.
У всех сейчас на слуху экстремальная жара в Индии и
Wonke
Пакистане.
umuntu uyaqaphela lokho. Ukushisa okwedlulele India ePakistan.
В апреле поднялась еще.
Ukushisa okuse-India kuye kwaba phezulu kakhulu ngo-April. Ukuphila kwabantu kuyalahleka. Ngakho ngaso sonke isikhathi lapho kwenzeka lokhu. And lezi zimpilo azinakubuyiselwa futhi ziphile.
Сейчас в интернете. Ибо целые семьи,
Laba
оставшиеся
abanye omama abasibekela abantwana babo
еды всего, что у них было, как это случилось.
njengoba kwenzeka e-Indonesia.
Ибо целый год
Umndeni wonke walahlekelwa yikho konke wawunayo nabakhaya babo.
остатки человеческих тел с трудом можно
Balahlekelwa yikho konke ababenakho njengoba kwenzeka nase-Philippines ngenxa yezikhukhula namathonado. Izindlu eziningi zasala sezisalela
Нам нужно
zingamanxiwa.
и днем, и ночью трудиться над технологиями, которые смогут победить этого врага.
Isitha esinazo emhlabeni isimo sezulu. Ukuze sinqobe lempi kumele sihlangane njengabantu. Sikhone ukulwa nalesi sitha.
Что причина изменения климата
Ukuze sikwazi futhi ukubona ubuchule balesi sitha.
миллиардов scientists
Eminyakeni
lost their
emine siye
CO2.
sathola
There
ukuthi
is much more visibility on
i-climate
this.
exchange yenziwa i-CO2.
Why isn't it getting better? Why do people keep
Why
dying?
kodwa kungabi ngcono?
Remember,
Why abantu
millions of
beqhubeka
civilians
befa?
without basic things to survive, without water. How has our planetary fight against CO2 helped these people? Yes, CO2 is on the rise. We don't deny it. But what does that have to do with the increasing climatic disasters? I'm talking to you, people, to you personally. Are you ready for the climate to destroy your home? Are you ready for your child to be swept away by a flood that comes out of nowhere? Are you sure that it won't affect you? Do you think those people whose stories we watch today are any different from you? Do you think they were ready? Are we ready? Because we will face cataclysms of even greater power than in the last 5 months. The disruptive power of cataclysms grows every day. And we as society do not even study this problem at a proper level. Our science is busy with something completely different, and we are wasting precious time. But these are our lives. Be sure that literally very soon, if not a tornado will come to your house, then a flood, an earthquake, or a typhoon. And this natural disaster will spare neither your life nor the life of your loved ones. And in the creative society, this will never happen. Because by combining the scientific potential, we will create technologies with which the climate will no longer be the threat to us. That is why it is now so important that each person actively informs about building the creative society.
Absolutely right. We are not prepared. We are not ready to withstand the climatic catastrophes. In the consumer format, instead of trying to figure out
Uqinisile ngempela, angeke sikwazi ukulwa nesimo sezulu.
Чтобы пытаться понять, как выжить, мы убиваем друг друга. Сейчас внимание людей во всем мире приковано к войне в Украине. Невозможно передать словами весь этот кошмар.
The war came suddenly. Nobody wanted it. Why are we, as humanity, allowing for such animal behavior to happen? Don't we see that we are not enemies to each other? Right now, let's just take a look at the events that are happening in Ukraine.
Greetings everyone, my name is Konstantin, I'm 38 years old. I am a resident of the city of Bucha.
Sanibonani nonke, igama lami ngiConstantine, ngineminyaka engu-38, ngisayisambuza sedolobheni laseBucha.
My family and I lived under occupation for 2 weeks.
Mina nomndeni wami sahlala ngaphansi komsebenzi amasonto amabili. Wonke lawo masonto amabili ayeyiphupho elibi eliqhubekayo. Lapho umzuzwana ngamunye sasihlala ngaphansi kwamabhomu, ukudubula nokuqhuma.
When you start talking to people, they say, no, you can't leave, the troops have...
Uma uqala ukukhuluma nabantu bathi cha awukwazi ukuhamba, amasotsha asefikile, awukwazi ukuhamba babulala abantu. Ngakho yini engangayenza? Nginomndeni, umngani, ingane, umama wami, Umbuzo wokuqala ukuthi kungakanani ukudla esinakho? Ayimancane amanzi ngoba amanzi ayema. Sasinamanzi amaningi njengoba sasingiwazile ukuwagcina. Kodwa kwakuzophela ngokushesha lokhu.
Let's say so as not to get killed on the way. Yes, as a father, I understand that I had to go there
Yebo,
and couldn't
njengobaba ngaqaphela ukuthi kufanele siye esitolo.
would be killed on the way to the store back. So I had to go on my own. If one of us would kill, at least the child would stay with his mom, right? I mean, our child would not become an orphan all at once. That was really a hell of a choice.
Uma ngangeke ngikwazi abantwana babengapha. Sazithola sesimeni lapho sasingenazo izitolo zonke zazicelelwa phansi, ngisho nekhemesi. Ngakho kwakungekho mithi, kungenadokotela, kungekho lutho. Vele uyaphile ufithi usinde ngokungenakwenzeka. Sahlangana nomuntu esijwayelene naye ngiphupha emthonjeni. Wangitshela ukuthi ingabe unaso isinkwa? Ngathi isinkwa sini? Asikaze sibone isinkwa emasonto amabili gama. Wangitshela ukuthi kungani ungayi kuloyo wesifazane ubhaka izinkwa, kodwa uma unempuphu akanayo impuphu. Hhayi-ke ukuya lapho kwakungewona umsebenzi olula ngoba abadubuli babedubula yonke into. Futhi kwakukhona ama-APCA nxazonke. Ngabona lona wesifazane eza ngathi, Jesu, lapha ngaphansi nezinhlantu ezindizayo. Okwesibili ngilethe isinkwa. Sake saya emthonjeni ukuyokha amanzi. Wadutshula indoda ngoba beyofuna amanzi. Ziningi kakhulu izinhlekele zabantu futhi yonke indawo kuhlukile kuwo wonke umuntu. Qhamuka omunye umuntu adutshule, khona owayesashayela edolobheni waligilwa uthangi. Ngazibona izimoto eziningi ezinjalo. Zonke izinto zazisala ngaphakathi emotweni, lezo zinto zomzimba nakho konke. Udlame futhi yazi ukuthi zingaki izindaba abantu abadlwenguliwe bangaki abayizigoga. Sengizama ukuyixoxa kwesibili le ndaba futhi ingiphatha kabi kakhulu noma ngikhumbula. Uma kuthola isidumbu zezingane ezidlwenguliwe, intombazane eminyaka engu-8 dala ihlukunyeziwe, idlungiliwe, bese uthola ukuthi ngesikhathi benza i-autopsy bathola okungenani amasampula esidoda ayi-11.
different semen samples. How is that even possible?
Ngenzeka kanjani lokho?
I can't even imagine that.
Angikwazi ngokucabanga.
Women were maimed. How many husbands were killed?
Bangaki abesifazane abagogekile, bangaki abayeni ababulawa. Sekuvele kubikwe lapho begqekeze egcekeni babulala amadoda. Bese bedlwengula owesifazane amahora ambalwa. Ngaleso sikhathi ingane yayicashe ekamelweni elilandelayo. Futhi ngezinye izikhathi inkosikazi nendodakazi encane babengadlwengula ndawonye. Kuyisinengiso esinjalo angazi. Ngeza indaba mayelana nama-rose awu-21 endodeni. Ama-rose awu-21 endodeni ayibe kuneminwe engaba u-20 futhi umunwe ngamunye uyasikwa ukuze kube ne-rose emnweni. Nkathi i-rose ye-21 ngokulandelana ipipi lendoda. Konke lokhu kwenziwa ngabantu abaphilayo, endodeni ephilayo. Angazi nokuthi kwenziwani ukuze kuthole uhlobo oluthile lokwazi endodeni, ukuze angazi ukwenelisa uhlobo oluthile lwemvelo eshelelayo yobulwane. Awu, angazi bantu yini ngempela esisize kuyo sayifinyelela ngenxa yempi eqhubekayo e-Ukraine.
Clients report complaints.
Amakhasimende abika izikhalo ngezingane zawo ezidlwenguliwe amasotsha. Ziningi izikhalo ezinjalo ngibhekiswe kumakhasimende anamantombazane amabili. Futhi womabili amantombazane ayadlwengulwa. Into embi kakhulu kwawukuthola ukuthi la mantombazane ayineminyaka emingaki. Intombazane eyodwa ineminyaka eyisithupha, enye intombazane ineminyaka eyisishiyagalolunye. Iminyaka eyisithupha neyisishiyagalolunye abantu bayakhuluma nathi empeleni amasotsha angena ezindlini okwakukhona abesifazane adlwengula abesifazane. Ngisho ukuthi akulona nje icala elilodwa kodwa lezo yizindlu lapho amasotsha afika khona agcina abantu besifazane bethunjiwe futhi abadlwengula. Iklayenti lami elaliseButcha ngaso sonke lesikhathi lalihlezi nomyeni walo e-basement. Wangitshela ukuthi omakhelwane babo babenentombazane encane, indodakazi yabo, futhi yahlukunyezwa amasotsha. Abazali bakhe abakwazanga ukwenza lutho ngoba bavalelwa endlini engaphansi noma e-basement. Behlezi lapho bezwa nje ukuhlushwa kwengane yabo. Eqinisweni wonke umuntu owayesemgwaqeni wezwa ukuhlukunyezwa kwengane. Kodwa kwakungekho lutho abantu ababengakwenza. Bonke omakhelwane babehlukumezekile futhi bakhumbula njengephupho elibi lolo valo eselihlupha amadoda amaningi ukuthi bekumele ngiyakhona. Akusho lutho ukuthi bengizobulawa, bekumele ngimsindise. Ziphinde izikulungwane zezindaba ezinjalo. Ziningi indaba abantu abazama ukuzithula. Labo ngabantu abavamile. Ake sithi imindeni eminingana yabuthana, abangane, omakhelwane, izihlobo. Futhi kwakhona izindaba lapho abantu bephuma ngezimoto ezinhlanu noma eziyisikhombisa ngesikhathi futhi bedutshulwa nje ngokungagwegwezi. Ngaphezu kokuthi izimoto zazinombhalo othi izingane, izingane, izingane. Zonke izimoto zethu, zonke bezimboze ngezitika ezibhalwe ukuthi evacuation sinabantwana. Kodwa baqala ukusidubula, badubula zonke izimoto. Emotweni yesibili kwakukhona owesifazane oneminyaka engu-30 owayengumshayeli. Wabulawa ngase leso sikhathi. Emotweni yami kwakukhona mina nomyeni wami. Angazi sasiza kanjani. Umyeni wami wayephuke ubambo nocezu lwezicucu. Kodwa-ke okungenani saphila. Umama wayehlezi emva kwami. Wayeneminyaka engu-60 ubudala. Inhlamvu yamshaya entanyeni. Ngaso leso sikhathi nje ngaphambi kwamehlo ami wabindwa igazi ngemizuzwana nje emibili. Angizange ngikwazi ukumsindisa. Bengimnika isikhafu, bebengeke bavume ukuthi sisize abalimele. Bathi asibaleke sonke silale phansi. Sawubona, igama lami ngingu-Yulia. Ngidabuka eMariupol. Nakuba bengihlala eKiev eminyakeni embalwa edlule. Futhi impi yangibamba nomkhaya wami eKiev. Kwaphela isonto lonke silala endaweni yokupaka izimoto ngaphansi komhlaba ngoba kwakusabisa ngempela. Ingane zazithukile futhi sasizwa ukuqhuma yonke indawo. Ngemva kwesonto sanqaba ukuhamba kodwa izihlobo zami zahlala eMariupol umama nomamncane.
Бежишь от тебя. Очень страшно. Покажи. The entire street.
Umgwaqo wonke
Childhood.
lapho engachitha umngane bami cishe akukho kusele kuwo.
Every other house has a graveyard in the vegetable garden.
Wonke umuzi unethuna engadini eyimfihlo. Ngiqondene ukuthi abantu bangcwabe izihlobo zabo ezibulawa isiza noma izixhumane ezimizi yabo ngoba kungekho umuntu owathatha isidumbu zabo.
On the neighboring street,
Emgwaqeni ongumakhelwane
buried her daughter.
intombazane ingcwabe indodakazi yayo eneminyaka nesigamu udala. Unina umalumekazi wakhe kanye nogogo wakhe.
Acquaintances of mine
Abangani bami
who didn't leave Mariupol on time.
abazange bahambe eMariupol ngesikhathi.
Know a father who had to gather parts of his child from a tree. Fragments of the body, the head. Can you imagine what it felt like for a
Ungacabanga ukuthi
parts of his
kwakunjani uma
child?
umama aqoqe izingane zakhe futhi angcwabe umkakhe nengane yakhe engadini yakhe yemfihlo.
People were going crazy because they
Abantu
didn't have
babehlanya ngoba bengenandawo yokukha amanzi.
and get hit
Babephuma bashawe udaka lomlilo.
Children were dying of dehydration.
Ingane zazifa ngenxa yokuphelelwa amanzi emzimbeni. Akuzona izindaba nje lezi, lokhu okwakwenzeka edolobheni lami. Abantu abakwazile ukuphuma lapho bathi bekungesona isihogo kuphela, akukwazi ukudlulisela lokho abantu ababebhekana nakho, babehlanya ngenxa yokwesaba. Ngoba lapho umthongo wasemoyeni uqhuma amabhomu, kwaba sengathi umhlaba uhamba ngaphansi kwezinyawo zakho. Futhi abantu bavele bahlanya ngenxa yokwesaba. Izalukazi zazibulawa indlala nokuswela amanzi. Kwakugcwele abantu abalele embhedeni futhi akekho wayengafinyelela kubo ngoba wonke umuntu wayethukile. Abantu abaningi bashone ngaphansi ngenxa yokuthi abazange bahlengwe kusenesikhathi futhi kwakungekho umuntu owayengabahlenga ngenxa yokuthi idolobha laqhunyiswa ngamabhomu njalo. Bangaphezu kwezinkulungwane ezingama-30 idolobha lonke lafa futhi akuzona zonke izisulu ngoba akekho ongabala ngokunembile. Izibalo ezisemthethweni ezihumusha impilo yomuntu izibalo ezingenalutho zithi abantu abayizinkulungwane ezintathu bafa edolobheni. Angathi ngayedwa umuntu ungazange alahlekelwe umuntu, ihlobo noma abangani. Uyabona idolobha lonke liwumngcwabo owodwa oqhubekayo. Nginomngane oyeseduze yedwa, umama wakhe, ubaba wami kanye nendodana yakhe encane baphume bezopheka ngaphandle kunomnyango wakhe. Abantu babengenalutho kusukela ngey'thu zikaMashi. Babepheka emlilweni eduze kwezindlu zabo. Futhi lashaya igobolondo labashaya. Abantu bafa bebonke. Izakhamuzi zamabholoki wonke zafa ngoba akukho okungakusindisa empilweni yomuntu. Lapho abantu bethi "Bekungani ningaphumanga nonke?" Kodwa akekho owayekwazi ukuphuma. Kakathe ezinsukwini zokuqala akekho owayesakwazi ukubuya ndawo ngoba ujaji waphikizwa ngomhlaka 27 Nhlolanja. Abantu abaningi uzoma maduze kodwa konke akuzange kume. Abantu babebaleka besuka kwenye indawo beya kwenye, bathi besagijima beshona emgwaqeni. Lapho befika kwenye indawo beshonela khona ngoba zazingekho izindawo zokukhosela. Abantu babecashe ezindlini zangaphansi. Kwathi lapho indlu izibhidlika bavele bafela ngaphansi kwempucuko. Abangani bami ababephume edolobheni bathi wonke umgwaqo ababehamba kuwo wawufana nengcwaba ngoba izingalo nemilenze kwakuphume enhlangothi zonke. Ungakucabanga ngisho lokho? Kwakukhona indoda futhi konke okusele kuyo izingalo nemilenze yayo. Kwafa izingane eziningi. Eqinisweni akekho noyedwa owaziyo ukuthi zingaki izingane ezafa lapho. Abantu baphuza amanzi emachibini ngoba amanzi ayengekho. Uyaqonda ukuthi kuyini lokho? Umuntu ubulawa ukuphelela amanzi emzimbeni, uyahlanya. Abantu abadala babegqoma bephuma ngamawindi ngenxa yokwesaba. Alisekho idolobha, akunalutho. Ayikho imigwaqo, azikho izindlu. Futhi kusekhona abantu abangaphezu kwezinkulungwane eziyikhulu abasele lapho. Labo ngabantu ababenakho konke, umsebenzi, ikhaya nomndeni. Manje abasenandawo yokuhlala, basaqhubeka nokuhlala kuma-basement ngoba besaba ukuhamba ngoba akekho bafuna ndawo. Uma ethile ecabanga ukuthi uphephile kokuthile futhi yonke into ihamba kahle ngaye namuhla, kuwukukhohlisa. Kuze kube umzuzu wokugcina lapho akekho owayekholelwa ukuthi lokhu kwangenzeka. Amanzi ayingikholelwe futhi akekho wakholelwa. Yebo, abantu abaningi ngoba ukuze abantu bazi ngabe bazama ukubalekela indawana thize basindise. Ukuphila komuntu kuyinto eyigugu kakhulu. Ungawakha umuzi kodwa awukwazi ukubuyisa izinkulungwane zabantu abafile. Akekho yobabuyisa. Akekho yobuyisa izingane konina abangcwaba izingane zabo ngezandla engadini zabo zangaphela. Futhi akekho yobuyisela abazali bantwana babo. Ngifisa sengathi
a lot of people are probably wondering, what can I
Ngifisa sengathi abantu bangabuyela
do?
ezinqondweni
Or
zabo.
what can I do if I was given an order?
Cishe abantu abaningi bayazibuza yini engingayenza ngedwa noma ngenzani uma nginikezwa lo mlayezo. Kodwa abambalwa kuphela abanikeza umyalezo. Kuyilapho amakhulu ezinkulungwane nezigidi lalela leyo miyalo. Ungambulala kanjani uma ungakwazi ukumbuyisela ekuphileni? Kungani unesono esinjalo kunombeza wakho? Uma wonke umuntu enquma ukuyimisa impi izoyeka. Ngoba akekho owayezolwa.
Otherwise, we will
Kodwa ngenxa yalokho wonke umuntu
decisions
kufanele
of certain
aqonde lokho.
individuals who give orders while the rest of us
Ngaphandle
blindly
kwalokho
obey them.
siyohlala sincike ezimeni zabantu abathile
In general,
abakhipha imiyalo.
how can a human
Kuyilapho
being
thina
put
sonke
himself
silalela ngokuphuphutheka.
to drive people
Ngokuvamile ukuphila
to
komuntu
slaughter
kungabekwa kanjani inani?
for whatever motives and slogans?
Ukuyisa abantu ekuhlushweni nanoma yiphi nganoma iziphi izisusa.
That's the world we have built. We, people.
Yilowo mhlaba esiwakhile thina abantu. Uma umuntu ecabanga ukuthi akayona ingxenye yayo,
You know,
yazi uma uhlezi ngaphansi kokuqhunyiswa kwamabhomu,
shelling and explosions.
ukuqhunyiswa kwamabhomu nokuqhuma.
I think everyone who had lived
Ngicabanga ukuthi wonke umuntu owake waphila lokhu wazibuza lo mbuzo. Ngenzani ukuze ngifanele lesimo? Kungani mina? Kungani lokhu kwenzeka kimi? Kukhona yini engikwenzile? mina kanjani nginguye.
guilty of.
Nginecala ngani? Nginecala lokungenzi lutho ekwakheni i-creative society. Nginecala lokusekela ifomethi yabathengi.
What is scary is that
Okuthusayo ukuthi yithina abantu sazakhela thina lo mphakathi sawuvumela lokho ukuthi kwenzeke. Sibuka lo mabonakude lezo zikhanguso, silalela abanye abaqambimanga, abakhohlisi, abahlukumezi, silandela imiyalo yabanye abahlanya ngengqondo, abacabanga ukuthi bangonkulunkulu, ukuthi bangamathumela amabutho aphelele emazweni angaphandle babulele abantu futhi badlwengule abesifazane nezingane lapho. Ngiyazibuza, kubani odale konke lokhu? Kwenzekelani lokhu? Ubani owanikeza umuntu ilungelo lokuthatha impilo yami noma impilo yakho? Ubani onqumayo ukuthi ubani okufanele aphile nokuthi ubani okufanele afe? Uxolo, kwenza kanjani? Uyabona, kungani isihogo sabantu kufanele bahlupheke ngenxa yokuthi i-psychopath eyodwa noma ngaphezulu i-Miss Antipas inqume ukuhlukanisa okuthile phakathi kwabo noma babe nhlobo othile? Lo Sergeant besitshela umbhedo, yazi ukuthi umakhelwane wakho semva kothango mubi kabi, wenze into enhle nembi, so kumele uhambe uyojezisa, umbulale, uphuce impahla yakhe, ucekele phansi yonke into, wesule, wamuse ebusweni bomhlaba. Ubani okunike lokho? Ubani okunike lelo lungelo nhlobo? Ningabantu abafanayo nonke. Nonke niyovele nife lapho neminyaka engama-70, ama-80, ama-90, noma ngisho nekhulu ukudala. Ngeke nikuphinde iminyaka engaphezu kwekhulu noma injalo, noma ungaphila isikhathi eside kunalokho uzofa vele. Iliphi ilungelo nalo lokunikeza iminyaka enjena yokuthi abantu bahambe bayobulala abanye abantu? Ubani wena vele? Ubani okunikeze lelo lungelo enjalo? Ungumuntu ojwayelekile futhi usezandleni zikaNkulunkulu futhi awukwazi ukufaneleka ukufuna isijeziswa. Ngisho noma ucabanga ukuthi uNkulunkulu akekho futhi kuyimpilo eyodwa yohlobo oluthile uyeza. Uhambe kufanele ube phezu kwamandla, kufanele uzuze lawo mandla, usebenzise lawo mandla. Ungumuntu nje, ngithi kuwe nabo bonke abanye abantu ungumuntu nje futhi ukuphila kwakho kudlula ngokushesha futhi kungafinyezwa ukuchazima kweso njenganoma impumulo yomuntu. Uma ukholwa ukuthi uNkulunkulu nephutha kakhulu futhi kuyomele ukhokhele zonke izono zakho kuzofanele futhi ngeke ulalele ngoba lemicabango izolokhu ikufinyelela njengoba nje ifika noma yimuphi omunye umuntu oke obasempilweni. Nakho kuzothola imicabango yezinkulungwane eziningi zabantu abahluphekayo abaphoqelelwa ukuba bashiye emakhaya abo, abalahlekelwa imindeni yabo, abathandekayo babo, abafazi babo, izingane zabo. Konke uzokubona emaphusheni futhi ngeke ukubalekele lokho, ngeke ucashe ndawo, ngeke uzibalekele. Futhi khumbula, uyindoda evamile, ungumuntu nje. Ingabe unalo ithuba lokushintsha okuthile? Ishintshe ibe ngcono. Yakha umhlaba ongcono ukuze amakhalane wakho aphile kahle, abantu bakho baphile kahle, futhi bonke abantu baphile kahle emhlabeni, ngoba nxa yokuthi ngamunye wethu ungumuntu, ngamunye wethu uyayazisa futhi uyayisa impilo yakhe, nempilo yomndeni wakhe, nempilo abaseduze bakhe. Sonke singabantu, sonke sifuna ukuphila, futhi wonke umuntu ufuna ukuphila ngoba ukuphila kuyinto eyigugu kakhulu anayo. Uma usanakho konke, yenza lo mhlaba ube indawo engcono, dala izimiso lapho wonke umuntu azozizwa ejabule, lapho wena uzokwazi ukuhamba emgwaqeni ngaphandle konogada abayikhulu behlome ngamazinyo engogoyo. Umuntu ofaneleke ngamatshe besemthini, ngiyabonga. Yakha umhlaba ongcono, uhlanganise abantu, khona-ke wena ngokwakho uzokwazi ukuhamba umgwaqo njengomuntu. Futhi ngeke uzwe lutho ngaphandle kokubonga nokubonga. Wonke umuntu uzokubonga futhi akusekele. Kodwa esikhundleni salokho sakha izingxabano, sakha amabhomu. Cabanga nje ukuqhuma kwebhomu kulungile. Ibhomu ekhulu, ibhomu lasemoyeni, lapho ibhomu liqhuma umuntu abone amabhayisikobho, kuphele aqonde ukuthi lapho ukuqhuma kwebhomu elinjalo ukhishwa umphefumulo eminingi noma ngisho namakhulu. Ngokuphazima kweso akekho ngisho okusele kubo. Futhi abantu kufanele bakushiye konke ngemuva. Kuhle ukuthi impilo isekhona. Umuntu angathola enye angazi indawo yokuhlala ngemva kwalokho, kodwa akusiyo impilo. kungani uletha lokho?
People suffer.
Kungani uhlupha abantu? Ubani okunika leli lungelo nhlobo?
Another year, 2 years, 10, 20
Kuyodlula omunye unyaka noma emibili noma eyishumi nambili, ukuphila kwakho kuzophela noma kunjalo, futhi uzolandisa ngalokho. Uyazi futhi uyazi, ngiyathemba abaholi abaningi emhlabeni jikelele bazongizwa futhi sengithi wonke umuntu ongazibuza lo mbuzo ngubani. Uma uphendula lo mbuzo ukuthi ungumuntu, khona-ke yiba ngumuntu futhi wenze lo mhlaba ube indawo engcono, ophephile, ethule futhi enesithakazelo sabantu. Awunakwazi ukuthatha yonke into oyizuzile, awekho amaphakethe ebhokisini.
And you must always remember
Futhi kufanele uhlale ukukhumbula lokho njalo.
taking away human life.
Ngokuqondene nokuthatha ukuphila komuntu njengoba kufanele izenzakalo zasepheni eMariupol, eKyiv, eKosman, kunoma yiliphi elinye idolobha elasinda, labo bantu basinda khona kulezo zimo ezisabekayo zempi. Oh.
Think about it before it's
Cabanga ngakho ngaphambi kokuba kwiphuze kakhulu.
life is very short.
Impilo imfishane kakhulu. Kanjalo neyakho. Kanjalo neyakho. Ngoba ungumuntu nje. Nathi singabantu. Sonke singabantu futhi sonke sifuna ukuphila. Ukuphila kuyinto eyigugu kakhulu. Kuyomunye wethu anayo. Futhi impilo yomuntu wonke kufanele ivikele njengeyakho. Awuzange unikezele futhi awunalo ilungelo lokuyithatha. Abantu ngifuna ukukhuluma nawo wonke umuntu ngokuphephelele. Ake siqede konke lokhu ngaganga. Masisiqede zonke lezi zimpi, izingxabano, zonke lezi zingxabano, sekwanele kule mpi, sekwanele kule ngxabano. Angikwazi ukuthi uzokwenzani. Ingabe uzobaleka njengoba sasibalekela amadoda ahlomile ebhusha? Khona-ke siyobalekela endleleni efanayo oshaya sibhamu. Masingawalaleli lawo ma-psychopath angaphezu kwamandla, abasebenzisa amandla abo amakhulu kanye nenani lemali kanye nekhono lokunquma ukuthi ubani ofanele aphile noma afe. Masizibophezele futhi sakhe umphakathi wethu. Masakhe inhlangano yo-Creative Society lapho sisebenzisa ulwazi lwethu kanye namakhono ethu, sakhe futhi sakhe. Ileyo ndlela umphakathi wethu ufanele ube njalo. Umphakathi lapho sisekelana sodwa nalapho sihlala khona ngokuthula sodwa futhi siphilula kakhulu. Sisonke singabantu, sonke sifuna ukuphila.
Can there be any higher purpose that could justify death, the loss of human life?
V dnešní spotřebitelské společnosti
In today's consumerist society, one person decides whether thousands, even millions of people should live or die. Isn't that crazy? I don't care why he does it. He wants money, power, or he is just a sick man who has exalted himself to the level of God. Because of his large scale of thinking, a simple, normal person dies in him.
Stává se pro společnost velmi nebezpečným.
It's just that this large scaleness stops at his megalomania.
Jednoduše ztrácí svou lidskost.
When a man is too rich and he thinks of himself as one to have already entered his name in history, he becomes extremely dangerous to society.
Jeho svět
When he reaches the heights he set for himself in his youth,
a přesně o to
he
se
simply
nyní všichni
loses
kolaboranti snaží
his humanity.
rozdělit lidi za každou cenu.
He is ready to do anything to stay on that height.
Snaží se o to,
He does
abychom se
everything
postavili na
to
něčí
maintain
stranu,
his illusory superiority
na
over
stranu těch
everyone
nebo
else.
o něch. Ale já mám
So
otázku.
his world
Kdo je na
narrows down
straně lidí?
to one phrase:
Kdo je na naší straně?
divide
Kdo
and
je na
conquer.
straně lidského života? Tito
And that
parchanti
is
s
exactly what
nafoukanou maní
all the
velikosti
collaborations are trying to do
rozhodně
now,
nejsou na naší straně.
to divide the people at all
Ale
costs
řekni mi,
and make
nejsme my
a
ti
profit.
parchanti, když tohle dovolíme,
They're trying to make us
vraždí
take
nás a
sides,
my mlčíme.
this side
Proč se
or
u
the
nás
other.
lež vyzdvihuje a pravda ničí?
But I have a question.
Každý z nás je zodpovědný za
Who
to, co
is
se
on the
děje.
side of people? Who is on the side of you and me? Who is on the side of human life?
Veškeré.
Is it those bastards
klimatu.
with inflated megalomania?
Dokážeme se
No,
vypořádat s
they're
ekonomickou
definitely not
krizí
on
i s
our
válkou.
side.
Ale jak
But
se
tell me,
vypořádáme s
are
klimatem,
we not bastards
který nás
ourselves?
zabíjí?
If we allow to this to happen,
Uvědomuješ si vůbec,
we are being killed, yet
co
we
se
remain
týče
silent.
klimatu, jsme v prdeli?
Why are our lives exalted while the truth is being
My se
destroyed?
nacházíme na vrcholu
Every one
klimatických
of us
katastrof,
is responsible
které se na
for what
naší
is
planetě
happening.
opakovaně
All
odehrávají.
problems in society
A
are
neděje
the
se
doing
to
of
kvůli
people themselves.
antropogennímu
All
faktoru,
problems except
ale
the
kvůli
climate.
astronomickým
We can handle
procesům
both the economic crisis
a
and
jejich
war,
cykličnosti.
but how do we deal with the climate
A dnes
that's killing us?
klimat
Do you even
každým
realize
dnem
that
zvyšuje
the
svou
things
sílu.
with the climate are really in a
A
deep
to je
shithole?
válka. Ta
After all,
nejhorší
we are
válka ze všech.
at the peak of the climate disasters that have occurred more than once on our planet. And these happen not due to a mankind factor, but due to astronomical processes and their cyclicity. So today the climate is building up its power day by day, and this is a war, the most terrible war. What kind of idiot should one be to fail to see this? Are you a complete dumbass? Or you're just not too lazy to compare facts and statistics of escalating climate disasters, increasing earthquakes, floods, hurricanes, destabilization of the air score? Yes, the wars that people wage are horrible, but the climate is the worst war for all mankind. Do you realize what will happen to us when the whole world collapses? I'm not an expert, but I understand that my life and the life of my loved ones are in danger. How can this be ignored? Do you even realize that you are not immune to being torn to pieces tomorrow in the chaotic of climate disasters? After all, this consumerist system, which we ourselves have created, stimulates only the animal nature in us. And because of someone else's ambition, you and I can drop dead at any moment in a slow and painful death. Are we really broken freaks to allow such things to happen in our world? How can you, who is sitting and warm and lazy ass in front of the TV, sleep peacefully, seeing this horror and do nothing? And when I see the war there is now going on in Ukraine, I want to ask,
A když vidím válku, která nyní na Ukrajině probíhá, chci se zeptat,
what have you
co jsi dnes udělal ty,
done today
aby se
to
ti
prevent
nic z toho
this
nestalo?
from happening to
Co
you?
jsi udělal ty, aby toto neštěstí
What have you
nepostihlo tvůj
done to
dům
prevent
a
this
dům
mischief
tvého
from
souseda?
coming to your home and your neighbor's home?
Nikdo nevěřil, že se to stane.
No one believed that would happen.
Kolik lidí si během ostřelování
No
a
one.
bombardování myslelo,
How many people during shelling or bombing thought,
mě určitě
surely
obejdou
it won't come at me.
tisíce
It will go past
a teď už nejsou.
thousands.
A
And
ty
they're
si teď
already
taky
gone.
myslíš, že tě klimat
So now, if you
obejde.
also thinking that
Ale
climate will not affect you,
Stejně jako ti,
you're wrong.
kteří už na vlastní
And
kůži
like those
zažili,
who have
co je to
already
bezmoc
experienced
a
helplessness
beznaděj.
and despair,
Klimat se dotkne každého.
the climate will affect
Když
everyone.
ti zničí život, pak
And
si
when it
řekneš,
destroys your life,
já jsem mohl něco
you'll
udělat,
think, I
bude
could
už
have
pozdě.
done something, but it will be
Takže
too
co máš
late.
teď dělat? Je to jednoduché. Informovat všechny
So
o
what to do
jediném
now?
východisku,
It's simple.
které nám jako
Inform
lidsku zbývá.
everyone of the only option
Tvořivé
we,
společnosti,
as humankind,
kde je
have left
život každého člověka
in the creative
na
society,
prvním místě.
where the life of every human
Pokud souhlasíš s tím,
comes
co se v této
first.
nelidské spotřebitelské
If you
společnosti
agree
děje,
with what's going on right now,
Uma uvumelana nalokho kwenzakalayo manje,
then go to your
lobu bulwane phakathi wesintu, hamba uye enganeni zenu, umtshele ukuthi ngiyisiduphunga nje, uvume ebusweni bakho. Kodwa uma ungasiso siduphunga and uphuma sukuma umemeze nge-creative society, uyimemezele kuze kube yilapho wonke umuntu ekuzwa.
destroy us all.
Ngalokho isimo sezulu sizosibulala sonke.
Seen in this video is what the Creative Society project participants
Lokho esiye sakubona kulo mabonakude ilokho i-Creative Society ezama ukukwenza, izinto ezenzeka e-Ukraine ziyashaqisa.
because they cared. They took an active part in preparing and conducting the global crisis forums.
Bayazama ukulungisa isimo sezulu esenzeka emhlabeni.
They were touched, asked, why are you scaring us?
Why nisethusa?
About disasters.
Ungani nikhuluma ngama-climate disaster?
We were not frightened. We were warning.
Ungani usabisa abantu? Besinganesabisi,
Just in a few months,
besinesazisa.
everything got so much worse. Today, participants of Creative Society from Ukraine already speak as eyewitnesses, witnesses, victims, and refugees. What else needs to happen so that we realize that something needs to change for us to start taking actions? Does it take all 8 billion people to become victims of the climate, an aggressor or a maniac, for us to finally understand? Do you realize that it will be too late to change anything then? Do you realize that right now, as this forum is taking place, people are experiencing all the atrocities and horrors we have seen in the climate monitoring video and in the video from Ukraine right now? Isn't that enough to realize how important it is to reach out to all people you know? Tell them how important it is for their future and safety to know about the forum and to be with us now. We, participants of the project Creative Society, understood that. We realized that Creative Society is our only chance. And this is what motivates us to take action. We understand how important it is to get the word out of the world. Already today, there are heroes who are saving us. We are proud of them. During the forum, we will learn more about them. But honestly, even after everything you have seen, you have doubts about whether or not this tornado or other climatic disaster will happen to you. Maybe I will be lucky and the disaster will not come to my house. But the truth is, these events will happen. We are well aware that the climate is changing due to various natural factors, and humans have no influence on these changes. But it is precisely in recent decades that an additional, most frightening factor of climate change appeared: the 12-year cataclysmic cyclicality. During the last 20 years alone, we saw changes that we have not seen in the previous 1,000 years. These cataclysmic changes occur on the planet every 12,000 years and are caused by galactic cyclicality. But unfortunately, scientists still ignore this factor. We will discuss this topic in depth today. Unfortunately, this information is not available in the mainstream because it doesn't fit the official narrative. But this is the information which will help us win this war with climate.
Climate change is now happening due to a 12,000-year cycle of cataclysms. We are not talking about global warming, supposedly caused by human activity. We are talking about the destruction of the planet from within and the death of all life on it. This is not a joke and not a script for a new disaster movie. It is already happening right before our eyes. Why do those who should have been the first to warn us of the impending doom keep silent? The scientists whom we entrusted with
ososayensi esibanike umsebenzi wokuxwayisa ngale nhlekelele bahlukene phakathi.
instead of figuring out the real causes,
Esikhundleni sokuthola izimbangela zangempela balwa bodwa.
argue that climate change is caused
Abanye baphisana ngokuthi ukushintsha kwesimo sezulu kubangelwa izinto ezenziwa abantu, okungukuthi ukuphuma kwe-CO2 emkhathini ngenxa yokushisa kwezibasisi ne-hydrogen.
Other scientists believe that modern climate change has nothing to do with human activity. It is caused by normal variations in natural factors, just as it always happens in nature. And so there is nothing unusual about climate change on the planet right now. Yet, both groups of scientists are blind. They lack complete information and are very much mistaken. The climate is changing critically. Deaths and destruction are covering more and more territories every day. But it is not because of humanity. It is time for us to speak frankly.
Isikhathi ukuthi sikhulume.
Intimidate people and make up some scary stories.
Ungani wethusa abantu wenze izindaba ezithusayo? Isimo sezulu besilokhu sishintsha ngenxa yezizathu zemvelo. Futhi ayikho inhlekelele, futhi awukho ndlekelele.
And there's no catastrophe.
Futhi akukho nhlekelele.
Is a person who wakes you up by knocking at the door.
Engabe umuntu okuvusa ngokungqongqoza emnyango uyakuthusa noma uyakusiza. Futhi uma kungeyona nje indlu yakho eshayo kodwa iplanethi yonke kufanele uqalise uxwayisa. Lokho yilokho kwenza eminyakeni eyi-11 edlule. Kuyo yonke inkulungwane yeminyaka iplanethi ngokuvamile ayinakho ukuguquka kwesimo sezulu kungenxa esiye saba nakho kule minyaka engamashumi-30 edlule yokuphila kwethu. Sekukonke ukushisa olwandle kukhuphuke ngo-450%. Ngo-2020 wephule wonke amarekhodi ngenxa yeziphepho eziphindaphindekana ezishisayo emhlabeni wonke, phakathi nazo zonke isikhathi sonhlolovo. Ngenxa yokwanda komsokama kanye namazinga okushisa athuthukayo, amandla nenani leziphepho liyakhula. Kusukela ngawo-1990 inani leziphepho e-Europe liye landa ngokuphindaphindwe kayishumi futhi laqhubeka nokukhula. Izikhukhula, iziphepho zingacekela phansi zonke izifunda zokuhlala futhi azinandaba nabantu ukuthi bacashe laphi noma cha. Eminyakeni engu-33 edlule kuye kwaba nokwanda kwenani leziphepho, isivinini somoya nokuphakama kwamagagasi olwandle kwenyuka futhi kuye kwabonwa. NgokweNOAA, inani lezikhukhula e-US lenyuke cishe nge-100% kule minyaka ewu-30 edlule. Ngesikhathi esifanayo zaqala ukubambisana okushaya amazwe amaningi ngesikhathi esisodwa. Kusukela ngo-1998 izikhukhula ziye zathinta abantu ngaphezulu kwesigidi esikulungwane ezinyakeni emibili. Izinga lokulahlekelwa okwentwentwesi leqhala seGreenland iminyaka engu-30 edlule liye lakhuphuka ngo-20 ukudlula eminyakeni 12,000 edlule. Ucwaningo oluningi lubonisa ukuthi imbangela yokuncibilika kwezinguquko zeqhwa, ukwanda kokugeleza kwe-geomicrust kungukuthi ukushisa okuvela ngaphakathi emhlabeni ngaphansi kweqhwa seGreenland kule minyaka engu-30 edlule. Lokhu kwenzeka e-Antarctica la kunyuke khona ngo-65%.
Despite the fact that high mountain glaciers are melting, lakes and rivers around the globe become shallow, and water escapes into the depths through cracks.
Ngaphezu kweqiniso lokuthi izinguzuma zethu ziphakeme emhlabeni wonke. Izinkulungwane zemithombo yamanzi ziyanyamalala, kodwa ngesikhathi esifanayo kunezimvula ezinamandla. Ngokwesibonelo, eChina, ngaphezu kwezikhukhula ezivamile eminyakeni engu-20 edlule, kuye kwanyamalala imifula engaphezu kwengu-28,000, cishe ingxenye yayo yonke imifula kuleli lizwe. Inani lemililo emibi kakhulu yakhula, futhi alinqamuki ngisho nasebusika. Namuhla, ngokwesibonelo, kwenzeka imililo equbula ephindwe kasikhombisa iminyaka yonke entshonalanga ye-United States. Kunaseminyakeni engu-40 edlule, ngisho nase-Arctic 2019, wabona imililo emikhulu ebhubhisa kakhulu enyakatho yehemisphere eminyakeni engu-10,000. Imililo iyenzeka ezindaweni lapho iqoqo lomhlaba luqhekeke khona, nalapho i-hydrogen imathane nayo amagesi avuthayo aphuma endabeni engaphansi. Ngenxa yalokho umlilo awukwazi ukucima, ishisa amadolobha, ishisa indawo ezithile iminyaka. Ngokuqhubekayo abantu bahlekelwa ukuphila kwabo emlilweni noma beshiswe intuthu. Hhayi-ke zonke lezi zinto oziqambile ngamanga, zonke zidalwa ukufudumala kwembulunga, yonke okumphumela wokwanda kwamagesi abamba ukushisa okubangelwa ukushisa kwama-hydrates, abantu banecala. Ukushintsha kwesimo sezulu kungenxa ye-CO2. Akunakwa ngoba ukugcwala i-CO2 emkhathini kuyinto encane. Ukugxila kwe-CO2 emkhathini kungu-0.04%, kuyilapho anthropogenic i-CO2 i-0.00004%. Ama-molecules angu-4 esigidini ngasinye abantu bangenza emkhathini angabangela kanjani ukushisa kwesimo sezulu emhlabeni wonke. Imithombo yemvelo ikhipha i-CO2 eningi kunabantu. Umthombo oyinhloko we-CO2 ulwandle, olushisa izinguquko ezine zama-magnethi aphansi. Inani le-CO2 elikhishwa i-biosphere nalo likhula ngokushesha. Izihlahla ziqala ukuguquka manje, khipha i-CO2 esikhundleni sokuyimunca. Le minyaka eyishumi edlule, amahlathi ase-Amazon akhiphe isikhukhula esicishe sibe ngu-20% ngaphezu kwaso esimunca. Futhi eSiberia, ama-lachas nawo aqala ukukhipha i-CO2 emkhathini ngasekupheleni kwawo-1980. Ngenxa yalokho, kule minyaka engu-15 edlule, amahlathi abelokhu enikeza ngomsebenzi eyimbangimboni. Kanye ngenxa yokuqoqwa kwe-CO2 kwenzeka ngezinye elengeziwe ngenxa yokwemvelo. Ukusabela kwe-biosphere nolwandle lempumelelo nasekubeni isiplanethi ngenxa yemijikelezo yenyanga ewu-12,000. Okungajwayelekile kwezehlakalo zamanje kuqinisekisa isikhathi salokho okubizwa ngo-Holocene optimum okwenzeka eminyakeni engu-6,000 kuya kwengu-9,000 edlule. Kodwa-ke, kwakungekho ukushiswa okungamandla kwe-CO2, ukuguquka kwezitshalo nokukhula kwama-cataclysm manje kushisa kwenzeka ngaphansi kwezimo. Angiqinisesi konke kwenziwa umuntu. Kodwa linda, mayelana nani lokho ukufudumala kwangaphakathi, ilanga liyimbangela enkulu ekuguqukeni kwesimo sezulu.
increase in global temperatures, but also by an increase in seismic and volcanic activity, which is many times more serious. Since the 1990s, the energy of earthquakes
kusukela ngawo-1990 amandla okuzamazama komhlaba aye anda kakhulu. Inani lobukhulu bokuzamazama komhlaba kuyanda. Umsebenzi wokuzamazama umhlaba ku-Pacific Ring of Fire kukhuphuke izinga eli-2.5 phakathi nawo-1990 no-2021. Inani lokuzamazama komhlaba phansi kolwandle emingceleni ezingcwecwe ezigugile ezintaba ezingaphansi kolwandle liyakhula. Emhlabeni wonke izintabamlilo ziyakhula. Umlilo oqoshwe ngawo wavala uqhuma u-90% wezintabamlilo ezishquma zitholakala e-Pacific Ring of Fire, futhi umsebenzi wazo uyanda minyaka yonke. Konke lokhu kuzamazama komhlaba, ukuqhuma kubangelwa abantu, ngenxa yokufudumala kwembulanga yonke, izizunguza zeqhwa ziyancibilika. Umthwalo oqweqweni lomhlaba uyancipha, ingakho iqoqo liqhubeka futhi liphuma udaka. Lokhu kuyiphutha. Okokuqala, azikho izinqumuza zeqhwa e-Pacific Ring of Fire ezingase zikhulise umsebenzi wokuzamazama komhlaba kanye nentabamlilo. Okwesibili, naphezulu kwesipenini sazo zokuncibilika, izinguzunga zeqhwa azikancibiliki ngaphezulu. Kodwa hhayi yonke indawo, njengoba bekungenzeka ngenxa yokuncibilika kwaphezulu. Futhi ekugcineni, ukukhishwa kwe-CO2 kungabangela kanjani ukuzamazama komhlaba okugxile ekujuleni kwamakhilomitha angu-700. Ngokwezazi zokuzamazama komhlaba, ukuzamazama komhlaba okunjalo kwakubhekwa njengento engenakwenzeka ngoba ekujuleni okunjalo amadwala afanele abe ukugwadulwa isiphithiphithi kusukela ngo-2015 osayensi bathola ukuzamazama komhlaba okungamakhilomitha angu-751 ngaphansi kweJapan, okukuzamazama komhlaba okujule emlandweni wonke wokubheka. Sekuqalile ukwenzeka into exakile engutsheni yomhlaba. Abantu babengeke bathinte inkambu kazibuthi yomhlaba nganoma yiphi indlela. Ngo-1995 kwaqoshwa ukushesha okukhali kwejubane le-North Magnetic Speed Drift, and u-3.5 waqoshwa. Inkambu ye-electromagnetic ikhiqizwa umshini we-dynamic osenkabeni yomhlaba, ngakho-ke kusobala ukuthi iziguquko ezindaweni ezazi zibonisa inguquko emgomeni. Ngivumelana nenkundla kazibuthe, kepha mayelana nokukhula kokuzamazama komhlaba kanye nomsebenzi wentabamlilo ngiyakabaza. Okokuqala nje kanye nakwimela phambili yethu, isibalo esenziwa ukuzamazama komhlaba senyukile. Ama-algorithm okucubungula idatha athuthuke kakhulu, ingakho sibona ukwanda. Ngokuqondene nezintabamlilo futhi ukuthi nje inani labantu emhlabeni liyelanda, ngakho-ke baningi abantu ababangelwa ukuqhuma intabamlilo. Lelo yiphuzu eliqondakalayo, kodwa lokhu ukwanda komsebenzi wokuzamazama komhlaba kuboniswa ngendlela eqondile. Ngokusho kochwepheshe kwaba khona ukweqa okukhulu emananini elenziwa ukuzamazama komhlaba ngawo-1970. Kusukela ngaleso sikhathi inani labo alizange lishintshe kakhulu. Kuyilapho kunokwanda kwenani lokuzamazama komhlaba okunani bukhulu bawo buyakhula. Ukwanda kwenani lezinzwa kwaze kube nokwenzeka ukubona ukuphela kwanda kwenani lokuzamazama komhlaba okuncane. Ngaleso sikhathi ukuzamazama komhlaba okunamandla angaphezu ka-4 kubhaliswa kuwo wonke umhlaba kuzo zonke iziteshi zokuzamazama komhlaba. Ungakhathaliseki ukuthi kwenzekani kuphi emhlabeni. Ngaphezu kwalokho, ukwanda kwenani lokuzamazama komhlaba kwanda izinga eli-8 enyakeni engu-20.
Since the first event of this kind was detected in the 1970s and up to the present day, there has been a significant increase in the depths and magnitudes of such earthquakes.
Kusukela ngawo-1970 bekunokuzamazama komhlaba ngokufanayo. Kusukela ngawo-1940 ekhulwini elidlule, amanye amazwi kusukela ngaleso sikhathi konke ukuqhuma bekulokhu kubonakala kucacile emkhathini. Inani labantu emhlabeni liyakhula ezindaweni ezingenazo izintabamlilo noma embalweni kakhulu kuzo. Kodwa lapho kunezintabamlilo eziningi, inani labantu alikhulu noma liyehla noma likhulehla. Inani lokuqhuma kwentabamlilo liyakhula ngokwezibalo, hhayi ngoba amehlo angeziwe abheka lokho kuqhuma. Ungasamukela impikiswano zazo, pho yini ebangela konke lokhu?
This is only the first part of the video.
Lena ingxenye yokuqala yevideo nomjikelezo we-20,000. Ingxenye yesibili sizoyibona maduze nje, futhi uzoqinisekisa ngenguquka kwesimo sezulu. Okwesibili, isazezinye siyasho ukuthi siye sahlaselwa isitha esikhulu. Sonke sisempini. Okwamanje ayikho into eyenzeka ukuthi kuliwe nesimo sezulu esenzeka ukushintsha 2000 years. Ake sithi uye wadiagnosa ngokulahleka kwenso. Bethi uzoba ngcono ngo-2030, akuzwakali kahle. Kodwa yilokho esikwenzayo ukuthi ubolwa nesimo sezulu. Njengamanje asinandaba ngezinto ezenzakalayo ngoba siqhuba ibhizinisi nje. Asisindisi izimpilo zabantu. Ngiyathemba uyaqaphela ukuthi kubaluleke kangakanani lokhu. And yingakho lokhu bekukade kukhulunyishwe ngezilimi ezingu-100. Ngiyajabula ukuthi sinososayensi abaqondayo ukuthi ama-chemicals ayakhula and enza manje ngizothula uMr Douglas Law.
Geological facts confirming the climate change cycle of 12,000 years.
My name is Douglas Foe, a research
Igama lami ngingu-Douglas Foe.
of the ice age reversal, and we're doing this conference for Creative Societies Forum, and I hope you enjoy it.
Ngithemba uzoyijabulela futhi uzofunda okweningi kulokho okwenziwa okubangelwa ukuguquka kwesimo sezulu. Le nto oyibonayo lapha encane laphaya umhlaba wethu ngaphezulu kwelanga.
No, it's the sun. This is an IQ test. If you're too stupid to understand this, instead you're thoroughly brainwashed by governments that think global warming is caused by your car, your hibachi, you breathing too much, and cow farts. You're too stupid for this discussion at all. You're going to become like the dinosaurs, extinct, and you should be. You're too stupid to survive. What you're looking at is two ice cores. The one on the left-hand side, see that black band in there? That's about 12,000 years ago. The one on the right also is 12,000 years ago. And depending on where they took the ice cores, one is in Antarctica, the other one I think may be Greenland. But you get an idea of this is worldwide, and the ice cores tell the story right off the bat. Now, what they in the ice cores they say, well, there's a higher
Manje
concentration
bathi
of source of CO2.
kukhona ukugcwala okukhulu kwe-CO2. Omunye umthombo we-CO2 ezinqumbeni ze-cemetery ungaba futhi izintabamlilo eziningi ezihambayo, inikeza inqwaba. Manje ngizochaza ukuthi kungani kunokwanda kwey'ntabamlilo. Ngakho-ke izintabamlilo ziyaqhuma, kodwa uyakwazi ukuqokomisana nezinto ezisetshenziswayo kunokuba ilaha noma udaka lwadlula bese lushisa ubhodwe noma yini. Lokhu ukuqomisana kwezinto eziphilayo ezitholwe ngaphansi kwamalaha noma udaka, futhi bonke baqoqana babalelwa ku-12,000, 24,000, 36,000. 48,000 or 60,000. Kunzima ukuthola ubufakazi obufana nalobu ngoba kungalozihlupha. Ngisho usosayensi onesikhathi esiningi. Ngabe uzohamba ulime ebhukwini lokugeleza ukwelava ukuze uzame ukuthola ugodo olushisiwe ngenxa bese uzama ukwenza ukuthi i-carbon 14 dating. Khumbula ukuthi ngikutshele mayelana nocezu lwezigigaba. Manje ngokwesekudla ngizama ukukhombisa imodeli yakho okwenzeka phakathi nendawo yomhlaba.
collapsing magnetic field, which is what's happening now, it's exponentially
Njengoba usondela ejikeleni nekazibuthe ewayo, uyokubona lokho okwenzakalayo manje. Igoqa kakhulu. Ngakho-ke liyashisa futhi ukushisa kugeleze ngengubo engezansi, ingubo engaphezulu, bese kuthi ekugcineni okwenzekayo uzogcina ngalesi zimbotshana.
This will be about a year to 2 years after sunspot maximum. We're going to have a lot of these things going off. And there'll also be
Futhi kuyoba nokwanda kuzamazama komhlaba.
a lot of earthquakes.
Njengoba ngishilo, lokhu kuzoba ukuzamazama komhlaba okuningi ngoba phakathi neguqula engenhla noqoqo kuzoba uketshezi oluthe xaxa kunebhebhezi.
Maybe enough to release some pressure someplace and let these plates start moving more. You're going to have a lot more earthquakes. So
Kuzoba nokuzamazama okukhulu nokwengeziwe komhlaba. Ngakho-ke ngokwesokunala kukhombisa imodeli yendabuko kazibuthe webha phakathi nendawo yomhlaba wethu. Impela futhi lokhu kuyokwenzeka njengamanje. Manje uzobona neziphepho eziningi ezishingishayo. Futhi konke kwenxa yokuphuma kwelanga. Lokhu kungani ukukhishwa kwelanga kuyanda kuzonyusa ukuhamuka okwengeziwe kolwandle. Uzoba neziphepho eziningi kanye neziphepho ukuhamuka okwengeziwe namanzi olwandle, imvula eyengeziwe neziphepho. Bona lento iyenzeka kwamanye amaplanethi isimo sethu akho muntu lapho sishayela imoto lapho. Ngakho ngiqonda ukuthi ngiyakutshela kufanele udobe ngokusebenzisa imininingwane edaliwe, uma nifuna imali ngokukhohlisa ngentela ngoba ulimaza umama ngomhlaba ngenhlanhla. Indodana yababa izoqeda ngokushesha okukhulu. Ngaleso sikhathi uzobe sekwephuze kakhulu kunakubo. Izikhulu zenze into ewubulima ngendlela yokusimanga elimazayo, yona ukwedlula kanye nathi sonke. Futhi angazi ukuthi ngithini, ungathi ngiphaphame endaweni ekhohlisayo kwezinhlanya, iziguli sezithathe izintambo, abanye bathatha izifundo zezemfundo ngenxa nje yokuthola imali. Ngithini futhi ngisho lokhu kuphela kwezinsuku ngokwezwi nezwi. Futhi empeleni ngizama ukusiza abantu ukuze basinde noma basindise izimpilo zabo, ukuze umuntu asindise iy'mpilo zabo. Ngezwi linye, i-Divol Foundation iyisisekelo sesayensi esingenzi inzuzo. Senza konke esingakwenza emandleni wethu, kodwa iziphukuphuku zabantu abaningi abafuni ukuthi lento yaziwa. Futhi abantu bathi nginesibindi wenza lokhu. Ayisiboni isibindi bukho. Kungani kufanele ube nesibindi sokukhuluma iqiniso lalokho okutholile? Lini iphuzu? Uma ubona okuthile okulungile noma kubi, kufanele ukusho. Tshela abantu.
Thank you again to all the honest scientists.
Ngiyabonga futhi kubo bonke abososayensi nabantu ukuthi bangasabi ukusitshela iqiniso. Uma uzibuza yini engingayenza, impendulo ilula. Okwamanje kubaluleke kakhulu ukutshela abantu ngalolu lwazi oke waluthola kuwo wonke umuntu. Isebenzisa izinkundla zokuxhumana ngale ndaba yale forum esiyenzayo manje. Lokhu kuzosiza izimpilo zabantu kuhlanganise neyakho. I-Creative Society izozuza nawo wonke omunye umuntu ukuthi sibe ndawonye sakhe indawo umhlaba othula onokwethenjela. Kuphela uma sindawonye singasinda. sakhe ikusasa elingcono lethu sonke. Uyakhumbula ukuthi inzima kanjani indaba ye-Elon Musk kwi-Twitter? Indlela eyayikade ishesha ngayo. Indlela lo mlayezo ophuthuma ngayo kufanele usheshe kanjalo. Lena izobulala noma ubani okulo mhlaba, futhi lokhu kuyokwenzeka noma nini noma kuphi. Kumele sikhulume ngaleli qiniso ngoba kusasa kuzobe sekuphuzile. Abantu kumele bazi nge-creative society nxa ngokuguquka kwesimo sezulu. Kunezindlela eziningi eziyizinkulungwane zokuxhumana nokutshela abantu ngalo mlayezo. Kuwo wonke umhlaba kumele sibazise abantu.
Petropolis, Brazil, February 2022.
This is so terrible. My friends are all buried, all dead. Oh, my friends.
Lokhu kubi bonke abangani bami
A lot of water. We haven't seen anything like what happened here yesterday. I don't even know what to say. We lost everything. That's it.
salahlekelwa yikho konke. Ukulahlekelwa kwangempela.
The enemy is attacking suddenly again.
Isitha siyahlasela futhi. Ayikho indlela yokusiza. Abantu abasindisayo abakwazi ukufinyelela. Kuzoqhubeka isikhathi esingakanani lokhu? Kwenzakalani emhlabeni? Thina senzani njengabantu? Sizohlala isikhathi esingakanani sisemnyakazweni kunalokho sibona abantu befa? Izikhukhula e-Europe. Amanani ayakhula. Izitomu ezingaba u-33 ziye zahlasela izindawo ze-Europe kuyo yonke isikhathi. Unyaka nje isigamu nje sonyaka. Lokhu kwenzeke esikhathini esiyiminyaka esishiyagalolunye kusukela ngo-2010 kuya ku-2013.
There was a terrible rumble. Through the window, one could see the roofs of neighboring houses being torn off. Bricks started to fall on their heads.
I'm in despair because once again, here it is, it's freezing cold in this house. It's a very cold house anyway, and there's no news.
On February 18th, Storm Eunice struck Great Britain. The wind gusts on the Isle of Wight reached 196 kilometers an hour, which is an absolute record for the entire history of observations in England. The wind felled trees, tore off the roofs of houses. Millions of homes were left without electricity. Storm Eunice became the most expensive storm in Europe since 2010. Australia, February through April. Natural disasters cascade over the same region. People do not even have time to come to their senses. From the end of February to the beginning of April, residents of Australia's east coast experienced 3 historically unprecedented floods in 100 years. In 2 states, more than the annual precipitation norm fell in a week.
The flood really occurred around 2 or 3 in the morning. Most people were asleep in their beds. So this was a case of not realizing and waking up to strange sounds and noises and realizing there was water in your bedroom and you're on a 2nd-story building and you no longer can get out of your house. The cities now, they look like a war zone, and there's nothing much left for people to recover.
There's 26 of us on the roof waiting to be rescued. As you can see, all our cars are now destroyed. Something I've never ever seen in my life.
Everyone has lost absolutely everything. It's absolutely devastating.
Thousands of people were forced to leave their flooded homes several times. In Sydney, March was the rainiest in the history of meteorological observations. The city of Lismore, with a population of about 44,000, was completely flooded. Japan, March 2022.
Hey everybody. So about 20 minutes ago, we had a really strong earthquake we experienced here in Tokyo. It was actually, epicenter was up in Fukushima. The news is saying 7.3, 7.4.
USA, March through April 2022.
This is a tornado. This has got to be a tornado. Oh my gosh.
March continued the frightening statistics on the number of tornadoes in the U.S. This month, 226 tornadoes were recorded, and this is an absolute record since the beginning of observations.
And I honestly didn't think I was going to live through this one. I thought we were going to die. We barely made it into the room. 5-10 more seconds, we would have been in the hallway, which is nothing.
I ran into my master bedroom closet and just sat in there, and I came out and noticed everything was destroyed.
We are not blind. We see that the situation is beyond our control. The real causes have not been studied, and we have no solutions.
The Philippines, April 2022. In April, Tropical Storm Mega hit the Philippines. Heavy rains have caused large-scale landslides in the Leyte province.
It sounded like an explosion. We ran up to the hill to see what was going on. It was awful. We could hear people crying, calling out for help.
Your house was swept away by the mud.
Yes, it was gone after it was hit. I was afraid for my children. I did everything I could, but I lost hold of my child because I was under the water and swallowing mud and water.
South Africa, April 2022. Residents of South Africa were hit by an incredible amount of precipitation. Near the city of Durban, almost 6 months of precipitation fell in 48 hours, breaking the record for the entire history of observations. This caused the deadliest flood in South African history.
There were houses over here, and the flood just took all these houses that were here and goes straight to the water.
We heard people shouting. My brother and father tried to rescue them, but by then the houses were covered by water and the tree collapsed on the houses. We didn't know what happened to them.
I just want you to listen to the cries of family members who lost their loved ones. It's very painful to listen to.
The past 5 months have convincingly shown that cataclysms are becoming more and more abnormal, unpredictable, and destructive. The worst climate forecasts are coming true right before our eyes. Even with a huge international monitoring team,
we are not able to cover the full scale of what is happening. Floods, heavy snowfalls, fires, storms, and tornadoes have swept through all the continents. Every country has experienced the attack of our common enemy, the climate. We need to face the truth. We are not ready for this.
Вы еще сомневаетесь?
Do you still doubt that this is war?
Положение критическое.
The situation is
Прямо
critical.
сейчас,
Right now, right this very minute and instance, the enemy is incinerating someone's home,
обрушивает
caving in,
сокрушительное
crushing
наводнение
floods, and
и сотрясает почву под
shaking the
ногами.
grounds beneath their feet.
Прямо сейчас
Right
чей-то
now,
ребенок остался
someone's
без
child
родителей.
is left motherless.
Прямо
Right
сейчас
now,
кому-то
someone
был
has
вынесен
been
приговор
sentenced
беженца.
to be a refugee.
Прямо сейчас
Right now,
у кого-то
someone
закончились
has
хлеб и
run out
вода.
of bread and water,
И в перспективе
and the
лишь
prospect
мучительная
is
смерть.
only a painful death.
Ты можешь с
Can you
уверенностью
say
сказать,
with confidence
что тебя
that
и
you
твоих
and your
дорогих и
loved
близких
ones
людей
will be spared
эта беда обойдет
of
стороной?
this misfortune?
Сколько еще
How many
жизней должно
more
забрать
lives
климат,
must be taken by the
чтобы мы
climate away from us
обратили на него
for us to
свое
pay
внимание?
our attention to it?
Сейчас мир
The world
с ужасом
is
наблюдает
now
за
watching with
происходящим в
horror what
Украине.
is happening in Ukraine.
Это
It is an
незатухающая боль
enduring
для
pain
многих из
for
нас.
many of us.
Это скорбь,
It is the grief
сковывающая сердца
that
матерей,
gives
чьи
the hearts of
сыновья
mothers
ушли на войну.
whose sons have gone to
Это
war.
страх,
It is the fear
нарастающее
that
в
grows into
отчаянии
despair
у людей,
of people under
находящихся под
fire
обстрелами
or
или
dying
погибших под
under
завалами.
rubble.
Война в
The
Украине
war in
это
Ukraine
безумство,
is indeed madness.
когда видишь это,
When you see it,
когда слышишь
when
это.
you hear about it.
Но то,
But
что было
what
сделано
has been
в
done
городах Украины,
in the
будет
cities of Ukraine
во всем мире,
will be all
на
over
всех
the world,
континентах,
on all
во всех
continents, in
городах,
all
потому
cities,
что
because the
климат в
climate
миллионный раз
is
серьезнее.
millions of times more
Из-за
serious.
климата
Because of the
в конечном
climate,
счете
no
не
one
выживет
will
никто.
survive
Но
in the
сейчас
long run.
нас это не
But right
тревожит,
now, it
не
doesn't bother
цепляет
us
эмоционально так,
as much as the problems
как проблема
of
войны.
war.
Потому
And
что
because the
климат
climate
пока намного
is
мягче, у нас
much
есть иллюзия
milder,
того,
we
что
have this
произойдет,
illusion
и не
that it will
пройдет все
pass
это мимо
by
и не
or
зацепит.
not catch on to us.
Давайте
So
спросим
let's
у жителей
ask the
Бучи,
residents of Bucha,
Irpin,
Irpin,
Mariupol
Mariupol,
и любых
and
других
many
городов
other
и сел
towns and
Украины,
villages in Ukraine
оказавшиеся втянутыми
who
в
found
кровавое
themselves
месиво войны,
embroiled in the bloody mess of war,
представляли ли они,
whether they
чтобы
imagined that they
стреляет
would
именно
be
в них? Нет.
the ones who would be
Каждый
shot.
думал, что ударит
No.
в соседний
Everyone
дом,
thought it would
но
be
не в его.
hit the house
Каждый
next
думал,
doors, but not
что это
his.
случится с
Everyone
кем-то на
thought it would
весне,
happen to someone else, but not
когда
to
это
them. When it
происходило с
happened
ними,
to them,
то наступило
the epiphany
прозрение.
came.
Что
And what?
до последнего будем
We are
ждать,
going
когда
to wait until the
в
last
дом
minute
каждого зайдет враг и начнет
when an
убивать.
enemy will get into the house and start
Только
killing.
тогда начнем
Only
шевелиться
then
и кричать
we are
«Караул!».
going to start moving and shouting
Сколько бы ни
help.
кричали,
No matter how much we shout,
не сможем ничего
we
сделать.
can do nothing.
Не будет
There will be
куда
no
переезжать.
place to move to.
Никто не откроет
No one
зеленых
will open the
коридоров.
green corridors.
Никто не
No one
протянет
will
руки
lend a
помощи,
helping
потому
hand
что они
because
будут
they will be
похоронены
buried
вместе со всеми
alongside with
надеждами
all their
на
hopes
выживание.
of survival.
Когда
When
повсеместно над
it's
нашими
the
головами
rocket
засвистят
whistle
ракеты, то мы
will
уже
blow
ничего не сможем
over our
сделать.
heads everywhere,
Хотя мы
there
и
will be
не
nothing
хотим этого
else to
замечать,
do
но
that we will
враг
be able to
уже
do.
в наших домах
Although we don't want to
и
notice
уже
as the
влияет
enemy
на
is
нас,
already in our homes,
влияет на
already
экономику,
affecting us, affecting
разбирает
the
наши
economy,
дома и
taking our
жизнь.
homes apart
Сегодня
and lives.
климат
And
рушит
today the climate is
топи,
ruining,
убивает.
drowning, and killing.
Кадры, когда летают
Images
птички,
of
становятся
rooftops flying away
обыденным.
are becoming a
И это
commonplace,
уже
and
воспринимается
this is
тобой
already
как
perceived by
естественное
you
событие.
as a natural occurrence.
Это же
It doesn't happen to you personally. It happens to others. It doesn't affect you. It doesn't bother you. And the fact that those are our lives and the territories that capture are expanding, you don't realize that. Today, the ring is tightening around each and every one of us. Tomorrow, you will wake up in the middle of the night and you will have nothing. There is a full-scale war going all over the globe, but we turn a blind eye to that. We artificially hide from this problem. And why? Because deep down inside, we are panicking about it. We need to stop being cowards. It is the time for us, for all of us, for all the humanity to become courageous and brave. Our only chance and hope is to build a creative society. All other options lead to death of the planet. And these are not just empty words, this is a fact. Stop pretending it doesn't concern us.
Do you know what a sudden death is? Soon we will all be affected by it, including our children and loved ones.
It happens in an instant. In just 30 seconds, the entire city gets buried under rubble. People go to bed, and in the morning, they are just gone. In just 30 minutes, water fills the entire house. People are rushing out in their underwear while someone is breaking windows to save those who became trapped in the flooded homes. Landslides, instantly destroying everything in their way. If lucky, warning come just a few minutes before a natural disaster. It's impossible to escape within this time. None of us are prepared for such a scenario. According to official figures alone, the number of natural disasters has increased fivefold over the last 50 years. The climate causes $202 million in damage and claims hundreds of lives every day.
None of us would want to be among the dead. We reached out to experts around the world to find out if our society is prepared for rapidly increasing natural disasters.
Climate situation has greatly changed the way fires behave. Climate change causes fires to become more destructive as they now form convective storms and smoke plumes which become very tall and massive, causing smoke plume tornadoes that already become much more aggressive and dangerous to the entire fire brigade, as we can see. These fires require much better logistics or resources, and every day we're being tested by these unknown phenomena. But we do know that this is caused by climate change. I don't know what the solution is. I don't have one. But what I do know is that we have a problem.
As for every natural disaster anywhere in the world, you know, why the word disaster is connected with the natural, because it's beyond the capacity always, and it will be. You can't have enough measure to deal with tsunami, to deal with the drought. You can take the safety measures, like where people will be shifted, what will be the relief area, and how you will be managing all these things.
We are all targets and we are all victims. That is already a given reality. You cannot say, no, it will not affect me because I'm rich. That typhoon doesn't choose its path even the big houses here, even the millionaires' houses, or even any kind of calamity should be understood in a way that we know the effect of it.
We are all at the aim point of the climate, but do we know our enemy's face, its weapons, and its force of impact? How are we going to stand up in a war against climate if today we spend money not on real counteraction, but on the hypothesis that 0.004% of anthropogenic CO2 causes all the cataclysms?
They assure us that reducing carbon dioxide emissions will stop the cataclysms. However, there are more and more natural disasters, destruction, and climate refugees. Just think about it. Over the last 11 years, more than $5 trillion has already been spent on the so-called fight against climate change, but it's useless. There are so many disasters already that the heroism of rescuers is not enough. Rescuers are heroes, and they risk their own lives. But the tools they have are not enough to deal with the force of natural disasters.
We pay attention to anything but preparing for the unavoidable cataclysms. Do you know what to do if your house collapses on you? Can you even be confident that you will be rescued? After all, half of the countries today don't even have early warning system for dangerous emergencies, whereas forecasting systems have proven to be inadequate. Lack of coordination and bureaucratic procedures and paperwork make it impossible to effectively save millions of lives in current consumer society.
You know, number one is it's all about sending and spreading the right information. It's always about information system, because once people are informed and once you become active,
we have actually been able to significantly reduce the number of casualties in many disasters, which have been on the rise lately in large-scale disasters, because we invested in informing in advance, in warning systems, and in structures where you can take shelter. That is very, very helpful. And wherever they didn't have it, there was a huge problem because human lives were simply lost. And that is not an option.
So I was very surprised really at the scale of the deaths and destruction, because from my point of view it looked like we could forecast this event coming. So something is going wrong in the communication chain of these warnings.
And this is a consequence of the consumerist format, where money, even if allocated, is stolen by officials and embezzlers. This is our money, the taxpayers' money. It is taken from our pockets, but why does it not reach those who save our lives? Why should your life and the lives of your children depend on the decisions of a few individuals? It's inhumane.
While we were going through one of the greatest tragedies in our history, our president decided to take a vacation and went for a trip to the south of the country. He provided no practical help, no help at all.
If we only depend on the government is will be also busy the time.
The need for assistance must be well assessed, and there must be someone who can arrive at the site quickly to assess it. Whereas if the assessment is incorrect, then either too much or too little help will be provided. It is possible to work only by improving warning systems, having rapid reaction force units, and having local search and rescue teams.
There are already some effective technologies that can help save people in emergencies. For example, a rescue drone that can be used regardless of weather conditions. Thanks to a multitude of sensors, it finds survivors very quickly. A vehicle with an autopilot can detect debris underwater during flooding, help people get out of the water, and it can deliver supplies. A snake robot and a crawler robot can detect gas leaks, and owing to built-in microphones and speakers, it can help communicate with survivors in hard-to-reach places. Developed together with NASA, Finder technology can detect breathing and heartbeat in 1 minute, even through 9 meters of concrete, and it can help find up to 5 people at once. The multipurpose complex Voskhod is a unique development. It has no equivalent in the sphere of emergency management, as it is capable of calculating the required number of rescuers and equipment, determining the required amount of funding for a rescue operation, victim support, and recovery work. This complex has a very important feature. It does not allow stealing from the budget and profiting from human adversities. Technology to save people is not being implemented everywhere because it is not a priority in the consumerist format. Protocols of diplomacy, conventionalities of diplomacy and politics, and a lack of joint logistics have brought us to the point where there is no effective interaction among emergency services in the world.
We need to build our society on a system which is more resilient, which is better capable to withstand any change which is happening, either in climatic systems or even in socio-economic systems.
There just has to be cooperation based on trust and also a system for distributing budget funds, which is simply growing in different countries. And that works, saves lives, and preserves livelihoods. In that sense, I very much support the idea of establishing a global rescue service, a unified organization that ensures room for opportunities, takes diversity into account, and at the same time makes use of synergies on a global level. That's exactly its value.
There must be a single global rescue service for an emergency response, which will enable competent coordination of experts and rapid deployment of the required equipment to save billions of lives, including yours.
All this is possible only in the format of a creative society. Currently, an important step in its building is the stage of informing. If we do not inform people about it right now, we will lose time. And tomorrow, there will be no one to inform and no one who will help you. It's important to bring this information to everyone now so that you and your family can survive tomorrow.
Search and other things, and even in the lowest floor there is 2-3 victims which are from small hole they are crying, and they are sending light signal from their mobiles, and that's it's very embarrassing for us that we are not doing something, because they are asking that just pull out, but it's very difficult to pull out them. Because there is a huge debris, 5-6 floor had collapsed.
During Typhoon Yolanda, because when I arrived 4 days after Typhoon Yolanda in 2013, it is the first time in my life to see dead bodies everywhere. And government was not able to attend it right away. Some already decomposing. And it is the worst for me of all the situation I was attending. Like the pain really went into my heart, and the The smell of dead bodies are everywhere you go. And it was also very sad because some did not die because of the typhoon. Some died because somebody stole their food. Some died because somebody stole their water. Very, very, like something that we cannot, that we will always say, I hope it will never happen again.
In the consumeristic format, nobody cares about anyone. Nobody cares about your life. And at the time when it's vital for us to unite, we are being divided. Just think of it. According to the official figures alone, conflicts and violence cost society more than 14 trillion annually. We spend huge amounts of money on developing the latest weapons instead of saving human lives, our lives. Isn't that ridiculous? The media is brainwashing us to think that it's normal. But is it normal? What are we, insane and incapable of thinking and analyzing? How could this be? In a civilized society, enormous sums of money are spent to take our lives away, yet they save on saving our lives? We live in a crazy world. There is everything turned upside down. Make your own decision to die in a consumerist format or to live in the creative society. The choice is yours.
Dear viewers, in the current consumerist format of the society, nobody cares about you, but you care about your family, about your loved ones. We, participants of the project Creative Society, care about you. We created this forum for you. Please, make it available to everyone you know and love. Right now, if you're asking yourself, what can I do? Please, share this information. Share the link to this forum in all your social media networks. Please, don't stay silent. Send your feedback. Record videos about what you think, what you understood. This information is crucial to save your life and life of your beloved ones. Let's save our lives together. Please repost this video. Invite as many people as possible to participate in this forum. Together, we can make it.
Greetings. Here, we have shown the real situation now, how serious and dangerous everything is. But most people, out of habit, think if something like this happens to me, I'll definitely be saved and rescued. There are services that deal with this, specially trained people, those who are supposed to save me in any situation. And let's look at what state these services are in now. How are they trained? What technology do they use? When was the last time they were updated with those technologies? And most importantly, who do they report to? Who gives the orders to save you or not? The mayor of the city? The head of the region? And if he is on vacation in the islands when it will be necessary to rescue you? Or generally decides not to send you the emergency rescue team, so as not to create panic? How many such examples have there been? How many times have you personally heard such stories? Just recently, there was such a case in Brazil. So now, please, answer the question, are you sure you will be rescued by the Ministry of Emergency Situations? What are your real chances of getting help? And remember those cases when the emergency services saved, first of all, the rich, the influential, and their property. And this is taken for granted in the consumer format today. And how should it be? There should be a worldwide, unified emergency rescue service which should not be subordinate to officials or bureaucrats. Rescue specialists themselves should make instant response decisions. One more thing. No matter what disaster occurs, no matter who tries to help, the first thing to face is a shortage of food and water. And so famine is very real today. Why? Read some smart books. Pandemic, war, famine. Doesn't that remind you of something? Look at what's going on around you. This is what people have experienced more than once. Everything is scary. Disease, war, disasters. But there has never been anything scarier than hunger. Let's watch the next video about food and water shortage.
(2021) Haiti. Due to ongoing natural disasters, people were pushed to the brink of survival. An acute hunger gripped the whole country. When all animals and everything around, even the leaves on the trees, had been eaten, people began to eat sand and clay, trying to trick their stomachs. 2022, Yemen. The armed conflict that has been raging in the country for 8 years has led to a serious food crisis. As a result, 5.7 million people are experiencing acute hunger. 2.2 million of them are children. Hunger, the new reality. The modern world is a theater of the absurd. While on one side of the planet people die of hunger by the thousands every day, on the other side of the planet, more than 2.5 million tons of food are simply thrown away every day before it even reaches shop shelves. If we distributed this food to those who are undernourished, every needy person would get 3.5 kilograms of food a day. We still can afford to buy food and throw it away untouched, but that will change soon. During the pandemic period from 2020 to 2022, the prices of basic foodstuffs have increased by 45%. At the same time, the level of poverty around the world has also increased, even in developed countries such as the US and Europe. Many people are already experiencing it. According to the US Department of Agriculture, more than 38 million people, including 12 million children, are food insecure in the United States. In Switzerland, 722,000 people
abantu abangaba ngu-722,000 base bengaphansi komugqa wobuphofu ngo-2020. Ukushisa noma ukudla, ugesi noma isidlo sasidlo, ukuqasha noma ukudla, yipho ongayikhetha. Emazweni ecebile, izigidi zabantu azibhekananga nendlala, benza lezi zinqumo ezinzima unsuku zonke. Kodwa lokhu kuyisiqalo nje. Unyaka ka-2022 uletha izinhlelo ezintsha esintwini. Manje, nalezo zinhlangano ebekufanele zisivikele endlaleni nasebubhakini zithi namuhla umhlaba usenqenqemeni lohlekelele yokudla. Ngendlela yesimanje yabathengi emphakathini wethu, izimpi, izifo ezumshayabhuqe kanye nezinkinga zomnetho kungezinye nje izaba zokwenza imali ngathi. Ibhizinisi elinenzuzo enkulu eliletha inzuzo enkulu kwabambalwa, kuyilapho aku-99% asele ezama ukungena kwalashwa kumpofu. Ngakho-ke kuwubuwula ukuthemba ukuthi noma ubani ngaphandle kwethu unesithakazelo ngempela sokubona isimo siba ngcono.
The events of 2022 have shown how much we all depend on each other.
Isehlakalo sa-2022 sibonisa ukuthi sidingana kanjani ngamunye. Imiphumela yezinkinga zenze lilodwa igcwele umhlaba wonke. Enkathi silwa sodwa, sifaka unswinyo kanye nokwenqabela ukudla. Inani labantu abalambile emhlabeni wonke liyakhula. Phakathi naleso sikhathi, iplanethi yethu isondela ekuwohlokeni kwemvelo, ukungcolisa kanye nokumisa kwemithombo yamanzi. Ukuguguleka komhlabathi nokuwohloka kwenhlabathi kwenze umhlaba owandayo ungafaneleki ukutshala ukudla. Ukushintshashintsha kwezinga lokushisa okudlulele kanye nezikhathi zonyaka nokho kube nomthelela kulokhu. Isithathu esibukhali, izimvula ezinamandla noma isimo esithatha isikhathi eside siholele ekulimaleni kwezitshalo zonke. Kulinganiselwa ukuthi kuno-2050 umhlaba uzodinga ukudla okwengeziwe ngo-50% ukuze konke inani labantu abalindele ukuba libe yizigidi likwazi ukudla. Sizokwazi kanjani ukondla abantu abaningi kangaka ngaphansi kwalezi zimo ezinzima? Kodwa lezi ama-harbinger kuphela kanye nesigaba sokuqala sokushintsha kwesimo sezulu. Izinhlekelele ziya ngokuya zibangela indlala, izikhukhula ezisheshayo, izivunguvungu nokuqhuma kwentabamlilo kulandelana ngokushesha, kwenzi nje umhlaba ungasebenzi. Manje ngisho nemali ngeke isisize njengoba ingekho nhlobo into esingayithenga esiqhingini ngoba kubhidlika yonke into. Izikebhe zethu eziningi zokudonsa zilimele kakhulu futhi abanye abantu bazama ukuzilungisa ukuze bazisebenzisele ukudoba. Manje okukuphela kwento esiyiphuzayo amanzi emvula futhi abantu abaningi bayagula futhi bahlushwa ukuphelelwa amanzi emzimbeni. Umhlaba wethu obonakala ujwayelekile futhi uzinzile kithi wehluleka kunoma yisiphi isimo sezinzima. Siphila endaweni ekhohlisayo yokulondeka futhi sivala amehlo ethu kulokhu okwenzeka kude. Kodwa ngeke sikubalekele ukushintsha kwesimo sezulu. Igagasi lezinhlekelele eliqhubekayo phambili ngokungenakuvinjelwa libheke kuwo wonke amazwe. Eminyakeni ezayo ngamunye wethu uzobhekana nendlala, futhi okufana neHaiti, Yemen nePhilippines sazosabalala iplanethi yonke. Leli yikusasa esililindile uma singashintshi lutho. Singahlala silinde ukuthi ukhona ozoxazula lezi nkinga esincikene nazo, noma uhulumeni kanye namandla akhona. Kodwa lapho indlala efika ekhaya, ayikekho ozosikhathalela. Wonke umuntu uzocabanga ngokusinda kwakhe kuphela. Lona kanye umsuka wefomethi yethu yabathengi. Sonke sihlukene phakathi futhi wonke umuntu ngokwakhe. Futhi isimo sengqondo esinjalo komunye nomunye sizoba ukuzibulala kwethu esikhathini esinzima. Kodwa wonke umuntu oke wabhekana nezimo ezinzima uyazi ukuthi usizo nokusekelwa kuvela kubantu abavamile. Kungenzeka ukuxazulula inkinga ebonakala ingaxazululeki ndawonye. Futhi ezimeni ezinjalo, wonke umuntu uyaqonda ukuthi kubaluleke kangakanani ubudlelwane bomuntu lula kanye nokuphila komuntu ngamunye okuzungezile. Sixhumene kakhulu namuhla kangokuthi akunakwenzeka ukuxazulula izinkinga zomhlaba kuphela, kodwa ndawonye ngokuba munye singathola leyo ndlela kuphela yokuphuma kubo bonke. Indlela yokuphuma ezosivumela ukuthi singanciki nje ngokuphila esikhathini sizayo, kodwa futhi nokwakha umhlaba ohlukile nomphakathi ohlukile. Umphakathi lapho ukuphila komuntu kuyoba yinani eliyinhloko, futhi lapho singasoze savumela indlala, ubumpofu noma izimpi, okungukuthi i-creative society.
Many people now watch
Izigidi zabantu
and do not realize
abaqondi ukuthi kubaluleke kangakanani.
the state of hunger
Indaba yendlala ishintsha indlela umuntu acabanga ngayo.
capable of
Uyacabanga ukuthi yini esingakwazi ukuyenza uma sibhekene nesimo esinzima sendlala nokoma. Ngokulandelayo sizolalela i-interview enzile. Ungayifunda ku-internet, ungayithola wena ngokwakho. Awunalo ulwazi ukuthi yini umuntu abhekana nayo uma esesimeni sokulamba noma sendlala. Ngicela ukukwazisa ukuthi le interview akuyona eyabantwana.
My name is in 1972. I was 19 years old. I was going to play rugby in a team called El Cristians. We were flying on vacation from Montevideo to Santiago de Chile, but unfortunately, we never got there. At a speed of 600 kilometers per hour, we crashed into a volcano, the one in the center of the Andes Mountains. The plane broke into thousands of pieces, and we fell into a valley called the Valley of Tears at a 4,400-meter altitude. We had to live and survive for 73 days and 73 nights, surviving temperatures of -30 and -40 degrees Celsius. -40 degrees, without clothes, without food. Each of us lost 10 kilograms.
Ngamunye wethu wehle amakhilogremu ayishumi noma ngaphezu kosuku olulodwa nje. Ngobusuku okubodwa umzimba ungena esimweni se-hypercatogenesis ukuze ulondoloze izinga lokushisa elingu-36.5 degrees. Okokuqala amafutha ayashiswa, bese kuba imisipha, bese kuba amathambo. Kufana nebhaluni elincibilikayo. Ngamanye amazwi, njengoba singafanga futhi aqhubeka siphila, umzimba wawusashisa ama-calories uzama ukuphakamisa izinga lokushisa libe ama-calories angu-35 degrees. Ngoba ngaphansi kwama-degrees angu-36 uthola i-hypocrates futhi ufe. Kuleyo ndawo ephakeme kwakungekho utshani noma umlele ngesinye.
We also ate cream, feminine hair fixer. We tried everything, and we were so hungry that we had to choose between life and death. And we decided that we wanted to live. We made a deal that we were a team. And we said that we were willing to sacrifice the body of our dead comrade so that his friends could live on. And when we all agreed on this, we started discussing how we were going to do it. In order to make a decision, you first have to overcome psychological taboos, religious taboos, physiological and emotional taboos. So when we were ready to do that, saying that was a one thing, but doing that with our own hands was quite another one. The body was frozen in sub-zero temperatures. We didn't have any tools. With a piece of glass, a piece of tin or metal from airplane, we first had to try to cut the pants. It was like taking a lamb from a freezer. It was as hard as a marble statue, so it was very difficult. It was a really tough taboo at first, but by the next day, we crossed the line and this became natural for us. However, there are two things I want to tell you. First, there is no such thing as hunger. When you don't eat, your body begins to digest itself. You start synthesizing enzymes, protease to digest protein, lipase to digest fat, amylase to digest starch. So what you feel as unbearable is actually thirst. It is thirst. We were getting water from snow, we were chewing it, and our gums were bursting. Our mouth, our lips were bursting from chewing.
Imilomo yethu, izindebe zethu ziqhuma ngenxa yokuhlafuna iqhwa. Saze sasungela umshini wokukha amanzi. Ukoma kwakungabekezeleki. Saphuza amanzi sachama ngokushesha ngoba wawungekho usawoti. Ingqamuzana elilodwa likasawoti yilo elibamba ama-molecule amane amanzi. Ngakho sasiphuza amanzi futhi silahlekelwa i-sodium ne-potassium ne-magnesium. Umbala womchamo wethu wawufana nombala we-Coca-Cola. Kwafika ukukhathala. Sasikhathele ngokuphelele. Sasilokhu siphusha futhi sidudula umbundu wobuhlungu. Umkhawulo wosizo nobuhlungu uphelelwa yithemba. Sadlula esihogweni esingabonakali kakhulu umuntu angasicabanga. Kodwa njengoba sasingenawo inketho, kwadingeka sibhekane nalokho. Ileyo ndlela abantu ababhekana nayo ngenxa yobuhlungu nokulamba. Cabanga ngakho, abantu abangama-30,000 babhekana nalokho. Inkinga yendlala ikhule kangakanani, ikhule ngokuyisimangaliso. Kodwa afanelanga ukuthi kube njalo. Singakwazi ukondla noma imuphi umuntu uma i-technology bingekho. Ake sibone i-video elandelayo.
Every night, 811 million people go to bed hungry, and already 38 countries are on the brink of starvation. We live in times of instability, pandemics, economic crises, climate disasters, military conflicts. They put millions more people on the brink of starvation. Are you sure you won't be among them? In the consumerist format, no one is secure against starvation these days, but it is such an absurdity. Why? Let's take a look at the technology that already exists. One of them is vertical farms. They have great advantages compared to conventional farms. They produce 300 times more food and up to 30 yields a year. They consume 95% less water and 80% less soil. They make it possible to grow various crops all year round without using pesticides. They don't depend on weather or location and require minimal logistics costs. Harvesting is possible even in Antarctica. Aquaponics. It allows simultaneous breeding of fish and cultivation.
Ivumelana ukuzalaniswa kwezinhlanzi kanye nokutshalwa kwemifino emjikelezweni owodwa ovamile.
It is environmentally friendly and can operate in
Ihambisana nemvelo futhi ingasebenza cishe indlela engenakungcola ngaphandle kokungcolisa umzimba yamanzi. Ayibandakanyi izibulala ezinambuzane futhi idla amanzi aphinde ngayishumi.
to yields from 2 hectares of fields and 20 hectares of ponds. It can be applied in the tropics or an arid desert, and even on the roof of a skyscraper. Humanity has already learned to print food on a 3D
Isintu sesivele safunda ukupractice ukudla, ukupractice i-3D nokutshala inhlamvu yenyama yenkomo kumaseli. Ngisho nokudla okwenziwa ngomoya akuseyona inganekwane yesayensi. Inkampani yaseFinland yakha imboni yokukhiqiza ufulawa emoyeni futhi iwine isigaba sokuqala emqhudelwaneni wokuhlanzeka ngokudla kohambo lwasemkhathini. Sibone izibonelo ezimbalwa kuphela zobuchwepheshe, kodwa nabo sebengakwazi kakade ukuxazulula inkinga yezandla nomphela. Ukuthuthukiswa kokwethulwa kobuchwepheshe obunjalo kuyingqalasizinda. Ungakhathazeki ukuthi iziphi izinkinga enhlekelele ezizokwenzeka, inqubo yokutshala imikhiqizo yokudla zimele esimeni sezulu. Emphakathini wabathengi indlala ithemba lawo wonke umuntu. Ku-Creative Society akekho noyedwa kunoma yiliphi izwe emhlabeni ozolala engadlile. Kuyoba kithina abantu ukuthi sinqume ngokuhlanganyela ukuthi yikuphi ukutholwe isayensi okufanele kusebenze kuqala.
To ensure reliable control over implementation of our decisions. We really want to live in the
Sifuna ngempela ukuhlala enhlanganweni noma ku-Creative Society. Kuthiwani ngawe?
Friends, as you see, the information presented today is vital for all of us. If you do understand the importance, please share your thoughts online and send us your feedback on
Bangani, uma ufuna ukusitshela okuthile,
Это очень важно, поэтому, пожалуйста, снимайте видео, присылайте на почту info@creativesociety.com. И вы можете увидеть, что больше и больше международных организаций борются с голодом, но количество голодающих тоже ежегодно растет. И тут возникает логический вопрос: куда уходят деньги и почему эта проблема не решается? Хотя технологии, как мы видели, уже есть. Давайте посмотрим, как работают благотворительные организации действительно.
Perhaps you may think it will never happen to you. While those people have been given all the help they needed and they are now safe. And indeed, there is now a huge number of organizations and foundations dedicated to helping people. The largest of them, the United Nations, is positioning itself as the guarantor of peace and security of humankind. For decades, we have been hearing beautiful slogans and promises from high rostrums. If you listen to these loud statements, it may seem that we will solve all our problems. There will be no more poverty, no more hunger, no more wars, and we will all live well. After all, there are over
la kunezinhlangano zamazwe ngamazwe ezingaphezu kwekhulu ezisebenzisa ngaphansi kohlaka inhlangano yezizwe ezihlangene ukuxazulula izinkinga zomhlaba. Kuyo yonke inkinga entsha kwakhiwa inhlangano entsha. Minyaka yonke amazwe angamalungu e-UN akhokha imali enkulu kulezi zinhlangano. Eqinisweni, lena yimali evela emphakathini wethu. Lezi zinhlelo esizikhokhayo kuhulumeni. Phakathi ka-2010 no-2020, ngokusho kwedatha yasemthethweni, izinhlangano ze-UN ezingama-44 zizodwa zithole amarandi ayizigidi eziyizinkulungwane ezingu-540.4. Iminikelo ezinhlanganweni ze-UN inyuke ngo-58% eminyakeni eyishumi edlule. Kodwa ake sibheke lokho esikuzuzile kulesi sikhathi. Inani elikhulu lemali namuhla liya ekuxazululeni inkinga yendlala. Izinhlangano ezinkulu ze-UN zibhekana le nkinga i-World Food Programme ebizwa nge-WFP kanye ne-Food and Agricultural Organization, FAO, bakhulise amabhiliyoni angaba ngu-79.8 eminyakeni eyishumi edlule. Izilinganiso zamanje zithi cishe abantu abayizigidi ezingu-690 abalambile emhlabeni kanti abantu abayizigidi ezingu-750 baswele ukudla.
An even greater increase in hunger by 2030. 841 million people. So, the World Food Programme.
Ngakho-ke, i-World Food Programme iveza izidingo zokuxhasa ngemali ngo-2022 kakade it's 13.9 billion US. Ngakho bathi bazokwazi abantu abalambile ngakho badinga imali engeziwe. Kuwumbuzo ophusile. Kwenzeka kanjani ukuthi njengoba uxhaso lulokhu lukhula le nkinga ngokwayo isiba yimbi nakakhulu? Ake sibheke enye inkinga yababaleki. Isibalo sababaleki siphindeke kabili kule minyaka eyi-10 edlule. Sihlanganisa izigidi ezingama-82.4 ngo-2020. I-United Nations High Commission of Refugees, i-UNHCR, ibhekana nezindaba zababaleki. Kule minyaka engu-10 edlule, uxhaso lwezimali lwenhlangano lukhuphuke ngo-56% lwafinyelela ku-8.4 billion ku-2020. Ake sibheke ukuthi hlobo luni losizo abanikeza abantu. Indawo eyodwa yosizo lwababaleki indawo yokukhosela. Kwi-website yabo bathi ingxenye enhloko yomsebenzi wethu ukuvikela ukuqinisekisa ukutholakala kwendawo yokukhosela efanele ezimeni eziphuthumayo zosizo. Sihlinzeka ngamathende, sisabalalisa ama-plastic sheeting futhi sithuthukisa amasu, amathuluzi kanye nesiqondiso emazweni aphuthumayo. Futhi sinika usizo oluphuthumayo kulabo abadinga ngokwengeziwe. Ebusuku obubandayo noma ezinsukwini ezishisayo usizo lwethu lungaba yisici esinqumayo phakathi kokufa nokuphila. Esimeni esiphuthumayo amathende kaseyili ayisilinganiso esenele esesikhashana, kodwa abantu bahlala emakamo anjalo iminyaka ezimeni ezinonya kungekho ithemba lekusasa ngenxa yokuntuleka ngisho kwezimo eziyisisekelo zokukhuluza kwendle. Abantu bayala ngenxa yezifo ezithathelayo. Obani ohlomulayo ngenkinga engaxazuleki? Inqobo nje uma kunenkinga imali ikhona. Futhi uma inkinga ixazululwa ngeke kube khona uxhaso, ngakho-ke azikho izinhlangano. Uma nje kunenzalo yezimali, inqobo nje uma umuntu enza imali ngayo akekho ozoyixazulula inkinga. I-UN ngokwayo ifana kakhulu nenhlangano yamazwe angamazwe ngesakhiwo sayo. Kunenkampani engumzali odidekayo futhi iphatha umsebenzi yezinye izinkampani zayo, kodwa uhlobo ngalunye luyibhizinisi elihlukile. Ngo-2020 kwasetshenziswa imali engaphezu kwezigidi ezingu-3.7 ukuze kugcinwe ukulawulwa kwe-UN emholweni yabasebenzi nabaqondisi, umshwalense wezempilo, amaholidi, izindiza, ikilasi. Izindleko ezihleliwe zokubhalisa kuphela eSwitzerland kwaba yizigidi ezingu-871 zamarandi. Ngale mali kungakhiwa izindlu ezingu-174,000 kusetshenziswa ubuchwepheshe bokuphractiza i-3D. Yeka ukuthi mingaki imikhaya yababaleki engazuza izindlu. Kodwa mayi, ukwakhela laba abaswele amakhaya akuyona into eza kuqala ukuze bathole usizo. Yini esinayo egcineni? Izinhlangano eziningi esiziphathise umthwalo wokuxazulula izinkinga zethu ezingathi sinazo ubuntu, kodwa zimane zizinhlanga zezebhizinisi. Kuyacaca ukuthi kunesishekelo esiqondile ekukhulekele nasekuthekethekeni kwezinkinga. Ngamanye amazwi, kunenzuzo kumuntu ukuthi abantu balambe, bazabalaze ukuze baphile futhi benze impilo bodwa. Futhi lokho ukugxeka komfomethi yomthengi phakathi kwethu. Ukudala inkohliso yokuxazulula inkinga ngaphandle komgomo wangempela wokuyiqeda kuyisimo somthengi ifomethi. Ngaphansi kwezimo ezinjalo kufana futhi ngisho nokuvala noma ukulungisa ezinye izinhlangano noma ukuxosha abantu abathile ngeke usisindise isimo, ngoba abasha bazofika endaweni yabo benze okufanayo, benze imali ngezimpilo zethu. Namuhla ngenxa yokweseka kwethu okuthile kwefomethi abathengi sonke sisemgwaqeni. Ukwanda okusheshayo kwazo zonke izinkinga maduze kuzosilethela sonke enqenqemeni lwenhlekelele ngaphandle kokukhetha. Hlobo luni losizo esizoluthola? Ucezu lukaseyili wendawo yokuhlala kanye namabhodlela ambalwa amanzi.
not an altruistic group of volunteers with a noble vision, but businesses with an ever-expanding budget and a matching payroll to meet. And their funding methods are closer to racket at the state level. We pay taxes to the government, and our governments pay hefty contributions to these organizations. Ultimately, we are already taxed by these organizations, yet they are still asking for more. Billboards, letters, internet ad campaigns, all these to make you feel guilty and accountable and willing to donate to such charities, selling you these narratives. It is a very effective strategy on their part, as mixing a combination of fear and guilt is the most powerful motivator to get people to open their wallets, thinking they're going to help someone in need. One thing should be pretty obvious by now. This scheme will not work if the problem goes away. And here lies a fundamental conflict of interest. No problem, no money. Less of a problem, less money. No wonder we never solved a single problem, only got more of them. Let's be honest, in this consumer format of society, we are too accustomed to shifting the responsibility to someone else. What a relief it is to know that so many powerful organizations took the responsibility to fight world hunger and poverty, prevent wars and climate change. We were so happy to tick this off our to-do list that we never questioned either methods or results. Didn't check the publicly available financial reports. Instead, we did what was expected: acquiesce and look away. We live in those times when continuing business as usual will lead not only those on the brink of starvation, but everyone to certain death. The choice is ours. Continue looking away or choose to build a creative society where human life is the highest value, the life of every human being. Decide to dedicate all human potential and all funding to really solve the problems at the root, once and for all. Given the combined spending on funding the organizations and CO2 mitigation, the problem is not the lack of money, but the lack of responsibility for our own lives. Now, let's hear on this topic from our dear friend, one of the world's most famous business consultants and top communicators, Dr. Ichak Adizes.
Those that believe in the human life are scattered. Thousands of non-for-profit organizations, philanthropic organizations, everybody working for himself for a certain goal. They take care of abused children. They take care of abused women. They take care of cancer. This takes care of I don't know what. Thousands, millions of philanthropic organizations working alone by themselves. We will never win. No chance. Guys, in Santa Barbara where I live, there are 900 philanthropic organizations. They don't talk to each other. If we took around the world all philanthropic organizations, well-meaning organizations, you know how many people belong to them? Probably 1 billion people. You know how much money there is? More than 1 billion. Billions of dollars. Not together. If we did put it together and have a common strategy, how we are going to change that business world, we can do it. We can do it. Because let me tell you something. I work with the business world. I work with CEOs of companies all over the world. They're not bad people. They really are concerned about what's going on as much as you and me. They're concerned that their children very soon will not be able to play in the street, out there in the field, in the park, because the sun will destroy them and give them cancer. We are not protected anymore. That they will not know flowers anymore. They will not know animals anymore. They're going to be sitting at home playing computer games all day. They cannot go outside because of crime. Because they're going to get cancer from the sun. They will not be able to breathe. They are concerned. Each one of my clients, CEOs, are concerned. So how come? The dynamics of the system makes them do it. They don't have a choice. If you are a CEO, if you don't produce the profits that the stock market predicts you should produce, your owners are going to sell the stock, your stock is going to go down, and you will be fired. They don't have a choice. The system took over, and we are all victims of the systems. We are not the villains, we are the victims. What we need to do is change the system. But in order to change the system, we have to be politically powerful. You're not going to change the system unless you're politically powerful, because politicians watch on the votes. How many votes do I get? We need to get these billion people together to say, we will all vote for those politicians that believe in what we believe, and they will change the system. If we don't change the system, it's not going to
uma
work.
singalushintsha uhlelo ngeke lisebenze kaloku sizosiqula uhlelo sidinga ukuthola osopolitiki ohlangothini lwethu ukuze sithole osopolitiki ohlangothini lwethu kufanele sivote ukuze sithole ukuvota kufanele sihlangane sithi abantu abaqondi uyazi banakekela abesifazane abahlukunyezayo nezingane ezihlukumezayo lokhu nalokhu kuhle kodwa uyazi ukuthini ngeke ushintshe umhlaba kuzoba kubi kakhulu futhi kube kubi nakakhulu.
You think that we have democracy in America? Don't kid yourself.
Intando yeningi ayisebenzi ucabanga ukuthi sinentando yeningi America uyazikhohlisa izwe lamabhizinisi ngokunxenxa lenza yonke into sidlala imidlalo nje umhlaba uba nzima kakhulu ukuthi intando yeningi ingasebenza ubushiqela abusebenzi sidinga uhlelo olusha wonke umuntu uthola injabulo yokuguqula umhlaba kodwa akukho okwenzakalayo ngaphandle kokuthi sihambe siyoshisa amathayi lapho senza imibukiso lokho ngeke kusebenze esikudingayo ukuhleleka ngale nkundla sidinga ukuthola abantu ukuthi bathi kulungile sinesahluko se-creative science in America sinesihloko e-Santa Barbara isehla e-New York e-Kiev futhi sonke siqala ukusebenza ngamazwi ngiyajabula ukuthi umphakathi wokudala noma i-creative society engikholelwa ukuthi kufanele kube umphakathi owakhayo owenziwayo njengomgomo wokwenza ngesikhathi esizayo ngiyabonga kakhulu.
Thank you, Dr. Adizes. Your observations are spot on. Having so many organizations fighting the same cause, each on its own, is like resistance fighters battling the same enemy, but separately and in different locations. Will they succeed? Well, of course not. They will only win if they unite, if they join their forces. And until that happens, the enemy is already conducting a massive attack. The historic deadly tornado in Kentucky in 2021 showed how helpless we are before its fierce force and might. how individually vulnerable we are. Let's watch a video.
On the evening of December 10th and the night of December 11th, more than 50 tornadoes passed over 8 states in the Midwestern United States. It was a series of powerful tornadoes. The ferocious whirlwind lifted debris from buildings it destroyed to a height of more than 9 kilometers. And its path across the surface of the earth is first estimated at nearly 400 kilometers. An all-time record in U.S. observation history. Kentucky was the hardest hit, where the tornado was the strongest in the state's history.
And I'm gonna miss her so much.
I came back last night, but they were screaming.
A lot of people lost their loved ones today. And I'm looking for my wife, and I need her.
There were people everywhere, lots of children, people with lacerations, broken bones. I mean, they just kept coming in. We were using different parts of the hospital for triage, and we were suturing people up normally where we pre-op people before surgery, the ER. I mean, it was kind of crazy.
The sounds that I was hearing was like a war zone. People crying and begging for help.
One was in this arm and one was in this arm. I never saw my 3-year-old because my face couldn't turn that way, but I did see the baby, and he cried, and then he just stopped. So at that time, I thought he was oh God, he wasn't. I never heard my 3-year-old say anything.
Those images, just like last night, I was in my daughter's house, trying to sleep, and I couldn't because I was still hearing the sirens and the people begging for help, and the images of the lady with the baby in her arm, dead.
Everything was so calm outside. I mean, literally, you could hear a pin drop. No wind, no nothing. And then all of a sudden, you could hear from a far distance what sounded like a train. Everything started the wind and the sounds started it went from being so silent to being just like a bomb had been dropped. You can see in the sky this dark funnel cloud. And I'm screaming at my kids, get down, get down, get down. All of a sudden, the pressure in my ears, you could hear the windows pop out in my house. My house started shaking. And I was like, oh my God, I didn't even know if we were gonna make it.
I don't think anybody was prepared. A lot of people I've talked to said they were not prepared. I don't think the city was prepared. I don't think the people who lost their homes were definitely not prepared for that. I never thought it was going to happen to me. No one ever thinks it's going to happen to them.
No one was prepared for this. But for what reason? The tornado formed as early as 10 a.m. on the coast and began its movement inland. And from a certain point, its trajectory was clear. Why didn't people evacuate? The town of Mayfield suffered more than any other. It became a mountain of rubble. One of the terrible tragedies is the story of the candle factory. Even after getting the signal that a tornado was coming, the factory continued to operate. People weren't allowed to go home.
And on December 10th, I was out there at the candle factory, and this monstrously huge building was
reduced to a flat land of rubble that you could just kind of crawl up on top of. There were people inside that we were trying to get to. And of course, if you walked in certain places, they would yell, "You're making the roof come down on us more. You're making the ceiling come down on us more." And so you had to watch where you stepped. Additionally, you had to watch the men that were working with the cranes had to watch if they lifted metal on one section trying to get somebody out. Sometimes it would put pressure on people in another area, a pocket where, you know, they were trying to stay alive. And it would put pressure on them, forcing them to be screaming out so that we would have to stop. And that was a very painful and emotionally draining experience.
Close my eyes and all I see is people hollering and screaming for help. So I'm not doing good at all. You're messing with a person when you see that and you can't help anybody. You're trying to help yourself get out.
And there were people that had been amputations based on the events that had happened, and the broken bones and the crushed, mangled bodies that came out that were screaming will be something that will stay with me forever.
Climate. This terrible enemy is killing us. Its power is immense. Its attacks unpredictable. And this is only the beginning. While we are not prepared to defend ourselves, tell me, are we satisfied that all we do is sort through rubble on the battlefield and walk around each other? The climate comes when it wants and takes whatever it wants. It takes us. Our lives are not valued in a consumerist society.
The first week after this happened, I was with a search party looking for Nissa. She was a little girl that was friends with my daughter. I knew her family, and her whole family was killed in a tornado. All 7 of them. The kids, the grandmother, the mother, the father, they were all killed. And after the tornado, they found everybody but her. So for several days after this tornado happened, me and my kids went to search for her. We started at where she lived at, and we walked and moved things and moved debris. And the day after that this happened, we were still finding bodies, like finding people. And then when we found the little girl, her body was literally wrapped around a tree. And I'm like, I mean, it was one of the hardest things that a person would ever have to go through, is to literally, you're out searching for someone and you're begging, you know, God, please let me find this person alive. But then you find them and they're wrapped around a tree.
This whole square, this whole town was obliterated at a level you can't put words on. People are walking around trying to find a safe place to go. They have blood on them. And my husband fought in Iraq, and so he's seen a lot of devastation. And he agreed. He felt like he was standing in a war zone. It was just catastrophic beyond all you can imagine, and the pain was almost bigger than any one person could bear inside your soul if you were human. It's sad. It's heartbreaking. I wish I could tell you and explain to you how painful this is to see, and to see how lost people are. I'm sorry. Sometimes I get thinking about some and it gets a little hard. I apologize. And now we're probably more in a level of frustration because people want to know, where is FEMA? Where is this help? Where is the Red Cross? Where is this help? How do I get money?
And I'm sitting here and I see on the news all the time how there's all this money with the Red Cross, the United Way, FEMA, but where, excuse my language, where the hell is it at? We're not seeing it. We're not seeing any of that money. And then you're told, like I was told from FEMA, well, all we can do is offer you a loan. Well, what am I going to do with a loan at a high interest rate? And not knowing what you're going to do and thinking the government is going to step in and is going to help you? No, they're not. No, they're not. No, they're not. They're only going to help the people who they're going to be able to pick and choose a few different ones who they can get the photo ops with. They're not going to help everybody. There's like 5% of people out of 100% that have received any kind of help since the tornado. The other 95% of us don't know what we're going to do.
Once the news press pulled out of town and the big, I guess you could say, hoopla of the tornado had passed, then the people became more forgotten in a way. I'm sorry, I know I'm giving you a lot of information, but it is a lot. It's so much. It is more than your mind, if you're standing in the middle of it, can take. It really is.
Many people that I know are going through a really tough time right now. And I want people to know all around the world, you are not exempt. You are not covered by some bubble that this can't happen to you, because it can. At any time. At any time. And it's only getting worse. From what I have seen with the whole climate change situation, it's getting worse. Way worse. So, and the government doesn't care. They don't care. How many lives are lost? How many homes are lost? How many people are destroyed? They don't care. And that is my own personal opinion based on what I have went through here over the last month.
Our lives are not valued in a consumerist society. And how else can we explain that it is more important to the powers that be how they decorate their homes for the holidays? On social networks, they write huge posts about it and about people's deaths. They sometimes get off with one line, but our lives are not just lines on social networks. Cataclysms are escalating. Look at how much things have gotten worse in the last few years. Even a fool can calculate this progression. Human casualties will increase hundreds, if not thousands of times. We will see for ourselves how our children will not become adults. Is that what we want? It's time for us to act.
And as us people, we need to come together to make sure the government does their job, no matter what country you're in. And if we can't come together and stop with all of the diversity and the hate and focusing on the wrong things, then we can't never make change. Change happens when more than one person sticks together. That's how change happens. To me, we should all want better for the generations to come. But it starts with us. It starts with us. And too many people right now are so worried about the me syndrome of being selfish and feeling entitled that they're not worried about the generations to come, the people who are coming behind them. And it's sad. It's very sad. Because I want to know that when God takes me off this planet, that my kids or my grandkids that are to come, they're going to have a better way, a better space, a better place to live. And until we get that love and that unity together, we can't get nothing done. So that's what people need to do. They need to start looking at their neighbor or looking at their friend and saying something kind for a change. Say, I love you, my friend. You mean something to me. I want your life to be better. I want you to have a better tomorrow. Instead of worrying about their life and what they're going through, care about other people. Love other people. Kindness is for free. Kindness don't cost a thing. Kindness is for free.
What I would say is our earth is ever changing. And for you to believe for one moment, no matter where you live, that you are safe from a natural disaster, you are lying to yourself. You're lying to your family. It is not true. Many countries, including where I sit right now, we sit on fault lines. We could have an earthquake at any time that could shake this whole community and suck half of it in. We definitely know now that we can have tornadoes like this again. Even if it's just simply high winds, people don't understand how high a wind can get. And if you don't take what we've learned and what we're still learning and apply it to your life, then you're setting yourself up for maybe a loss that you have to face someday. And you think, well, I could have done something. You need to learn about the earth. You need to learn about climate. You need to learn what you can do to help, how you can put yourself forward and make the conscious action to be proactive.
How many more disasters need to happen before we finally realize that we need to unite, that we need to build a creative society?
December 2021 will always remain in the memory of many Americans. It's a heartbreaking tragedy for Kentucky and for our entire nation. My heart aches with pain for each and every affected person. It hurts. It hurts that someone lost a child.
Kubuhlungu uthathile ushonelwe ingane noma umndeni wakhe wonke. Abantu bakhe abathandekayo. Ngamunye wabo wayefuna ukuphila futhi ajabule. Kodwa ngisho nasezweni elithuthuke kakhulu kwezomnotho njenge-United States, abantu bashiya bodwa benamashwa abo.
Tell me,
ake ngitshele, singabiza umphakathi lapho izinto ezinjalo zingenzeka khona? Umphakathi ophucuzekile. Imuphi umphakathi onjani lapho usizo oludlule nemiphefumulo yabantu libalulekile, lapho nje abezindaba beyeka ukukhuluma ngalo? Lapho izithakazelo zebhizinisi, ezomnotho nezombangazwe zaziswa kakhulu kunokuphepha kwabantu. Ngaphezu kwempilo yomuntu, yini ngempela engaba yigugu ngaphezu kokuphila? Ifomethi yomthengi ayinanhliziyo. kusenza sibe ngokungenazwele kangangokuthi ukusabela kwethu osizini labantu kufana nokuthi bebekufanele. Abantu bayafa, balahlekelwa yikho konke, kodwa kukhona abathi wona lawo mamelika ayakufaneleka lalokho. Izigidigidi zabantu namuhla ziyabazonda amamelika. Bayabazonda abantu basemelika nje abavamile. Siyakwazi lokho, futhi siyaqonda ukuthi kungani lokhu kwenzeka. Kodwa thina njengamamelika singabantu abahle futhi abalungile njengani. Bonke abantu basemelika, bonke abangu-332 bangabantu abalungile, ngaphandle nje kwabobhastadi abambalwa. Ngenxa yabo bonke siyazondwa. Bonke abantu emhlabeni bayamangalisa. Nokho lawo maqila ambalwa akuwo wonke amazwe emhlabeni jikelele yibo abakade bezitika beqhubeka nokuzitika ngamabhokisi ethu. Abaphathi bamaphakethi ethu nempilo yethu, kodwa empeleni yithi esibavumele othile. Cabanga nje ngakho. Ukube babe namandla phezu kwezimpilo zethu, umuntu uyanquma ukuthi kufanele siphile noma sife. Nakuba thina bantu nje abavamile abasemelika sithanda abantu, yebo bayasihlakaza ingqondo futhi basenze sizondane. Basiphoqa ukuba sibe nesitha sangaphandle. Kodwa bangani bami, lokhu kuwukukhohlisa. Uma ukususa lokho, uzobona ukuthi sibahle kanjani. Uzobona ukuthi siyakwazi ukuthanda nokunikeza ukuphila nokudala, hhayi ukucekela phansi. Siyakha, futhi uzoqaphela ukuthi yilokhu esikufunayo. Setshenziswa ngendlela efanayo naleyo nawe osetshenziswa ngayo, ngokweshwa. Ngenxa nje yedlanzana lama-scoundrels adidekile futhi akhohlwe ukuthi angabantu, thina basemelika manje sizondwa izigidi zabantu. Futhi lapha e-United States sinesimo lapho ingxenye yezwe izonda enye ingxenye. Suhlukene phakathi ezweni lakithi. Nakuba thina mamelika siyisizwe sodwa, sihlukene ngokomthetho futhi siphoqeleleke ube sizondane njengoba nawe uphoqeleleke ukusizonda. Futhi ukuze lokhu kuphele, lezi zigidi zabantu abalungile fanele zimane zihlangane zodwa. Kufanele siguqule isimo sethu sengqondo omunye nomunye. Kumele siqaphele ukuthi asizona izitha zomunye nomunye. Kumele siphikisane nesimo sezulu njengoba manje sizolwa sodwa. Silwa sodwa. Kufanele siqonde ukuthi isimo sezulu yiso kuphela isitho sethu nokuthi singaphila ngokuthi sihlangane kuphela. Ngiyakholwa futhi ngiyazi ukuthi konke kuzoshintsha. Ngikholelwa ekusaseni elihle lase-Amerika kanye nekusasa elihle lomhlaba wonke. Ngiyakholelwa kubasemelika ngikholelwa
and the entire humanity.
kuso sonke isintu.
Yes, Leslie, we are all good people. This is
Yebo
why we
Leslie,
all get
sonke singabantu
together
abalungile.
to look
Ingakho silana
in the
namhlanje.
eyes and see the
Sizobheka
solution.
sonkeni
This is
emehlweni,
what's
sibone
possible
iqiniso.
when we
Sibone
believe
ukuthi yini
in
engenzeka
humanity.
uma
Unfortunately,
sikholelwa
we have to
ebuntwini.
divide it, as you said,
Ngebhadi
and it
siye
can be
siyahlukaniswa
clearly
njengoba
seen in
ushilo.
our global spending habits.
Futhi kungabonakala endleleni
For example, did
esisebenzisa
you
ngayo.
know that the consumer society we live in
Ingabe
brings
wazi
in
ukuthi umphakathi wabathengi njengamanje
14 trillion each year in conflicts,
usibiza 14 trillion unyaka ngamunye?
report titled
Le
Estimates
information
of
ibuya
Peace 2021 by the Institute of Economics and Peace. Just think about it. 14
cabanga
trillion
ngakho.
a year on global
14 trillion
violence and
a
conflict.
year
This
on
includes
kwi-Global Violence
domestic
Conference.
violence, human slavery, the cost
Lokhu
of
kuhlanganisa
poverty,
ukuhlukunyezwa
the cost
kwasekhaya
of intelligence
ngisho
agency,
no
the cost of initiation, recovery, consequences of violence against humanity. So how much is 14 trillion?
ingakanani i-14 trillion?
$100 bills stacked up on top of each other is 631 miles or 1,000 kilometers, twice as high as the International Space Station. Now times that by 14 and we can wrap around our planet with a nicely stacked $100 bills, still not reach 14 billion. Now that's a lot of cash slipping away from our own pockets to fuel someone that doesn't want us to. Is this fair? With global debt of 2026 billion, do we have any business of spending 14 trillions every year on killing each other? Is this insane? We have no other choice than to
Akukho
build
kunye
a peaceful
esingakwenza
society that
ngaphandle
starts with
kokwakha
courageous
umphakathi
collective format,
onokuthula,
putting
uqala
human
ngefomethi
life as a
yenhlangano
main
yokusungula,
priority.
i-creative
Even a couple of trillions, we
society.
can inform the whole
Ngisho
world
noma
about creative
sinamathriliyoni
society.
ambalwa
In a
singakwazi
matter of
ukwazisa
hours,
umhlaba wonke
in weeks, we can fix all
i-creative
social
society
problems,
ngamahora
including
ambalwa
food
nje.
and water
Emasoteni ambalwa
crises,
singakwazi ukulungisa
housing,
zonke izinkinga
healthcare,
zomphakathi
logistics,
ezihlanganisa ukusweleka
counteract
kokudla
climate
namanzi,
change, and
izindlu,
develop
nakekelwa
science and
kwezempilo,
research
ukuhlela
that
kwempahla,
will
ukulwa
benefit
nokushintsha
all
kwesimo
of the
sezulu,
humanity.
okungasiza wonke umuntu. Ingxenye engcono kakhulu ukuthi impilo yakho izothuthuka kakhulu, uzozizwa ujabule futhi waneliseka, unakekele ngokugcwele ngekusasa eliqhakazile. Ngakho-ke sishintsha kanjani indlela yethu yomphakathi siye enhlanganweni yokusungula umhlaba wonke? Kulula. Manje yisikhathi sokwabelana ngalolu lwazi nawo wonke umuntu omaziyo, ukuze azincomele ukuthi ufuna ukubusa emphakathini wabathengi noma aphumelele kwi-creative society. Yabelana ngokwalokho usakaze bukhoma manje.
Do you see the clock?
USA, December 2021. A catastrophic tornado swept through 10 states. 15,000 buildings and trailer homes were destroyed. The property damage amounted to at least $3.5 billion. Many people were warned about the tornado 5 minutes prior to the disaster. The Philippines, December 2021. Instead of the expected moderate storm, there occurred a Category 5 hurricane. Typhoon Ray affected 10,800,000 people in 11 regions. More than 2 million homes were damaged. 427,000 homes were completely destroyed. 3 million people were displaced. The material damage amounted to more than $420 million. Haiti, August 2021. 7.2 magnitude earthquake. 690,000 people were affected and more than 137,000 homes were destroyed or damaged. Infrastructure damage amounted to about $2 billion. Malaysia, December 2021. 11 states were hit by severe flooding. More than 125,000 people were evacuated from their homes. Total financial losses amounted to almost $1.5 billion. Indonesia's National Disaster Management Board recorded 5,402 natural disasters in 2021. Climatic disasters occur in this region every day, making the area uninhabitable for people. All the countries of the Pacific Ring of Fire now find themselves in a similar situation. Over the past 10 years, climate disasters have caused nearly $3 trillion in damages. 220 million people have become climate refugees within the same period. Since 2010, weather emergencies have forced around 21.5 million people a year to move on average. In 2020, official figures alone put the number of climate refugees at 30.5 million.
We, inhabitants of this planet, are now in the most dangerous situation. Just within a day, the forces of nature are leveling entire regions to the ground. It will take years to rebuild these regions, which we simply do not have, because a new disaster comes along. What are we doing to prevent deaths of people, destruction of their homes during the cataclysms, death from starvation, and because of the absence of normal living conditions after the terrible destruction? What are we doing to prevent this? What are we doing to keep our whole world from descending into this chaos? Over the last 10 years, more than $5 trillion were spent on fighting the climate. This is the so-called climate financing. $5 trillion. But people are still suffering and dying from climate disasters. And as we can see, the amount of climate finance increases every year. But what have these enormous amounts been spent on? 94% of this money, that is $4.9 trillion, was spent on reducing greenhouse gas emissions. In terms of climate finance, this is called mitigation. In other words, how do we fight the climate? We spend almost $5 trillion on business development that will supposedly help reduce CO2 emissions. The proponents of the theory of human impact on the climate are very active in convincing us that reducing CO2 maybe will stop rapid climate change and save the planet. This theory has led to serious economic, political, and financial constraints on the world. Many governments strive to comply with directives to reduce CO2 emissions and develop green energy, even if it's not beneficial for them. The bulk of climate finance was allocated to renewable energy sources, mainly solar and wind power plants. 3.4 trillion spent on this. But did it really help to stabilize the climate? As we can see, no. The number of natural disasters continues to grow at an alarming rate. So these funds do not solve the problem. So what do? Perhaps they did help reduce the growth of the CO2 amount. It turns out they didn't. CO2 keeps rising. So how does that work out? We've already spent
kusebenza kanjani
$5
lokho?
trillion
Sesivele
on nothing.
sisebenzise u-5
Moreover,
trillion
it seems
dollars
that the more money is invested
mahhala.
in this business,
Ngaphezu
the more
kwalokho,
CO2 emissions
kubonakala
increase.
sengathi imali eningi itshalwa kuleli bhizinisi kuyanda ukukhishwa kwe-CO2. Ngaphezu kwalokho, lokhu kutshalwa kwezimali kwezebhizinisi akubanga namphumela esimeni sangaphezulu sezulu. Akunjalo, izinto zilokhu zimba zimba. Kulungile, kodwa sino-6% wezimali zesimo sezulu esisele. Mhlawumbe zisetshenziselwa ukusiza abantu. Ake sibheke, lezi zimali zisetshenziswa kulokho okubizwa ngokuthi ukusivumelanisa nezimo, okungukuthi ukusivumelanisa nezimo zenhlekelele zemvelo ezenzeka noma
Improved crop production in areas
ngokwesibonelo, ukukhiqiza kwezitshalo okuthuthukisiwe ezindaweni ezomile, ingqalasizinda ekwazi ukumelana nesimo sezulu, ukufinyelela emithonjeni yamanzi, kanye nezinhlelo zokuxwayisa. Kunesikhathi ngezinhlekelele zesimo sezulu.
only 1% of global climate finance is used to
Iphesenti elilodwa kuphela kweyezimali zesimo sezulu emhlabeni wonke esetshenzisiwe sazi ngezimo. Ingabe abantu base-Amerika, ePhilippines, eHaiti noma eMalaysia bake bawuzwa umthelela walezi zinyathelo? Ingabe baye baxwayisa ngezinhlekelele zezulu ezizayo? Umhlaba wethu awukulungele ukwanda okusheshayo kwezinhlekelele zesimo sezulu. Hhayi emazweni asathuthuka kuphela, kodwa ngisho nasemazweni athuthukile njengeJalimane ne-United States, azikho izinhlelo ezisebenzayo zokuxwayisa. Ngomthamo okhulayo wezimali zesimiso sezulu, asikuboni ukuzinza kwesimo sezulu, kodwa sibona amabhizinisi akhulayo kanye nenzuzo ekhulayo. Ayanda amazwe abhekene nezinhlelelo ezimbi. Nezwe lwami alihlukile. Ngokuvamile kwenzekani kulesi simo? Izindlu ziyabhidlika, abathindile bathukile kakhulu. Yebo, abatakuli bayafika, futhi abantu bageqa imfucumfucu bazame ukuthola abasindile. Kufika usizo lokuqala lokusiza abantu. Yebo, ekuqaleni izinguquko ezithile zisasebenza, abantu bazama ukusiza, kodwa kwenzakala ngokulandelayo. Ubani onxephezela abantu ngemizi yabo nakho konke abalahlekelwe? Ubani obasizayo ukukhokhela isikweletu somuzi? Ongasekho. Iluphi usizo abangalindela ezinyangeni eziyisithupha onyakeni? Kube ngaphezulu kwezigidi ezingaba-40 ezinikezwe izwe laseKentucky. Abantu bonke engikhulume nabo bathi, awu, ikuphi leyo mali? Yashonaphi leyo mali? Yanikezwa uKentucky ukuba asisize. Kodwa asiyiboni. Asikubonanga konke esikukhokhela emzini wami, ukulungiswa noma ikuphi ukulungiswa emzini wami kuze kube manje waphuma ephaketheni lami. Ngadinga ngiyoboleka imali encane ngoba uphahla lami lwalumoshekile. Ngatshela ukuthi ifema, hhayi-ke esingakwenza nje ukuboleka imali. Angiyidingi imalimboleko. Kuthiwa ngayo yonke imali eyanikezwa ifima ukuze asisize. Asiyiboni. Wonke umuntu engikhulume naye khuluma into efanayo. Nganikezwa imalimboleko enenzalo enkulu. Njengokuthi kuthiwani ngosizo ebekufanele silithole. Khona leyo ngathi amaphesenti amahlanu abantu ekhulu abasathole noma yiluphi uhlobo losizo kusukela kwaba naleya nkalana. Abanye abangamaphesenti angu-95 bethu angazi ukuthi sizokwenzani. Akwenzeki kubantu kuphela kodwa nasemazweni wonke. Ngo-2019 iMozambique yacekelwa phansi i-tropical cyclone Idai. Umonakalo ufinyelele cishe endlekeni yasebolomazi. Izwe lacela usizo lamaranda izigidi ezingu-600, kodwa kwaqoqwa imali engaphansi kwengxenye yaleyo mali. Ngenxa yalokho, iMozambique yaphoqeleka ukuthi ithathe imali ebolekiwe ye-IMF ezigidi ezingu-118 ukuze iqale ukwakhwa kabusha. uthi aphi lawo ma-trillion amahlanu phela lena yimali ephuma emaphaketheni ethu.
That's where it is really needed.
Kulapho-ke kudingeka khona ngempela ukuhlaliswa kabusha kwabantu kwesikhashana, kwakhiwe kabusha amakhaya, ukubuyisela ingqalasizinda, ukunxephezela lokho abantu abakulahlekele. Kodwa manje izimali zesimo sezulu azikuhlinzeki lokho.
Countries have to solve problems.
Amazwe kumele axazulule izinkinga zokucekelwa phansi kwezingqalasizinda, ukuntuleka kwemisebenzi, ukushoda kwezindlu kanye nempilo yabantu bebodwa. Akugcinanga lapho, kodwa kufanele bakhokhe nenzalo yemali-mboleko abayithatha ukuze bakhe kabusha ngemva kwenhlekelele zesimo sezulu. Akekho ozovusa imizi yabo mahhala. Abantu basala bekhungathe ububha futhi bengavikelekile, bengenamali, bengenazindla futhi bengenakusasa.
Can you imagine what people's lives look like?
Ungacabanga ukuthi ukuphila kwabantu kubukeka kanjani ngemva kwezinyanga ezimbili noma ezintathu kwenzeke inhlekelele ezemvelo?
The whole world has simply forgotten.
Umhlaba wonke uvese ukhohlwe ngezwa nalaba bantu. Siyini isiphetho sabo?
What are these people doing now?
Benzani laba bantu manje?
No one cares any longer about that.
Ayikho senendaba nalokho.
Would you like them to forget?
Ungathanda yini ukuthi bakukhohlwe, bakushiye wedwa uma udinga usizo?
Should that surprise us?
Ingabe lokho kufanele kusimangaze? Maye ngifomethi yabathengi, ayikekho nendaba nempilo yami, impilo yakho noma izimpilo zabanye. Kulungile nokwenza inzuzo kubantu abazithola besezimeni ezibeka impilo yabo engcupheni. Emhlabeni wonke, inani lezinhlekelele zesimo sezulu ziyaqhubeka. Abantu abaningi bayahluleka ngenxa yesimo sezulu. Abasindile balahlekelwa abathandekayo babo, amakhaya abo, nakho konke ababenakho. Makunjalo, kunama-rosters acelwa ukuthi ngonyaka ka-2030 izimali zesimo sezulu zidinga ukukhushulwa zibe ku-4.4 trillion. Izikhathi ezingu-6 ngo-2040 zifinyelele ku-10.
Probably lead to some observable changes only after 2040. In other words,
Ngamanye amazwi, ukutshalwa kwezimali okungaphezu ka-$90 trillion eminyakeni engaba u-20 awusayizicishe umnotho womhlaba wonke. Kungase kuveze noma kungavezi imiphumela, kodwa siyazi ukuthi akukho ngisho indibilishi kule mali ezosetshenziswa ukusiza abantu. Usho ukuthi kuze kube ngu-2040 sinikezwa ukuthi sihlale sibuke ingane zethu zifa, size sife ngaphansi kwefucufucu. Cha, asinikezwa ukuba sitshale le mali kwezesayensi, sakhele izisulu izindlu, noma sisize amazwe alulame kule. Asinikezwa ukuthi sakhe amadolobha amelana nesimo sezulu ukuze sihlalise kabusha abantu abasuka ezindaweni eziyingozi. Siyacela nje ukuthi le mali siyifake ebhizinisini ukuze kuzuze abambalwa.
The bottom line is this.
Okwelile nje yilokho abambalwa bavese bacebe ngokulahlekelwa yizimpilo zethu. Abenzi lutho ukuze basivikele ngempela inhlekelele zesimo sezulu. Uma kwenzeka okuthile ezweni lakithi, akekho ongasisiza ngenxa yalokho. Babesiboleka futhi basiphoqelele thina nezingane zethu ebuqilini bezikweletu. Ayekho ngempela osebenzela ukuxazulula lezi zinkinga. Izimali azitshalwanga etradisheni ezimbangeni noma ekuvimbeleni inhlekelele zesimo sezulu noma exwayiseni nasekuvikelweni kwabantu. Iplanethi yethu kakade ilwa nesimo somhlaba.
Is escalating.
Futhi sihluleka ukubona ukuthi le mpi iyadlondlobala. Isimo sezulu siletha amagalelo angalindelekile emazweni. Silahlekelwa abantu, amakhaya ethu, nakho konke ukuphila kwethu okujwayelekile. Isimo asiphucuki. Asiyixazulula inkinga ewumsuka. Kodwa singabona ukuqhubeka nokushesha kwezinhlelelele zemvelo. Silahlekelwa into eyigugu kunazo zonke, isikhathi sethu. Lapho izinhlekelele zesimiso sezulu zidlula wonke amazwe namazwekazi ngaphansi kwefomethi yamanje abathengi, sizoqala ngokubulalana sodwa ukuze sithole izindawo ezingahlengwa amanzi nokudla. Le mbudane ye-CO2 kufanele ime ngenkathi sisenesikhathi. Kuyilapho sisakwazi ukuthonya okuthile. Kudingeka sithathele phezulu inkinga yesimo sezulu esikhundleni sokuhlohla izikhwama zethu ngemali yokuqamba amanga. I-CO2 iyenyuka kodwa ayibangeli izinhlekelele zesimo sezulu. Kudingeka siqonde ukuthi labososayensi bamanga bazimisele ukwenza noma yini ukuze bagcine inkolelo-mbono yabo iphila. Phela i-$5 trillion impikiswano enamandla kakhulu yokuqhubeka nalamanga. Futhi ngeke bayeke. Abazithola ugcwele abanandaba nokuphila kwabantu noma isiphetho seplanethi yethu. Kuyo yonke le minyaka yokulwa ne-CO2 kanye nenani lemali esetshenziswe kuye, besingakwazi ukudala isathelayithi yokwenziwa kumhlaba wonke. Kodwa le mali ichithwa for into engenanzuzo. Inqobo nje uma siqhubeka nokushintsha imithwalo yemfanelo futhi silindele labososayensi mbumbulu, sizohlala sisengozini yokufa. Kudingeka siguqule isimo somphakathi sibe ngesokudala futhi sinikeze uxhaso ngentuthuko, sayensi kanye nocwaningo lwezimbangela zangempela. Sidinga umphakathi wesayensi ongeke uvale ibhizinisi labahlanganyeli, kodwa ozoxazulula izinkinga zokushintsha kwesimo sezulu emhlabeni jikelele. Ngaphandle kwalokho sizomane sibhubhe njengempucuko ezinhlekeleleni zesimo sezulu ngaphambi kuka-2040.
Do you see the crime and corruption that happens right in front of your eyes?
Uyabona okwenzeka ngaphambi kwamehlo akho.
Millions of lives and the true reasons for
Izigidi zabantu ziye zafa.
we are wasting our time and attention on the
Simosha isikhathi sethu esibalekile.
CO2, which is the biggest scam of the century.
I-CO2 iyiscam esikhulu kakhulu. Manje asikho
rising, but we understand that it has nothing to do with why the climate is changing. This is the truth. Let's hear how we were made to believe in this deadly fairy tale. And please share this live broadcast with everyone you know. Let's get unstupid together.
Thank you, Olga. When I started looking into what was actually behind the CO2 hysteria, I was simply shocked by how the lies is being told straight to our faces on this very vital topic, while at the same time they are stealing money from our own pockets. And it wouldn't be a big deal, but it can cost our lives. We have all seen today how serious climate progression is. And the question is, why do we tolerate these lies? The truth is really on the surface. All it takes is just to look into it a little bit. Please
okufanele
understand
sikwenze
us correctly. We are
ukuthi
not against CO2. We know that CO2 is growing. What
ngicela
is not true
uqaphele
is
ukuthi
that this tiny amount could
asiphilisane
affect climate.
ne-CO2.
But let's take a look. In 2001, the IPCC, Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change by United Nations, published the hockey stick graph, according to which the climate has not been changing for centuries until the 20th century, when unprecedented warming has begun. This graph, presented as consensus of scientists, became the main justification for spending tremendous amounts
Sharon,
of money
please translate.
to fight anthropogenic CO2. But was there really a consensus? Since the early 90s, some top-level politicians have been pushing to implement a money-making scheme on carbon taxes and CO2 emission quotas trading. The problem was that the study of climate history, paleoclimatology, has hundreds of researches showing that the climate on Earth has natural variability and is constantly changing. Therefore, the rise of the temperatures in the 20th century is a natural return after the cooling period of little ice period to the level where it was earlier in the medieval warm period. This was also reflected in the first IPCC report in 1990. But by the end of the 1990s, especially with the signing of the Kyoto Protocol in 1997, there was a strong political demand for scientific ground to the anthropogenic theory, and demand creates its own supply. In 1998, the Nature magazine publishes an article by
iNature
Michael Mann,
magazine
a young
yakhipha isihloko
researcher just
esithi
starting
umcabango
his
semusha
career.
osanda kuqala
Using
umsebenzi
proxy data
wakhe
like tree rings,
esebenzisa
he drew a
idatha
graph of
yeproxy
temperatures for
njengezindandatho
previous centuries,
zesihlahla udwebe igrafu
straight as a
yezinkinga
hockey stick handle.
lokushisa emakhulwini
In
eminyaka
fact,
edlule
he simply
eqondile
erased little ice
njengesibambo
age.
se-hockey
And
stick.
the 20th century's temperatures,
Ngama-20
shown straight
ngama-century
up, were
abo-20
taken from a completely different set of data, thermometer readings. Conclusion was that
isiphetho
this is
sasiwukuthi
unprecedented
lokhu
warming in the
ukufudumala
history of
okungakaze
the
kubonwe
Earth,
emhlabeni
caused
womhlaba
by nothing else but
okwabangelwa
anthropogenic CO2.
i-anthropogenic ye-CO2.
Next year,
Ngonyaka
1999,
olandelayo
Mann
kwakungu-1999,
extends the graph for
uMann welula
over
igrafu
400 years
eminye iminyaka
and
engamakhulu amane
effectively the
eminyaka
medieval
edlule
warm period as
esukela
well.
ngenkathi efudumele
And
yenkathi
this is
ephakathi
exactly what politicians
futhi
want.
yilokho kanye
What
osopolitika
happened next, we
bekufuna
found out
yini
later.
eyenzeka
But in
ngokulandelayo
2002,
ngemva kweminyaka eyishumi
Climate
ngo-2000 nyaka
Public
ngesikhathi
Online
i-climate gate
exposed the communication between
iqhuma
the scientists
yilapho
and IPCC
usosayensi
leadership. Just exactly
ne-IPPCC
like
abaholi bayo
the mainstream press media were silencing the story as it
i-mainstream media yasebenza ne-IPCC ukuze bakwazi ukufaka usosayensi ihele.
One of the most notorious letters
Into enkulu kakhulu abayenza kwakuwukufihla ukwehluleka.
Phil Jones
Igama elithi British climatologist Phil Jones wayichaza lokhu njengokuthi kungani uMichael Mann
and the trick itself was to crop the data from the three proxies that was showing a decline in temperatures in the 20th century and then mix it up with the
ukuxubana ne-thermometer data ukufihla indlela okwenzeka ngayo kahle ngaphansi kolaka kwenziwa ukuthi kwenzeke lokhu kubukeke sengazathi i-data ngathi kukhuphuka amazinga okushisa futhi bawehlise. Eqinisweni usosayensi wayethukile ngalokho ayekade ekubonile, kodwa njengoba izintatheli ezikhohlakele zaziqinisekisile, climate kaJudith Curry yaba omunye wabasebenzi bayo. Imbuka ebandleni ngoba inkolo ye-anthropogenic ne-global warming akuyona isayensi, yinkolo enomesiya wayo, imibhalo engcwele. Izinkolelo ezimayelana ne-CO2 azidingi ukukhohlwa futhi ziqinisekise kufanele zikholwe. Lokhu kungikhumbuza inganekwane ye-Emperors
is naked,
new
the hockey
clothes.
stick is fake.
Wonke
You
umuntu
have to say
emphakathini
out
wesayensi
loud.
uyazi ukuthi inkosi
You expose
inqunu.
yourself to the
Induku
risk
yehockey
of living
iwumbombayi.
with the motion
Kodwa
and sticking
ukukusho
hockey
kugcwala
puck.
umlomo
During the
kwakuwukuthi
fairy tale,
igagasi
it was the
lokuqhwaga
only one to voice the
ukwehlisa
truth
imali
that the emperor has no
ukudicilelwa
clothes.
phansi
In
kwakhe
reality, a
nokubekelwa
fan will receive
phansi
an answer
okuphika
that
isimo
is, in fact,
sezulu.
is not being peer-reviewed, and in fact, the emperor has the clothes. It's proven by a scientific consensus, which, when checked, turns out to be just as fake as the hockey stick.
Umfana osenganekwaneni okunguye yedwa owaveza iqiniso lokuthi umbusi akanazo izingubo kuleli qiniso. Okungcono kakhulu uzithola impendulo yokuthi impendulo zakhe ayizange ibuyekezwe ontanga. Iqiniso lokuthi umbusi unezingubo ufakazelwa ukuvumelana kwesayensi.
In parliaments around the world was based on this fake graph from 2001 IPCC report.
Sibona ngale graph eyikhohlisele esukela ngo-2001 IPCC futhi iye yabosha izinkulungwane zamadola futhi ngamunye wethu uyakhokheleka lamanga noma uyawakholela lamanga.
A tremendous amount of money goes to this.
Inani elikhulu lemali yethu liya kulaba abawakhwabanisa nabaqoqi bamazwe ngamazwe basebenzise izinkulungwane ezingu-632 ngo-2020 ngomphumela ongu-0 nhlobo. I-tsunami yase-Thailand ngo-2004 yathatha ukuphila kwabantu abangu-300,000. Ngakho njengoba ufukushima nehaiti babenjalo,
deadly droughts and shallowing of water reservoirs. It's not caused by CO2. It is the cycle.
Ayibangwa i-CO2 umjikelezo futhi sisemaphethelweni futhi lamambuka aqhubeka nokushicilela ama-hockey stick awo. Inguquko entsha enesibambo eside manje bathi isekela yasikela abasika ngalo imali yethu nezimpilo zethu. U-$90 trillion ngo-2030 maqhathaniswa isamba somkhiqizo wonyaka wonke womhlaba wonke. Amazwe ahlangene angaba ngu-84 trillion. Ingabe usibuyisela ukukhokhela leyo ngoba akekho okhuluma ngembangela yangempela yokushintsha kwesimo sezulu, umjikelezo waso. Sure, I need a break.
Greetings. Thank you very much, Dali, for your journalistic investigation of the falsification of the hockey stick graph. I'm sure you have a lot more to say, and we'll hear more details of the hockey stick scam on the post-forum roundtables.
Ngiyathemba sisazozobe ngeziwe ngendaba yakho i-hockey sticks lapho siqhubeka neprogramu. Ake sibone ukuthi emva kokuba sesiveze i-hockey stick graph yini eziwedele. Uma bengeke bakwazi ukubona ukuthi u-empire akagqokile,
There are hundreds of thousands of times more normal scientists and sane people, but they keep quiet because scientists who dare to speak the truth are silenced. Their articles are not published. They are deprived of scientific titles, fired, and some of them even beaten half to death. The real heroes are those who openly state that anthropogenic climate change is a lie. It is our duty to support such scientists and convey truthful information to the public. In preparation for
kungumsebenzi wethu ukuthi sazise abantu ngobuqiniso
volunteers of the Creative Society project interviewed dozens of honest scientists from around the world. These include climatologists, meteorologists, atmospheric physicists, astrophysicists, geologists, geophysicists, oceanologists. These are representatives of the scientific community of the USA, Great Britain, Australia, Germany, Norway, Czech Republic, Belarus, Ukraine, Russia, and other countries. You can see these interviews on the Creative Society website. In the communication with scientists, we have deeply investigated the arguments, checked ourselves all the facts and evidence that CO2 does not affect climate change. If you want to study this issue as much as we did, the interviews on the website will be useful to you. And I'll tell you the most obvious facts right now. Carbon dioxide It's a trace component. Its concentration in the atmosphere are negligible. According to official data, CO2 concentration are now 419 ppm. What does this mean? ppm, parts per million, is 1 millionth part in the volume unit of air. How to imagine it? It means 4 CO2 molecules for every 10,000 other molecules in the atmosphere. These are 4 molecules that's supposed to trap and transfer heat to the other 10,000 molecules. Look at them. How will they hit the other molecules? There is no way. It is clear, even to a first grader. How much of the CO2 did humans produce? The amount of carbon dioxide emitted by humankind since 1750 during the entire industrial era is estimated by various researchers to be from 1% to 12% of all CO2, that is, humans have added from 4 to 48 molecules per million other molecules of the atmosphere of the entire time. The degree of absurdity is increasing, isn't it? You don't believe that humans emit so little? Look at the fact. The most obvious proof is the killing curve, the curve of increasing CO2 concentrations. When the COVID-19 pandemic hit the whole world in 2020, business shut down, people stayed home under quarantine, and the air in cities cleared of exhausted fumes. Do you know what the CO2 growth curve did? It didn't flinch. The concentration of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere continued to rise just as it did before. All the rest of the CO2 is not produced by humans, but by natural sources, such as plants, forest fires, volcanic eruptions, and the oceans. Plants start emitting more CO2 than they absorb. Wildfires increase, volcanic activity increases, and the ocean heats up at the bottom. About 95% of the Earth's total carbon dioxide is dissolved in the ocean's deep waters. The oceans is what control the amount of CO2 in the Earth's atmosphere. Only incompetent experts would argue that the oceans is warming because of the CO2 released by humans. The ocean transfers heat up to the atmosphere, not vice versa. It's simple, high school physics. Instrumental measurements show that the ocean waters are warm first, and only after 11-12 months, the concentration of CO2 in the atmosphere increases. CO2 emissions are the consequence, not the cause of heating. Undoubtedly, the main greenhouse gas is water vapor, which evaporates from the surface of the world ocean. Its contribution to the greenhouse effect is 5 times greater than that of anthropogenic CO2. Now, water vapor is rising because of the intense heating of the deep layers of the ocean, and we'll talk about it later in the forum. Look at the screen. This cube is how much CO2 is released into the atmosphere by humans. The other orange cubes are the CO2 emitted from natural sources. The purple cubes are water vapor. The blue and green cubes are the rest of the atmosphere. The cube examples should be clear, even to a 3-year-old child. It gets even more interesting. It is well known to climatologists that an increase in the concentration of greenhouse gases in the stratosphere at an altitude of 20 to 50 kilometers leads not to a warming, but to cooling of the atmosphere. This is called stratospheric cooling. That is, the CO2 supposedly hits the lower layers of the atmosphere and it cools the upper layers. Such a selective gas. Do you want more news? There are many scientific papers on how anthropogenic CO2 over the Arctic and Antarctica doesn't hit the air but cools it. Isn't it interesting that CO2 not only acts differently depending on how high above the Earth it is, but also depending on geographic location? CO2 has also acted capriciously over the past centuries. It raises the temperature and then lowered it down, but we have to believe that this is exactly the cause of climate change right now. And you know, there is another fact that has come as shock to me. In ice cores from the last 100,000 years of the pre-industrial era, when there was no cars and factories yet, CO2 concentrations were much higher than today's, for 100 ppm. For example, it was from 700 to 5,500 ppm. However, in 1985, when the climate anthropogenic hysteria began, these data began to disappear from the articles to make it convenient to fit the results of anthropogenic scam. We are not against CO2. It is indeed rising right now, but it's just not affecting the climate in any way. CO2 increases intensely every time there is a period of global climate disasters, which happens once 12,000 years, and ice core remembers it. That's why for those liars who made up hockey stick graphs who are willing to kill 8 billion people for the sake of money needs to falsify the studies of glacier cores as well. Now, because of this corrupted Judas, the mouths of honest scientists are being shut, and we are losing precious time. Millions of people are dying. The number of climate refugees is growing. For 40 years, they continue to lie to us that we humans are to blame for global warming. We are forced to reduce our already negligible concentrations of CO2 and led to believe that this should keep us from dying. Had anything improved with climate? Every day that the world lives under the guise of anthropogenic CO2, there is another day that brings us the whole world closer to the abyss. We should have been studying the real causes of climate change by now and looking for solutions. But billions of dollars keep going the drain of the CO2 myth. The time will come, and we, people, will ask everyone where and why this money was unreasonably spent. Why was our money wasted on air? And who will bring back the lives of people who died in disasters? The theory of anthropogenic climate change is scientific nonsense. That's why we don't care about it. We talk about the real causes of climate change and geodynamic because we stand for lives of everyone on the planet, everybody's life, even those corrupted Judas. Because we are people and we want to live.
Yes, there is no doubt, Elizabeth, that the theory of anthropogenic influence on climate change contradicts not only common sense, but also the laws of physics. Despite this, falsified theories are not seen as pseudoscientific today, but are becoming basis for socially significant decisions that are already radically altering lives. Now, our next speaker is Klaus Ermicke, who will talk about what is the greenhouse effect. Mr. Ermicke is a managing director of Klaus Ermicke GmbH, head of the KE Research Service. Let's hear from him next.
Well, I started observing the whole thing myself about 30 years ago. And at the time, the topic was still relatively new and uncommon. I thought it was incredibly strange that CO2 in the air, which is only present in negligible amounts, could suddenly change the world's climate. So, because it is our basic working method, we gathered a group of experts and consultants who specialized in this topic. There are professors in atmospheric physics, professors in meteorology, and other scientists, and they supported us in exploring this topic and putting together
futhi basisekela ekukholeni lesihlobo futhi sihlanganise lokho esabe sesichithelele kanye nezakhamuzi ezikhathazekile. Elinye igama elaziwa kakhulu ilokho okubizwa ngokuthi i-greenhouse effect.
a relationship between the
Kukholakala
CO2
ukuthi
content
kukhona
in the
ubudlelwane
atmosphere and the
phakathi
temperature
kokuqukethwe
of Earth.
i-CO2
And
emkhathini
supposedly, the
nezinga
CO2
lokushisa
content in the
emhlabeni,
atmosphere
futhi
raises
kuthiwa
temperatures
uqukethwe
on Earth
i-CO2
by 30
emkhathini
degrees
uphakamisa
Celsius
izinga
in a
lokushisa
natural way.
emhlabeni
So the
ngo-33
assumption
degrees
is that
Celsius
it would be
ngendlela
33
yemvelo.
degrees warmer
Ngakho
because we
kwatsho
have
ukuthi
infrared active
ukufudumala
gases in
kwama-degrees
the
angu-33
atmosphere
ngenxa
called
yokuthi
greenhouse gases.
sinamagesi
It is
asebenza
also called the
nge-infrared
natural greenhouse effect. That's
emkhathini
close to
ebizwa ngokuthi
opposites.
amagesi
So
ambalwa
we put
ukushisa.
together everything that leads to the
Ngakho
transfer of solar radiation from
sihlanganise
the sun
konke
to the
ukuholela
Earth.
ekudluliseni
This
kwemiseyo
energy is
yelanga.
accumulated in the
La
atmosphere
mandla
or on
aqoqwa
Earth's surface.
emkhathini
It is
noma
then
endaweni
redistributed
yomhlaba bese
without
setshentshiswa
actually
kabusha
increasing or
ngaphandle
decreasing
kokukhuphula
to
noma
equal to
ukwehlisa
energy
inani
because the
lamandla
Earth can't
aqileyo.
absorb
Ngoba
energy
umhlaba
all the time. If
awukwazi
the amount of
ukunca
energy
amandla
that is
ngaso sonke
constantly
isikhathi.
increasing,
Uma inani lamandla belilokhu likhuphuka
at
njalo
some point the Earth would
belizoshisa futhi
evaporate. And
lishise
obviously,
futhi
this has
ngesinye
not happened
isikhathi
for the last 4
umhlaba
billion years.
uzokwamuka
This means that
futhi
energy was
ngokusobala
constantly
lokhu
emitted
kungenzeka
into
eminyakeni
outer
ezigidi
space. But in
eziningi.
reality,
Lokhu
the Earth
kusho
is warmer
ukuthi
due to
kumele
radiation.
uhlale
And that's because
ukhishelelwa
the Earth is
umphakathi.
cold, not hot.
Kuyinqoya
So
ukuthi umhlaba
it can only
uyabanda
emit infrared
awushisi
radiation, which is in
njengezinkanyezi
the
futhi
invisible
ungakhipha
band.
imisebe
This energy radiation
kuphela.
is very high.
Kodwa le
The
misebe yamandla
atmosphere is what
iphezulu
actually cools us
kakhulu.
down.
Umkhathi
The
yiwona
atmosphere
osipholisa
radiates into
ngempela.
space. Now,
Manje
here's an unexpected thought. Let's take it one
sikwiphuzu
step further. Let's
elingalindelekile.
think about
Ake
what's
sithathe iphuzu
actually in the
phezulu.
atmosphere
Ake
that
sicabange
is
ngalokho
creating
empilweni
all of that.
okusemkhathini
70%
okungenzeka
of
ukuthi
Earth's cooling is caused by infrared
ukhazimulisa
active
laphaya.
gases.
U-70%
Now, we
wokupholisa
can ask a
komhlaba
million
ubangelwa
dollar
amagesi
question. What is
abizwa
another name for
nge-infrared.
infrared
Futhi
active
manje
gases?
singabuza umbuzo
It's the greenhouse gases. The term
wesigidi.
greenhouse gases doesn't exist in physics at all,
Igama
nor does
elithi
it exist in
amagesi
chemistry,
abamba
which
ukushisa.
classifies the substances. In fact,
Futhi
it was
ayikho
invented
ku-chemistry
much
ahlukanisa
later.
izinto
After
eqinisweni yasungulwa
research foundation about
kakhulu
the
kamuva
function of
ngemva
gases
kokuba isisekelo
had been made
somcwaningo
available,
mayelana nokusebenza kwalamagesi
struck a certain
esenziwe.
political message
Lokhu
from that.
kumele
This is just a contradiction.
kuwuphikisa
Because at
ngoba
one point, the
ngesinye
genius of
isikhathi
propaganda
ungqondongqondo
invented the term greenhouse
wenkulumoze
gas. He should have been
wasungula
awarded a
igama
Nobel
elithi
Prize in marketing
isisi
for it,
esihamba
but
nokushisa.
it has nothing
Bekufanele
to do with
uklonyeliswe
physical
umklomelo
reality.
kaNobel
Interestingly,
okuhlanganisa ngawo
if we go
uma
back to the early
bukhona
history of
kodwa
science, we'll find
kuhlangene
a fact which has
nowoqobo
been known for
umzimba.
over 100 years.
Kuyathakazelisa ukuthi uma usibuyela
Infrared
emlandweni
active
wokuqala
gases actually
wesayensi
cool the Earth.
sizothola iqiniso elalaziwa
The first
ngaminyaka
paper that
engaphezulu
attempted to quantify
kwe-100.
energy fluxes and
Iphepha
gases
lokuqala elazama ukulinganisa
was written back in
ukuguquguquka
1917
kwamandla
by a
emkhathini
British
labhalwa
meteorologist
emuva
and engineer
ngo-1970 isazi
William Henry Downes.
saseBrithani
So this
unjiniyela
basic
uWilliam
knowledge
Henry
has been
Downes.
around for a long time.
Ngakho-ke
The
lolu
question
lwazi
is, why has it
oluyisisekelo
changed somehow?
selunesikhathi
More and more
eside
people started to
lukhona
bet,
futhi umbuzo
really
uwukuthi
make
kungani
the
lushintshile
revelation that
ngandlela
greenhouse
thile.
gases
Kungani
should
abantu
be,
abaningi
we
baqala
gotta be greenhouse
ukuhlehla.
gases, not infrared active gases. The fact that we're creating a whole new doctrine,
Kufanele manje bizwa ngokuthi amagesi abamba ukushisa hhayi amagesi
abandoning the planet,
asebenzayo.
has to do with the
Yingakho behlala
manpower of the
besebenzisa
citizens. That's
izingane.
why they constantly use children. Municipalities
Omasipala baqasha
climate
umphakathi
managers who make their way into the
besimo
last nursing
sezulu
home
abangena
to preach the
endlini
doctrine
yokugcina
of dangerous greenhouse gases
asebekhulile ukuze
and what are the
bashumayele
consequences.
imfundiso yamagesi
As a
abamba
result,
ukushisa
energy taxes
izingozi.
and energy
Futhi
levies
iyini
have been
imiphumela
imposed on the
ngenxa
means
yalokho?
of saving the
Izintela
planet,
zamandla kanye
when in
nezintela
fact
zabanye
they're
ziye
only meant to
zafakwa
fill
ngaphansi
empty government
kwesithunzi.
coffers. A lot of what needs to be
Sokubisa
researched
i-climate
costs a lot of
kuyilapho
money.
empeleni zenzelwe ukugcwalisa
Meanwhile,
isikhwama
the so-called
sikahulumeni.
climate researchers are being showered
Okwangaleso
with money.
sikhathi okuthiwa
The so-called
abacwaningi
computer
besimo
models that
sezulu
are being
bathola
developed.
ngemali,
They're
ikakhulukazi
incredibly expensive
amamodeli
and they're completely pointless because it's
okhompuyutha enziwa
impossible to
ngaso sonke
simulate the
isikhathi
atmosphere,
abizwa ngendlela emangalisayo
the
futhi
chemical
awasho lutho.
processes that go on in there.
Uma
If something has been falsified,
uma
has been
okuthile
proven to be
okungelona
untrue,
iqiniso
it
kanye
means that in the
kwafakazelwa
normal
ukuthi
scientific
kuyiqiniso,
process,
kusho
those
ukuthi
hypotheses should be excluded.
enqubeni evamile
So,
yesayensi leyo mbono
what we're
kufanele
finding out
ikhishwe
now
ecatshangelweni kwevamile.
I would like
Esikutholayo
to
manje
thank Klaus Ermike for voicing this shocking
ingakho
information
sikhuluma
that
ngakho
greenhouse
futhi
gases do not heat up the
sonke isimo
atmosphere
phezulu kahle hayi sonke.
So where did the money go then? The main
Iya
reason
kuphi
why
leyo
the
mali?
system does not work is corruption. Human nature is such that it makes no sense to replace one person for another just to change people in the office. In the consumerist format, we will always come to this very same result: money and power. So how to
Imali
build a
nokuphatha.
creative society under this
Singayenza
system?
kanjani
We
i-creative
already have the
society?
solution and the
Sinayo
utility.
sisixazululo.
Yes, Tali, indeed. So data plays a crucial role in our daily lives in this digital age, even if we are not aware of the details. The entire world can be viewed as a digit in information technology. Every person is a digit. Every
wonke
tangible
umuntu
object, like a
uyinombolo,
building or
yonke
a
into
car, is a
ephathekayo
digit.
njenge-building nemoto
Even intangible
kuyinombolo.
objects like
Ngisho nezinto
copyright are
ezingaphatheki
digits.
njenge-copyright
It is
zizinombolo.
indisputable that economics and
Akunakuphikiswa
finance
ukuthi
are
ezomnotho
global digits.
nezezimali ziwumhlaba
They give a
wezinombolo.
huge amounts of data on
Siqoqa inani
everything we do
elikhulu
every
ledatha
second.
kukho konke
To
esikwenzayo
make online
ngomzuzwana ngamunye,
transactions or a millisecond
hhayi
pause
kuphela
while scrolling
ukuthenga
on
kwethu
YouTube.
ku-inthanethi
But
noma
unfortunately,
ukumisa isikhashana,
data literacy is
kodwa
extremely low today.
ngeshwa ulwazi
People
lokufunda
are simply
ngedatha
drowning in the amount of
luphansi
data,
kakhulu.
failing to keep up with the pace of technology.
Abantu baceleni ledatha bahluleka
This
ngisho
has to
nokubambisana okuphathelene
slow
nakho.
down the pace of
Lokhu futhi
development of
kunciphisa
science,
ijubane
technology,
lokuthuthukiswa kwesayensi,
integration of new
chwepheshe,
technologies,
ukuqaliswa
and
kobuchwepheshe
artificial
obusha,
intelligence,
imibono
and as a
emisha,
result,
futhi ngenxa
civilization
yalokho
itself.
impucuko ngokwayo.
Well, there is another
Khona
related
enye into
problem with the
ehlobene
current
nayo
state of
ephazamisa
our
intuthuko
society.
yomphakathi wethu. Abanye
Some
abadali
always
abasebenzisa
taking
ithuba
advantage of the fact
lokuthi
that no one
akekho
can access all the data
ongacubulunga
to
yonke
organize
idatha
shared
ukuze
money
ahlele
flows.
ukuhamba kwemali
All these
yethu.
points lead to
Lawa
real-world
maphuzu
questions.
aholela embuzweni
Will
onengqondo.
humanity manage to use
Ingabe
data
isintu
as it
sizokwazi
pleases
ukusebenzisa
with
idatha
freedom?
esinayo
And
ngokunenzuzo?
can we put data
Futhi
at the service
singafaka
of
idatha
usage?
enkonzweni yempucuko?
But do we
Kodwa
include
ingabe
companies that serve humanity as a
sinezinkampani
whole, that
ezisebenzela
strive to improve the
isintu
life of
sisonke futhi
every
ezifisa
human being?
ukuthuthukisa impilo yawo wonke umuntu
Or
ophilayo?
finally change our
Ngisho
lives
ukuthi
for the
siguqule
better
ngokujulile
without
izimpilo
seeking
zethu zibe
profits?
ngcono ngaphandle
Let's
kokufuna
be
inzuzo.
honest. We don't
Masikhulume
even have a
iqiniso.
real
Asinakho
collaboration
ngisho
now with our society.
ukusebenzisana kwangempela emphakathini wethu
Instead,
ohlukene.
every company
Kunalokho,
exploits people
yonke inkampani
and data for its
ichaphaza
own
abantu
profit.
nedatha
To
ukuze
make us buy more
izuzise,
products,
ukuze
to sell
iyenze
our data
sithenge
to someone
imikhiqizo
else.
yazo eminingi noma sidayise omunye
Even
umuntu
if we
idatha
agree
yethu.
on pulling
Ngisho
together
noma
all the
singavumelana
data to do
ukuhlanganisa
something
yonke
more,
idatha ukuze senze
there's not
okuthile
enough computing power to process
okunenjongo,
it.
awekho amandla
At
anele
least
okwenza
using the
ikhompyutha
conventional logic
yokucubungula
and
okungenani
current programming
ukusebenzisa
methods.
ingqondo evamile njengokuhlela.
Luckily, today
Ngenhlanhla,
on this planet,
namuhla
there's
kule
one
planet
company that could
kunenkampani
tackle all
eyodwa
these things.
engabhekana nenkinga
The
lolu hlobo.
solution will determine the future of
Isisombululo
humanity.
sayo sizonquma ikusasa lethu.
And I am talking about none other
Angikhulumi
than
ngomunye
XPNLG,
ngaphandle
creators of the
kwe-SPNLG,
first artificial
abasunguli
consciousness,
abokwazi
Jackie
bokuqala
recently
uJackie
presented
osanda
their
bethula
latest
umkhiqizo
product,
wakho
the
wakamuva
Voskhod
we-Phosphate
Multipurpose Complex.
Multipurpose Complex.
All the unique technology
Bonke ubuchwepheshe
capabilities
obuyingqayizivele
XPNLG
kanye
possesses
namathuba
can be
XPNRSG
applied
enawo
in creating
ebandakanyeka
the complex.
ekuthuthukiseni nasekusunguleni
The Voskhod
i-complex.
Multipurpose Complex
I-Voskhod Multipurpose Complex ihlanganisa umhlaba wonke wayo, yonke idatha yedijitha ekhona, kanye nesikhungo esisodwa sokucubungula idatha esisekelwe ebuhlakanini.
Even the name wasn't chosen by chance.
Igama
It's very symbolic.
alikhethwanga ngenhlanhla futhi
It is
liwumfanekiso
associated with
omkhulu.
sunrise.
Lihlonishwa
When the sun rises over the
ukuphuma
horizon,
kwelanga.
its rays of
Lapho
light
ilanga
illuminate
liphuma
the darkness
emakhathizwe,
and shadows that
imisebe
continue
yalo
to
iyahlangana
disappear.
ikhanyisa ubumnyama futhi
That's
ithunzi
really
elisukayo
great.
limnyama kanjalo liveza
The
okungokoqobo.
sunrise brings life and hope.
Ukuphuma kwelanga kuletha ukuphila nethemba. Pho
This was
iyenzani?
created to solve
I-complex
real
yadalelwa
problems and
ukuxazulula
issues, both
ubuchwepheshe
existing
lwezinkinga
and
nezinjongo
that humanity is
kokubili
yet facing in
ezikhona
the
kanye
future. For example,
nalezo
during the
isintu
transition phase
esisazobhekana
to
nazo.
creative society,
Phakathi
one of the
nesigaba
main systems
sokushintsha
and
Creative
successes
Society,
each designed to
ihlanganisa
solve
izihlelo
specific
eziningi
creative tasks.
zenhlelo ezincane.
In particular,
Ngalunye
the complex includes
lwekhelwe
total
ukuxazulula uhla
financial
oluthile
management system
lwemisebenzi,
that performs, among others, such tasks as global
ikakhulukazi
anti-corruption monitoring at all levels.
ihlanganisa
and
isamba
constant
sohlelo
monitoring
lokuqapha.
of all economic entities. Let's look at
Yeah.
how this functionality can
Ake
be used
sibheke lokhu
at the state
kusebenza.
level.
Kungasetshenziswa
When
kanjani?
deployed, the Voskhod
Ezingeni
MPC
likahulumeni
is
lapho
integrated into all
sisetshenziswa
digital systems of
i-Voskhod
state.
MPC ihlanganiswa
It has
kuzo zonke
continuous
izinto.
oversight of the entire financial system, allowing to monitor the situation in the state economy in real time. This ensures that
Lokhu
transparency
kuqinisekisa ukuba sobala kokusetshenziswa kwezimali kuwo wonke amazinga.
Voskhod MPC identifies
I-Focus MPC ihloza futhi iqaphe noma yiziphi izicelo ezingekho emthethweni zokushushumbisa kwemali okuhlanganisa nokuqhutshisa kwazo okungalawuleki. Ihlonza yonke imibuthano yabantu ababandekela ezinhlelweni ezingekho emthethweni futhi isiza ukuthola ubuthakathaka emthethweni ekuphatheni kanye nasohlelweni ukubhala okwezwe ukukhwabanisa cabanga ngakho
Total transparency and
ungafihli
eradication
lokho
of
okuphelele
corruption.
nokuqedwa
Significant
kwenkohlakalo
incentives
kuzwakala
existed where,
njengesigwebo
according to the
sentambo
official numbers,
emphakathini lapho
up to
ngokwezibalo
25% of the size
kufinyelela
of even the state's
ku-25%
annual
yobukhulu
budget
banoma
is lost
isiphi
to embezzlement.
sabelomali
This
sonyaka.
sees every coins movement.
I-complexes ibona umyalezo wohlamvu lwemali futhi ivula yonke into manje esiyimfihlo efihliwe futhi akunandaba ukuthi imali noma imali esebhange ngokungafani nabantu i-complex ayigudli ayebi ayingacindezeleka ayibi ngaphansi kwezilingo imizwelo ukungabaza futhi ayinasithakazelo sayo ngokwayo nekusasa layo kunalokho isebenzisayo ngedatha futhi incike ngokukhethekile ezinombolweni zangempela namaqiniso ungafunda futhi ubuke kwengeziwe ku-Hot Software kodwa manje ake sibukele ividiyo efishane ezokunikeza imininingwane ethokozisayo.
Voskhod MPC in the state. Despite the fact that Voskhod MPC was created for the transition period from a consumerist to a creative format of society, it can be effectively used at the level of the state or the Commonwealth of States and in the consumer society. Of course, in the consumer format, the democratization of information is out of the question, as it would make the state vulnerable. In this regard, the use of Voskhod MPC at the state level should take place in closed mode, with direct subordination to the head of the state. When Voskhod MPC is installed and integrated into all digital systems of the state, it carries out total supervision of the entire financial system. This ensures the transparency of the use of funds at all levels, allows the control of all financial flows, and operates with accurate data regarding both public and private capital. Voskhod MPC solves the problems of almost all controlling services and departments much more effectively while carrying out supervision for corruption and misuse of budgetary funds. In a consumer society, the weakest link at any level is the human being. The entourage of the head of any state is not an exception. Sometimes even his inner circle includes people who play a double game. The Voskhod MPC functions preemptively. It allows to identify such people timely. With precise information from the initial source, the first person of the state can always be sure of the loyalty and reliability of his team. It is enough during the report meeting with official to compare the reports provided by him with the real data given by Voskhod MPC. According to our calculations, for the secret department which will use the Voskhod MPC to be the most effective in such a state as China, for example, 12 employees would be enough, 3 IT specialists and 9 financial analysts, plus the head of this secret department. The complex is flawless. It is designed to be invulnerable to hacking. It is equipped with an internal audit and control system to identify unreliable employees who have access to it. The only vulnerable link when working with the Voskhod MPC in a consumer society are 2 people: the first person of the state, who decided to use the complex in the state, and the head of the secret department, who will operate and manage the Voskhod MPC. He will not be able to enter false data into the complex deliberately. This is impossible, but it is he who will provide reports to the first person of the state. State economic benefits. In economics, the Voskhod MPC makes the basing state practically out of reach of other states. The complex is capable of optimizing costs, bringing in huge profits by building accurate forecasts and financial models. It is also capable of significantly improving the economy and the well-being of the people. It will increase the level of trust for the government and strengthen the authority of the first person of the state. If we are to put into numbers the benefits of a single state from the usage of the Voskhod MPC, only on the optimization of budgets, personnel, restructuring of government services, the United States can save up to $2.5 trillion of the budget funds annually. Having the initial data on all the spheres of state life, Voskhod MPC predicts with maximum accuracy volatility of the economy. This enables reallocating budgetary funds between industries and companies with maximum efficiency, mitigating, reducing to zero the negative effects of the crisis phenomena in the world economy, and using forecasts with maximum profit. Extensions and flexibility. There are methodologies for working with 31 sectors of the economy implemented in the Voskhod MPC. The XP Energy team has created Voskhod MPC with the possibility of its continuous development and improvement in case it is required. Suppose a new sector or industry of the economy appears. In that case, the functionality of the complex can be extended in a very short time. For example, the emergence of space tourism, which will undoubtedly become a new leisure industry in time, as well as planned flights to neighboring planets. Also, an industry that is about to burst into our lives and become an everyday occurrence. This refers to the industrial development of asteroids, or in other words, the extraction of raw materials on the asteroids and space bodies. We are ready to pass the Voskhod MPC to the state whose first person is ready to implement the creative society in their country.
Amazing, isn't it? And this is just one of the functions of the Voskhod multipurpose complex. So imagine just how many possibilities will become our reality when the Voskhod MPC starts operating. But let's not forget that this is just another tool that we can use to drastically improve our lives, or it can become a weapon if it falls into the wrong hands. With all the information presented earlier in this forum about insane amounts of money spent on unsuccessful and never-ending battles with the world's biggest problems, if used for good, the Voskhod MPC would allow us to finally be able to see how the funds are actually spent and redirect all our resources, all human potential to build the creative society, not only to survive, but become a civilization and prosper.
Impucuko futhi sichume.
We, as humanity, have tremendous opportunities. We already have the technology to save our lives and the entire civilization. But we cannot use it for the benefit of people because we are not a civilization yet. Today, there is no for humanity, for uniting. There is no system today for uniting humanity except in the format of the creative society. This is the only salvation for all people, and it is in our hands. It depends on our choice whether we live or not. And that's right now. Facing the global climate, and we cannot afford to wait for leaders and the powers that be to build the creative society. They will not be able to break the system, to stop the wheel of the consumerist format, which is rushing with us into the abyss at full speed. As long as we humans are alive, they will use us in their own schemes and their games. They will do anything to keep their wealth and power over us. They will kill us with our own hands, as long as we justify these murders by blaming each other. What is happening now is the degradation of human minds It is the complete devaluation of human lives. It is a very frightening that we, humans, even in our own heads, allow and accept that there can be any excuse for deaths. They say, you have chosen such a government for yourself. It's your fault. This phrase is now used to justify deaths in the Ukraine and in other countries. But what is the people's fault in this case? In any country, people vote for what politicians promise them and not for what they do when they get there and do afterwards at their own will. We people have no means or mechanisms to remove them. We cannot stop what they are doing and make them do what they promised us. Yes, we humans may choose the wrong politician, but none of us choose death. People are being deceived. Politics is the art of deception. Let's face the truth. Let's just face the truth. The worst things that were created here in the world against people were created by politicians. This applies to every country. And in every country, there are a handful of bastards. Because bastards are not nationalities. Bastards are people who have forgotten that they are human beings. And there are such bastards everywhere. They believe they have the right to impose on us some super idea for which we supposed to die. Tell me, what kind of a great idea is that? Can anyone, or can any idea more valuable, is there any idea more valuable than human life? How can an idea justify murders? If you are indignant now, if you do not agree with what I'm saying, it's only because you are in a time where you are hundreds and thousands of kilometers away, and nobody has come to kill you and your family. But when the bombs come to you, when bombs come to you and missiles explode in your yard, what will justify it? What will justify it? Only then will you understand that there is nothing more valuable than human life. But then it will be too late. You will be dead. And only a politician's idea will remain. Tell me, is it worth it? Tell me, are you willing to die for a political idea? Do we really need an idea to die for? Nobody wants to die. Politicians start wars and send us to die. But sooner or later, every war ends. A lot depends on politicians today. But the most important thing depends on us, people. Whether we live in peace, it depends on us whether we live at all. While we, people, we do want to live. We do want to live. And if a politician makes a mistake, if he leads you and me to death, then we should have the right to recall our votes. The right to recall a person from this office. That's the very way it should be. But when we don't have the right, it means we are given one person complete power over us. But how can one person decide how the whole country will live? In the creative society, there can be no power. We do not need power. We know what it does, and we know what it leads to. The word is the most powerful weapon. It begins and ends everything. We must stop being silent. We must stop waiting. We should build the creative society ourselves. We have no one to hope for. It is up to us, people. We have to do it ourselves. I believe in us. I believe we can do anything because we are people. And we, all of us, we want to live.
This amazing song was created by the people for the whole humanity because we are the people and we want to live. And next, I would like to introduce Jeff Monson, ADCC wrestling champion, 3 times world jiu-jitsu champion, member of the American Top Team. Let's watch Jeff.
Hello, I'm Jeff Munson. I'm very excited to be on this forum because I have a lot to say, and I feel very strongly about the advocates of this forum and what it stands for. So the first thing I want to say is that in this political climate now, where we're having war, where we're having global warming, we're having conflicts, we're having problems, with people being traded, as slaves or as sex slaves, as people living in poverty still, and sanctions. And there's many, many terrible things you can read about in the news every day or watch on TV, like the world is terrible, the world is terrible. But I want to emphasize that there are many, many people who are pushing for a better world, and a better world is possible. And the main idea of this is it starts with us. We can't rely on governments. We've been relying on government since the beginning of time, since the feudal system with kings, since capitalism with the free markets, with elections, with democracy, voting for presidents and representatives in Congress and Duma members to try to fix things. When you participate in the world, when everybody has equality, when you can look at somebody on the street and know that they enjoy the same freedoms as you and they have the same opportunities as you, and they're participating in the world as you, I don't think there's any greater joy as a human being than this. It's like everybody in the world shares this same feeling of unity within ourselves, within the human race. We're all people. Well, like I said, we all want the same things. So why can we not work together? We're intelligent. We can spend people into space. We can make these crazy weapons that can destroy the world. We can do all this stuff. If we can do this, then we can have a system where we have unity and peace and where we're all working together. This is our last chance to come together. So we're going to come together, and we right now we can choose to come together. Well, we're going to be forced to come together because we're in a system where either war or climate change or this has forced us to understand that we're not going to survive as a species unless we come together. But right now is our last chance to do this, like willingly, without any environmental influence, like telling us that we need to, without like our imminent destruction. So, guys, tell your neighbors, tell your friends, tell them that you want to make a change and that you're willing to make a change and that you want them to make a change with you, whether you know them or you don't know them. Guys, this is such an opportunity. Like, I'm so excited even talking about it. I just imagine outside walking and meeting people and talking to people and traveling and seeing people that all want this, like this humanity to join together and for something better that includes every single person on earth. Imagine whether you're disabled or black or white or woman or man or child or elderly or whatever your profession, like join together for the same purpose, and that's the betterment of society.
Thank you, Jeff, for your sincere understanding of the importance of unification. It is truly the only way we can survive. Dear viewers, I would like to thank you for being with us. This broadcast was brought to you by volunteers from all around the world.
Hello, I'm Jeff
I would like
Munson.
to thank you.
I'm very excited to be on this forum.
Yeah.
Because I have a lot to say. And I feel very strongly about
I think I can hear something.
the advocates of this forum and what it stands for. So the first thing I want to say is that in this political climate.
Is it better now? Yes, thank you. And this broadcast is organized by volunteers from all around the world. I would like to thank each person who participated in making this event real. Right now, this event is being translated into more than 100 languages. And dear viewers, please share this broadcast with everyone you know. Please help us to make this event available for everyone in this world. This event is the time for the truth, and we are changing our future right now. We would like to receive your opinions, your feedback. Please record videos, send us emails. Let's be together, because what we are doing right now is so important. We don't yet understand how much the truth is changing the world. And in the next block, we will find out why the issue of ecology will never be solved in the consumer format of the society.
Case number 115, fashion industry. Crime against humanity. Defendant, the consumerist format.
Aren't you gonna anything to say? Then I'll start. Bangladesh, the year 2013.
I suddenly felt, am I in a war zone? I was hearing the scream from the rubble, someone saying, chop off my leg and pull me out.
Save me, brother. Please, save me. Brother, I want to live.
Haven't you remembered? Then I'll continue. Rana Plaza, an 8-story building, and 1,134 dead workers don't mean anything to you? And the managers were warned about the bad conditions of the building. And there were cracks in the walls. And yet, people were forced to work until the tragedy happened. Among the dead were women and underage girls.
We didn't want to go up in the factory, but management forced us to go and said there was no problem with the building.
We took a pen and wrote our addresses and mobile numbers on our hands. This way, our parents would identify our dead bodies.
I know. You'll say these are isolated cases. Then explain why dozens of thousands of people annually die in cotton production. According to the latest report of the Global Slavery Index, the production of clothing is the world's second largest industry in terms of slave labor. Let's move on. To produce one t-shirt and one pair of jeans, 1 kilo of cotton is needed. According to the World Wildlife Fund, it takes up to 20,000 liters of water to produce that 1 kilogram. 20,000 liters would be enough for one person for 27 years if they drink the norm, which is 2 liters a day. And this happens while the supply of fresh water is only 2.5% of the total amount of water on the planet. Do you understand that? At the same time, every third inhabitant on the planet has no access to clean, fresh water. Are genes really more important than human life?
Indonesia, the Citarum River. The Chitaram River is one of the 3 dirtiest rivers on the planet. But 40 years ago, this river and its surroundings were considered a tropical paradise. This is what the Chitaram looks like now at its source, and this is what it looks like when it crosses major cities. Today, there are more than 3,000 factories around the Chitaram River, a quarter of which work to export fabric for the world's clothing brands. Each of these factories dumps waste products into the Chitaram every day. The Chitaram is now a cocktail of chemicals with dead animals floating in it. The content of heavy metals exceeds all permissible norms here. Mercury concentrations are 4 times the safe standard. According to the 2013 report on the downstream impacts of water pollution in the Upper Chitaram River, West Java, Indonesia, 25 million people depend on the Chitaram River.
Heavy metals are not degradable. Boiling the water does nothing. People who regularly drink this water are at the risk of getting cancer, mental retardation, very slow growth.
The scary thing is, it's this same water that irrigates these paddy fields, and everyone who lives around here eats rice that's grown in fields like this one.
The factory usually dumps wastewater into the river at midnight. They'll check first if the coast is clear before dumping the toxic waste.
How does that make you feel? You have protection when you're inside the factory, then you put the stuff in the river.
It's ironic that I'm sometimes responsible for what's happening. I am conflicted and concerned, but I need to eat, so I have to work there.
3 million people work in the textile factories, manufacturing, dyeing, and sewing clothes for major fashion brands is a $12 billion industry that has kept Indonesia's economy the largest in Southeast Asia. But its price is an ecological disaster and destruction of people's lives. China. 70% of rivers and lakes are polluted in this country. In 2017 alone, the Chinese non-governmental organization, the Institute of Public and Environmental Affairs, IPE, recorded that the textile industry had committed more than 300,000 violations of environmental standards. In China, the degree to which rivers are cleaned plays an important role in the political race. That is why special stations have been set up to record the emissions of various factories. But the problem is that these stations control only those regions that are upstream. So it turns out that the activities of downstream companies are not only unregulated by the relevant laws, but do not even come under control.
Aren't you tired of your lies?
According to the study, National Prevalence and Effects of Multiple Chemical Sensitivities, from 2008 to 2018, the population's sensitivity to chemicals increased by 300%, including articles of clothing. This is despite the fact that most brands claim their materials and dyes are environmentally friendly and safe for people.
Or shall we continue about environmental friendliness?
Just like many people on our planet Earth, I was cruelly deceived by the fashion industry. This deception was the following. When I came to a store for another purchase, I paid more attention to those items which were labeled as made from recycled materials. And I certainly gave them preference. But imagine my surprise when on one of the websites I saw goods with similar labeling, yet many times more expensive. And I wondered what the difference was. Why do the prices differ so much? So I started my own research, and what I found really shocked me. Our clothes are usually made of composite fibers. For instance, if it is polyester, they add cotton and rayon to it, and you understand that it is almost impossible to separate all that. We take an ordinary sweater made of mixed fiber, which includes accessories. All this has to be sorted, detached, checked, and then given to recycling and production processes. Thus, it is really a very expensive product that simply cannot cost little money. What shocked me the most were sneakers manufacturers who claim that their sneakers are made of plastic. Yes, they are made of plastic, but The big question is, what kind of plastic is it? Because as an ordinary consumer, I believe that sneakers have plastic soles. Hence, it is logical that a lot of sneakers are collected and new sneakers are made from them. Or it is that plastic, those plastic bottles, which are recycled. However, everything turns out to be quite otherwise. In fact, sneakers are made of new plastic. So not only do we already have a big problem with plastic, but we also keep producing it, and we say that our sneakers are environmentally friendly and made from plastic. That's how the fashion industry lulls us into complacency, and instead of really taking care of the environment, we only pollute it even more, thinking that when we buy products labeled as made from recycled materials, we thus help our planet. But in reality, we are killing it by producing more and more worthless goods. Therefore, it seems to me we should stop being blockheads who can be easily deceived. We should start thinking about what the consumerist format foists on us, and we ourselves should figure out and understand what is really going on.
The reality is that currently only about 1% of clothing is actually recycled in the very literal sense of the word.
1%.
1%.
1% is recycled.
If you're talking about recycling in terms of taking fibers and breaking them down and turning them back into new fibers, it's 1%.
In order for the fast fashion outlets to recycle what they make, it would take 12 years to recycle what they sell in 48 hours.
Okay. Explain me this. Why do you produce 400 billion square meters of textiles a year, and 60 billion is just waste? With this amount of fabric, you can rob our planet 800 times. At the same time, 1 truckload of clothing is burned every second, and tons of new clothes are thrown into the landfill. Tell me, will you ever get enough? Casualties, slave labor, destruction of rivers, ecology, and overproduction. What is all this for? Your cynicism, greed, your boundless cruelty cannot be hidden behind the bright, colorful label of the fashion industry. You have forced billions of people into the trap of consumption and put them on the brink of survival. Are you going to keep silent? I'm so tired of you. I know what I should do with you.
I was truly shocked by the information we saw in the video about fashion industry. How cruel and absurd is the consumer format we live in? Why is it allowed to manufacture products dangerous to the environment and human beings? Why unsafe technology being introduced? The answer is obvious. Because there is too much money at stake. And after everything we have seen and heard today, it's obvious that the consumerist format is simply killing us and our planet. And how could it be otherwise in the world where money is more precious than human life? And the only thing which can be changed by ourselves. We can be the change.
Your life is in danger. You live on a planet that is dying. The ecology that provides the conditions for your survival is almost destroyed and continues to be destroyed at a catastrophic rate. But the truth is that this cannot be stopped in the current consumerist format of society. The format of lies, cruelty, and absurdity. Do you want to change that? Then let's take an honest look at what is happening now. We are massively destroying the forest for timber, cutting down centuries-old tropical forest to plant coffee, cocoa, and soybeans because they are well paid for. We are recklessly clearing land for grazing, gold mining, and destroying the forest for so-called green energy. We have lost as many forests in the last 100 years as we did in the previous 9,000 years. The forest gives us oxygen, mitigates the effects of climate change, protects the soil from erosion, and preserves biodiversity. Where the forest disappears, all life dies. But in the consumerist format, we can't give up logging because the forest industry implies millions of jobs. Countries' budgets depend on it. It turns out that in order to survive, we must destroy what gives us life. The consumer society is a society of absurdity. Today, there is not even a single well-functioning system for environmental monitoring in the world. Its absence allows almost uncontrolled dumping of toxic waste into the environment. For example, 80% of the world's wastewater is returned to the environment untreated. More than 2 billion people are forced to use a source of drinking water contaminated with feces. Even in a highly developed country like the United States, tap water of every state contains impurities of hazardous substances such as arsenic, copper, and lead. The amount of fines for environmental violations is far less than the cost of environmentally friendly technology. The money from the fines goes into the state budget. At best, they are allocated to eliminate the consequences, but the cause still remains. And why eliminate it? We can continue to fine and sell emission quotas and licenses. As long as one can make money on this, the problem will never be solved. They just throw dust in our eyes, creating the illusion of an active fight against environmental pollution. The consumer society is a society of lies. Only 0.3% of all the water on the planet is available to people as fresh water. It is a single resource that belongs to all people. Now, 1 in 3 people does not have access to clean drinking water. To solve the water shortage problem in the 140 countries where it is particularly needed, $114 billion a year is required. Is it a lot? Just to compare, the global annual military budget for 2020 was $1,930 billion. That is, if we give up spending on the war for just 1 year, we can provide clean drinking water for all of these countries for almost 2 decades to come. In a consumer society, fostering hostility and fear is more important than caring for one's neighbor and future generations. Consumer society is a format of inhumanity. Another serious problem of our time is that there are no accessible and safe technologies for waste disposal. Our planet has become a giant landfill. For example, less than 10% of plastic is recycled. The rest we just throw away. Entire garbage islands have already been formed in the ocean. Microplastics have been found in the ice in Antarctica in 83% of tap water samples, and even in mothers' placentas. But it's a poison that contaminates people and nature. At the same time, the production of plastics is constantly growing. The volume of the global plastics market in 2020 was about $580 billion. Another paradox of the consumerist format. We are destroying nature and ourselves for money. Only in a consumer society can one make billions of dollars selling poisonous substances. The largest pesticide manufacturers in the world derive over 1/3 of their income from the sale of products that are a serious threat to the environment and human health, causing mutations in the body, cancer, and reproductive disorders. Because of the proven harm, most of these harmful substances are banned from use in developed countries. But in order not to lose profits, manufacturers continue to sell them to third world countries, ignoring the fact that we all live on the same planet. And air masses and sea currents do not respect political boundaries. In the consumerist format, financial interests take precedence over human life.
Anytime any of us publish a paper saying chemical X is bad, the chemical company comes after us. And they can be quite vicious. So it is a struggle sometimes for scientists to advocate or say something in a public forum out of fear, because the intimidation is real. And most scientists, we don't make a lot of money. We're not getting rich doing this, we're barely hanging on. But these companies have huge amounts of resources, and if they want to come after you, they'll come after you. I mean, the glyphosate story is really illustrative of that. They went after journalists, they went after scientists. So I commend all the scientists who speak at a forum like that, because I'm sure they're all experiencing tremendous challenge. And in some countries, they may even be risking their life, like some journalists are. So I can imagine the emotions are quite high when talking about some of these high stakes things. We're in a moment of I don't even know what we're in the middle of. Misinformation, complete untruth.
In a society ruled by money and power, where real scientists cannot speak honestly about big problems, we will never know the truth. In such a society, it is impossible to implement technology which can solve environmental problems, and that means we are doomed. To save your life and life on the planet, it is necessary to build the creative society, a safe, fair, sensible society in which the main value is the life of every person.
Obviously, the Creative Society is our only chance. By informing about the Creative Society, you save the planet. Tell everyone about this. Thanks to you, the truth will spread all over the world. And when all people learn about the Creative Society, by joining together, we will build it very quickly. What is impossible for one is possible for all of us together. Take action to save lives.
Greetings. My name is Anna. I'm an ecologist. And everything that is said in this video is a terrible truth. And it's getting worse day by day. Because we are increasing logging and pollution. I got engaged in environmentalism because I wanted to change all that and stop the destruction. But in fact, I now see that this is impossible in our consumerist format of society. And it hurts that those people who genuinely want to save the environment cannot influence anything. Because this is how the system of consumer society works. While in the scientific world, they distribute grants based on personal interests and make decisions at international forums to save the environment, these decisions aren't binding and have vague deadlines. And at this very moment, our planet is dying. And we are on the brink of ecological disaster. It is important to understand that there are 3 stages of ecological destruction. The first stage is when the ecology can recover on its own, and we have already passed this stage irrevocably, even if we stop throwing waste into the environment and destroying everything in our path right now. Even in this case, the ecosystem will no longer be able to recover on its own. The level of destruction is so great that it is only possible to save nature with the direct and active help of people themselves. And this is the second stage we are now at, the stage where emergency resuscitation is needed. We must undo all that we ourselves have done to our Earth. Because if we go to the third stage, this is the point of no return. Our planet is close to not being fit for life. A period of the 6th mass species extinction, as rapid as the period when the dinosaurs went extinct, has begun on Earth. After all, humans are a biological species as well. So why do we think that if everyone around us is dying, we will definitely survive? If most of us don't even realize the danger we are in right now, we still have a chance to change things, but time is running out. Dead zones in the world's oceans are increasing at a catastrophic rate. These are areas in which any form of marine life is dying due to declining oxygen levels. Just think about it. The first dead zone was discovered in 1970. There were 146 dead zones in 2004, and in 2008 there were already identified 405 of them, and their number is increasing every day. Dead zones tend to be formed near populated shores, as their formation is largely triggered by sewage and the chemicals they contain. This has led to the fact that one of the largest dead zones is now about 70,000 square kilometers in size. The ocean is dying, and therefore we are dying with it. After all, the ocean gives us oxygen and protects the Earth from overheating. Currently, dead zones are a reversible process, but no one is paying attention to solving this problem. Because economists claim that reducing pollution to zero is inefficient, as the cost of this reduction will exceed the benefits. So it turns out that in a consumer society, acting to save life is simply not profitable.
Shocking facts. Today, there are a lot of technologies for desalination, purification, and production of drinking water. But at least 2 billion people are drinking water contaminated with fecal matter. Let's watch the following video and you will understand who benefits from you drinking fecally contaminated water.
The world is already divided into those who are desperately short of water and those who still have it. According to UN data, humanity needs to wake up to the looming water crisis. And this is despite the fact that nowadays we know how to extract water even from the air and even in the most arid region. Water from fog. In one of the world's largest capitals, Lima, located in the desert, fog is collected in huge nets and used to produce drinking water. Morocco has one of the largest plants, which produces up to 6,000 liters of drinking water a day from the fog. Its operation costs practically nothing and does not require external energy. Water from the air. Atmospheric water generators allow you to extract up to 3,000 liters of drinking water per day, and it can be increased up to 1 million liters. Can be mobile and stationary. They can operate from any energy source and in any climate, even in the arid desert, are used for the needs of the military in some countries and well proven in emergency situations. For example, in 2010, after the Haiti earthquake, the generator produced thousands of gallons of clean water for drinking, wound washing, and surgery. Do you agree to die of thirst in the presence of such modern technology? Water desalination units. Worldwide, about 16,000 desalination plants purify ocean water from salt and turn it into fresh water. They can produce millions of gallons of fresh water a day and supply 300 million people. Innovative developments already allow desalination plants to be environmentally friendly, work even on the energy of ocean waves, and not to harm the ocean. In the water, they can retain the minerals needed for irrigation of fields and extract minerals from the remaining brine. This is ultimate cynicism and cruelty. When millions of people die of thirst in countries located on the ocean coasts, while such technologies are available. And this is the essence of the consumerist format of the society in which we live. Water retreatment. The technology has passed many tests. The water is safe even for drinking, and its quality exceeds World Health Organization standards. Meanwhile, every 2 minutes, one child dies from a disease related to contaminated water. 2 billion people in the world use drinking water sources that are contaminated with feces. By 2025, half of the world's population will live in areas with water scarcity. In just 3 years, it will be every second person. Actually, we don't have even these 3 years. Due to climate change, the situation on the planet is changing rapidly every day. And trouble comes where no one was expecting it. So, what will you personally choose? To die of thirst? Or to drink fecal water? That's the choice which you have in a consumer society. Nowadays, humanity has all the necessary technologies to provide water to drink for everyone. But in the consumerist format, trillions are spent to kill people, and saving our lives is way too expensive. By our inaction, we support this cruel, dead-end, and absurd format of the consumer society. The format in which these problems will never be solved, because our survival for the consumer society means earnings. Nowadays, profit is more important than our lives, and our deaths are just dry figures. The only way out is to change the format. The most important thing you can do now to save your life, the lives of your loved ones, and all people on the planet, is to join in informing about the creative society. Because only by changing the format of society will we be able to prioritize the value of human life. We will introduce advanced technology everywhere and guarantee the protection of every person's life. Act now. Inform about the creative society.
This was just one of the examples how the consumerist society works. We have everything we need for the betterment of human lives, but it is not accessible. Let's take a look at another example of how the consumerist society is robbing us of our lives. Let's take a look at the country of Japan. Already today, scientists from different countries are predicting a mega earthquake that will happen in Japan. But they cannot declare this information because there is no solution on what to do in the current consumerist society. People there are not warned. Let's watch a video on this topic.
A mega earthquake could destroy all of Japan and nearby regions. Why? Japan became an archipelago about 12,000 years ago at the end of the Ice Age, and before that, it had been part of a continent. Every 12,000 years, global cataclysms and tectonic shifts occur on Earth and change the face of the planet, flooding some continents and raising others. Now, our civilization is living at the end of the 12,000-year cycle, which means global and catastrophic changes are underway. Japan is one of the countries that get into the thick of climate events. Alexei Lubishin of the Schmidt Institute of Physics of the Earth predicted the 2011 Tohoku earthquake 3 years before the event by analyzing seismic noise. He estimated that this quake was only a foreshock, an earthquake precursor to the Great Japanese Catastrophe. He predicts a magnitude 10 earthquake in the vicinity of Japan in the coming years. The destructive power of such an earthquake is up to 32 times stronger than the one that occurred in Tohoku. Our civilization has never experienced such a mega earthquake yet. German seismologists also predict a new earthquake in Japan in the next few years with a magnitude of 10 or above. Everything points to the Nankai Trough near Japan. Researchers at Kobe University also warn of an impending mega-earthquake in the Nankai Trough area. They have detected accelerated tectonic plate movement there. International research has shown that a magma dome is rising rapidly from the planet's interior. It intrudes from the mantle, deforms the Earth's crust, and causes earthquakes. An active magma upwelling during a cycle change will cause unprecedented tectonic movements in the area. The consequences will affect all neighboring countries. Such a mega earthquake could cause a devastating volcanic eruptions in Japan. Already now, magmatic activity is being registered in Aira, Aso, and Kikai calderas. An earthquake in any of the supervolcanoes would threaten the entire planet with a volcanic winter and an ice age. Even a nation so prepared for earthquakes cannot withstand such a force of destruction. We simply must warn the people of Japan about this danger so that they can be resettled to safer areas in advance, and that is 126 million human lives. Their country can disappear from the world map at any moment. Is a country as developed as Japan prepared to deal with the coming apocalypse? Would other countries be willing to help it with resettlement? In the present format of consumer society, relocating the people of a particular country is not feasible for economic, political, and other reasons. Would such a mega earthquake be a problem only for Japan? No borders, no walls will stop the climate from attacking. It is merciless, and it takes no money. In the face of planetary danger, all scientific and technical potential must be united for the future of humanity. Only in the creative society format is it possible to have simultaneous peaceful resettlement of 126 million people. The creative society is our only way out. By spreading this information, you're saving the lives of billions of people. We should act today, right now, so that all of us can have a tomorrow.
Greetings, everyone. I'm honored to be a part of this awesome forum. Thank you so much to everyone who participated in the preparation of this event. Thanks to our combined efforts, today we can voice the truth to the world. It hurts me very much for the people who suffered from climate, who have faced its cruelty and destructive power. Now, I would like to address the skeptics. You know, I ask myself, what more needs to be shown? What more needs to be said to you to have you understand that humanity is dying right now in a full-fledged war? Some people say that we are supposedly manipulating the topic of climate. Tell me, how does that benefit either one of us? They say that we are intimidating people. Intimidating? Since when does knowing the truth mean being intimidated? The climate is not a tool for us to manipulate. Climate is our common enemy We have been staying up nights for months so that you could know the truth, to save your lives too. The lives of those who don't believe us. Tell me, what's the use of us spending lots of resources? What's in it for us? It's time to turn on the brains and think about this. We live on the same planet. This is our only home. And climate disasters will affect everyone, even though they may be occurring thousands of kilometers away from you now. Every disaster is evidence of climate change all over the planet, and therefore also outside your window, even if you don't see it just yet. Truth is, when you face the power of climate, it will be too late to do anything about it. The only benefit I'd like to gain is to save my life and the lives of other people, because I'm a human and I want to live. That's why I speak the truth openly. And now, I would like to address the clergy. Climate is killing us all. Why are you silent? Why aren't you telling the truth that the only way out and salvation for humanity today is the creative society? This is not something to be silent about. You can warn people and save the lives of the people of faith all around the world, those who listen to you. Why aren't you doing that? The Epistle of James says, "So whoever knows the right thing to do and fails to do it, for him it is sin." Don't you know that? By our silence we are killing each other. For our silence about climate change is equivalent to killing innocent people who sleep peacefully, not knowing what awaits them. The first sacred precept of Buddhism forbids harming and killing human beings. In Islam, the greatest sin is to kill an innocent person. So why are you silent? I appeal to the few real clergymen of all religions who truly serve God and not Mammon. Remember why you came to your religion. If you truly came to serve God, for the good of people and not to be a freeloader, then don't be silent. Speak up the truth. Speak about the creative society. Thank you.
We have heard from the scientists that there is a possibility that a magnitude 10 earthquake will occur in the near future. The energy from such an earthquake will be 32 times greater than the magnitude of number 9 earthquake. That occurred in 2011 in Tohoku. Our civilization has never seen an earthquake of such magnitude. But unfortunately, every time during the cycle of 12,000 years, not only earthquakes occur, but also supervolcanic eruptions. Next, Joe Blundell will tell us more about it. Joe is a researcher, inventor, and entrepreneur. Joe, the floor is yours.
Greetings. My name is Joseph Timothy Blundell, and I would like to thank the Creative Society for allowing me to speak at this historic conference. A lot of people don't know this, but the Greeks and the Hindus all had their stories about the cyclical catastrophe cycle. A lot of people have wondered why these cyclical disasters seem to give rise to civilization and the ultimate destruction of. And it's actually a really simple physics principle. You see, the Milky Way galaxy has a giant northern magnetic field and a giant southern magnetic field. And where those two fields meet, create a waveform oscillation. We spend 12,500 years on the southern waveform, 12,500 years on the northern waveform. No big deal, right? Well, where those two waveforms come together represents a 3% region of space that we will be going through for 200 years. If you follow that 3% region of space back to the galactic center object, that's the place where stars are continually being spun out. So the enormity of energy in this region of space can't be understated. And of course, it's because of that magnetic mixing and the magnetic induction that our planet goes through for that 200 years that gives rise to the cyclical supervolcano cycle. And you can see it like clockwork. Exactly a half a great year ago, 12,500 years, Campi Felgari off the coast of Italy. Supervolcano, boom. Exactly 1 year, one great year ago, 25,000 years ago, Taupo, New Zealand. Exactly a great year and a half ago, Campi Felgari. Exactly 2 great years ago, that region of space has a lot of debris flying around in it, so we're also susceptible to meteor impacts at that time, and that's why you find the Cannon Day And I would be remiss not to mention the most catastrophic recent super eruption, and that was Toba, 75, 76,000 years ago. Exactly 3 great years. And what you find there is a supervolcanic eruption that went off so big and so powerful, it took humankind down to about 8,000 people. 8,000 of us left. These things end civilizations, end entire species. The reason the Neanderthals are no longer here is because Campi Felgari went off exactly 8 great years ago. It wiped them out. So, the enormity of power we're talking about, just to illustrate a supervolcano going off is like setting off 1,000 Hiroshima-style atomic bombs every second. So if you took all the nuclear weapons we possess in the entire world and set them off, you would have the first 6 minutes of a supervolcanic eruption. That on average lasts 49 days. So with the enormity of disaster that is coming towards us, how do we prepare?
Yini isizilungiselela kanjani?
Joe, thanks so much for studying the cyclicality of 12,000 years. And stay with us as we will dive deeper into the facts of what is already
happening. Njengoba siqhubeka sibheka ukuthi yini esingayilindela ekusasa. Sizobonga bonke abantu abacwaningi abakhuluma ngebangela zesimo sezulu. Bangososayensi bangempela abanakekela izimpilo zabantu. Noma ngabe bethathisa, sifuna futhi ukwazi ukuthi siyakwazisa nemsebenzini yonke. Sizothanda ukwazisa
of the Creative Society project from 180 countries with the support of scientists, researchers, professionals, and experts in order to unite scientific potential with a single goal of identifying the true causes of climate change that are not related to human activity, and providing the general public with truthful information about the processes taking place on the planet. We invite all the scientists and researchers to join. And also,
sibema bonke abacwaningi ukuthi babe khona. Futhi ungakhohlwa ukuthi uwazise abanye ngalomqoqothela. Ukuthi wonke umuntu athole lokwazisa ngoba ukwazisa okuzosiza impilo zomphakathi umhlaba wonke futhi njengamanje njengoba ubuka leyo wonke ungakhohlwa ukuthi uqophe lo mlayezo uqophe for wena khona uzokwazi ukuqonda futhi umeme abangani bakho nezihlobo nabantu osebenza nabo futhi usithumelele nathi ku-info.creativesociety.com. Singathanda ukuzwa kuphuma kuwe. Manje ake sibone ivideo ekhuluma ngesikhukhula nangesiphepho. Futhi lezi ezenzeka futhi ziqhubeka zithuthuka kakhulu kwamanje. Ivideo yalandela.
Earthquakes and volcanoes. The power of the Earth's interior manifests itself unpredictably on the surface, causing colossal damage and destroying all life around. In the recent years, these emissions of planetary energy have been growing exponentially in gigantic leaps. Something inexplicable has started to happen. In 2015, a record-breaking earthquake was registered near Japan at a depth of 751 kilometers. This had never been seen before, and indeed was considered impossible by the scientific community. Earthquakes were thought to occur only in the Earth's crust and upper mantle when blocks of lithospheric plates break and shift. At great depths, matter is more malleable and does not behave like brittle glass, but rather like plasticine. There is nothing breakable there, but earthquakes do happen, and that is a fact. The horrible part is that their number and magnitude are increasing. Earthquakes are not only becoming deeper, but they are also getting closer to the surface, which means they are becoming more destructive. Today, more and more of them are concentrated at a depth of about 10 kilometers. For example, an entire series of 36 seismic events of significant magnitude from 4.5 to 7.0 occurred near New Caledonia in early April 2022. Just one earthquake of similar magnitude and depth in August 2021 in Haiti caused fatal damage and killed more than 2,200 people. The deadly threat is increasingly rising to the surface of the Earth. Right before our eyes, cracks are appeering in
Ngaphambi nje kwamehlo ethu kuvele imifanto futhi amaphutha ayathushwa. Umhlaba uyabhidlika ushakadela zonke izindlu. Amaphutha asenziwe asebenza e-USA, Kenya, Ireland, China nakwezinye izindawo. Ngamunye wabo ungabangela umonakalo omgodi wokuwalashwa ongaphansi kwezinyawo. U-Yuri Kozmin, udokotela we-Physical and Mathematics Science, uprofesa we-Institute ye-Physics yomhlaba, wenze ucwaningo olukhulu lwamashini. Okudidayo okuvelele kuvele ukuthi ukuthola ubuso bomhlaba. Lokhu kusifela ukuthi uqoqo lomhlaba luhlakazeka ngokwehlukana ngenxa yokwanda kwamaplanethi. Umhlaba uyaqhuma ngokweqobo. Inamba lokuzamazama komhlaba okubonwayo okungukuthi amaqoqo okutholela kunesiqi iyakhula emhlabeni. Iswebezane libonakala ngokukhulu okucishe lufane ngezehlakalo zokuzamazama komhlaba. Inani lezihlakalo zokuzamazama komhlaba ezigayweni zokuzamazama komhlaba ezinye zilukile lisuka emashumini ambalwa kuya ku-100, sometimes ezinkulungwaneni. Ubukhulu nobude bazo. Lokhu ngenxa yokuthi kwamagama eshisayo e-microcracks amadwala.
In near volcanoes, but also in more quiet regions. The Palgar region of India.
Isifunda sasePalgar saseNdiya esendaweni ethule ekwenzeka saqala ukuzamazama komhlaba ngoSepthemba 2018 futhi sasaqhubeka namuhla.
In just 2 years,
eminyakeni emibili nje ukuzamazama komhlaba ongaba u-5,000 okufika ku-3.8 kwenzeke endaweni encane. Futhi obekwenzeka kusukela ngo-August 2020 eBrunswick Strait of Antarctica kuye kwachazwa ososayensi ngokuthi ukungena okukhulu kwemagma. Ezinyangeni eziyi-85 zokuqala kuye kwatholakala ukuzamazama komhlaba okungaba ngu-85,000 okungalinganisela ku-6. Ngokujwayelekile lezi ziguquko zenzeka esikhaleni sesikhathi se-geologic. Njengoba kusho imagma ishwabadela iplanethi elibosiphethic kusuka phakathi njengoba lihambe u-2/3 ngendlela eya ephezulu. Cele nje kuphela amatshe ngaphambi kokuba uqhume inhlekelele. Impumelelo yisibonelo esisodwa nje. Izinto ezifanayo zenzeka yonke indawo. Kuthi manje sibhekene nombuzo wodwa omkhulu. Kwenzakalani ngempela? Nakuba kuye kwaba nokwanda okuhilelekile kwenani lokuzamazama komhlaba eminyakeni yamuva, futhi abacwaningi bofakazi bakubonela baqinisekisa lokhu. Izinsiza ezingokomthetho zokuzamazama komhlaba zama ukuphika. Amavesi omhlaba aphathelene nokuzamazama komhlaba umehluko oyimbawu kudatha yawo. Amagrafu abo abonisa inani lokuzamazama komhlaba elincipha kakhulu. Nokho, izinsizakalo ezahlukahlukene zibonisa ukuthi kwenzeka eminyakeni ehlukahlukene. Kubonakala sengathi izinhlangano zomhlaba zesayensi zemvelo zenza uzungu lokuqamba amanga, kodwa azange zivumelane ngokwesibili lokhu. Uma singenisa lonke ulwazi ndawonye, njengoba ubona kwigrafu, ngokuvamile awekho ukuncipha komsebenzi wokuzamazama komhlaba. Kungani ngekho umuntu okhuluma ngakho? Kungani zingekho izinhlelo zokususa abantu ezindaweni eziyingozi? Iqiniso libonisa ukuthi ngeke sixwayiswe noma sikhishwe lapho kuvela isimo esibucayi kakhulu. Cabanga nje ngakho. Uma ngabe qambamanga kithi mayelana nobukhulu nenani lokuzamazama komhlaba, kungani kufanele basindise?
It's damaged. 7.6 earthquake, which was killed something like 80,000 people, injuring tens of thousands, and caused extensive damage in northern Pakistan, leaving
Kuyadumaza impela ukuthi inani lokuzamazama komhlaba okukhulu kusuka ku-3 kuya ku-4 ku-database lehle nge-10 times. Futhi kwamanye amazwe njengoba i-Indonesia noma i-Philippines iye yehlisa isuka ezinkulwaneni ezimbalwa ngonyaka yaya cishe kuqanda. Kungenzeka kanjani lokhu? Kuye kwanyamalala kuphi ukuzamazama komhlaba okungaba u-24,000 ngaphandle komkhondo? Ingabe izinto zehlukele ukuzibona? Yini yona leyo? Ngabe sithandwa njengeziwula? Kungani umuntu angakhohlisa idatha yokuzamazama komhlaba? Bakwenzela ukudida abantu, ukufihla isithombe sangempela salokhu kwenzakalayo, nokufihla inhlekelele ezayo. Ngaleyo ndlela, ngokunganaki ukuphila kwezigidi zabantu ngenxa yamandla nenzuzo. Kungathisana kakhulu ukuthi idatha yokuzamazama komhlaba isetshenziswa ososayensi ukwenza ucwaningo lwezulu. Akekho ohlangabezana nombono wokungabaza ukuthembeka kwabo, ngoba bavela emthonjeni esemthethweni. Kukho konke uzisela kokudatha yaseklinikhi emhlabeni, futhi laba abasebenzi ababodwa banelungelo lokungachazi ngisho kwedatha. Futhi kungani laba bengahlanganyeli bematasa benza idatha? Yomgunyathi yaphunaza isemathunjini omhlaba.
In recent decades, The Earth
Emashumini eminyaka emuva nje, umhlaba ubulokhu usheshisa ukujikeleza kwawo ngokugquma kanye nobungcwele, okusho ukuthi amandla e-critical yakhula. Ngenxa yalokho, inkabazo yeplanethi iyanda futhi ikhula ngevolumu.
at this time. Processes similar
Ngaleso sikhathi, izinqumo ezifana ne-blood cavitation zenzeka endaweni esemhlabeni ngaphakathi. I-blood cavitation ngesikhathi sesifo sesession yinto esongela ukuphila eyaziwa ngabathusi ngesikhathi zokukhula. Ngenxa yokwehla kwengeleza amagesi ancibilika egazini, bese lenza igazi libile. Engxenyeni engaphakathi yomhlaba, ukwehla kwengcindezi kungazelelwe kuhlotshaniswa nokwanda okusheshayo kwamandla e-centrifugal ngesikhathi sokusheshisa okwengeziwe kokujikeleza kweplanethi. Lokhu kubangela ukuthi igama i-magma igijime ngokuzumayo. Njengoba nje izindonga zemikhumbi zihlanganisa igazi engenawo, i-diver, le nqubo iyasheshisa ngokwayo. Kungakho sibona ukuzamazama komhlaba okunamandla nokudlula nezimbi zokuzamazama komhlaba kuqhubeka nakangaka ePeru. Phakathi naleso sikhathi, ukunetwa kweqinisekisa ukugcindezela kwephasi ngenxa ye-cavitation ye-magma isebenza ukuqinisa inqubo yokuguquleka. Kusho ukuthini lokhu kithi? Ngokushesha sizobona ukuqhuma ukuzamazama komhlaba ukuthi impucuko yethu engaze ibe nakho ngaphambili. Ukubala ukwehla komshini wewashi webhomu lemagma phakathi kwale planethi yethu sekuqalile kakade. Ngaphansi kokuhlasela okukhulu okuvela ngaphakathi emhlabeni, oqoqo oluncane lwe-Neptune seluvele luyehla ndawo. Ulwandle seluwavimbile kuze kufike ngaleso sikhathi amandla. Kodwa ukuqhuma kuya esigelweni somhlaba, ithonga iwubufakazi obucacile balokhu. Inani eliphakeme kakhulu lokuzamazama komhlaba okugcwele kakhulu. Futhi ukuqhuma kwentabamlilo iHunga Hapai ngomhlaka 15 January 2002 kukodwa kuthinte u-80% wabantu besifunda esizungezile. Uma intabamlilo eyodwa ingenza lokho, yini esingayilindele ukukhulu kwezitabamlilo zomhlaba? Phela kakade manje ibona uvumelanisa kwabo. I-continental crust ibambe umugqa okwamanje. Lokhu kusongela kuletha ubusika bentabamlilo kanye nenkathi entsha yeqhwa. Lokhu obekwenzeka izinkulungwane zeminyaka. Iplanethi yethu ibukeka ifana nenkundla yengodi, lapho amagobolondo eseqala ukuqhunyiswa ngokusebenzela kweketango. Kodwa usongo olukhulu kakhulu lugcwele lezo zintabamlilo ezingavuki. Imictondoshiya efana ne-Yellowstone, uCampiflagerae, Elbrus, Black, uKikai zibizwa ngokuthi intabamlilo zosuku ngoba ukuqhuma kwanoma yiphi yazo kungaholela ekushabeleni kwazo zonke izinto eziphilayo emhlabeni. Bawabambe ngaphandle amandla angaphakathi emhlabeni iminyaka, kodwa manje bakhombisa izimpawu zokuqalisa. Lapho i-magma engaphansi kwalezi zintabamlilo ifinyelela endaweni ebucayi, kunzima ukucabanga ukuthi ingana nenhlangathi. Iplanethi yethu iyahlukana phakathi nokho simatasa ngokunye. Izinkinga ezingapheli zefomethi yabathengi zisivalamehlo, zingavumeli ukuthi sibone into esemqoka, sikhohlisiwe, ukukhohliswa kwedatha. Izibalo zokuzamazama komhlaba zishintshwa ngendlela efanayo nedatha yezinga lokushisa. Abenza lokhu bathule, abanye bafuna imali, kanti abanye mhlawumbe bangethuki abantu bese besakaza ukwethula ukuze abantu baphile izinsuku zabo zokugcina ngokuthula.
die inside the dead body inside the house.
It's a nightmare. Well, I'm pretty well fucked. I fell through that hole.
So that we go straight to the precipice with our eyes closed while someone knows but deliberately hides or is afraid to voice the
omunye
truth.
ukuze athi angakhona ukutshela abanye kodwa sisenalo ithuba ngakho-ke kufanele sikhulume iqiniso sizokwazi ukumelana nezinhlekelele uma sihlanganisa amandla esayensi kodwa ukuze ukulawula kwesimo sezulu kube ngokoqobo kwethu kubalulekile ukuthi ososayensi bahlangane emgomweni ofanayo ugcina sonke isinto siphila. Lokhu kungenzeka kuphela kwi-creative society. Nquma ukukhetha kungokwakho. Impilo yakho isengcupheni.
It's a crime against humanity to suppress
Kungubudlova
about climatic
usintu
disasters.
ukuthi kungashiwo ukuthi yakalani ngesimo sezulu. Ungazibuza ukuthi kungani lokhu kwenzeka, kungani kufihliwe, kungani i-creative society iqhubeka iveza okwenzeka emhlabeni wethu. Ungafuna ukubuza kungani sithule, ucabanga ukuthi singahlala ngokuthula uma sazi iqiniso, kodwa hhayi isikhathi eside. Kodwa bacabanga ukuthi singakwenza besiqambela amanga futhi besifuna sithule. Sicisha ithuba lekusasa ngoba abantu kumele babone isiqiniso ngesimo sezulu. Bayazi ukuthi isitha sethu, bayazi ukuthi singabhubhisa isintu, kodwa bayazi futhi ukuthi bangabhekana naso. Manje labo bantu noma labo sosayensi bazobona ukuthi kwenzakalani iplanethi yethu, baqonde ukuthi kunzima kangakanani ngathi thina abantu, kodwa abazi ukuthi bangakusiza, bangalungisa kanjani. Nayi impendulo kumbuzo wakho. Yini esidingayo i-creative society? Ukuthola indlela yokubhekana nesimo sezulu. Kumele silethe ukwaziswa ndawonye. Sithole ososayensi emhlabeni wonke. Kumele baqale basebenze ndawonye njengokungathi kuyizolo ukusiza umhlaba. Kodwa lokhu ngeke kwenzeke kumphakathi wabathengi. Emphakathini wabathengi, imali iyona abayitholayo. Iyanyamalala futhi isazoqhubeka inyamalala kwindaweni engaziwa ukuthi kuphi. Wonke iya ekhukhwini ephaketheni lomuntu othile. Ukubona konke lokhu kunzima ukuqaphela ukuthi yonke lento esibhekana nayo izoya kuphi. Liphi ithemba esinalo? Yikuphi abahlose ukwenza? Iphi imali abayitholayo yokusiza umphakathi? Izenzo zabo ziyamangalisa ngoba bazama ukususa yonke indlela yokuthi singayithola ukusithola usizo. Futhi baqamba amanga kakhulu, futhi amanga abo asevela obala. Ngokwesikhathi esifanayo, izigidi zabantu zilahlekelwa amakhaya abo, futhi baphoqelekile ukuthi bafuna ukukhuseleka kwabanye abazwe. Abantu bayazama ukuthola impilo engcono, kodwa kumphakathi wabathengi baba abakwazi. Ufunde kakhulu ngobunzima abantu ababhekana nabo.
What kind of torture did you face?
They used to burn us alive.
To beat our mothers, sisters, children ruthlessly. They used to gang rape women and burn them alive after rape.
babadlwengule bese bebagcwaba
To save the
bephila.
lives of our mothers and sisters.
Bekufanele
21st century.
sisize odade bethu nomama
What's wrong with
bethu.
us?
Yini
How we screw
engelungile
up?
ngathi?
Inhumanity have become the basis of
Kuphi
our society.
ubuntu?
Nobody is sure of their safety.
Akekho oqinisekisa
Today, military
ukuphepha.
conflicts and climate
Namuhla
disasters arise at any time, anywhere in the world. Nowadays, a refugee is 100% prospect for every inhabitant of our
bahlala
planet.
planet yethu.
Do you know
Uyazi
what
ukuthi
it's like to
kungani
be a refugee?
ukuba umbaleki
Here, in Kutupalong
lapha
refugee camp,
eKotopulong refugee camp kufana
we've already
nejele.
lost our beautiful life.
Ngakho sesivele silahlekelwe ukuphila kwethu okuhle. Pho ikusasa labantwana bethu lizobonakala ngendlela efanayo.
We come to Bangladesh.
Kungani size eBangladesh?
We've faced so brutal tortures.
Siye sabhekana nokuhlukunyezwa okunonya.
Myanmar authorities and the
Kungani
international
samangalela iziphathimandla zaseManyana
but still we are deprived of our legitimate rights.
ubugebengu bodwa
We'll last our
noma
grief as
kunjalo.
refugees.
Kuyoze kube nini usizi
It's been
lethu
30 years since
njengababaleki?
we became refugees.
Sekuphele iminyaka engu-30 saba ababaleki, asinalo
What will be our
ikusasa.
children's future?
Liyoba yini ikusasa lezingane zethu? Yebo, futhi empeleni manje kubonakala sengathi sekuyiminyaka engaphezu ka-30. Iminyaka engaphezu ka-30 asikwazanga ukuphila njengabantu. Ayikho indawo kulo mhlaba lapho singakwazi khona ukuphila ngokuphepha. Impilo yethu kule nkamu yababaleki isibe kubuhlungu ukwedlula eyeziboshwa. Uma abantu sebeyiziboshwa baqokwa ummeli ukuze baqe kulokho. Kodwa sesihlale lapha nje ziboshwa iminyaka engaphezu kwengu-30 futhi emhlaba wonke akekho noyedwa ummeli wethu. Sifuna ukweqwa kuleli jele elibi. Uma uhulumeni waseBangladesh efuna angasikhulula kuleli jele. Sifuna ukwazisa umhlaba wonke, bonke abameli bomhlaba. Asifuni ukuphila impilo yababaleki. Asifuni ukubona isizukulwane sethu esizayo singababaleki. Ngabe sazibulala ukube sasazi singaphambili usizi lwempilo yokubaleka. Namuhla amagama ababalela ngamagama okufa namagama okuhlushwa. Futhi lokhu kuwumphumela wemisebenzi we-UN nezinye izinhlangano ezenzelwe ukusiza ababaleki. Lawa amaqiniso efomethi yabathengi bomphakathi esiphila kuwo sonke. Kuyifomethi yokungabi nobuntu, ukungabi nandaba nomunye umuntu, unya oludlulele kanye nokungaphenduli okwenzakalayo. Akukho ukuguqulwa kwalaba noma labo abamele amandla okuzokwenza ngcono isimo. Ngaphandle uma izimo ziguqulwe. Ukuze kuguqule lesi simo, kuyadingeka indlela yobudlelwane phakathi kwabantu nomphakathi uwonke. Sidinga ifomethi lapho ukubaluleka kwempilo yomuntu, ukuphepha nokuphepha kwayo yonke kuzoqinisekiswa kuyo nawo wonke umuntu. Futhi ubuntu, ukusiza abanye nokwesaba kuyoba isisekelo sokusebenzelana phakathi kwabantu. Isixazululo kuphela ukwakha i-creative society. Uma kungashintshwa lutho manje, kusasa ngamunye wethu uzozithola ekule nkamu yokuhlushwa. Futhi lelo yithemba elingcono kakhulu kuwe njengombaleki.
Social bad, and the people living like each camp maybe 110
Abantu bahlala kule kamu mhlawumbe babe yikhulu noma ngaphansi kwekhulu phakathi kwalamathemba akho ndawo yokuphepha. Ekuhambeni kwami okokugcina ekamu ngabona izingane ezingenazo izicathulo, kanti ezinye izingane zazingenandaba namakhaza, kanti abanye obaba babehlala beqoshile ubusuku bonke ukuze bavikele izingane zabo emakhazeni, ngoba ayengekho ama-heater, ngoba kunzima ukuthatha i-heater ebusuku ngoba kuyithende nje, ngakho kuyingozi. Ngakho-ke inkinga ngicabanga ukuthi zonke izinhlangano ezisezimelele kufanele zigxile ekuthuthukiseni isimo ngaphezu kokumnika ithemba amasonto amabili futhi aqede. Iningi lama-NGOs avele ahlinzeke futhi abanike ukudla, izingubo, futhi siyadinga, kodwa inkinga ukuthi kungani minyaka yonke ebusika siba nale nkinga. Ngakho-ke lokho ama-NGO akwenzayo nje agcina yonke into futhi ubusika bonke buhlinzeka ngosizo olufanayo. Uma imali iqoqwa unyaka wodwa futhi isetshenziswa ukwakha izindlu noma izindlu zabantu, ngeke uphinde ube nale nkinga. Ungagxila kwezinye izinto futhi wakhe umnotho lapho. Pho kungani kuba khona kwalamagama emhlabeni wonke kunenzuzo? Yini evimbela le nkinga ukuthi ixazulule unomphela? Impendulo isobala. Ababaleki bayibhizinisi, ibhizinisi elimnyama lapho izimpahla kukhona abantu kuyimpahla. Ababaleki bayizisulu ezilula ngeke bafuneke, akekho badingayo noma isimo ababalekela sona noma iqembu eliphethe. Ababaleki bayibhizinisi elinenzuzo elenza inzuzo engaguquki. Angathengisa isikhathi ezimbalwa ngokutshala kwezimali okuncane athole imali engenayo ephezulu. Umbaleki uyimpahla efunwa njalo ukuhwebelana ngocansi, abasebenzi abashibhile kanye nokuhweba ngezitho zomzimba. Iy'nkambo zababaleki ziwumthombo wakho kokubili imali esemthethweni nengekho emthethweni. Yalaba abasebenza emakamu ngokwabo kanye nalabo abasebenzela izinhlangano zamazwe ngamazwe. Akunakwenzeka ukuthi ukulunqanda le bhizinisi elibi ngefomethi yabathengi ngoba kunesidingo esiphezulu. Iziphathimbi zombuso zihilelekile futhi kuyohlale kunezizathu zokuthi kungani abantu kuphoqeleke ukuba babaleke. Kuleli bhizinisi baningi abazingela ngokungemthetho, baningi abaphucwayo nabazingela abaningi, futhi ngakho uhulumeni naye uyazi. Ngakho bayazi ukuthi uya kuphi futhi uya kuphi. Yebo, ibhizinisi futhi wonke umuntu uyabalekela kulo ngenxa yokuthi emazweni amaningi lapho abantu bedinga indawo ethile yokuhambahamba, baningi abakhwabanisi abasemakethe abathi kulungile, ungikholela imali engaka, ngithatha umndeni wakho uphephile futhi uphilile futhi uphilile. Uma umkhohlisi engibhusha, uyaziwa umndeni ukhungathekile, futhi ngeke wazi uma umndeni uhlangene ngoba inhloso yawo iwukuthatha nje imali.
An epidemic that is global, and it's not just a certain nationality or you come from a different region. We have heard of young girl as young as 8 years old being pregnant from these refugees.
Size ngentombazanyana encane eneminyaka eyisishiyagalombili ukuthi iye yakhulelwa isekambu lababaleki. Besilokhu siphuthelwa izingxenye yalezi zinkambu, futhi lokhu ngeke kume ngokushesha njengoba ubheka la magamu ababaleki nendlela abantu abangena ngayo.
It sounds very absurd, but understand this is how it works. The refugee camp doesn't
Igamu lababaleki kuzwakala kungenangqondo kodwa qondela sebenza kanjani. Igamu lababaleki alinawo wonke amantombazane abukekayo.
So even the boys
Qonda lokho ngakhona abafana baphephile.
the more white, the more better.
Okumhlophe kakhulu kungcono.
The white skin is
Isikhumba esimhlophe noma esikhanyayo siyadingeka ekuhwebeni kwenyama. Ngiqinisile.
the refugee camp kids.
Ingane zethu zekamlababaleki zifana nje namakinati esidalwe ukuthi ngibahlanise ngamantombazane ingoba agcwele phezulu. Akho igcwalisa nje uma iqoqo lingaphelele kulungile sigcwalise okunye bakhiphe kule kamp. Amakhulu ezinkulungwane zabantu afa ezingxabanweni zempi futhi izigidi zalaba baleki. Inqobo nje uma umphakathi usesimeni esithile hlukanisani futhi ubuse. Inqobo nje uma kusanalokhu kwenziwa ukubhekana nokuhlukanisa kwemikhaya yethonya akekho umuntu oyophepha.
Most of the organizations are suffering from the shrinkage of funds to support the refugees. Why? Also, the political issues play a role here. The duplicity. Deal with your political issue with each other, but there are refugees and IDPs here. They need shelter, they need food, they need the health care, they need a lot. And no, we are not interested there. The humanitarian work is being politicized now. Literally.
Our country is involved in war for the 40 years, maybe 45 years, but no solving, it is not solved in a result. We are also human. We are also have the same dream to get education, to have all the facilities of life.
Politicians, they are creating armies so that they can kill people in order to get their own benefit. So when there is political stability and good governance, then people will not flee from their country. Here, there's also some refugees who come because of hunger, because of some economic issues. Not only they come because of like war, but even due to economic issues like drought.
A refugee is a human, fleeing from mortal danger, but a death awaits him ahead.
The border now is like action movie. A lot of people can't cross because the army maybe catch him, maybe the army think him enemy and shoot him. And I saw a woman with the child killed near the border, just 10 meters, just trying to cross.
Today, the climate is forcing huge numbers of people to leave their countries. There is no place for these people anywhere in the consumer society. Only in refugee camps, which are already overcrowded. But even there, they have no escape from the climate.
Due to climate change, we have to expect that in the next years and decades, really serious catastrophes with large movements of refugees can actually occur.
You know, we see people put in desperate positions in terms of, you know, through conflicts, through climate change, people that are displaced can no longer carry on their lives as they have been, and they find themselves in desperate situations, and as a result of that, there are people ready and willing to prey on those people in desperate situations, you know, and whether we are talking about migrant camps and people being targeted with promises of significant amounts of money for parting with organs, you know, body organs, or whether actually they're taken from a position where they're put into, offered a job, only to find out, you know, effectively it's almost like a labour camp. These things are absolutely happening.
It's going to have this vicious cycle, and we've been seeing it, and I think advocates in the human trafficking, the anti-trafficking field have started to talk a lot more about the really close intersections of human trafficking and climate change, because you can't, one is going to exacerbate the other.
We're doing a story for some project we're having,
of people that were affected by floods, and they lost their homes. And this mother is a single mother of 12 kids. So she was telling us how she had struggled to make a living with her status of being a single mother. And then after, out of nowhere, these floods came and took all her property, destroyed her house, and now she's homeless again. So she was telling us how she has always had suicidal ideations. This tells you how real climate change is impacting, negatively impacting, not only the well-being, but also the physical and mental well-being of the person, of the people that are affected. And then the second, of course, which is more obvious, is loss and damage. These people had their property, their homes, and then now floods come, landslides come. They're taking away all these property.
The situation with refugees clearly reflects the essence of our society today. In the consumer society, no one wants to solve other people's problems. Everyone is focused on themselves. Hypocrisy and hatred are everywhere. We literally devour each other. No problem can ever be solved in the consumerist format. Such a society has no perspective. It's a dead-end society and it's doomed. There are modern concentration camps, refugee camps, in the various parts of the world. Some of them have existed for over 70 years. Generations of people become eternal prisoners in these concentration camps. The solution to this issue has become impossible because refugees are a lucrative billion-dollar tax-free business. For the consumerist format of society, people are commodity. Funds earmarked for refugees are pocketed, and the result is tarpaulin tents in the freezing cold instead of normal living conditions. Electric heaters without electricity, buckets of ice-cold water outside instead of normal showers. Refugees are people trapped between states without rights or protection. They become easy prey for traffickers. Children are in demand at organ market and as sex slaves. This is why no one will do anything to help people. Because a refugee camp is as lucrative as an oil rig, only it's not black gold that it's being pumped, it's human life. The situation with climate and constant military conflicts will lead to the fact that all of us will become refugees. And what will happen? We will end up in concentration camps where we'll gobble each other up for a sip of water and a piece of bread. If we don't change the consumerist format, that will happen. And it won't happen in decades, it will happen in the coming years. Everyone who remains alive will be caught in this meat grinder.
Now you may ask, how does it affect me? Why show such horrors? Why do I need this information? It concerns you
lokhu
directly.
kungithinta
Imagine
kungani
if
lokhu
your
kwenzeka
child,
cabanga
your
ukuthi
loved
ukube
one,
bewumntwana
has to displace
kuse
somewhere.
kumele kwenzeke yonke lento
It's
kuwe
scary even to think about it.
kuyethusa ngisho nokucabanga ngakho akunjalo
Sometimes of global climate disasters, the
ngesikhathi
migration of large numbers of people
sabantu
is
abaningi besuka
impacted.
emazweni abakubo bebalekela
And
kwelinye
if we
izwe.
don't change the format, the
Uma
marketing of
singashintshi
human-transforming
i-format,
human organs will be
ukuthwaswa kwabantu
constantly
kuzoqhubeka
bypassed.
kwenzeka besuswa
Violence
abantu.
dominates everywhere
Ubudlova
because the consumer
buyadlondlobala
format
yonke
itself
indawo
is the cause of
ngoba
violence.
ifomethi yokuthengi
But it
iyaqhubeka
shouldn't be like this in
iyakuthuthuka,
a normal
kodwa
society.
akumelanga kube
In
njengalokhu
fact,
emphakathini
we
ovamile.
behave worse than beasts is a sign of the
Lena
degradation of
isibonakaliso
society.
sokuthi
It's really scary.
siphila emphakathini
It's a
owesabisayo,
consequence of the consumer format.
and kungenxa
Now
yefomethi
imagine that we
yokuthenga.
enter a
Manje
new age
akucabange esikhathini
as a
esizayo
society of materialists.
njengomphakathi.
So you ask, what
Manje
can I do
uyazibuza
now?
yini engingayenza manje?
Right now, the
Njengamanje
biggest problem is that people are divided. Most are
inkinga yethu
divided.
ukuthi
There is no
sihlukene phakathi,
unifying idea.
abukho
We have
ubunye,
only hatred.
kodwa sinenzondo,
But everybody wants to live.
kodwa wonke umuntu ufuna
Isn't
ukuphila.
it a unifying idea?
Akusikho yini injongo yobunye, wonke umuntu uyathanda, akathanda ukuthi izindlu zakhe zicekelwe phansi ukuzamazama kuhlala. Akekho umuntu othanda ukuzibona
We are
esempini.
human beings.
Singabantu
We all want to live.
futhi sonke
Isn't
sithanda
that a
sifuna
unifying
ukuphila.
idea?
Akusikho nani lokho
And to feel
injongo
like we
yobunye.
want it, we
Uma
have to
uyifuna kumele
We
uphuthume.
have a ready model. The creative
Sekhona
society
indlela
is a
ekhona,
just,
i-creative
safe
society.
society.
Yiso umphakathi
Do you think your
osindi
child's
okusinda.
life is worth the effort to bring people
Ingabe
together?
ucabanga ukuthi impilo yomntana wakho ikahle ukuthi
I have
ingaphila kulo
decided
mhlaba?
for myself
Ngiye
that my
ngazithathela
children's
isinqumo mina
lives
ngokwami
are worth
ukuthi
the
izimpilo
effort.
zabantwana
I
bami
can take
zibalulekile,
these
and
last
yimina
steps.
ngokwami okufanele ngithathe ithuba lokugcina.
And now I
Kodwa
want to
manje
pass the floor to
ngifuna
Lisa
ukudlulisela
Zulas.
inkundla kuLeisa Elena
I'm from
Fadouche.
Angola, but I'm currently living in South Africa.
Ngibuya e-Angola kodwa ngihlele eSouth Africa. ESouth Africa enkulu
The crisis of human trafficking is increasing more and more every day.
iyadlondlobala indaba yokuthwalwa kwabantu eSouth Africa.
You open the newspaper, you switch on the news, and you don't even hear anymore about the thousands of people going missing daily. There are people all over the world right now that have been either taken from their home or they were taken
Kunabantu abaningi abathatha
roads
ezindaweni
or even
zasemakhaya
walking. And it seems
futhi
like no
basiwa
one
ngisho
is paying
ezinkundleni
attention to these
zokulwa.
people.
Akekho ngisho noyedwa obanakile labo
Desestabilizing
bantu.
homes,
Ukuthwalwa kwabantu kuyinto edlondlobele eNingizimu Afrika. Enye izindlela ekwenza ebuhlungu yokuthathwa
society in such a way that
lento
people are feeling so
ihlasela
helpless that
umphakathi
they are
ngendlela yokuthi
pretending that it
abantu
is not
baze
happening.
balingise
We
sengazathi
truly need to stop
ayenzeki.
pretending, stop
Kodwa
putting
futhi
others
kumele
in
siyeke
a
ukwenza
place
sengathi
of
asiboni,
harm.
sivale amehlo ethu,
We
sibone
feel
ukuthi
like the
lento
people that are meant
iyiqiniso.
to protect us are
Uma
not
sibona
protecting us
ukuthi
anymore
labantu
because
ebekufanele ukuthi ngabe
it's
bayasivikela
our
abasasivikeli,
responsibility to protect
kuwumthwalo
each
wethu
other, to
ukuthi
watch out
sivikelane
for each
sodwa,
other. I'm not
sibhekelane
saying the
thina
only
sodwa,
reason that evil is
and
so
futhi
cold is because it knows that no one from the good side is going to try to do anything. That is where the watching out for each other comes in such an important way. It is so sad to live constantly in
kuyadumaza
fear when you see a
ukuhlala
family
wazi
member
ukuthi
leaving the house,
uthukile,
not knowing
ubona
that they are going
ilunga
to
lomndeni
return
liphuma
safely
endlini,
and not
ungazi noma
knowing if they
uzobuya
will return
ephephile
or truly is going
noma
to fail.
angeke aze
If we do
abuye
not
nhlobo.
want to live in a
Uma
society filled
singafuni
with
ukuphila
fear, we are the ones that
umhlaba
need to come
phakathi
together and
ogcwele
start
ukwesaba,
implementing these changes.
kumele
We need to report,
sihlangane
we need to
futhi
spread it
sisenze
together,
okumele
and we need to
sikwenze,
make sure
sikubike,
that more lives are not
siqinisekise
destroyed through
ukuthi
gunshot. It is very
amanga
easy to blame
awaqhubeki
governments. It's
ekuthunjweni
very
kwabantu.
easy to blame big
Kulula
companies that
ngohulumeni, kulula
gain monetarily from our
ngabasababhizinisi,
lives. but that would not be possible if
kodwa
we don't
lokho
contribute to it.
akunakwenzeka
That would
uma
not be
singanikeli
possible
kulokho.
if we
Lokho
decide to
akunakwenzeka
just
ima
say that we're
sikhetha
not going to
ukuma
be the rich
simile
anymore.
sithi
The
angeke ngibe
message
ingxenye
to
yalokhu.
everyone that is watching
Futhi
right now
umlezo
is
wami
that
kwabanye
change
ababukayo
must start
njengamanje
from within.
ukuthi
We as
ushintsho
society
kufanele
and each
luphume
other
kithi.
as brothers
Kumele
and sisters again,
siqale ukubukana
independently of the color of
emehlweni
our
sisho
skin, of
sithi
our nationality, of our
ungakhathaliseki ukuthi
beliefs, of our religion.
sikholelwa
We have
kuphi
to
noma
understand that
ngabe
the only
yikuphi.
way that
Kumele
this world
siqonde
still has a
ukuthi
chance of
lo mhlaba
changing
usesenalo
is
ithuba
if
lokuthi
we come
ushintshe
together
uma
and we
siba
start working
ndawonye
towards each
futhi
other. I truly
sisebenza
believe that
ndawonye.
it is possible to
Ngiyaqinisekisa,
have a
ngiyakholwa ukuthi
society that
kusenokwenzeka
puts
ukuba lo
value in
mphakathi
human life.
obeka izilinganiso
Human
zempilo
beings, the
yabantu
value of a
kuqala.
human life keeps decreasing
Ukuphila
every day.
kwabantu
The value of a
kuyaqhubeka
human life
kuyehla ngaso
today is
sonke
based on
isikhathi.
what they can do for somebody
Ukuphila
else, how
kwabantu
much they
kuxhomeka
earn,
ekutheni
how much
omunye
they can get
umuntu
out of it. I
wenzani
also
futhi
want to
uhola
urge
malini.
everyone in reminding that
Ngifuna
it is
ukucela
our
wonke umuntu
responsibility to seek the
ubakhumbuza
truth.
ukuthi
And
kungumthwalo
this is
wethu
one of the things
siqu.
that I appreciate and I
Futhi
respect
lokhu
most
okunye
about Creative Society.
engikuhloniphayo
In my
futhi
opinion,
engikwazisayo
Creative Society
nge-Creative
comes as a
Society.
solution, first of all,
I-Creative
by
Society ifike
bringing the correct information to
isixazululo
people. A
ngokuthi
person cannot change unless they have
umuntu
the
angeke
tools to
akwazi
change. The
ukushintsha
first
uma
tool of
kunento
change is
angayishintsha.
information. The
Into
second
yokuqala
tool of
yokushintsha
change is
ulwazi.
strength in numbers. The only reason that I
Okwesibili
will
yikona
join
izinombolo.
something, an organization, I ideal like Creative Society, is if I believe in what is being told. And Creative
Ngiyakholelwa
Society
kulokhu
has been standing
ezishoyo.
with the truth from the very beginning. So for me, it's joining, being a part, bringing the correct
Okwami
information on a
ukuthi
different platform, and
zihlanganise
then
nayo.
using the
Futhi
collective mind
sonke
in
zikhonye
order to be
kanye
able to
kanye
bring this solution.
singakwazi ukusebenzisa
There
ingqondo
are
zethu
way too
silethe
many problems in the
isixazululo.
world for us to be
Maningi
able to solve
izinkinga
them as
emhlabeni
individuals.
wonke,
We all know
kodwa
that.
angeke sikwazi
But let's say
ukuzixazulula ngabunye
Creative
wethu.
Society
Kodwa
brings
i-Creative
together the greatest
Society
minds in the world, the greatest
isihlanganisa
scientists, the
ndawonye.
greatest researcher. Let's say the
Ikwenza
Creative
ihlanganise
Society in its right
ososayensi,
information is able to
abacwaningi,
bring back
ihlanganisa
truths
ndawonye
from them
ulwazi,
because
ifuna
for
ikubuyisa
people from
ulwazi
all over the
esasinalo
world,
from
all of a sudden
uqaleni
you have people
ukuthi
that have
abantu
the
yonke
power to
indawo
change a
emhlabeni
system that
bonke
only
abantu
the same
bakwazi
idea
ukusebenzisa amandla
and
abo
this
okushintsha
idea comes
isimo.
from one source,
Futhi
is Creative
le
Society.
ngxenye
And that
ibuya
is how I
emthonjeni
truly
owodwa
believe the solution
oyi-Creative
will come about.
Society. Futhi ileyo ndlela inkinga ezokwazi ukuxazululeka ngayo.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Lisa, for sharing.
Ngiyabonga
I
kakhulu,
absolutely
ngiyabonga
agree that today
kakhulu.
Creative Society is
Ngicabanga
the
ukuthi
only solution.
Creative
And
Society kuphela
on this, I have a
kwesixazululo.
question for everyone
Kodwa
that's
kulokhu
watching us right now.
nginombuzo kunawo
Do
wonke
you
umuntu
believe
ozibuza njengamanje.
that if we
Uyakholelwa
continue to
ukuthi uma
exist in the
siqhubeka
current
sibe
consumerist
khona
society, do you
kulo
believe
mhlaba
that we have a
wabathile
future?
sinalo
There is
ikusasa?
no doubt that every single
Akungabazeki
person thinks
ukuthi
about
noma ngabe
where this
yimuphi
world is
umuntu
headed and
ucabanga ukuthi
understands
uyaphi
that
lo mhlaba,
something needs
futhi
to
uyaqonda
change.
ukuthi kukhona okufanele
The time
kwenzeke
has come
ukuze
to stop
kushintshe.
pretending. It's time to
Isikhathi
align
sokuyeka
ourselves, and it's
ukuzenzisa,
time to
isikhathi
unite
sokuyeka
and
ukuziqambela
solve
amanga,
all
isikhathi
our problems
sokuhlangana
together,
ndawonye,
so that
sixazulule
we can
izinkinga
look
zethu
in the mirror
ndawonye,
and know that we did everything
sihambe
to
sazi
change this
ukuthi
consumerist
sikwenze
world,
konke
our society,
esingakwenza
into that creative
ukushintsha lo
society.
femethi
And
yabathengi
when the last
saba
part,
kwi-Creative
get
Society.
climate.
Futhi okugcina sidelwa nesimo
Plus, we have
sezulu.
technologies today that will help
Manje
save
sinawo
lives.
ama-technology
Let's take a look at
namhlanje.
the next
Ake
video
sibone
and you can see for
i-video
yourself.
elandelayo uzibonele wena ngokwakho.
Millions of people around the world die waiting for their turn to get an organ transplant. In China alone, 1.5 million people are on the waiting list. In the US, about 17 people a day die waiting for a donor. And to get a new kidney, a much in-demand organ, one has to wait from 3 to 5 years. In India, only 3% of those in need receive it. Tell me, what will you do if you or your loved ones need
Ngenza
an
kanjani
organ
kube
transplant?
othandekayo wakho
Are you
bedinga
sure you'll live long enough to
ukunikeza
get your turn? Here are the barbaric methods that are used to solve this problem in today's consumer society. Every hour, a kidney is being sold on the black market. Children are dismantled for spare parts like a construction set in order to earn up to 1 million euros on organs. Are you unworried today when your child is outside? Teenage girls
ngabe uyakhathazeka lapho abantwana bakho bephandle
on human farms
abantwana abasebasha baphoqeleka ukuthi baphumele ngaphandle bayodayiswa
villages all over the world where each resident has already sold one kidney. Parents are forced to sell some of their
abazali
children in order to feed
baphoqelekile ukuthengisa izingane zabo ukuze bakwazi ukondla ezinye
a surgery.
izicu zomzimba ziyonyiwa uma ngabe kwenzeka uhlinzo esibhedlela and umuntu lapho uphuma esenesici somzimba esingaphilile ngaphansi kwakho konke lokhu abantu bayaqhubeka bephila ngokwesaba.
The following organs are successfully transplanted: bladder, cartilage tissue,
izicu zomzimba ezilandelayo ziye zadayiswa ngokwezimali
blood vessels,
njenge-cornea, pancreas, ne-blood vessels, isikhumba, izinso, inhliziyo, isibindi, izimbambo nesisu nakho kuye kwathengiswa.
on the ISS. What was once a plot for a science fiction novel
Lokhu kuye kwaba yingxenye enkulu kwezesayensi.
says Taylor Crouch.
Ungase uzicwaningele wena wengeziwe
3D
kule
bioprinting will
website.
save millions of lives through timely transplantation.
Ibonisa ukuthi uma kungakhona ukuthi kube
Diseases will end clinical trials of drugs on humans, including children. The black market of human organs and the sale of people for organs will disappear forever as a monstrous phenomenon of the consumerist format of society. These technologies will literally
lolu cwaningo angeke lusize kodwa futhi luzovikela izimpilo zabantu abayizigidi nezigidi. Into enzima ngalo buchwepheshe ukuthi
by the immune system. A printed bladder was successfully transplanted over
ukuthola izicu zomzimba kungenzeka futhi abantu baye bakwenza ngaphezu kweminyaka engamashumi 20 edlule. Ingabe akusikho kuvamile ukuthi abantu bayadinga izicu zomzimba emphakathini wakho? Kule mphakathi wabathengi yonke into ebalulekile imali, kodwa ayikho indlela engenzeka usiza lokhu ngoba ukudluliswa kwezicu zomzimba kuyindaba eletha inzuzo enkulu kodwa abantu bazofa futhi bagule. Namuhla wonke ufuna enze umehluko ukuthi imuphi umphakathi afuna ukuphila kuwo, umphakathi onjani afuna ukuhlala kuwo yena nezingane zakhe esikhundleni sokuthi baphila kwabo. Bonke bathembele kuwe ukuze bakhone ukuphila. Umphakathi lona wena ozobe uhleli kuwo. Uzokwenza i-creative society lapho ubuchwepheshe luyobe lusebenza ukuvikela impilo yakho nempilo yabantwana bakho. Leyo mphakathi akukho okuzobe kubalulekile njengokuthi njengempilo yabantu, impilo yakho.
The choice is yours.
Ukhetha kungokwakho.
It just doesn't make sense. People
akwenzi
like
ingqondo.
cattle,
Abantu
bees
bathengiswa
wait from
njengezinkomo,
human traffickers
izigidi
in human
nezigidi
orbits.
zihamba
Children
kuthunjwa abantu.
within this
Abantwana
network for parts.
bahlukanisa izici zabo
Trillions of
zomzimba.
dollars are spent killing people instead of
Izindodla
developing
zamadola
technologies to save lives.
zisetshenziselwa ukubulala abantu kunokuthi ziphilise izimpilo
Have we
zabo.
all lost our minds?
Ingabe silahlekela ingqondo
Business
yethu?
and money made us also
Ingabe
blind,
ibhizinisi nemali
deaf,
isenza sivaleke ngamehlo,
inhuman,
singezwa, singabe
made us
nobuntu,
helpless, consumer format
isenza
criminals
singabi
who tolerate
singabi
any kind of
nanhliziyo.
abuse?
Umphakathi wabathengi, ifomathi abathengi usenza sibe abantu abanodlame.
Think about it.
Cabanga
There's a
ngakho.
market for people in our civilized society.
Kunemakethe yabantu emphakathi ophucuzekile namuhla.
Are you a commodity? Is your child a commodity?
Ingabe
Why does that
ukahle,
market
ingabe umntwana
exist?
wakho uhleli kahle. Kungani
Are you
pho
sure
le makethe
that you and your
ikhona?
loved ones are not
Uyaqinisekisa
being
ukuthi wena
subjugated
nobathandekayo
in that
bakho
society?
ningabantu kulo mphakathi oyizilwane.
The consumer format today will offer you
Ifomethi
either a
yabathengi
roast of butter or a sheep,
izokubonisa or
or
ikuhehe
a sheep that will go under the knife itself.
njengemvu ezohamba iye ngaphansi kokuhlinzwa ngokwayo. Kodwa wena
You're a human
uyini?
being.
Ungabe uyimvu
Stand
noma
in a
ungumuntu?
cell and bleed, and when the
Yima
perverse
ukuphila
consumerist format
ngokwesaba.
tears apart all living things.
Ungumuntu
You are a
ophilayo.
human being. You deserve to live a human life.
Ufanele ukuphila impilo yobuntu. Kusho ukuthini lokhu? Kusho ukuthi okokuqala nakho konke ngiyaqinisekisa inani lempilo yakho. I-Creative Society iyona i-format ekuqinisekisa ngokukhuseleka kwawo yonke impilo yomunye
And
umuntu.
today, each of us makes
Futhi
the choice of
namuhla
the future for ourselves.
umunye ngomunye wethu uzozenzela isinqumo sakhe
Between the creative
nabantwana
and consumer
bakhe
format, the choice between life
ngekusasa.
and death.
Kungukhetha phakathi kwempilo nokufa. Yebo, kuyimbuzo yempilo nokufa. Futhi lokhu kulula. Uma ufuna ukusho ukuthini, ungabhala imininingwane ngaphansi kwale video noma usithumelele kwi-Facebook account noma uthathe ivideo uyixhumele kwi-Instagram noma ezinye izingxenye zokuxhumana. Uye kwiwebsite yethu creativesociety.com. Sizojabulela ukuzwa ukuthi uthini. But okokuqala step sokuqala esakho. Manje ngifuna ukunathulela umuntu wokuqala ofuna ikusasa elihle. uJohn Perkins. Umkhulumeli womhlaba womhlaba wonke. Uzobe ekhuluma ngezezimali. Uzobe ekhuluma ngayo yonke into eyenzeka kubantu ngezindodla zezimali. Siyamamukele umnumzane uPerkins, inkundla ingeyakho.
I feel very privileged to be on your show. Thank you. The military one, enslavement by military, has been pretty prominent throughout a lot of human history, at least the last 2,000 or 3,000 years of human history. But after World War II, and especially for the United States, after our defeat in Vietnam, there came a realization that the military wasn't necessarily our best option. So debt became the real driving force. And this is when I stepped into the scene as an economic hitman. My real title was chief economist. And, you know, my job was really to identify countries that had resources our corporations want, like oil and many other resources today is a lot around lithium and cobalt and sort of high-tech industry minerals. But anyway, we'd identify such a country and arrange a huge loan for that country from the World Bank or one of its sister organizations. But the money didn't actually go to the country.
kulelo zevela ebhange lomhlaba noma nje engezinhlangano ezilondakala
Infrastructure projects in the country.
kodwa empeleni imali ayizange iye ezweni yaya ezinhlanganweni zethu imithamo yengqalasizinda kulelo zwe
Big infrastructure projects that made
futhi bekungama-projekthi afana namapaki ezimboni nezinhlelo zikagesi imigwaqo omkhulu namachweba nezikhundla zezizuza zabanye
bigger ports and highways. But the majority of the people suffered actually because
abantu abaningi babehlukumezekile
education and other social services to pay off the debt on these loans. And in the end, the country couldn't pay off the loans usually, and so we go back in through the IMF and arrange to refinance, but that always meant that the country had to sell its resources real cheap to our corporations without environmental or social restrictions, maybe vote with us at the United Nations, allow us to build a military base on their soil. And so that was the way that we really enslaved these countries with debt. And we're very successful at it. A great example that I cite in my book is Colombia, a country where I've spent a lot of time. I had an office in Colombia.
isibonelo esihle encwadini yami eColombia ize lapho ngichithe khona isikhathi esiningi angisehhovisi eColombia futhi siye sasekela amaphoyisa eColombia ngokuqeqesha kwezimpi ngamasosha aseColombia umnyaka futhi ngesizathu sokuthi esikwenzayo ukuwaqeqesha ukulwa nabashushumbisi benakho abathumela izidakamizwa futhi bathumela i-cocaine nokuyinhloso e-United States. Iqiniso lokuthi udaba amaningi alamasosha empeleni asetshenziswa ukuvikela inkampani ze-UN, inkampani zikawoyela nezinye izinkampani ezisongelwa angase asongele abaphengula kodwa ngendlela thize
And you provide electricity to the very wealthy in the big cities, to their industries. And the local people don't even get electricity. They see these huge transmission lines going over their properties. So we use this excuse.
ngakho sasebenzisa lesi zaba impi ukulwa nokuphekula noma ukuzivikela sitha ucotshwa nje nakuba isizathu sangempela sokwenza lokho ukuzibonakalisa njengamandla kulawa mazwe futhi sizivikela amabhizinisi ethu isikweletu esithathwa yila mazwe kumele sikhokhele ngendlela thize futhi ngokuvamile ikhokhelwa ngokuholisa iningi labantu ezweni ngakho imali ithathwa kwezemfundo nokunakekelwa kwezempilo kanye nezinye izinsiza zinhlekelele ukuze kukhokhele izalo yesikweletu bese kuthiwa kwesibili okwenzeka lapho leyo lapho okuyinhloso ngempela sizama ukuthi lezi zimali imboleko ngokuthi thina ngiqonde noma ubani ophethe uhlelo engilibiza nge-economic hitman simsiza lezi zimali imboleko ngendlela cishe zingakwazi ukukhokhela futhi isibambiso sezimali mboleko zinsiza esekhona emhlabathini hhayi njengoba ungeke ukwazi ukukhokha izikweletu zakho sifuna ukufinyelela kuwoyela kwakho elendeni yakho ngakho abantu abasezindaweni ezibhonjwa uwoyela noma ezimbiwayo noma lapho amapayipi edlula khona bayalinyazwa kakhulu yilokhu futhi ekugcineni izwe lonke lonakele lolu uhlelo lwezomthetho lomhlaba wonke luzayo ngamafuphi isekelwe emgomeni wokukhulisa izinzuzo yesikhashana bakhathaziseka ukuthi yiziphi izindleko zomphakathi nezemvelo ngakwenza lokhu iminyaka eminingi ngoba ngangicabanga ukuthi ngenza okulungile ngafunda esikoleni amabhizinisi e-World Bank futhi zonke izinto zekhungo zokuthatha umbono wokuthi uma utshala imali uma ubeka zonke lezi zimali zibonela ezweni futhi
the country
engqalasizinda umnotho uyakhula
statistically,
ize laphumelela.
that happens because we measure growth and prosperity by
Kuyenzeka ngoba sikala ukukhula nokuchuma emakhaya i-GDP. E-United States kunabantu abathathu abanengcebo elingana nengxenye yeze-United States. Ngakho ungenza nje izibalo nje ezingemuva envelope futhi ukukhombisa ukuthi uma labo bathathu benza u-10% empahleni yabo yonyaka edlule futhi ingxenye yezwe ilahlekelwe u-3%, kanti lonke izwe enye ingxenye yomhlaba angeke ifane u-4% ku-GDP. Bekungabukeka sengathi izwe lonke liyachuma, kodwa ekutheni bathathu kuphela abantu abaphumelela, bonke abanye bahlala befana noma besesimeni esibi kakhulu. Ucabanga ngamazwe amaningi njenge-Afrika ne-Latin America kwezinye izindawo lapho abantu abathathu benombono olingana 90% wabantu noma u-95%. Ngakho umehluko uhlezekile, izilinganiso zitshekile zifuna abacebile.
Thank you so much, Mr. Perkins, for
Siyabonga kakhulu Mnumzane Perkins ngokukhuluma kwakho okungagwegwezi.
Leading to the enrichment of a few at the cost of poverty of millions. This is the way of our enslavement and self-destructions, and we are on this path today.
Futhi sidle kule ndlela namhlanje. Kumele sishintshe ifomethi kuyaba umphakathi wabathengi lapho imali iyinto ebaluleke kakhulu kunempilo yabantu. Ake sizwe kabanzi ukuthi singenza kanjani. Esikhulumeni esilandelayo uDokotela uRobert Kennedy.
Well, I certainly would like to thank the organizers. What I'd like to talk
Engithanda ukukhuluma ngakho namuhla into engicabanga ukuthi iningi lenu lijwayelene kakhulu nayo. Ukuthi izinkinga esibhekana nazo njengoba siphila kulezi zikhathi ezinzima nezibuhlungu kakhulu. Sibhekana nezinselelo ezinkulu usuku nosuku. Izinselelo ezingagcini nje ngokusongela impilo yethu kodwa mhlawumbe nobukhona bethu kulo mhlaba. Ngingathi kuze kube manje izimpendulo zethu kweziningi zalezi zinselelo zibonakala ngokuphika, ukudideka, ukungezwani nokubambezeleka okuvamise ukuqhutshwa hhayi nje ukungazi kodwa ubuhaha noma i-agenda yezwe engqubuzana nezidingo ezibanzi zezakhamuzi zethu kanye nomphakathi omkhulu wamazwe ngamazwe. Kulesi sikhathi esifishane enginaso ngivumeleni ngibalule izinselelo ezimbili engicabanga ukuthi nazo zidinga ukubhekwa nazo kanye neziningi enizobhekana nazo kulolu hlelo noma esenizixazulule kakade. Okokuqala ngithanda ukubaluleka ukwanda okuqhubekayo kwezikhali ezibhubhisayo. Ngaphandle kweqiniso lokuthi sinesivumelwano esifanayo nesivumelwano sokungadebethekisi kwezikhali zenuzi kanye nezikhali zamakhemikhali nesivumelwano zebhayoloji ezihlanganisa nje zonke izizwe, izifundani ezimbalwa namuhla zisasele ngaphandle kwalezi zivumelwano futhi zaziwa ngokuthi zinayo noma ziyadlondlobala ngezikhathi zenuzi noma ezinye izikhathi zokucekela phansi kwenuzi.
and other components needed in the production of such weapons.
Amanye amaqembu afuna izinto esikhukuzeni. Ngaphezu kwalokho, enye yezinhlaka eziyinhloko zesivumelwano sokungasakazeki kwezikhali zenuzi muva nje isabise ngokusebenzisa izikhali zenuzi futhi kusolwa ukuthi isebenzise noma ilungiselela ukusebenzisa izikhali zamakhemikhali ekuhlaseleni kwayo elinye izwe ngaphandle kwesizwe. Ngakho-ke amathemba ngombono wami ukusetshenziswa ngamabomu wezikhali ezibhubhisayo noma ukusetshenziswa kokukhuphuka kwezingxabano ezikhulayo nokubala okungalungile ayingozi yangempela futhi akhona anengozi enkulu kanye nemiphumela yesikhathi eside emhlabeni engenakulinganiswa kalula. Nokho ungaphakathi kwamandla ethu ukushintsha imigudu yamanje ekhawulela amandla omuntu futhi esongela ukuphila kwethu
kufanele siqinisekise ukuthi imiphumela yanoma yikuphi ukusetshenziswa kwezikhali zekhemikhali zebhayoloji noma ze-radiological iyanyuka kangangokuthi asikho izwe esingakulokotha senze njalo. Kufanele futhi siphindaphinde imizamo yethu yokuqhubeka ukunciphisa izinombolo nokutholakala kwezikhali ezinjalo futhi sitshale kabusha amandla ethu esayensi kobuchwepheshe obuzothuthukisa isintu. Into yesibili engithanda ukuyibala ukungalingani kwemali engenayo ngaphakathi nangaphakathi kwezinto. Kuba nje i-1.1% yabantu bomhlaba ibamba cishe ingxenye yomcebo womhlaba. Bangaphezu ka-55% abantu bomhlaba abaphethe nje kuphela u-1.3% wengcebo yomhlaba. Futhi ngesha bafethu nodadewethu, igebe liyakhula phakathi kwabacebile, abacebe kakhulu kanye nawo wonke umphakathi wesintu. Ngaphezu kwalokho, i-COVID iye yandisa inkinga. Unyaka ka-2020 uphawule ukwanda okukhulu kunakho konke emlayweni wasebezigidi zomhlaba wonke umcebo. Ungalingani okunjalo akugcini nje ngokuzala indelelo, kodwa futhi nokunganeliseki phakathi kwabantu ezimpofu. Ngokudabukisayo, kuphinde kube nomthelela omubi kakhulu ekukhuleni komnotho okubaluleke kakhulu ekuthuthukisweni kwesintu. Kuyiqiniso ukuthi phakathi namashumi amane edlule ububhofu obudlulele buye bancipha kakhulu kwezinye izingxenye umnotho womhlaba ulokhu abantu abaningi kanye namazwe emhlabeni jikelele kwanda ngokukhiqiza kuye kwancipha kakhulu ububhofu, kodwa abaningi ngesha basalokhu bebhofu. NjengoMax Rosa no-Esteban Ortiz Ospina baphawula esihlokweni sabo esithi Global Extreme Poverty, ngiyabacaphuna, ubumpofu bomhlaba wonke bungenye yezinkinga ezimbi kakhulu umhlaba obhekene nazo. Abantu abaningi bavamise ukulamba, bahlupheka ngempilo, baswela usizo lwezempilo oluyisisekelo, abakwazi ukufinyelela kalula imfundo esezingeni ebalulekile, futhi njalo ababi nokukhanya ebusuku. Usuku ngalunye, abantu abayizinkulungwane ezingu-25 kuhlanganise nezingane eziyinkulungwane eziyishumi babulawa indlala nezinye izimbangela ezihlobene nokho. Kungalinganiseka ukuthi abantu bangaba u-855 emhlabeni wonke abalondekile. Futhi amanani entengo yokudla aphakeme ngenxa yokushisa kwesimo sezulu nezimpi ezingalindelekile angase bangela abanye izigidi ubumpofu nangendlala. Ukubhekana nokungalingani kweholo phakathi kwezizwe naphakathi kwamazwe kungase kube nzima nakakhulu kunokubhekana nokwanda kwezikali ezibhubhisayo, ngoba ngokuvamile kubalulwa ukuhaha, ingcebo, ngisho yona ngokwayo ayiyona into embi. Imali eyeqile ivamise itshalwa kabusha emnothweni futhi ihlinzeke ngemisebenzi kanye nommbila wembewu ukuze kusungulwe izinto ezintsha zobuchwepheshe ezithuthukisa ukuphila kwabantu. Ngenxa yalokhu, abantu abenza imali eningi imali yenza imali. Phumela imali eningi igegezela phezulu emposhongweni ezimali futhi igxile abavame ukungena ngakho ekuthuthuseni izimpilo zezingxenye zabo kunokuqhubeka iy'mpilo zabanye abantu. Yilokhu esibiza ngokuthi ukuhaha. Futhi ukuhaha. Ingabe ufuna oludinga ngempela ikhaya elingama-meter square angu-400,000? Kulungile, ama-meter square angu-400,000 meter square umuzi ophethwe yi-tycoon noma eMumbai e-India futhi akayedwa phakathi kwalabo abanemizi engaphezu kwe-100,000 square feet. Ubani odinga umuzi o-590 foot mega yacht? Mhlawumbe ungase ucele komunye osomabhizinisi waseRussia othola ama-yacht angaphezu ka-500 kuthi labo ababoda phakathi kwabanikazi bama-mega yacht anjalo. Kodwa ingabe leyo mali idonsa kanzima kulabo abayidingayo? Impendulo uma ubheka emhlabeni wonke ibonakala ngokwayo. Emphakathini wanamuhla abacebile bayaceba kanti abanye baba mpofu kakhulu. Igebe phakathi kwabacebile nabampofu likhula nangokungalawuleki. Intengo yalokho kuphila kwezigidi zabantu ukuthi uma kubhekwa impilo engcono nemfundo babe nesandla esikhulu ekwenzeni ngcono isimo somuntu. Lokhu kungalingani bakwethu kuphumelele. Ingabe ingashintsha? Akulula. Imali iyakhuluma. Imali ayithengi kuphela ama-yacht, ama-mega namakhaya anama-mega. Ithenga ama-autocrats nama-democrats. Lokhu kugcina kuvame ngeminikelo enkulu egunyazwe ngokusemthethweni ukusekela imikhankaso ukuthi labo bantu abakhethwe ezikhundleni futhi vele nakuba labo bantu sebekhethiwe bezophika ngokuqinile. Kuthonywa kakhulu izingxoxo zabo ezivuna abanikela ngemali yabo abacebile futhi hhayi emphakathini ojikelele. Ngakolunye uhlangothi, omashikela bathengwa ngokuqondile noma ngokungaqondile ngemikhuba yemfihlakalo. Kungenzeka kanjani ukuthi abantu abathandwa nguVladimir Putin bathole imali elingaphezu $200 million? Imali enjalo ihlinzeka ama-autocrats ngezimali zokukhokhela labo abagcina bephethe, ama-oligarchs, ibutho langaphakathi, lezo zokuphepha zamasotsha, kanye nokuxhasa izindlela zabo zokucindezela. Kanye yini enye i-autocrat elingayenza ngo-$200 billion? Pho yini engenziwa? Kudingeka sisebenzele ushintsho endleleni esibheka ngayo abantu nemiphakathi. Umhlaba ngeke uguquke ngokwawo. Phakathi kwezinto okufanele zenziwe, imali enkulu idinga ukuboshwa. Kudingeka sihloniphe abanye abantu namasiko nemibono abakunikezayo ehlukile kweyethu. Akumele sivumelane naleyo mbono, kodwa fanele sihloniphe leyo mbono ngenkathi siveza owethu. Kudingeka sinciphise isikhathi futhi sizimisele ukubhekana nolaka olungadingekile nolungayindawo. Ekugcineni, bafowethu nodadewethu, kudingeka sidlulele ngale kwencazelo ewuncingo yokuzicabangela komuntu ngamunye neyezwe futhi sicabangele ngobuciko mayelana nendlela yokuxazulula izinkinga ezicindezelayo ezisongela ikusasa lethu nekusasa leplanethi yethu. Sidinga i-creative society engeziwe. Ngiyaphinda futhi ngiyabonga kakhulu ukungimema ukuba ngikhulume.
Thank you, Dr. Kennedy, for
Siyabonga Dr. Kennedy ngokuthi usivezele lezi ezibaluleke kangaka. Uyamangaza ukuthi ingaphezu kwamakhulungwane ezintathu zozalwa kwabantu ukuthi kufuneka kushintshe. Ake sibone ividiyo sibone lokhu kwenziwa. Ubuwazi ukuthi cishe zonke izinsiza zeplanethi zigxile ezandleni zeqembu elincane labantu?
Namuhla, iphesenti elilodwa kuphela labantu liphethe ingcebo eyengeziwe kunabanye abantu abangu-99% wabantu bomhlaba. Futhi inkambiso ukuthi ingcebo yaleli zwe igeleza ezandleni zalo 1% ngesivinini esikhulu. Kusukela ngo-2020, ingcebo yamadolobha noma yamadoda ayi-10 acebe kakhulu emhlabeni wonke. Umcebo wabo ngesikhathi sobhubhane ukhuphuke ngenani lamadola ayi-15,000 noma 1.3 izigidi ngosuku. Ngaleso sikhathi iningi labantu lalilokhu libampofu. Inani lezincibi eziphila ngemali engaphansi kwamadola amabili ngosuku linyuke ngezigidi ezingu-160. Ngokwe-World Health Organization, nsuku zonke abantu abangaphezu kuka-25,000 babulawa yindlala futhi bangena phezu ka-5,000 babulawa ngumlilo. Ngaso leso sikhathi, iphesenti elilodwa kakhulu abantu abanezinkampani zomhlaba wonke banemali eningi kuma-akhawunti wabo, futhi bangakwazi ukuxazulula izinkinga hhayi kuphela zendlala, kodwa zonke izinkinga zomhlaba zesintu emhlabeni. Kungani lokhu kwenzeka? Futhi kungani lesi simo siba-TV minyaka yonke? Isizathu ifomethi yomthengi yomnotho wethu esekelwe ekuqongelelweni okungenamkhawulo kwengcebo yangasese noma osonhlamvukazi. Umnotho womhlaba uyakhula ngenxa yokukhula kwezinkampani ezinkulu eziphethe abantu ngabanye emhlabeni wonke. Lezi zinkampani zomhlaba zifana noma imonopoli zibulala futhi zithatha amabhizinisi ngokwezinye amancane nophakathi. Futhi uma imali eyengeziwe isezandleni zabambalwa, yilapho becela ngokushesha futhi izigidigidi zabantu ziya ngokuya zibampofu. Ukukhula banqenqa izithakazelo zabo, bathuthukise ibhizinisi labo, bathola abasebenzi abashibhile, bathenge imithombo yemvelo ukuze bathole amakinani. Futhi thina njengomphakathi kade singakwazi ukulawula okwenzakalayo. Ngisho nohulumeni akasakwazi ukulawula. Sekungathiwa amandla ezithakazelo zabambalwa. Ubumpofu, indlala nokungalingani akubona okubi kakhulu okuholela lokhu ceba okungenamkhawulo ngokuthola ingcebo engenamkhawulo. Bathola amandla angenamkhawulo. Lokhu kuba imbangela yezinxabelo zezimpi. Phela izimpi ziqalwa ngabantu nje. Imbangela yezimpi ukuncintisana kwezimali ezinkulu zemikhaya yethonya. Izinsuku ezinye ngesikhathi izigidi zethu zifa kulezi zimpi, abambalwa bavele bathola imali enkulu ngalokho. Ngefomethi yomthengi, izimpi bezilokhu ziyibhizinisi eliyinzuzo futhi zihlala ziyibhizinisi eliyinzuzo. Lesi sakhiwo asinabo ubuntu kangangokuthi izimpilo zabantu seziphenduke indlela yokwenza imali. Kuyibhizinisi nje, akukho ubuntu siqu. Futhi ngamunye wethu uyaqonda ukuthi lokhu akuyona into evamile. Uyamangaza, akekho ofuna ukuhlala ezweni lapho impilo yabo ayisizi ngalutho, lapho kungekho ukuqina ukuvikeleka, lapho kufanele sisinde khona kepha singaphili. Namuhla sonke singamangala ngenxa yefomethi yabathengi ngoba sonke sihlukanisiwe, sithule futhi asisebenzi. Ukuze uguqule lokhu, kuyadingeka ukushintsha ifomethi uqobo, okungukuthi ukwakha i-creative society, umphakathi lapho impilo yabantu wonke zabo zizaqala kunokuba zinikezwe kubantu abayiphesenti elilodwa. Kodwa singakha i-creative society uma sihlangana. Futhi isinyathelo sethu esiyinhloko sokushintsha lolu hlelo lwezomnotho olunobuntu ukunciphisa umkhawulo, okungukuthi sizobeka imvundu yengcebo, futhi njengawo wonke umphakathi sizonquma lowo mkhawulo. Lokhu kuzokwenza umjaho ongapheli wokucebiselana okungenangqondo. Lokhu kuzobuyisa umnotho enhlosweni yaso sonke ngemali engenayo nakho konke okudingekayo. Ukukhawulela kwengcebo kuzosisiza ukuba siqondise ngezimali ezigciniwe manje ama-akhawunti wabantu abambalwa ekuxazululeni izinkinga zabantu ngobuntu kanye nemitholo yomphakathi. Lokhu akusho ukuthi uma umuntu ethola imali ethile akasenalo ilungelo lokusebenza.
But the super
unalo,
profits will be
kepha
allocated to the needs of
izinzuzo
society. It will be
zizobekelwa labo
percentages to
abadinga
benefit
umphakathi.
society by
Kuzoba
developing
ithemba
cluster
lokusiza
business,
umphakathi
directing super
ngangokuthi
incomes
ibhizinisi
into the
lakho
development
uqondisa
of urban
ama-super incomes
infrastructure,
ekuthinteni
educated profits,
kwezigqalamisa
healthcare,
njengezemfundo,
development, and
ukunakekelwa
science. By
kwezempilo,
limiting
ubuchwepheshe
wealth,
kanye
we protect
nesayensi.
ourselves from
Ngokunciphisa umthetho
usurpation of
osizivikele
power, from the
ekusisweni
influence of
kwamandla
corporation and
kusukela
production,
kwithonya
media, mass
lezinkampani
media,
ekhiqizeni
new
ezezimali,
technologies, as well as other
abezindaba,
key spheres of
ubuchwepheshe
society.
obusha kanye
And this
neminye
will
imikhakha
benefit everyone,
ebalulekile
ordinary
yomphakathi.
people,
Futhi lokhu
entrepreneurs,
kuzozuzisa
and
wonke
even
umuntu,
those who now own large
abajwayelekile,
capitals.
osomabhizinisi kanye
Because
nalabo
we
nje
will
manje
be able to
abayizihlobo
live
ezinkulu.
without fear that some laws
Osomabhizinisi
might be
bazokwazi
passed that
ukuphila
will
ngaphandle
destroy their
kokwesaba ukuthi
businesses,
ngase
but they will no longer be
beshaywe
afraid
imithetho
of their
ezocekelwa
assets being
phansi
taken away
emabhizinisini
by
abo.
global
Ngakho
corporations.
besaba
And they will
ibhizinisi ukuthi
simply
izothathwa
sell oil
yinkampani
for their
zomhlaba,
lives and the
futhi
lives of their
bayoyeka
families.
ukukhathazeka ngezimpilo zabo
Limitation
nezimpilo
will
zemindeni
free up
yabo.
funds to help
Umkhawulo womcebo
implement the creative society
uzokhula izimali
concept.
zokusiza umsebenzisi womqondo we-creative society.
Dear viewers, our current economic system is a theater of the absurd.
Sanibonani
It
babukeli,
gave birth to a myriad of problems in
isikhathi
the world:
sethu
hunger,
siphetha
slavery,
ubupofu,
violence, and war,
ukulamba,
as nothing
ukugqila,
can stop the race to
kodwa
maximize profit.
ayikho into
This
esingayenza ukuze
consumerist
sinqande
part of
lokhu.
our life is worthless. It has become merely a means to make money. It seems that the richest 1% in the world
Kubonakala sengathi
have wealth and power.
abanemali phesenti elilodwa yilona
This is just as much an
eliphila
illusion.
kahle, kodwa lokhu
After
kumele
all,
nje
the more
ucabane.
money a person has, the less real freedom and the more problems
Uma
they have.
unemali enhle eningi,
Why would you need
awunazo
now
izinkinga futhi
millions of
ilapho
dollars or
uzophila
a
kahle.
huge mansion if you can't even feel secure there? After all, the more wealth you have, the more security you need. And in spite of that, you can't be sure if you're really secure, as you could be betrayed at any moment, and this would cost you your life. So what's the point of such wealth? Just to create a golden cage for yourself in which you suffocate in fear for your own life? To create the pictures for others to envy? Or to be looked at like an exotic animal in a zoo to be admired? And here is the absurdity of our play of the consumerist format. We are all slaves. Some
Sonke
people who do not have
sizigqila,
money start
abanye
to live.
abantu angeke bakwazi
Others
ukuba nemali
trying to earn it
baphile
with
bathi
not enough
bafe,
time to live.
abanye
Others
bazama
who
ukuphila,
already have wealth,
abanye
stuck in their
abanengcebo,
golden cages, are afraid to get out of them. Now let's look at the numbers.
ake sibheke
To end
izinombolo.
world hunger forever,
Ukuze siqede
sustainably, we need an additional $33 billion per year for the next 10 years. To provide social protection through child benefits, maternity allowances, disability leaving allowances, and retirement pensions in all developing countries, we need an additional $484 billion per year. To ensure universal health coverage in all developing countries, that is for 6.6 billion people, we need an additional $707 billion per year. So that's a total of $1.2 trillion per year, which we apparently cannot afford. And now the other side. We currently spend $571 billion per year to finance very profitable green businesses under the pretext of reducing CO2 emissions. We have spent on average $1.8 trillion per year in the last 2 decades on wars. So we are spending 2 times more money, $2.3 trillion per year, to increase the wealth of a few and also kill each other, instead of solving our problems.
kungaba okungenangqondo kangakanani lokhu futhi ngesikhathi esifanayo kunabantu ababalelwa ku-300,000 emhlabeni, ingcebo engaphezu kwezigidi ezingu-30 zamadola. Babizwa ngokuthi abantu abanenani eliphakeme kakhulu. Umcebo wabo usuwonke ufinyelela okungenani ku-$35 trillion. Ngakho-ke kuvele ukuthi sinemali engaphezu kokwanele ukuxazulula zonke iy'nkinga zemhlabeni, kodwa sikwenzi lokhu ngoba izikhulu ezinkulu sezinesikhathi eside ziphethe uhulumeni futhi zisho imigomo nemibandela yazo. Benza ngenxa yokugxila futhi zicekela phansi imvelo, futhi okubi nakakhulu konke bangamandla abangela izimpi. Ifomethi yabathengi kanye nalesi simo sezomnotho sekuyisikhathi eside sibulala thina, kodwa abantu abambalwa abacebile abakwazi ukunqanda lo mjaho obulalayo. Bangabathumbi balo. Yithi kuphela ngokubambisana njengomphakathi esingakumisa. Isinyathelo esibalulekile sokwenza lokhu ukukhawulela ingcebo. Ngaliphi inani? Vumela umphakathi unqume. Umkhawulo kufanele unqunywe yithi ngumphakathi wonke. Pho kungasebenza kanjani lokhu? Umcebo weqile uzosatshalaliswa kuphrojekthi womphakathi emhlabeni jikelele. Esikhundleni sekheji legolide kanye nokuphishekela ingcebo ngaphezu kwalokho abantu bayobonga njengoba beyobe bethuthukisa ukuphila kwabo wonke umuntu. Lona omunye umhlaba, izwe elinobuntu, elinokuthula, elinempilo, elivikelekile. I-creative society lapho ukuphila komuntu kuyinani eliphakeme kakhulu. Ukunciphisa ingcebo kuzosiza ekwakheni umnotho nempilo. Lokhu kusho okungaphezu kwakho konke ubunzima kwentela. Ukusetshenziswa kahle kwezinsiza emhlabeni wonke. Imali yomhlaba elula. Uhlelo lwezezimali oluzinzile olusekela umnotho wangempela. Ukuncintisana okunempilo nokungenzeleli okuholela ekuthuthukisweni kwezimpahla namasevisi. Kodwa-ke isiselo senhlangano ye-Creative Society ukungabi kwamandla. Zonke izikhungo zayo kanye nezinguqulo zisobala ekupheleleni zilawula ukuqondile kwabantu ngokwabo. Ngakho-ke kungenzeka yini ukukhanda i-Creative Society enjalo ngokombono wezomnotho? Yebo, kungenzeka. Futhi imali ayiyona inkinga. Sinokungaphezu kokwanele kulokhu. Sibona ngokucacile ukuthi ukwakha umphakathi onjalo akubizi nakancane. Empeleni kubiza kakhulu kunalolu hlelo olungenabantu futhi olungenanzuzo kithi. Kumele siwuyeke nokushesha lo mbheda futhi sinciphise ingcebo. Lesi ukuphela kwesixazululo sangempela sokuxazulula izinkinga zethu ekucindezeleni kakhulu. Bese siphumelela njengabantu bangabodwa ekwi-Creative Society.
Thank you, Christian. Indeed.
Siyabonga Christian. Ngempela imali ayisiyo inkinga. Imali ukuthi sisebenzisa kanjani. Kodwa inkinga enkulu kwifomethi yamathengi. Ungakhathazeki, siyafuna ukunikela izozuzisa bona ngokwabo. Abantu abaningi abakwazi ngisho ukuthi bakenzani. Abantu abaningi njengoba nje yenza i-Creative Society. Yinto ebukeka ngathi yinhle kakhulu ukuthi ingaba yiqiniso. Abanye bacabanga ukuthi kukhona ongamuva odonsa zonke izintambo zesiginci. Omunye umuntu angaze athi i-Creative Society iphasiwe. Hhayi, akekho umuntu osixhasile. Kuhle, uma ngabe ufuna ukusixhasa angeke sikubekele phansi. Kodwa njengamanje sizenzela thina ngosikhathi sethu. Iqiniso liwukuthi namhlanje abaxhasi uma befuna ukuxhasa bafuna ukwazi izinto eziningi ezingenasidingo.
What is dictated to them by the world's most powerful.
Yini efunekelayo kubo? Abasizi umphakathi wesintu.
And non-profit events that benefits them.
Ibaxhasa lapho bazokhona ukuthola inzuzo yabo.
Somebody stashes money
Omunye uyanikela, omunye uyayikhipha imali.
with their own problems.
Leyo iyona ndlela abazobhekana nayo nezinkinga zabo. Futhi banezindaba ezicashile. Kuthiwani uma wenza okuthile ngoba ufuna ukwenza kusuka enhlizweni ungabhekanga ukuthola ukutuba ngempela nezinsizasekelo ukusiza umhlaba umphakathi. Ukwenza lokho okubalulekile emphakathini. Abantu abacebile ingabe bacebe ngoba benikela kusuka enhlizweni? Cha, kusho ukuthi bangahlala behlupheka. Umuntu ocebile uba ocebena kakhulu uma eza ukuthi usebenzisa kanjani imali yakhe. Futhi uzoba ocebena kakhulu.
It is an endless race that no one wins. Let's return to creative society.
Asibuyele ku-creative society. Yebo, kunabantu abahle abasizile ingqungquthela, kodwa bambalwa kakhulu futhi yilabo abayiqonda ngokujulile futhi befuna ukusiza. Njengoba ubonile ukuthi singabantu nje abavamile, sinabantwana, sinemisebenzi nezingxenye zethu ingabe ukhona ukwazi ukusiza kusuka enhliziyeni. Uma umuntu esiza ngokuphuma enhliziyeni, lokho ubuntu futhi lokho siyakwazisa. Umuntu oyingqwele yiloyo muntu loyo okwazi ukuchaza abantu ukuthi umphakathi wabaphrofethi abathile kanjani. Akwazi ukuchaza iqiniso lokuthi yini eyenzakalayo. Ku-creative society asinabo abanikeli kodwa sinabantu abakhona bakwaziyo ukuthi basinikele. Abafuna ukuthi bazi ukuthi impilo yabantu ibalulekile. Labo bantu bangamaqhawe.
Friends, we've reached one of our goals.
Bangani, sesifikele kwenye yezinjongo zethu.
After months of investigation, the BBC published a lengthy article about the project and our two previous global crisis conferences. Although things did not come out exactly as we thought,
izinto azicabanganga njengoba besicabanga. Ngokungangazeki ngokuphelele iqiniso lokuthi sesikhulume ngezingozi zokuguquka kwesimo sezulu iminyaka eminingi, abekungamangalisi ukuthi isihloko esiyinhloko sazo zombili ingqungquthela ezishliwe esihlokweni kanye nesizathu esiyinhloko sokuthi sonke sihlanganyele lapha namuhla i-BBC yasibiza ngokuthi awaphika isimo sezulu. I-BBC yathi i-Creative Society iletha ukunaka kwabantu emcimbini wethu. Siyaqonda ukuthi isizathu esiyinhloko sokushicilela lesi sihloko bekugcwalisa umyalo othile wokudelela i-Creative Society. Besingeke sithole okunye ukufaka ngenxa yendlela. Futhi silapha intatheli yabhala isihloko.
He's a pleasant and smart man who understands.
Uyindoda ejabulisayo nehlaniphile iqala kumaqiniso layo yonke i-internet.
Because he was told to do so. Did we step on someone's toes?
Sinyathele izinto zomuntu. Yebo, siyazi i-CO2. Asinandaba ne-CO2. Kodwa niyabo sekuvele kukhona ukuhlehla. Ukuze lonke iqiniso livele futhi imali ayizange idliwe kusetshenziswa izintatheli ezinenkohlakalo kodwa kwaxazulula inkinga. Akekho owayenganaka amazwi ethu kodwa lapho
We
besaba
started to tell the truth.
ngoba saqala ukukhuluma
We're
iqiniso.
not doing it to expose
Asikwenzeli
someone
ukubiza
as a
umuntu
liar or a
ukuthi
thief.
ungumqambimanga noma
We started
isela.
telling the truth because
Saqala
we are
ukukhuluma
human
iqiniso
beings
ngoba
who really
singabantu
want to live.
futhi sifuna ukuphila.
Calling things by their proper
Ukubiza
names to
izinto
draw attention to
ngamagama
the problem
azo
that
afanele
concerns
ukudonsela ukunakela enkingeni ethinta womuntu
human
wonke.
beings.
Sonke singabantu.
Clearly, the reporters were ordered
Ngosobala
to write about
izintatheli
us.
zaziyalwe ukuba
They did the
zibhale
best they
ngayo
could.
futhi zenze konke
They are
ezingakwenza
also human
kodwa
beings.
nabo bangabantu.
And what we are
Futhi
saying
lokhu
concerns
asikushoyo kuthinta
their
bona
superiors,
abaphathi
those who gave the
babo
order,
laba abakhipha
relatives and
umlayezo
friends,
izihlobo
everyone.
zabo nabangani
This
wonke
is the
umuntu.
consumerist forum.
Lena
That's
ifomethi
why
yabathengi
we
enkazimulweni
raise the
yayo
most crucial topics, saying
siphakamisa
that we
izihloko
must unite to overcome the
ezibalulekile
impending global
kakhulu
cataclysms.
sithi kumele sibumbane ukuze
And
siqonde
what we are
inhlekelele
worried
zomhlaba
about is
wonke
not being able
futhi
to steal money.
konke okubathekayo
We also
ukungazi
met
kwebe
such
imali.
scientists. At first they tell
Siphinde
us,
sihlangane
"Oh, you're
nososayensi
doing a
abanjalo.
good thing. I support you."
Ekuqaleni
And then
bayasitshela
they talk,
wenza into
scared to
enhle
lose their titles and
yokusekela.
grants. I was deceived. I didn't say that.
Ngakhohliswa angizange ngisho lokho
But we are not
inkinga-ke
hypocrites
leyo
either.
kodwa nathi
$50
asizona
of
zilimi
funding from our
iminyaka
pockets,
engama-40
trillions of dollars,
yoxhaso
could
oluphuma
have built an entire
emaphaketheni ethu
state.
izigidi zamarandi
Instead, unfortunately,
singakha isifundazwe sonke
now and
kunalokho
now
ngisho
paying for a house that
sakhokhela
no one was
sakhokhela
going to
indlu
build.
okungekho umuntu
I'm
owayezoyakha.
not saying that the CO2 is not
Asikho
increasing.
asisho ukuthi
I'm not
CO2
disputing this
ayinyuki
fact.
asiphikisana
It is
naleli qiniso
ridiculous to assert
kodwa
that
kuyinhlekelele
10
ukuvumela
thousands of
ukuthi
man-made CO2 change anything.
i-0.5% ye-CO2
Well, while there are
yenziwe
some
umuntu ishintsha
in-house
noma
cases,
yini.
the CO2 clan says that the CO2 is the only
Kuso
parameter that
sonke
can affect. So
isikhathi
don't get
kubamba
distracted by
ukushisa
unscientific
ngamandla
details.
sethu iyona kuphela iparamitha
Friends,
engasithini.
but more time lost playing this
Bangani,
game, spreading
kulahlekele
misinformation,
isikhathi esengeziwe
that
kunaludlala
will
lomdlalo.
become like Mars. Just look at
Futhi
the reactions
iplanethi
from
yethu
natural
izofana
disasters
neMars.
of the past 10
Bheka
years.
ukuqhubeka
Yes,
kwezinhlekelele
we still
zezulu
think
kule
we will
minyaka
be able to
eyishumi
stop this
edlule.
by winning the info war. We are being
Besicabanga
ridiculed
ukuthi
for believing
bekuzokwazi
in
ukukhuluma
lies.
lokhu
We
ngokubona
do not
i-info.
deny their existence. If someone denies this,
Asiphiki ukuthi
can they prove
zikhona.
otherwise and that
Uma
there's only
umuntu
one planet with
ekuphika
life in
lokhu
all the galaxies?
angafakazela
Isn't
okuthile
that a bit of
ukuthi
presumptuous?
iplanethi eyodwa kuphela ephilayo.
Writing a couple of
Akuyona
disgraceful
yini lokhu
paragraphs about
ukugabadela okuncane nokho.
did not help them strengthen their story. It did, however, show everyone else
Lokho yabonisa wonke umuntu ukuthi imali kuphela egcwele kubo. Siyaqonda ukuthi kungani bekhathazeke kangaka njengoba kunemali engathi engisengozini. Kodwa asibangi imali yakho simane sithi singabantu. Njengoba singenandaba nesithunzi sethu noma imali engenayo sibonga ngobuqotho i-BBC nge-PR enkulu. Ngenxa yalokho abantu abaningi bazo zonke izinkolo namasiko baye bajoyina i-Creative Society ngenxa sikhuluma ngenhlanhla kukhona izintatheli ezingesabi ukukhuluma iqiniso futhi ziyakwenza lokho. Masizwe umnumzane Mark Mohale simuzwe ukuthi uthini.
Investigating the topic of climate. Mark is the award-winning producer,
uMark
writer,
uye
and host of the Climate Hustle
waziwinela
documentary.
indebe
The film was shown in
ngendaba
400
yokukhuluma
theaters
ngesimo
in the
sezulu.
United States.
Uzosichazela ukuthi yini
Scientists,
eyenzeke
conducted
e-United
journalist
States futhi
investigation
ososayensi abaningi bathole ucwaningo
The CO2
olunjani
is not the cause of climate
ukuthi
change.
i-CO2 ayisiyona imbangela yokuguquka kwesimo
It's a
sezulu.
tool in the hands of politicians.
Ikusezandleni zosopolitiki
Green Deal
nabantu
eventually leads to the
abafuna
destruction of the
umashicela.
economy and stable
Futhi
energy carriers.
uzosichazela ngezomnotho. Mark, inkundla ngeyakho.
Happy to be here today. Just first of all, by way of introduction, my name is Mark Morano, and I've been working on this issue since the early 2000s. I've been made environmental issues are my passion, so I'm here to try to present a realistic realism view without the hysteria of man-made global warming. Summations for the public. Climate change is governed by hundreds of factors, variables. The idea that we can manage it by selecting at the margins one politically selected factor, carbon dioxide, is as misguided as it gets. It's scientific nonsense. This is UK scientist Philip Stott, who was in the first film, Climate Hustle. And this explains it because it's not about it's CO2 is going up, we're all doing. No, CO2 is counteracted by literally hundreds of other factors. Even the climate activists, scientists admit this. Another study actually started with 10,000 plus scientists survey, whittled it down to 77 anonymous scientists. We don't know their names, their affiliations, their views. They asked them 2 questions that many climate skeptical scientists would agree with, and that came up to the vaunted 97%. Keep in mind, 97% of scientists in this instance wasn't even 97 scientists. It was 77 anonymous scientists. 1 billion people don't have running water and electricity, estimated, and the United Nations is doing everything possible through the Climate Fund and through repressing fossil fuel projects to keep them poor. In fact, I interviewed a South African development activist. This is at one of the UN climate summits when they had it in Durban, South Africa. They're always in nice exotic locations. And he said that
bathi inhlangano yezwe izokhokhela uhulumeni bomhlaba bakwazi kangcono labo uhulumeni abazothola izimali eziningi zesimo sezulu abakwazi kahle kakhulu ukugcina izikhathi zabo zivalelwe impova. Umuntu ufanele azikhulule embonweni wokuthi umbongo cishe ayihlangene nhlobo lenqubo yezemvelo. Hhayi-ke kungani nazo zonke izingane zesikole zamabanga aphezulu kanye nezingane zesikole ezigana eklasini ukuthi konke lokhu kuyinkonzo yeblip.
Tracking of carbon footprint on every purchase. MasterCard and the United Nations have joined forces. The World Economic Forum loves this because this card will monitor and cut off your spending when you hit your carbon dioxide max. Climate lockdowns. The Net Zero report urges behavioral changes to fight climate. A quote, shift away from private car use, upper speed limits, and thermostat controls, limits on hot water. Does this sound like a world you want to live in? It's choosing deprivation for yourself. UK-funded report, Absolute Zero urged aversion to climate lockdown. Stop flying, no new roads, airport closures, stop eating beef, lamb, stop doing anything that causes emissions. And here's the kicker. Regulate carbon dioxide. Humans, we inhale oxygen, we exhale carbon dioxide. Regulate CO2 similar to asbestos. British Medical Journal calls for
iphepha lapho laseBritish libiza inyama kanye nobisi intengo ukuze kuliwe nokushintsha kwesimo sezulu. Ukusetshenziswa kwenyama enyakatho yemelika kumele kwehle ngamaphesenti angu-80. Uhambo luncane kakhulu lwemoto. Stop ukuhlukumeza abantu yikho okuhloselwe isimo sezulu. Baphoqa ekhaya, baphoqa ukuthi bahambe ngendlela ebalulekile, benze inyama, amahambeka, ama-steaks aphakeme kakhulu kuzodingeka badle inyama kucutshungulwe ngumbulali kakade beyikhipha. Umagazini waseCanada usuka ekuthembeleni ezimotweni ezizimele ngokukhethekile. Izimoto ezisebenzisa nogesi ngeke zisize kumele zisuse ngokuphelele izimoto. Ucabanga ukuthi ngifuna ukusicabangela mina? Cha. Umbono kanogwaja ukwazi ungalindile khohlwa kucabanga ukuthi akusizi ngoba sithola imininingwane engamanga. Amagazini iSlate sekuyisikhathi sokuhlala amaqiniso. Uma zonke ezinye izinto zesihlanganiso zibonayo vele uyiyeka amaqiniso okungenani kwenza kwesikhashana kuthiwa amasonto 2 kuyela amaqiniso bathi sibeke phansi okwesikhashana ukuze sivuse isikhathi esiwusizo ngokhudlana zemvelo. Kunzima ukucabanga iliva yokulawula engcono kune-carbon dioxide ukuze ulawule umphakathi. Ngakho ngiyakwamukela ukuthi ukwenze kuqhubeke nocwaningo oluvulekile uxoxisane nososayensi oprofesa. Akufanele nanini siyivale inkulumo mpikisane ngakhathaliseki ukuthi ingakholakali kangakanani noma ngakhathaliseki ukuthi omunye umuntu uthini. Ngeke kwenzeke lokho noma akulungile lokho noma othile ngoba okusofanele kwenzeke i-climatology kana ku-UN yonke angabagcini noma yini iphikisana nesidingo sabo. I-climate depot mayelana nokusetshenziswa kwabo bonke labo sosayensi ukuthi basuswe kanjani, bakhanselwa ngamaphuco noma yini ngenxa yokuphisa kwenxa yokuthi lesibili sokukhuluma. Futhi enye yezinto ezibalulekile ukukhuluza ukuthi sibona kwenzeka ngesikhathi sangempela ngeke sakwazi ukufunda ngakho Facebook noma ku-Twitter noma ku-YouTube. Uma ubheka inani lamandla akhiqiza ezomseni ambiwa phansi ngokumelene namandla ahlaza amandla ahlaza nje ayiphupho nje kwamanje. But ngicabanga ukuthi kwakungu-million numbered osengakwenza uhlaziywe namuhla e-Europe kuphela. Isipele sebhekshi samandla elanga nomoya wanele okucabanga ukuthi kunikeza amandla i-Europe umzuzu engaba u-29 ngakho njengomzuzu nesigaba yilo lonke ibhekshi. Ngakho kukukhohlisa nje lamandla aluhlaza. Kuningi imijikelezo yesikhathi eside, isikhathi esifishane futhi lolu hlobo lucwaninga lucinezelayo umphakathi wesimo sezulu ngeke uthole imali yokufunda imijikelezo yesimo sezulu emvelo. Ubani onqumayo ukuthi ngubani othola imali? Abaqondisi base-Washington, osopolitiki, izifundiswa futhi bazothola imali ezobenza bashicilele. Bazothola imali ezothi i-carbon dioxide iyinkinga. Ngangivame ABC News kanye ne-CNN futhi ngibisela njalo isimo sezulu namandla ngeke kube kunikeza alikho iphuze lokwetafula bakasoze bavumelana naye. Kulompikisane bakushilo esihlanganaleli ukuthi noma ngubani ophikisana noma ne-United Nations angeke kufana nomuntu ophika ngakho-ke umgomo wabo wokuqeda amadimoni ukususa nokusisusa futhi isebenzile asisekho izindaba ezijwayelekile.
Dear viewers, everyone must have thought once or thought till today that renewable energy projects are really great. The sun and the wind provide electricity for free with an untapped resource just in front of our eyes. That should be common sense.
Lokho kufanele kube umqondo ovamile akunjalo kodwa ingqondo ephusile empeleni ukuthi umoya awuhlali unguvunguza nelanga ahlali ekhaya ngisho nengane iyakwazi lokho. Ngakho kwenzakalani? Umbuzo omuhle ikakhulukazi uma siphishekela inqubogomo ethi net zero ngokwezinhlelo zikahulumeni bomhlaba. Amazwe asethuthukile sijwayele ukubona nogesi isikhathi sonke. Kuhle lokho kodwa siyini isizathu salokho? Izikhungo zabaswa ngamalahle zibaswa kagesi kanye nezemandla enuzi. Akukhathalisekile ukuthi ibalele eliguqubele linomoya liyashisa noma liyabanda emini nobusuku. Lezi zitshalo zikagesi zikhiqiza ugesi ojwayelekile futhi ongaguquki mayelana nesidingo. Kodwa kwenzakalani?
Is that we're taking off the grid power plants with a guaranteed electricity output and consciously replacing them by solar and wind power plants that have a guaranteed output of
Yebo, isitholazelo zamandla avuselelayo ziba uzero. Yebo, ngokuqinisekisiwe ziba uzero. Lokhu akufanele ngempela kubangaze. Ngabe ukhona oqinisekisa isibikezelo sezulu? Ngakho kusho ukuthini lokhu? Uma siphehla ugesi kuphela emithonjeni yamandla avuselelayo, ilanga, umoya, amanzi, sincike ngokuphelele esimeni sezulu. Uma ilanga libalele namuhla, singasebenzisa isiqandisi futhi siwashe izingubo zethu. Kusasa kuguqubele kakhulu kodwa akukho moya, akukho mvula, amasha. Ngakho asikwazi ukupheka ukudla noma isayikhelethe. Lokhu kuzwakala kubula kodwa ungacabanga ukuphila usuku noma isonto ngaphandle kagesi, ikakhulukazi ebusika. Awukwazi ukushaja noma yimaphi amadivayisi akho ahlakaniphile noma usebenzisa noma yiyiphi into esendlini. Ngaphezu kwalokho, ungazi ukuthi isimo sezulu sizoshintsha nini. Imithombo yamandla avuselelekayo ifana ncamashi nesimo sezulu. Ayinakubikezelwa, bangakwazi ukukhiqiza noma yikuphi phakathi ka-0 kanye nengxenye ephezulu. Ukuphila kwabo ugesi ungashintshashintsha kakhulu. Inkinga iwukuthi kusukela namuhla abukho ubuchwepheshe bokugcina ugesi uma unokuqhithiza oyengeziwe ngezinsuku ezimbi ukuze kunxeshezelwe ukucinywa kagesi ngensuku ezimbi. Ngenxa yamandla avuselelekayo, igridi kagesi isivele intengantenga. Ngokwesibonelo, ngoJanuwari 2021 kwaba negele elikhulu likagesi eJalimane njengoba izindawo eziningi zaphehla amanzi eNuzi esivamile futhi zathathelwa indawo yezikhungo zamandla omoya nelanga. Ukuze kunxesazelwe leli gebe, eRomania naseBulgaria, kodwa inani eliphezulu kakhulu likagesi ligeleza lisuka eningizimu-mpumalanga Yurophu, enyakatho nasentshonalanga Yurophu aliholela esiteshini saseKherson. Lokhu kwabangela ukuphazamiseka okukhulu ohlelweni lukagesi lwaseYurophu. Ukucisha kukagesi okuncane emazweni amaningi futhi empeleni isesenqumeni olucisha okukhulu kulo wonke laseYurophu. NgoSepthemba 21, umoya wayeka ukuvunguza eGreat Britain. Ngakho, ukuze kunxeshezelwe igebe eliphezulu, kwasetshenziswa ugesi okwaholela ekwenyukeni ukwedluleka kwentengo kagesi, okuthinta amazwe amaningi eYurophu. Ngenxa yokushintsha kwesimo sezulu sizoba silindeleke kakhulu futhi lokhu kuzokwenza izitshalo ezivumelana zingasebenzi. Amandla aluhlaza ayiyona nje ongenangqondo. Izikhungo zikagesi ovuselelayo zibiza kakhulu, ngakho sixhaswa kakhulu. Ephaketheni lethu ngezindlela ezengeziwe ezihlaza esipelitini sethu sikagesi, izintela zekhabhoni, igalaji. EJalimane kuphela, abasebenzi bokugcina bakhokha izinkulungwane ezingu-22 zama-euro ngonyaka ukuze kuqiniseke imali engenayo yezinkampani zamandla aluhlaza. Cabanga lokhu, sikhokha amanani empilo aphakeme kagesi aphezulu kakhulu ukuze sibeke engcupheni yokucinywa kagesi. Futhi okwengeziwe, asenze ugesi utholakale kakhulu emazweni asathuthuka. Kunalokho siphoqa amazwe asathuthuka ukuthi akhiqize ugesi obizayo. Esikhundleni sokwenza ugesi ube okutholakalayo ebantwini. Esikhundleni sokuthi siqhubeke siqinise ubuchwepheshe bezesayensi, siqhubeka sisebenzisa ugesi. Ngaphezu kwalokho, amandla aluhlaza aphinde aqanjwe ngokuthi amandla ahlanzekile, okungafani namafutha, kodwa eqinisweni kusekude nokuhlanzeka. Enqubeni yokukhithizwa amaplanethi elanga nezinjini zomoya, amafutha into ebizwa phansi, ngesikhathi sokusebenza baba nomthelela omubi endaweni ezungezile. Lapho ukuphila kwazo sekusengozini kuphela, azikwazi ukugaywa kabusha, futhi okunye kokugcina, ngokushintshela emandleni ohlaza, umthelela we-CO2 uphelele, hhayi kuphela i-anthropogenetic, emkhathini eseduze nezero, njengoba sibonile kwividiyo yangaphambili. Ngakho yonke imizamo yethu ebiza kakhulu iyoncipha i-CO2 ebiza. Ngaphezu kwalawo maqiniso asobala, i-net zero kanye nokutshalwa kwezimali kwezigidi zamadola kumandla aluhlaza ngonyaka odlule emhlabeni wonke, sisebenzise ama-366 izigidi zamadola etshalomali hlaza. Kule minyaka eyishumi edlule emhlabeni wonke, sichithe u-3.4 trillion USD ukuze uthole amandla avuselelayo. Ngenxa yalesi bhizinisi elingenangqondo, kodwa elinenzuzo enkulu engenawo ugesi okuphuthana komngani, kodwa inzuzo eqinisekile, ngenkathi ubeka engcupheni ukucima kukagesi okuzayo. Kungaba yinhlekelele kangakanani lokhu? Kuyoze kube nini sivuma ukubeka ikusasa lethu engozini? Ukuphila kwethu, ukuchima kwethu, silokho okungenangqondo.
That's a very good question.
Umbuzo omuhle kakhulu lo, siyabonga kakhulu ngokulokhu kwaziswa. Ngicabanga ukuthi wonke umuntu kufanele bazibuze
There are so many lies that we are being fed
baningi
from a
izimpilo
consumerist society daily.
ezilahlekayo emphakathini
Nobody
wethu
but
usuku
us can stop
nosuku.
this. You are the one who can really
Ubani
stop it. And start
ozokumisa
with a
lokhu?
small
Uwena
step.
ngokwakho siqu.
Share this video on your social networks. The more we share this information, the more
Uma
people
umemezela
become aware,
ngalo
and the
mniningwane
fewer left uninformed.
ey'nkundleni zakho
A creative
zokuxhumana,
society
wonke
benefits
umuntu
everyone,
uzokwazi ukuthi
and the
i-creative
chase after
society
consumerist
izuzisa
leadership
wonke umuntu.
disappears. There will be no place left for unhealthy
Ayikho
competition
indawo
for personal
ezosala
benefit at the expense of
ingenawo
people. So those who only
ukuzuza
seek to promote
kwabanye
themselves
abantu.
or their project or their personal interests should think twice before it's too late. As only united and being together we can survive what's coming up. Everyone says that we should love, but everyone is calling for unity in some very specific, particular small case, for their political, personal, or any other benefits, some recognitions and promotions. This time, it's not about consumerism. It's about building a safe, prospering, creative society for everyone. There are people who still don't know about the possibilities of living in a creative society and the dangers of climatic cataclysms. So those who already know have this responsibility to share this information, explain, make videos, create clips from this forum, and share them on your social media. All across, the vast majority of us have this reach out to hundreds of people. Let's do it together. Let's change this world. Thank you.
Большое спасибо, коллеги.
Thank you so much, colleagues. The topic of so-called green energy sources is very relevant in the view of our next topic. In a moment, you will learn some shocking information from the latest research on ocean heating and the processes taking place in the interior of our planet. It is worth mentioning that the devotee of the anthropogenic theory of climate change insists that it is human emissions of CO2 that heat the ocean, those very four molecules. This absurdity can be illustrated by an example in which a kettle standing on a stove warms the fire in the burner below it. This is absurd. The ocean stores 1,000 times more heat than the atmosphere transfers heat through the atmosphere. And now the oceans is warming catastrophically, which accelerates the circulation of currents in the ocean, with one exception. The yellow press says that if the rate of man-made global warming is accelerated, that can lead to a complete stop of the Gulf Stream. The world-leading oceanologists are concerned that the weakening of the Gulf Stream is accelerating. In their well-paid opinion, this is due to the melting of the Greenland glaciers, which are desalinating the water and stopping the current. You may ask, what's so terrible if the Gulf Stream stops? Well, because it will lead to a new ice age in Europe and North America. The Gulf Stream is the furnace of Western Europe. Its northern part will be covered by glaciers, while the southern part will turn into a tundra. Average annual temperatures will drop from 10 to 12 degrees Celsius. The continent will become uninhabitable and you can forget about agriculture. In geological history, when the Gulf Stream stopped, but the glaciers almost reached the Black Sea, at the same time, the halt of the Gulf Stream will affect not only Europe and North America. The redistribution of heat will intensify hurricanes in the southeastern United States and lead to deadly droughts and famine in Africa. And now let's see what actually stops the Gulf Stream. Greenland meltwaters has nothing to do with stopping the current. According to the calculation of sober-minded scientists, the Gulf Stream is 20 times stronger than the counter-moving Labrador current. It's like a spitting at water coming out of the firefighting hose and trying to stop it. It is impossible. But it does stop, and with it, do the other currents of the Atlantic meridional overturning circulation. The mystery of the Gulf Stream stopping has a stunningly beautiful and at the same time terrifying geological explanation. In a moment, you will have a clear picture of it. This observation was made by geologist James Camus. In the spring of the summer and the summer of 2009, researchers recorded several occurrences of earthquake swarms along the mid-ocean ridge in the North Atlantic. Swarms, a series of earthquakes of small magnitude. Starting from the summer of 2009, over 200 earthquakes were registered in the region of Iceland, and by the spring of 2010, the occurrence of more than 1,000 earthquakes. These quakes were precursors of the well-known Allatraunites volcano eruption, which paralyzed all air traffic in Europe. And 2 months later, in May 2010, a blob of abnormally warm water was registered off the coast of Greenland. This warm blob corresponded exactly to the boundaries of the tectonic feature of mid-ocean ridges and faults, and it emerged directly in the path of the mighty Gulf Stream, just in the area of its overturning. It was the water, heated by magmatic activity, that rose and blocked the well-known current. If you look at the models of changes in the surface temperatures of the Atlantic Ocean, it is in the 1,000th part of Greenland that the heating of a tectonic zone manifested itself in the most glaring colors. It is worth noting that in addition to the fact that the emergence of anomalous thermal blob in the path of the Gulf Stream is the result of tectonic activity, the very melting of the Greenland glaciers from the bottom up that has been happening over the past 30 years is also a result of increased magmatic activity under these glaciers, which have been proven by scientific studies more than once. We was talking about it many times in the previous global crisis conferences. Now we realize that seismic and volcanic processes are intensifying in the North Atlantic region, which means that magma is rising intensively from the Earth interior of this region, and we don't know how much time is left until it bursts out. But instead of studying this phenomenon in more detail, the official science assuredly ignores this, money stuffing solely the research of the impact of the Gulf Stream collapse due to 4 molecules of CO2 per million. And do you know what the most interesting thing is? 12,000 years ago, during the period when our planet was coming out of the Ice Age, the reason for the launch of the Gulf Stream was the hotly disputed warming. That is, the modern global warming should only strengthen it. According to the laws of physics, the circulation of currents should accelerate with heating. In fact, it is accelerating all over the world. Only the Gulf Stream gradually stops due to the increased magmatic and seismic activity in the Earth's interior. Moreover, this already happened before. Just like now, the Gulf Stream stopped due to cyclical cataclysms more than 12,000 years ago. Aren't you tired of listening to these lies about man-made climate change? What else are they going to blame us for? If we are to blame, it is only for allowing fools to impose their opinion on us. Can we start being rational and stop accepting as truth everything that the collaborationists show with us? Due to the Gulf Stream collapse, Europe and North America will continue to cool every year, plunging them into an ice age. And at the same time, we suggested that we move away from reliable energy sources, blaming us for climate change, and that we transition to weather-dependent energy sources. When the Gulf Stream stops, wind turbines will be paralyzed by ice. The solar panels will be covered by snow. This is the kind of solution they are foisting on us in the fight against CO2, while in fact they are doing everything they can to take away people's freedom of choice. Even now, they are restricting people's use of electricity, give up meat, car usage, and suggestion they wear sweaters instead of using heat. Those who impose this will never value human life, because all they need just obedient slaves. For all our lives to be valued, we ourselves should create a format of society where no one would dare to take someone's life and even endanger the life, safety and freedom of each of us. And it's up to you to decide, freeze to death or unite and change the format so that we can never again will be allow a bunch of idiots to be able to control the life of billions. And right now, I'm happy to introduce you the Professor Vis Yim, geologist professor of the University of Hong Kong, who will share how important the contribution of underwater volcanism in the modern climate change.
My name is Vis Yim. I'm a retired professor from the Department of Earth Sciences, the University of Hong Kong. I taught there for 36 years until I retired. Then I took on part-time jobs in local universities to continue my teaching and research in Earth systems science, especially volcanism and climate change. And I let all these results point to the fact that we are missing something in terms of climate change, and that is the input of heat, geothermal heat from submarine volcanoes in warming the oceans. And this is one of the major interests I have, to try to change the society to start considering. So global warming is not just due to carbon dioxide. In fact, the role of carbon dioxide is much smaller than, for example, regional warming of oceans due to submarine volcanoes. And this is one aspect that I would like to drive home. Thank you very much. What is the order of importance of all these factors? I think we've often forgotten. The first order importance are the astronomical forcing, including the sun. They're responsible for glacial interglacial cycles, solar cycles, monsoons, and also seasons. But some people now are suggesting carbon dioxide will change all that, making it first order instead. I think this is questionable. Second order importance, I think I would say, for volcanoes and volcanism. So the release of geothermal heat, and this is basically what is called plate climatology. Hot magma, basaltic magma, may be up to 1,200 degrees Celsius, and it can cause the seawater, the surface seawater, to be warmed up, forming hot seawater patches. But underneath the ocean, you can see a submarine eruption switches on hot seawater. Because of the lower density, they will come up to the surface. So sea surface temperature will rise, and they may well interfere with the normal ocean circulation, which is driven by the sun. Circulation change will be obvious, and this will cause hot seawater patches to stay put for some time at different locations. Continental warming, severe weather events, including hurricanes and cyclones or even typhoons in this part of the world, will become more frequent. Some statistics on submarine volcanoes, total number must approach almost 1 million. The number rising in size to 1 kilometer above seabed is 75,000. The magma output were approximately 3/4 or 75%. And the number of active volcanoes, about 5,000. So they all release heat, geothermal heat, changing the normal ocean circulation. My conclusions. Volcanism is an underestimated natural cause of ocean heat waves. Right? So it's a regional cause, not a global cause. All 4 cases of regional ocean heat waves were caused mainly by the release of geothermal heat. Man-made carbon dioxide from fossils are not responsible, as far as we can tell, for these ocean heat waves. The occurrence of heat waves may influence sea ice extent in both the Arctic and the Antarctic. The biodiversity changes observed were of a temporary nature, which is inconsistent with global warming. Because sulfur dioxide released into seawater through volcanism is much more acidic than carbon dioxide, it is more likely to be the cause of coral bleaching, something also blamed on global warming by some people. Okay, thank you very much for listening. But I think we should all be interested in the truth. I think so. Have to get things right.
Thanks to true scientists like Professor Yim, it is becoming known that the ocean is warming for natural reasons. Many scientists understand this, but are simply afraid to openly speak up, and even less of them to study, because of the climate inquisition, this insane witch hunt and bullying that goes around. We thank Professor Yim for his honesty and courage to voice the truth. And now let's watch a video about the ocean heating, which shows in more details how exactly it happens and what will be the consequence.
Welcome to the forum here on May 7th. I'm happy to present the results of my research as it relates to global climate change. My name is Art Federico, and I'd like to introduce you to some of the research that I've been doing on climate change. And my most recent paper on the subject has been 1995, an important inflection point in recent geophysical history. And the paper builds upon previous research. I've done looking changes in underwater seismic activity.
The ocean is the source of life for the entire planet, and for us, humans. Thanks to the functioning of the ocean, we can live, but it ceases to be the source of life. It is about to become the source of our death. Just think about it. Ocean warming has increased by 450% in just 30 years. According to scientific estimations, for the ocean to heat up at today's rate, it would take as much energy as would be released if 7 atomic bombs dropped on Hiroshima would explode every second for a year. Let's see where this energy comes from if humanity doesn't detonate those bombs in the ocean. The direst fact is that the ocean is heating not only on the surface, but also at depth. A team of US researchers has found that the average depths of the ocean warmed 15 times faster over the past 60 years than they had been warming over the previous 10,000 years. And this progression is accelerating every year. At the moment, science has no explanation where this amount of heat comes from. The only theories being considered are that the oceans are warming from the sun and from human emissions of the greenhouse gas CO2. But they can only explain heating of the upper layers of the ocean to a depth of up to 200 meters, because sun rays do not penetrate deeper. The water can be maximally heated by the sun up to 700 meters as a result of agitation. How can we explain the numerous facts of warming of the deep ocean layers? After all, at a depth of more than 4 kilometers, the water temperature was always the same and close to 0 degrees Celsius. But now, everything has changed. One of the facts indicating the enormous heating of the ocean at great depths was recorded by an international team of scientists off the coast of Uruguay. At a depth of 4.5 kilometers, the waters were found to be warming from 0.02 to 0.04 of a degree Celsius. Only to a layman, this heating may seem insignificant, but for experts, it's a terrifying fact. Christopher Manon, oceanographer, commented as follows.
If you think about how large the deep ocean is, it's an enormous amount of heat.
Think about it. How much energy does it take to heat such a volume of water as the world's oceans? That would require a colossal heat source. The energy required to heat it equals the energy of all the nuclear reserves on Earth multiplied by 3. What could heat the ocean from below like a pot on a burner so significantly? Let's dive to the ocean floor and see what sources of powerful heat are out there. As we plunge, we discover giant mountains at the bottom. Volcanoes. 75% of all Earth eruptions occur from underwater volcanoes. Previously, it was considered that underwater eruptions occur with a gradual outpouring of lava, while explosive eruptions are impossible because of the pressure of the water column. And thus, it was assumed that underwater volcanoes could not heat the water column. The outflowing lava would freeze almost immediately. However, recent research is changing our understanding of the mechanism of underwater eruptions. What is the mechanism of such an eruption? The pressure of the magma ranges from 10 to 30,000 bars. But the pressure of the water column in the deepest parts of the ocean is only 1,000 bars. And as soon as there is an abrupt burst of magma, the water boils up and the H2O molecules decompose into hydrogen and oxygen. This creates a gas-water cavity like a bubble with an internal pressure of hundreds or thousands of bars. And this bubble neutralizes the pressure of the water column. This is a complex physical and chemical process that can be compared to the flight of a hypersonic airplane at maximum speeds. The plasma ejected in front of its prow neutralizes the molecular resistance of the air, making the plane fly almost as if it were weightless. The combustion of oxygen and hydrogen creates the same effect in the path of the magma, resulting in explosive eruptions. The existence of such explosive eruptions is confirmed by the discovery of researchers from Leeds. They studied kilometers of fields of tephra, meaning settled volcanic ash, at the bottom of the Pacific Ocean near the Juan de Fuca Plate. A mathematical model showed that such plumes could only be formed by a massive explosive eruption. In addition to the spread of heat, volcanoes during explosions burst out of hydrotherms, hot jets of water. Studies have shown that the volumes of ejected boiling water can be tremendous, about 40 million Olympic swimming pools, and they are quickly formed during eruptions. The contribution of explosive eruptions to ocean heating is confirmed by Bernd Zemanowski from Julius Maximilian University in Bavaria. With submarine lava eruptions, the thermal equilibrium currents in the oceans are disrupted locally or even globally. However, given the size of the ocean, the energy of even such strong underwater eruptions is not enough to heat it up. Since active volcanoes are not located everywhere, and their eruptions are occasional. Why, then, has the ocean heated up so much over the past 30 years? What has happened in recent decades? There are even more powerful energy sources that have activated only recently. To understand what these energy sources are, we need to look at the planet as a whole. For the past few decades, Earth has been entering a phase of cyclical cataclysms with a period of 12,000 years. In 1998, a jump in the Earth's core was registered. The displacement of the center of mass causes a jump-like acceleration of the planet's rotation and an increase in centrifugal forces. As a result, magma rises sharply from the depths, in which a cavitation effect occurs due to pressure release. Because of this, magma boils and expands in volume. Its pressure on the Earth's crust increases. The expansion of magma pushes the Earth's crust apart, causes the number of cracks in it to grow rapidly, and increases volcanic and seismic activity throughout the planet. Due to the fact that the oceanic crust is thinner, it is more vulnerable to the onslaught of rising boiling magma. This uplifts the Earth's crust, causing it to crack and break, and magma rushes into the resulting cavities, rising higher and higher to the surface. This is happening in a broad front all over the ocean floor. the ocean is warming, and this disaster will only intensify. We already see examples of such anomalous heating everywhere, not only on the bottom, but also on the surface. At the end of 2013, a huge area of unusually warm ocean water, about 1/3 the size of the United States, formed in the Gulf of Alaska and began to spread. The water temperature in many places exceeded the norm by 5 to 6 degrees Celsius. Nick Bond, state climatologist for Washington, named this phenomenon the blob, similar to the sci-fi horror movie of the same name. In 2 years, the blob more than doubled its size and stretched by more than 4 million square kilometers of ocean from Mexico to Alaska. Near the coast of Newport, NOAA experts recorded this blob in September 2014 with a 7 degrees Celsius temperature rise in just 1 hour. Oceanographer Shell Gentleman commented on this event.
I know that area really well, and 7 degrees is a huge jump. It wasn't due to normal daily heating, and that warm water was from the blob.
Nothing like this has been recorded by climatologists in the entire history of observations. This abnormally warm mass of water, unprecedented in its scale and duration, has existed for several years and led to the death and migration of a huge number of marine life. National Geographic dubbed it the blob that cooked the Pacific. The consequences of this abnormal blob caused a large-scale environmental disaster, which by tradition was attributed to the influence of anthropogenic CO2 emissions, without even figuring out the true causes. In 2019, another blob was detected in a huge area of the Pacific Ocean, east of New Zealand, covering an area of at least 1 million square kilometers. The appearance of such anomalies began to suddenly become more frequent. Thus, the next warm spots appeared off the coast of southwest Africa and in the southern part of the Indian Ocean. There is something common that unites the places of formation of all these blobs. These are geologically active regions with a young, thin crust, with active underwater volcanoes, cracks, and deep crustal fractures. These are places of the most active output of hot and fluid magma. But the factors of magma uplift are not taken into account in the explanation of the causes of ocean heating by the worshippers of carbon dioxide fighting. Those collaborationists show their utmost incompetence. They don't care about the fact that very soon we are all going to die, including themselves. They ignore and do not even look at the factors of underwater volcanism, and they do not want to include them in the models, not to mention the study of ubiquitous magma uplift. After all, the impact of ocean heating on the climate is enormous. The ocean contains 1,000 times more heat than the overlying atmosphere. The ocean is called the kitchen of weather. The warming of its waters already enhances catastrophic typhoons and hurricanes, which annually claim thousands of human lives. According to Professor Alexandra Zhigalin, atmospheric vortices receive additional heat from underwater thermal emissions in the area of the Japanese tectonic zone, as far as Kamchatka. Now, we see the typhoons moving further north and their ever-increasing destructive power. Let's recall Typhoon Rai in the Philippines in December 2021. It was the most devastating typhoon in the region in the last year. And beyond that, their power will only increase, and their destructive capacity will become more and more significant. The unprecedented heating of the ocean suggests that the ocean is already exhausting its ability to contain the energy trying to escape from the bowels of the earth. And when magma reaches the denser and thicker rocks of the continental crust, which on average is 2 to 3 times thicker than the oceanic crust. Then, the processes of cascading eruptions of land volcanoes will begin, and it will be too late to stop this process or to seek salvation. Now, the last war of humanity is underway. The danger level is red. Alarms are sounding all over the world, but most people on the planet are not aware of that. Are we going to continue to waste time and wait for the magma to rise and wipe us off the face of the earth? Or will we act right now? The catastrophe is rapidly unfolding. While the world science does nothing at all to deal with the problem. Instead, hundreds of billions of dollars are being spent to combat minuscule concentrations of CO2. This does not solve the problem at all, but only enriches the pockets of swindlers. And even more money is spent on studying the surface of Mars than on exploring the ocean floor on which our survival now depends. The ocean is already beginning to boil. Only those incompetent in these matters do not see by what enormous leaps we are approaching the point when the entire world will be on the verge in one big bucha. Not a local one, which is near Kiev, but a global one that spreads across our entire planet and that will not cease. Where there will be no hope for a truce, no green corridors, no humanitarian aid, and where humanity will be buried. It is an inevitability that we fall into by our own inaction. We need to convey the truth about the true causes of climate change to people all over the planet as quickly as possible in order to have time to find a common solution for the survival of humankind. This requires the will of each and every one. We must do everything now so as not to regret later on that we didn't do enough to build the creative society, that we didn't find the right words earlier. But when the bombs fall on our heads, we will not be able to do anything. Only in the creative society, where all people are united by the common goal of saving the lives of all people, is it possible to harness the scientific potential of the entire international community. Only then it is possible to create the conditions for the development of real science, which stands for the interests and lives of all people. We can build the creative society only together. The participation of every person is important. Take action before it's too late.
Obviously, we will not be able to cool the ocean, especially by stopping human emissions of carbon dioxide. The heating of the ocean is a consequence of the processes inside of the Earth. Professor Vitorito came to this conclusion. He showed a correlation between earthquakes on the ocean floor and rising atmospheric temperatures. Despite pressure from collaborators, he continues his research. Our team is conducting joint research with Professor Vitorito. We gathered evidence and data to support climate change caused by natural factors. Understanding the common purpose and importance of the creative society has led to collaboration and working together to study the natural factors of climate change. This is not just a science project for our entire team, but a really inspiring collaboration because we all understand the importance of building the creative society and bringing scientists together. Let's hear from Professor Vitorito himself next.
Welcome to the forum here on May 7th. I'm happy to present the results of my research as it relates to global climate change. My name is Art Fiorito, and I'd like to introduce you to some of the research that I've been doing on climate change. And my most recent paper on the subject has been 1995, an important inflection point in recent geophysical history. And the paper builds upon previous research. I've done linking changes in underwater seismic activity and global temperatures. In a 2016 paper titled The Correlation of Seismic Activity and Recent Global Warming, I established a link between seismic activity along what are called the mid-ocean ridges and global temperatures. The rationale is that more earthquakes equals more geothermal heat release. This is well established in the literature. And what this does is the release of geothermal heat from the ocean bottom intensifies what is referred to as the thermohaline circulation. The net effect is to transport more heat into the Arctic, and what this does is it kicks off a sequence of events that amplifies the warming in the Arctic. And we call this the Arctic amplification. And this intensification has been a hallmark feature of the global warming that we have seen recently. And the cascading effects lead us to conclude that much of the recent warming is caused by this thermohaline intensification. We saw a sudden jump in global temperatures in 1997, 2 years after there was a corresponding jump in mid-ocean seismic activity. We tie in the 1995 jump in mid-ocean seismic activity with a number of other geophysical processes. What we see here is a correlation, a graph that looks at this mid-ocean seismic activity with global temperatures. So the mid-ocean seismic activity is referred to as MOSIA, which stands for Mid-Ocean Spreading Zone Seismic Activity, and GT is the global temperatures. And we can see, going back to 1979, that the curves have matched up very, very nicely. They have a very, very high correlation. The correlation is 0.7, and this is statistically significant. And this tells us that there is a link between these two phenomena. In putting this together, there was a review of literature from a variety of geophysical specialties to include seismology, marine geology. We saw a rapid shift in what is called the AMO, which is called the Atlantic Multidecadal Oscillator. This tracks sea surface temperatures in the North Atlantic, and we saw that there was an almost instantaneous shift from negative to positive. That is, North Atlantic temperatures suddenly warmed up in 1995. We also saw a rapid increase in North Atlantic hurricane activity and the accumulated energy from these North Atlantic hurricanes. This is called the North Atlantic ACE. We saw a significant change in the dynamics and the variability of the El Nino Southern Oscillation and in the Northern Hemisphere summer monsoon. These also shifted very rapidly. We saw sudden changes in the spring and fall Arctic temperatures, followed by a large jump in winter temperatures. We saw sharp sea ice declines in the Arctic and the subarctic, accelerated ice loss for the Greenland ice sheet, an abrupt decline in cloud cover over Greenland during the summer months. We also saw sudden changes in the rate of movement of what is referred to as the dip pole. That's the Northern Hemisphere magnetic pole. And finally, we saw a directional shift in Earth's geographic or true North Pole. Now, if we look at this graphically, Arctic temperatures, we see here that the Arctic temperatures suddenly jumped up. This looks at the summer and winter means, and we see that the winter mean jumped up in 1995. I'm sorry, that this one was a little lagged. This was in 1997, but we see that the annual means jumped up, the black line. We see that in spring and fall, we see again this rapid change commencing in 1995. And we also saw a decline in Northern Hemisphere sea ice area. All of this cannot be coincidental. There appear to be very strong physical links between the mid-ocean seismic activity and We are going to continue to verify the linkages between this mid-ocean seismic activity and global temps. Going forward, I monitor this on a daily basis. We need to build more data on ocean temperatures at depth. Ultimately, the goal of all of this work is to arrive at the truth as to what is happening with global change. I believe that there is a lot of misinformation and disinformation about this. The latest report from the IPCC, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climatic Change, I think has done a very, very poor job representing this and ultimately understanding the truth. For future plans, I am doing some collaborative work with the Creative Society. We're currently working on database construction. There are a number of databases that need to be constructed and assessed. We ultimately strive to get to the truth of things. That is, it's the truth is always the best disinfectant, as they say. And this is what we need to find out. We have to continue to, as a society, you need to continue to have these forums. You need to continue to bring together people who have alternate points of view. You have to make those points of view public. That's the best that we can do. And now we really do want the truth.
Again, we would like to express our sincere gratitude to Dr. Vitorino for his dedication to finding the truth and for providing facts and evidence concerning what is occurring on our planet. And we will be releasing a full interview with Dr. Vitorino after this forum. And now I would like to remind our viewers that an independent platform has been launched by volunteers of the Creative Society Project from 180 countries with the support of scientists, researchers, professionals, and experts in order to unite the scientific potential with a single goal of identifying the true causes of climate change that are not related to human activity and providing these facts to the general public. And we invite all the researchers, scientists, experts to join the scientific community on the Creative Society platform. And now I would like to pass the word to independent researchers who have created their own channel that's called Grand Solar Minimum. And now let's hear from Jake and Mary.
The number one thing that we want to relay with people about our topic is natural climate change. And a lot of people don't see these kinds of graphs and charts posted around anywhere, Twitter, Facebook, because the mainstream media bores us and fills us with that hockey stick temperature graph and how we're having runaway global warming. I believe that we have just experienced a brief modern warming period. And I think since 2016, just based on how we have correlated things with solar activity, we feel like that we are indeed cooling. This is a graph of the last 400 years of sunspot activity. You can see on the left side, the Maunder minimum, which was a deep grand solar minimum. Now, so our thinking is that we are going to see a Maunder minimum type grand solar minimum here in the next 3 to 5 decades because of, you can see clearly here on this scale, where we are in the next solar cycles. And it's obvious that the declination.
Forecast.
Right. It's a forecast. Now, what does that mean? Sunspots, low and high. It's being correlated that when we see lower solar activity, lower sunspots, usually we can correlate empirical data and show you higher cosmic radiation dosage rates that lead to cloud nucleation that combine with other particulates in the atmosphere, water vapor, And the cosmic rays, the highly charged particles are considered like steroids for the water vapor. The reason why it's such a big deal and it's such an important part to the research of solar forcing is that of the cloud theory. Heinrich Finsmark, Jasper Kirksby have done lots of peer-reviewed work that involves cosmic radiation and cloud nucleation. So that's why we see these big rain events where we get 24 hours of, like a month's worth of rain in 24 hours, or 22 feet of snow that Japan has seen. That is because of how much cosmic radiation is in our atmosphere. Due to the sun being weaker, that also weakens our magnetic field and allows more cosmic radiation to come into our atmosphere. So when we see all these headlines about these flooding events and the big snows and everybody's blaming man-made climate change on this, it insults me. I feel like that mainstream media is hijacking something that is absolutely happening, but it's happening because of the sun. And the sun also, we also believed in this research that the sun does have a lot of correlation with seismic activity. The lower the solar activity appears to be when we see the strongest seismic activity. Our sun is still weak. And with the weak sun also means a weak magnetic field, allowing more particles to bombard the atmosphere. And cosmic rays, as you know, penetrates to the core of Earth, which I believe therefore triggers the volcanoes and the earthquakes, which emit the most CO2 than anything on this planet. I think the magnetosphere is going to continue to get even weaker as we get into 2030 and 2040, which we'll definitely see more of an uptick in earthquake activity, volcanic activity, because of cosmic radiation coming in because of our weak magnetosphere. And that's my biggest concern too, is when we see the cooling in the 2030s and all these Green New Deal policies that these governments are trying to implement on trying to save the planet, by the time we get to the 2030s, we will be cooler globally. We will see more ice. We will see more snow. And the world governments are going to celebrate, we did it. We stopped global warming. Our laws and taxes and increased pricing and telling you what to do changed the climate. And that's going to open the door for anything the government wants to do to its world population. Governments want to stick out their chests and say, I'm going to save you all from disaster and climate change. And it's time we wake these people up, because we're going to get resources taken away from us when we need them the most. When it comes to heating your home or getting yourself power, or even just the ability to drive a car anymore.
I'm a mother. I have kids. And the messaging, like in the school systems, the indoctrination that it's CO2, it's your fault, and the kids don't really conceptually grasp that. And they're not presented natural cycles, which just boggles my mind. Or natural cycles aren't a consideration of big climate change. It's all, one perspective of man-made. And, I would love to see these school systems sort of have a broader, universal view. So we're not terrorizing our children. What I've seen kids online, they're terrorized. Like, it's like, what future do I have anyway? It's like a hopeless situation we're narrating to our children, and we're not inspiring them to innovate.
And I feel like that our school systems are indoctrinating our children into scaring us into making us believe that we're causing this and we can do something to stop it. We can't stop it, but we sure can thrive in it. We can find ways to do that better. We have to get the message out. And the powers that be don't like putting out messages like ours with natural climates. We were actually demonetized from Google for sharing harmful and dangerous content, is what they said. Because we talked about natural cycles. We talked about volcanic and earthquakes being all associated with the sun. And we were labeled as dangerous and harmful.
Well, they said specifically, they sent me a letter that we've been demonetized off our website and our videos because we go against the authoritative consensus. So and we're talking about the sun and natural cycles. It just seems insane and totally disconnected from human reality.
It goes to by discussing it like we're doing right now in forums and topics, they're going to hear it. And if they keep hearing it, it's going to sink in. So you're right. The best way to get the message out is continuing to have these forums that you guys host and just continuing to put out as much content as much as possible on platforms. I mean, you guys volunteer, we're volunteering too. And it's, again, it's not for notoriety. It's not for famous. It's not for income. It's for our children.
We want to help
so our
the future.
kids can carry on with life without these absurd new laws and regulations because everyone's been brainwashed and people like us are suppressed and can't get the message out. We want to change that or be a part of that anyway. We want to be a part of that movement.
Thank you, Jake. Thank you, Mary. Thank you for coming on this forum. We really appreciate having you here with us. And so the sun is at its minimum, which means that the planets of the solar system are not protected and are much more exposed to cosmic radiation. It is at this time that a flow of energy causing cataclysms is directed right at our planet. So our planet is pretty much a bullseye of the energy flow. Do you see the danger here? To understand the mechanism of cyclicity, you need to understand the astronomical aspects and the position of our galaxy in the universe. And right now, it is great honor for me to present a fragment from the program Climate Threats, Variants for Survival with the respected Igor Mikhailovich Danilov, who will tell us the essence of the astronomical processes that affect our planet.
Igor Mikhailovich, you said that we're entering the 24,000-year cycle, and the consequences of entering this phase are much more complicated than in the case if humanity would enter a 12,000-year cycle.
They're certainly worse.
In what way? What explains this?
Well, we actually explained it more than once, but let's explain one more time. Let's try to explain in a simple and understandable way. Well, let's try to explain in an abstract way. Just imagine, let's say, a clock dial. This clock dial is our galaxy. Above it, there is the entire universe, a major part of it. Well, below, there are already galaxies. Well, they're towards the edge of the universe, so to say. And there is 12 o'clock and 6 o'clock on the dial. 12 o'clock is located towards the universe, whereas 6 o'clock is located towards the edge of the universe. What is a cycle? And here there should be an understanding. A cycle is when our galaxy, during its rotation, while it constantly rotates, so the cycle of its rotation is exactly 24,000 years. Thus, it is exposed to radiation twice, in other words, from outer space, from the universe, from galaxies. There is, let's say, such a ray of light, like a laser, just to make it clear, which simply shines. It shines not just on our galaxy, but on other galaxies as well. Aggregation and addition take place. And it's a very harsh interaction. It's not the light, it is something a little bit different.
Energy.
Right, it's a flow of energy that is formed by means of two lenses. Never mind, let's not delve into this. It's not an astrophysics class now. Yet, this hard radiation, when we get into a gravitational interaction, into a strongly pronounced interaction with the universe, with masses of galaxies along one line, let's say, we get onto this line twice during the period of rotation. When we get to the point of 6 o'clock, it's a 12,000-year cycle. Then, our entire galaxy is above us. And numerous planets take this hit. But when we get into this radiation, and at that time we are at 12 o'clock, it turns out that we are on the front line. After all, our planet is in the Sophora arm, well, in the arm of our galaxy. The planet is situated nearly at the edge of the arm. So it turns out that nothing protects us. And just like many other solar systems, we are actually a shield for our galaxy, for all planets and systems located below. Therefore, a much stronger impact takes place than when we are at the point of 6 o'clock, meaning when we rotate. Let's say these interactions that take place, many people will come up with the question, how is that? It is clear that the galaxy rotates. Does it constantly occur or what? Well, the galaxy doesn't just rotate on its own, but there is also spiral movement of the galaxy itself in space, not only on its axis, but additionally. And so, getting into this cycle, when all this is combined, here we are exposed to this kind of process of interaction, so to say. Why is it not so dangerous at the other time? Because at other moments during 12,000 years, this impact occurs along a tangent line, meaning along a slanting line. There is no direct radiation. Here I can explain using the sun as an example. This will be very clear and illustrative. Why in the middle of summer, when it is hot and the sun is at its zenith, do our days become the hottest? Why? There is a straight ray. Or the sun begins to set, or autumn comes, for instance, or it is winter. The sun, let's say, is aside, and it turns out that the ray goes along the tangent line. There is no direct impact. For this reason, it is sort of warm, but not very warm. That's the kind of impact. Or even better, you know, this is for a totally simplified understanding. Let's imagine a bullet that flies out of a gun is flying strictly horizontally, and there is a target that is located strictly vertically, so the bullet hits it precisely. And here naturally, if the material is not quite solid, the speed is sufficient and the hardness of the bullet is sufficient, then it breaks through this material. But it's enough to only change the angle of our target for the bullet to deflect upon contact. In other words, the target is no longer placed strictly vertically, but at an angle. So when hitting the target, the bullet will be deflected. The same is here. At 12,000 years, there is a reflection of these rays, and it doesn't cause us major harm. But when there is a direct impact, that's when the trouble begins.
The influence of galaxy ray flux in past cycles has left imprints on our planet that have not been erased by time, even after hundreds of thousands of years. A team of Creative Society researchers has pieced them together and provided evidence of climate change triggered by the cyclical process. Next, let's watch the continuation of film on cyclicity.
If we accept your arguments, then what caused all this?
The climate has always been changing, but the planet's geodynamics has suddenly changed only in the last 30 years. These global changes are caused by processes inside the Earth. These facts are well known and recorded in satellite data. In 1998, scientists detected a sharp leap-like shift in the core by observing the center of Earth's mass via satellites. As a result of the leap, the core shifted sharply northward towards the Temir Peninsula. At the same time, scientists at the Medicina station in Italy recorded a gravity leap. Simultaneously with it, there happened a sharp change in the Earth's shape, measured by means of a laser ranging system from US satellites. The planet began to abnormally expand in the area of the equator, although earlier the trend was the opposite. Now, asymmetric crystallization of the core and unexplained phenomena in its very center are observed. Due to displacement of the core, the planet's rotation accelerates and its centrifugal force is growing. For this reason, magma sources in the mantle began to sharply rise to the surface, undermining and heating the lithosphere from the inside. Consequently, magma rising in the area of lower pressure expands in volume and boils up. Its pressure on the Earth's crust increases. The expansion of magma pushes apart the tectonic plates, increases volcanic and seismic activity across the planet, and causes the number of cracks in the crust to grow rapidly. Through these cracks, water from the surface escapes deep into the crust. The thin oceanic crust is ruptured by magma, causing the ocean to heat up at the bottom. Rising magma leads to an increase in geothermal flow from the Earth's bowels beneath the glaciers of West Antarctica and central Greenland, which melts glaciers from the bottom up. Numerous facts of increasing geothermal anomalies, cases of water boiling in wells, permafrost melting at great depths, and methane explosions have been recorded. Further prediction of the trends of rapid geodynamic and climatic changes indicates that in the coming decades, due to the rise of magma, a massive melting of glaciers will begin along with a rise in sea level, increasing the number and the power of disastrous earthquakes, typhoons, and hurricane winds. Stratovolcanoes will erupt, which will lead to a long volcanic winter and disappearance of most life forms, including humans. Based on objective forecasts, we have only 5 or 10 years at most.
There you go again, scaremongering us. Why do you say it will be catastrophe? And why in such a short time?
Changes similar to what we now see occurred before the peak of the crushing disaster just about 12,000 years ago. Those events are called the Allatraunite oscillation and the Younger Dryas glaciation that followed. 12,800 years ago, global temperatures rose as much as 15 degrees Celsius within just a few years. Most of the ice sheet suddenly melted, and the Earth emerged from a full ice age. At that time, there were extreme floods and other natural disasters, along with an intense sea level rise. The Gulf Stream stopped at that time, just as it is happening nowadays. Scientists from the University of Kansas have proven that about 12,800 years ago, there was a giant fire on Earth that covered 1/10 of the entire planet's surface. Other researchers have also found that large fires raged in Siberia 12,000 years ago. Similarly, nowadays there are more and more large-scale fires that cannot be extinguished. Based on an analysis of satellite images, scientists have discovered that 10 to 13,000 years ago, the largest known dunes formed in the Sahara Desert and other regions, indicating the enormous strength of winds during the Younger Dryas. A short-term intensification of winds during that period has also been documented from Greenland ice cores data and research in Alaska. Nowadays, the same phenomena are happening on Earth as during the Younger Dryas. We see winds, hurricanes, typhoons, and tornadoes intensifying and destroying entire cities, razing them to the ground. Right at the cycle change 12,000 years ago, there was a very intensive seismic activity. This is indicated by radiocarbon data, as well as paleographic reconstructions of the Younger Dryas. During the same time period, more than 12,000 years ago, as well as now, there was a drastic weakening of the magnetic field and a pole shift, which was called the Gothenburg excursion. The reason for all these abrupt changes was an abnormal magmatic activity caused by changes in the core. This was expressed in large-scale volcanic eruptions that scientists recorded in the Younger Dryas by dust and traces of acid rains in glacial cores. Analysis of sediments found in Hall's Cave points to volcanic eruptions that caused a volcanic winter about 13,000 years ago and glaciation across the globe. After the sudden warming in the Younger Dryas, an equally abrupt cooling occurred. This event caused a mass extinction of megafauna. Thousands of frozen mammoths and other mammals were found in the ice on the northern slopes of Siberia. There happened a drastic decline in the human population, including extinction of the Cro-Magnon. All of those catastrophic events occurred within just a few decades.
But why do you say that what happened 12,000 years ago should happen again now? Maybe it was an accidental event. and it was caused by other reasons.
The same catastrophic events occurred on the planet not only 12,000 years ago, but also earlier. Taking into account errors in dating, this cycle is very well traced in the geological data. Catastrophists among scientists wrote about it independently of each other in their books and works. Vladimir Bubnenkov, Vitaly Bushyev, Alexander Baturin, Igor Kopolov, Nikolai Petrov, Maynard White, Douglas Vogt, and many other scientists have come to understand the cyclicity of global cataclysms on Earth with a period of approximately 12,000 years. In geology, paleontology, and archaeology, there is numerous evidence of past disasters of this cycle. Each of these catastrophic events was characterized not only by abrupt changes in the climate situation, but also by complete geodynamic restructuring, weakening and excursion of the magnetic field, widespread disastrous volcanic eruptions, tectonic restructuring, atmospheric temperature variations by 10 to 15 degrees, and changes in the world's ocean levels by 20 to 50 meters, followed by large-scale glaciations. Since every cycle is accompanied by a change in the magnetic field and powerful volcanic eruptions, it clearly indicates that the cycle is associated with changes in the planet's core, just as it is happening now. We are entering the active phase of the cataclysmic cycle.
But what causes this cycle? What makes the core shift?
Researchers believe that this cyclicity is galactic in nature. That is, it is related to the rotation cycle of the galaxy. Every 12,000 years, radiation from the center of the universe affects the solar system and even influences the sun. In 1998, not only was the Earth's core recorded jumping, but also those of the moon, the sun, and other planets. In recent decades, scientists began to record drastic climate changes on all planets and satellites of the solar system. An increase in the number of giant storms and hurricanes, abnormal temperatures, an increase in volcanic and seismic activity. Now, an increased flux of cosmic radiation due to the low activity of the sun is detected on Earth. Scientists have found evidence that a similar bombardment by cosmic rays occurred 12,500 years ago. In addition, every 12,000 years, an unknown flow of violent cosmic energy from the center of the universe comes to our planet. This high-energy impact occurs at the micro level and has enormous potential to trigger a shift of the planet's core. Galactic radiation disrupts the life cycles of the biosphere. Trees begin to massively emit more carbon dioxide, whereas swamps emit compounds of deadly gases. This time, Earth may become another dead planet, just like Mars. The planet's immune system is now destroyed by the toxins that our technogenic civilization has excreted. The planet's diseased organism might not survive the enormous stresses which cyclicity creates every 12,000 years. Every 24,000 years, disasters are even more devastating, since the solar system gets closer to the radiation from the center of the universe. We are now getting into this point of the near interaction. The planet is living its last years, and so are we, if we remain idle.
Why are you telling such things? It can only spread panic. People would give up in despair, for there is nothing we can do.
Right. There is nothing we can do about it. You can't go against nature. What can we do if it's cosmic radiation? Do you have a specific solution?
We can find this solution because there is always a counteraction to any action. A high-energy flow is approaching our planet, and we can put up a defense if we understand what kind of force and in what capacity we should counteract it with. It is necessary to unite all honest, conscientious researchers from various fields of science, technical experts, engineers, practitioners, and theorists who are ready for new discoveries because the task is multidimensional and multi-level. It is necessary to set one common goal at the level of all countries, to provide scientists with funding, access to advanced technologies, and truthful statistics of climatic and geophysical services. Even with our current technology, it is quite possible to counteract cosmic radiation. If the goal is one and society prioritizes preservation of civilization in every human life, then humanity will be able to find a solution on how to manage this high energy flow. But we have very little time to find the solution. It is possible to unite the scientific potential of conscientious researchers only with the absolute support of the entire society in all countries. There can be no place for competition, private interest, and lust for profit. Openness of information for research may be available only in the creative society format, where there is no reason for wars and conflicts. In order to establish such a format of society, unification of all 8 billion people is indispensable.
Creative society? What is creative society? Sounds like some utopian idea.
Is this communism?
Creative society is a format of society where, not on paper, but in practice, the highest values are every person's life, freedom, safety, and well-being. It's a society where there is no power of one person over another, where people themselves make decisions on key issues without shifting responsibility to a few individuals. All conditions are created for the development of one's personal potential for the benefit of all people, and the whole society takes care of every person. It's a world without wars, poverty, violence, or power. Such a society is beneficial to everyone. Unlike communism, the creative format cannot be built by force or via a revolution. Creative society is an opportunity to peacefully bring our civilization to a new stage of evolution within the shortest time possible. All legal, economic, and social mechanisms are available for that. But this requires true unification of people. This doesn't mean uniting our wallets or refrigerators, but uniting based on the values of humaneness, kindness, mutual help, and respect. We are 99% of the planet's population. We want to live as human beings. People all over the world are already uniting and acting to build the creative society.
What can we do right now?
What can I do? Where do I start?
You can join the Creative Society platform that already exists. Invite your friends, scientists, and all thinking people. You can tell the truth about climate change and the way out honestly and without smoothing over the rough spots. Through mass media, you can spread information about what is really going on, not to sow panic or fear, but to share the solution. People do not want to hear the truth because they are simply scared until they know there is a way out. Now, everything depends on each person, on you, my friend. Right now, you can tell all your friends, acquaintances, and relatives about what you learned and understood at the forum. Global crisis. We are people. We want to live. We should act now, while we still have time, so that we don't painfully regret later for not finding the right words and not being able to warn about the trouble. Creative Society is not a political or commercial organization. It's an association of ordinary people from all over the world who, despite any circumstance, act to save all of humanity. These are true heroes, just like you. Join us. We can do anything together with you.
Look here. Now, look here. We can do this. It's realistic.
Yes, of course.
I'm calling the director of the Institute of Volcanology.
Good idea.
If even these people have understood, why don't you understand, my friend?
Isn't it so, friends? If even these two scientists could get along, then why cannot we? Why cannot we start taking action today to make sure that we can live safely tomorrow? And the action starts from very simple steps, sharing the information, because only notified people who know what is happening can make decisions, can influence our future in the positive way. So share these links on your social media. Make sure everyone knows. Make your own video with understandings and send it to us on our website, creativesociety.com, on our email, and also post it on your Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, Twitter. That's the best thing you can do. And of course, join the Creative Society. Join volunteers who make this research, getting to know scientists from so many different fields and bringing together all the pieces of the puzzle of this picture of what is going on our Earth. And those who have been doing this already understand, and hopefully you too, that there are some very serious cataclysms ahead of us. And there is very little time left to prepare. Even now, it is necessary to understand in detail the cosmic impact, to know what are we dealing with and how can we counteract it. Jan Cora will tell us about the effects of intergalactic rays on our planet and what fundamental changes we are already seeing today. Jan will tell us about the danger of cosmic rays and the effect that they have on our planet. Please go ahead, Jan.
Climate change and the increasing number of natural disasters on our planet are the reality that people have to face almost every day now. The rising frequency and strength of these disasters poses a big threat to our civilization. And now, I want to provide the facts pointing to an influence that comes from outside of our solar system and triggers cyclical cataclysms every 12,000 years. The first fact is that in 1998, the satellite observation showed that there was a sudden change of movement of the Earth's center of mass towards the Taimyr Peninsula, resulting in observed significant changes in the Earth's rotational axis movement. This appears to be the consequence of the movement of the Earth's core. On the screen, you can see the speed of movement of the center of mass and its sudden change in 1998. On the right, you can see a corresponding change in the Earth axis precession. These significant changes in Earth's rotation lead to changes in centrifugal force, increase in volcanic activity, and earthquakes. It is noteworthy that since 1994, the movement of the Earth's magnetic pole has speeded up and is also moving towards Taimyr Peninsula. On the screen, you can see the movement of the Earth's magnetic north pole. Since the Earth's magnetic field is expected to be generated by electric currents in the Earth's core, these two facts are related. That is, some invisible force caused the displacement of the planet's core and magnetic field. Something triggered this process. So far, we were speaking only about Earth. However, at the same time, there are observations of a sudden change in the position of the Moon. On the screen, you can see the lunar distance after removing known influences as measured by laser ranging. You can see that in 1997, there was a sudden jump. Climate changes have also been observed on other objects in the solar system. All this suggests that the influence is coming from outside the solar system. This influence must have enormous energy to cause such dramatic changes. This effect is taking place at the micro level through elementary particles. The changes happen here as well. The proton charge radius is a well-known physical constant. In 2010, another measurement of this constant was made. This measurement resulted in a value that is 4% lower than the original value, far beyond the measurement error of the previous measurements. Both subsequent measurements confirmed the new value of the constant, although there were also measurements confirming the old value. This discrepancy in the measured radius of charge of the proton is a mystery to scientists, and they have no good explanation for it yet. We want to point out that the underlying cause of this change and the changes in the Earth's core are the same. As insignificant as a 4% change in the radius of a charge of a proton may seem, imagine if the sun shrunk by 4%. The consequences for life on Earth would be catastrophic. The same goes for the proton charge radius. This constant affects the fundamental properties of atoms, such as the energy levels of electron orbitals, and as a result, the chemical properties of atoms. Thus, even a small change in this constant would affect the properties of hydrogen, which is one of the building blocks of life, and thus disrupt fine-tuned chemical processes within organisms. In the last 2 decades, various observatories have detected a variety of high-energy particles whose origin is not entirely clear. We believe that this is also a sign that the solar system has entered a cosmic ray jet of some kind. This radiation affects elementary particles and thus triggers destructive processes at the macro level, such as changes in the Earth's core. The response of plants to these changed conditions may be that CO2 production in the Brazilian rainforest is steadily increasing, while CO2 absorption is decreasing. That's why since 2013, these forests have become net producers of CO2. On the screen, in pictures C and D, you can see consumption and production of CO2 of rainforests. Picture B shows a resulting net CO2 consumption. We have presented the facts that point to an outside influence that is triggering the processes that threaten our survival on this planet. But we still need to fill in a lot of gaps to fully understand the nature of this influence. We need to bring together the potential scientists from many fields to research these processes so that we can counter them. We ask all scientists, especially quantum physicists, geophysicists, and astrophysicists, to join efforts in helping understand these external influences. Many lives are at stake, our entire civilization.
Thank you so much, Jan. Indeed, galactic radiation is a serious and yet unexplored problem for humankind. We have a lot of smart, inventive people, and we are quite capable of solving this problem. We suggest that you watch a fragment of a program with the esteemed Igor Mikhailovich Danilov about what opportunities do we have as a civilization.
And if we gather all smart people, properly approach it, and start using the resources of our consciousness in the right way, it is not consciousness that will control us, but we will control it. Won't we? Find a solution to protect our planet. Yet, these are, pardon me, merely cycles. It is merely energy. Yes, the cycles are destructive, but guys, it is energy. We can accumulate and redirect it. We can direct that which destroys us to creation. Isn't that right? After all, it is power. It doesn't matter what kind of power it is. It is uncontrollable. Therefore, it is chaotic. Chaotic, uncontrolled energy can destroy. But if we use this energy, we can create instead of destroying. Isn't that so? It is. If we understand the basics of energy redistribution among these particles, or their quantum entanglement, interconnection, not the interaction of two particles, but what forces them and what they control. While these particles control this very energy, this particular force, they perceive and transmit a signal. If we are able to perceive and transmit a signal, tremendous opportunities will open up for us, at least in the field of communication. But if we understand this mechanism, we will be able to control other particles as well. And if we go even further, we will be able to control various kinds of radiation and extract energy from them.
And it's a serious step to even find tools to confront climate.
Well, climate. It is necessary to confront climate.
Спасибо огромное, уважаемому Игорю Михайловичу Данилову, за озвученную бесценную информацию.
Huge thanks to esteemed Igor Mikhailovich Danilov for this precious information. Dear friends, you have many times heard today that the salvation against imminent catastrophe during 12,000-year cycle is unification of scientific potential. But this is possible only in a creative society. You might have a thought, how would this help at all? Is this solution? Why is it only possible to unite scientists in a creative society? You could just give a grant to solve this issue, but leave the consumeristic format. I will now explain in the clear terms why we can only find a solution in the creative society and why in the consumeristic format only death awaits us. Look at our world today. Countries are disunited, fighting and trying to hurt each other as much as possible. The most advanced laboratories and research are owned by military and therefore classified. The smartest people in the world are busy creating bombs and supersonic missiles to destroy us. Us, humanity, on the other side of the planet, more qualitatively. Satellites, instead of monitoring the climate, control the bomb flights. All countries hide from each other what are the real situation of climate change on their territories. And this happens at the time when in every country the earth is cracking under people's feet and magma is erupting, trying now to resolve the information about where there are supposedly stable, safe territories and where a supervolcano is about to burst. For the pseudo-safe territories, there will immediately be a war with we are managing to kill each other several times better than the climate, and soon there will be no safe territories on Earth at all. And what are doing those whom we used to call scientists? At this time, we have shifted the responsibility to them to think instead of us. Some people create bombs, others solve, shot the crap about anthropogenic factor into us, while others judge their megalomania, sticking to the narrow territories. Science is now killed by the consumeristic format. It is maximally fragmented to a multitude of unrelated areas, flooded by bureaucracy and smoothed by false dogmas. A multitude of the smartest people do piffing jobs, hiding confidential data from each other and competing with each other. And now imagine that in this format we need to conduct in the shortest possible time into research on a global scale with unlimited funding and access to any necessary equipment, because the task which stands before mankind is global. Do you know what will happen in the consumerist format? The same thing that is happening now in the fight against climate change. All countries will promise to allocate funds and take measures, but in fact they will do nothing, because those who control the capital will only care about their own wallets, while cyclicity devours the planet. In the consumeristic format of society, no one needs our lives, not even ourselves. So why is the creative society format is the only solution? Creative society is a united humanity. It is not complicated at all. It is like union of several states, only there are not 28 of them, but 197, and it is not just a unit, but all of society that makes a decision. Will such a union of countries be able to provide unlimited funds for honest scientists to study the cycle? Yes, it will. Can it provide access to laboratories, advanced technology, satellite data, and equipment? It can. Why? Because we are people and we want to live. We are interested in life on Earth because it is our life and love of our children, each and every one of us. We need to set our one common goal for honest scientists from different countries. This goal is to understand the processes and influence that from cyclical planetary cataclysms to find adaptation mechanisms and to prevent a global disaster, to save billions of human lives. It should be as interdisciplinary research as possible. An international team of conscientious scientists from different fields of science, engineers, practitioners, and theorists, united by a single potential, amplified many times by each participant. Those who doubt will only get in the way, so we need only conscientious, honest, and responsible specialists. We need climatologists and meteorologists to study the real processes that are now rapidly changing the atmosphere beyond the rays of negligible concentrations of CO2. We need oceanologists, volcanologists, and seismologists to assess the realities of magma rates, volcano activation, and earthquakes. We need geophysicists, geologists, earth physicists who study the subsurface, the magnetic field, the core, the rotation of the planet, who can model all the processes. We need astrophysicists, paleontologists, solar physicists to understand where the radiation comes from, how it works. We need quantum physicists, elementary particle physicists who study changes in the micro world to assess the strength of the impact of high energy radiation, its properties, its nature, to understand what force must be countered, and a lot of other directions and specialists should be united into one potential. Then we will be able to stop cyclic cataclysms occurring on our planet every 12,000 years. After all, there will be always counteraction to any action. With our level of even today's technology, it is possible to resist cosmic radiation. We need collective brainstorming. If we understand what this cycle is and what impact this radiation has, then we can understand how to counteract it. The first thing that will happen during the transition to a creative society is support for science, support for real scientists, not those who spend billions of obscure things. We need to act, and we can't waste time because these are human lives. That's why scientists will be on the front lines in the creative society. This will be the main front. If we bring together true scientists who are willing to face challenges and make new discoveries, we can take our science into skies and beyond. We will be able to make high-precision advanced forecasts to all kinds of cataclysms even during transition phase. We will be capable of terraforming the elements so that no human lives are lost or left homeless. We will not only be able to study the cyclicity, but to get out of it forever for future generations of humankind, to learn to control those high-energy radiation and direct them for peaceful purposes, providing mankind with free energy anywhere in the world. We will be able to explore outer space, fly to other galaxies, and discover new planets. Combined scientific potential can bring the level of human development of such heights which we can only now dream of. It is more than real, and all we have to do is to act. We need a united humanity. What does it mean to unite? It means to act towards one common goal. So, is there a more noble and unifying goal than building the creative society?
What you see now on your screens is the creative society in action. It would take a long time to list all the things that have been done by the participants and the ones which will be done by the participants of the project for its implementation. Let me just remind you once again that what matters in creative society is each person and their participation in the common cause. Today, we will see what people are capable of when they are united by one goal, the goal to live.
Temblando, ardiendo en llamas. decirte esta verdad tan cruda, ahogándote en vacías proclamas, en una muestra sus crueles espinas, la batalla ya ha comenzado.
El enemigo no espera, pero asesina en una guerra que no se ha declarado.
Es hora de salir de nuestros caparazones.
Somos personas, queremos vivir.
Para perder la vida no existen razones.
Para poder cambiarlo nos debemos unir. Es hora de la verdad, ya no se puede esperar. Es tiempo de actuar, hora de decidir. Gritemos todos, somos la humanidad. Somos personas, queremos vivir. Somos dignos de vivir en un mundo ideal. Es lo que nos mueve a seguir y nos motivará. Seamos breves en actuar para poder luchar. En sociedad creativa lo podemos lograr.
Ya esto está claro y no se puede esperar.
Darle ventaja al clima que nos pueda matar.
Lo que vale es tu opinión, no seas carne de cañón.
Nuestra fuerza es la amistad, nuestra fuerza es la unión. El clima está matando a nuestro único enemigo, eso podemos superarlo y lo haremos contigo.
Con la fuerza de tu mano, muestra al mundo tu actitud. Vamos por esa victoria.
El héroe eres tú.
Y no podemos salvar esto, aún no es el final. Tenemos la oportunidad de unir nuestro potencial. Es hora de ser parte de una nueva sociedad. Todos unidos venceremos por toda la humanidad. Si obedecen, nunca me lo dan. Tenemos enemigos, nos quiere destruir. Y yo unido por lo mismo tuyo, sabe lo que tenemos. Y formamos el destino tuyo del mismo camino.
Es hora de la verdad, ya no se puede esperar. Es tiempo de actuar, hora de decidir. Gritemos todos, somos la humanidad. Somos personas, queremos vivir. Somos dignos de vivir en un mundo ideal. Es lo que nos mueve a seguir y nos motivará. Somos breves en actuar para poder luchar. En sociedad creativa. De la verdad, ya no se puede esperar. Es tiempo de actuar, hora de decidir. Gritemos todos, somos la humanidad. Somos personas, queremos vivir. Somos dignos de vivir en un mundo ideal. Es lo que nos mueve a seguir y nos motivará. Somos breves en actuar para poder luchar. Sociedad creativa. Sociedad creativa. Queremos vivir en sociedad creativa. Lo podemos lograr. We express our gratitude to our partners around the world for their invaluable contribution to the future of humanity, for building the creative society. And let me remind you once again that all participants of the Creative Society projects are volunteers, people of goodwill, irrespective of their status, profession, personal and professional interests. They are first of all people who are ready to act for the sake of saving our civilization. The Creative Society project is open for sponsorship and informational support. Anyone who shares the views of the project can help and become its active participant.
Do you see now how much people all around the world want to live? They know that 99% of people want to live in the creative society. And in order to share this information with you, volunteers are doing everything possible and impossible, including their talents, to create songs, such as the one we listened to. The basis of the creative society are the 8 foundations, 8 pillars. They should be implemented in every state. Our next speaker, Almira Nailova, an attorney from Kazakhstan, will go deeper into this topic.
Hello. The facts presented at this forum confirm that the consumerist format of society is a threat to a human's life. But any normal person wants to live in a safe society without war and violence, with confidence in the future. The way people live in society depends on who makes the decisions. There are 2 variants. The first one is when only a few make decisions. And this is the existing consumerist format. But this is the format of inhumanity. This is the way to everybody's death. We have already seen this. The second option is when the decision about how people should live is made by all people. This is creative society. The creative society is a society which protects everyone's life, where power really belongs to the people. According to legal science, an integral part of any state is people. Without people, respectively, there is no state. So the state is we, people. Society is we, people. If we look at the laws of any country, we see that in one form or another, power belongs to the people. We just need to start exercising our right to decide for ourselves what kind of society do we want to live in, a consumer society or a creative one. We, as people, now exercise our power through public opinion. What does public opinion mean? It is when all or most of us declare what we want or don't want. For example, when in 1999 in Bolivia, a few people in power decided that people should pay not only for water, but even for rain, the majority of people disagreed, and the decision was overturned. Another example, in 2009, a referendum was held in Iceland under the pressure of public opinion, where the people of Iceland refused to pay the debts of bankrupt banks. As we can see, the will of the people is a huge force in determining what kind of life you and I will have, and we all want a creative society. If we want something, we need to start actively expressing our opinion, thereby shaping public opinion. We need to form an electoral demand for building the creative society. That is why it is very important that you tell each and everyone, your families, friends, colleagues, and even strangers. In Kazakhstan, we actively wrote to politicians, civil servants, and deputies about the Creative Society project. And we received answers that our initiative to introduce the principles of the creative society in all aspects of society is supported. Already today, changes are taking place in the political, economic, and social life of the country aimed at increasing the role of people in the governance of the state, including through electoral processes. As the president of Kazakhstan said, electoral processes are necessary because people have simply stopped believing that their vote matters and is capable of changing life in the country country for the better. Pay attention how important people's opinion on what kind of society they would like to live in is. Today in Kazakhstan, a platform for manifestation of the power of people has been restored, the referendum, so that people could really realize that their voice matters. Already today we have declared a decisive position to the culture of consumption and corruption, and we have chosen a creative vector of Kazakhstan development. The principle, not a man for the state, but the state for the man, became a key factor in the development of the country. So when you have the question in your head, who is going to let us? It is us who make it impossible by our doubts, fears, inaction, and indifference to the way we live our lives. Once again, I repeat that the current law of any country allows us to build the creative society today. It is legally realistic, because under the law of any country, power belongs to people. Therefore, people can introduce the 8 foundations of the creative society into the constitution by means of a referendum. When the creative society is supported by more than 50% of the population, our representatives, presidents, deputies, and even monarchs cannot ignore the will of the people, because without support of people, there is no politics. Thus, anything is possible if we just take action. The reason why we have not yet built the creative society is because of us. This means that we are not working enough, not communicating the information, or doing it very slowly. It is necessary to take the initiative of people who already support the creative society and to keep informing in every country. As we can see, the creative society is more than real, but only if we all get involved in informing right now. And when we participate in this forum now, we are expressing our will, expressing our demand for the realization of the creative society and our disagreement with the fact that there are slavery, wars, violence. So this forum is also an active form of public expression. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Almira. Next, to continue this topic, I would like to give the floor to Mr. Qasim Rashid, who will share his views on the 8 foundations of a creative society. Mr. Rashid is a civil rights attorney, author, human rights activist, and politician.
I'm a human rights lawyer. I'm practicing here in the United States, and my work focuses on civil rights. We talk about human life, human freedom, human safety. Those are the core of any government's responsibility. Transparency and openness of information. The creative ideology, innovation is the the lifeline of human progress, of building new technologies and new medicines. And then obviously development of personality, justice and equality, and self-governing society. It speaks to these elements of ensuring that we have governments powered by people, as opposed to by autocrats or dictators or fascists or anything of that nature. So no, I think those principles, these 8 foundations, really well integrate to legal precedent and to what the law should require. Now it's just a question of making sure that governments and those in power are held accountable to the people, as opposed to ruling over the people with an iron fist. If we want a government that truly reflects the will of the people, then the people need to create that by being involved and engaged. And because at the end of the day, if we have a government by, of, and for the people, that's not, that empty statement remains an empty statement unless we act upon it. It becomes an active statement when we implement it in our daily lives. And every change we've seen throughout American history, throughout world history, began with somebody saying, this is wrong, and we deserve better.
So do you think that the creative society where human life is the highest value is possible to build?
I don't think it's only possible. I think it's necessary. I mean, it's not just a matter of possibility. It's a matter of this is a necessity. If we don't prioritize human life, we're facing existential crises. There's a potential for world war breaking out any day now. There's a potential for another pandemic if we don't get this one under control. There's the all but certainty of climate catastrophe coming, and if people are worried about the number of migrants right now, I think the number is 80 million now worldwide of refugees. I'm sorry. Once the climate crises become even more severe, that's going to get into the billions. So it's not a question of is it possible or not. It's necessary, and there's a shift in how we need to think about these things. That it's not a question of want; it's a question of need. And if we don't take action immediately, personally and actively, then this is going to get even worse. So I think it's going to require more than simply politicians doing political things. It's going to require a mass movement of individuals to say, we are going to build a society built truly on justice, where people have freedom of worship, people have freedom of expression, but we do so in a way that truly respects one another as well. And so when we can talk about moving forward, we need to talk about how do we guarantee these things? Because once people are fed and they're clothed and they're educated and they have healthcare, then you see true innovation happen. Then you see true economies prosper. Then people can invent the next great widget, or they can invent the next great idea and be successful in it and reap the rewards of their success because they've been given this foundational basis that guarantees their humanity. That's, in my view, the real path forward, where we can guarantee the humanity of people and allow them to flourish and be who they truly are.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rashid. Thank you. And creative society is absolutely necessary. I would like to next introduce Mr. Saran Akminyan, President of Armenian Creation Council, NGO member of the Prosperous Armenia Party, who will share more about the creative society.
Սրտանց ողջունում եմ գլոբալ ճգնաժամ, մենք մարդիկ ենք, մենք ուզում ենք ապրել խորագրով ֆորումի բոլոր մասնակիցներին։ Սիրելի բարեկամներ, այսօր մենք շատ կարևոր
I warmly welcome all participants to the forum Global Crisis Where People We Want to Live. Dear friends, today we are participants in a very important event. Today's forum is the volition of people of different nationalities, religious views, and social statuses. It is expressed will of united humanity. It is an honor for me to be a participant in this forum, to witness that you and I are making the strategic step towards the salvation of our civilization. Dear friends, today, together, we have seen the terrible crimes against humanity. The most important thing for us is to understand this is, as long as we live in the consumer society, the war in Armenia, and what is now happening in Ukraine, and in hotspots around the world, will all continue. Some individual terrorists will be succeeded by the others. They will continue to divide us via different principles and to force us into fighting one another. People all around the world will continue to die. Things can't be in any other way in the present format of society. It's our duty to stop and forever prevent this lawlessness. We are fed up with wars, deaths, and suffering. The only way out of this darkness is to start building peace among people. The only way out is a society in which the first priority is to improve the quality of each person's life. It is a society in which there will be a peaceful labor and continuous development. It is a society in which the value of human life is the highest value for everyone in the world. All this is possible for every person only in the creative society. Creative society is the salvation for the entire civilization and even for Armenia. My dear friends, It is a great honor for me to represent the Armenian people at this forum. It is a great pleasure and honor to announce to the world that the Armenian nation is now engaged exactly in the building of the creative society, and there are results in this matter already. I truly appreciate the tremendous work which has been done thanks to the fortitude, patience, and heroism of my compatriots. This path is full of difficulties, but it's our choice. What gives me strength is knowledge. The knowledge that the only option for the survival of all humankind is the creative society. This knowledge is based on the experience of the people of Armenia, who are taking specific steps to build the creative society. We are constantly looking for new ways to achieve this vital goal for humanity. What gives me strength is sincerity, because only sincerity gives the selflessness due to which we have made immense progress. I see this sincerity in the eyes of every participant of the Creative Society project, and I have seen it in the eyes of every speaker today. This sincerity in my heart gives me confidence in every step we take. Dear friends, the enormous responsibility for the future of all humanity rests on our shoulders. If any of you is still unaware of the importance of your choices, the moment of truth has come. Everyone has a role to play in building the creative society. We should unite and accelerate our progress as we are faced with daunting challenges. Yes, we are busy all on sites, but we are resolute in our pursuit of light and life.
Figure, President of the Nevada Semipalatinsk International Anti-Nuclear Movement. Please, the floor is yours.
I am very glad to have this meeting with my colleagues and like-minded people at the International Forum Global Crisis. Now, these topics of consumption or creation are the central question. And I am very glad that you're raising this question and creating this dream of ours, that the entire world will become the society of creation. It is necessary to actually create and think about the future for people. And it is very important that politicians become imbued with this ideology. Politicians in all countries, in fact, so that they would think more about this somewhat forgotten concept of creation. While planning industry, culture, and so on, when planning ecology, struggle for ecology, they should, in practice, pursue the very goals that you are talking about. So I welcome this initiative and hope that it will spread not only in Almaty, let's say, but all over the world. The idea of equality and brotherhood is included in these very foundations, right? We should support them. You are right to remind everyone. Let us create. Creation is part of these very foundations that you introduced too. Indeed, human safety also depends on it. That is why information and the culture of humankind should be more open, so that it is not a whisper, but so that it is voiced openly. If we think not merely about survival, but about life in such a broad and multifaceted sense. Because the life of one person is one thing, but when we're talking about everyone's life, because unfortunately, we often see, especially in our politics, when the life of one person has become more important than the lives of the majority. That's what we are fighting against. I support the real development of this movement, especially in our country, so I salute you. Way to go, let's work together.
Thank you, Mr. Suleimanov. The next speaker is Baket Jamal Aspanova, Director of the National Library of the Republic of Kazakhstan and President of the Library Association of Cultural Workers. In 2021, she was awarded a special medal, the Best Woman of Kazakhstan.
I fully support the 8 foundations of the Creative Society. They are truly focused on the values of humanity, on improving the quality of each human's life. And indeed, we can build the Creative Society together. There is no other way to build such a society. That's what I think. We need to unite. Only through our joint efforts can we eradicate all these problems and solve all the issues together, only in unity. We will hardly be able to do it otherwise. Separately, no one would be able to solve them on their own. The issues of ecology, climate, and many others must always be solved by all people together. Creative processes in Kazakhstan have already started and are already well underway. We are creating a new Kazakhstan, and the president himself made a speech saying that he supports the Creative Society. So we will be creating a new Kazakhstan already without all that, as I said, without anger, without corruption, without anything negative. It seems to me we'll be living in such a way soon. I hope so. But we need to create all of this ourselves and also to take an active part. Only then will we create a new Kazakhstan in such a creative society. If all of us come together and invest our efforts into this idea and support each other, then there will be a new Kazakhstan in the new creative society.
Я благодарю всех.
I would like to thank everyone who supports the project Creative Society, everyone who understood that Creative Society is our only chance. Ask yourself the question, if there is no more of the project Creative Society, if there are no more people of goodwill who do not stop building the Creative Society, even being in extremely difficult conditions, what does the future have in store for humanity? Let's take an honest look into this future. We can do it, because our present determines our future. And we saw that today, that without the Creative Society project, we will quietly and uncomplainingly wait until we are destroyed by tyrants, maniacs, famine, disease, and whipped off the face of the earth by climate. Until then, we will all slave away in the slavery of an inhumane consumerist format. We will understand how it will end, but we will continue to lie to ourselves and brace ourselves. We will remain constrained by fear. We will betray our children over and over and loved ones again and again with our silence until the X hour comes. But is that why we give birth to children, care of them, educate them, build homes in cities, so that they can die with us like stray dogs? Is this our future? This is our future without the creative society. And for many people, this is their present. And I want to tell you that without the participants of the Creative Society project all over the world, we wouldn't have a single chance to change it, because only people can make a difference. And every little action of the participants of the Creative Society project is a heroic contribution to our common victory. They are the real heroes who overcame the fears in their heads and became an example themselves that one person can do a lot if he is a human being. Who are the real heroes of our wartime? In times like these, when everything is silenced and the truth is hidden, the heroes are those who step over the prescribed rules of the game and tell the truth. By denouncing consumer society, they care about the future of humanity. They are the first to support the creative society. Today's hero is every one of you, friends. Every one of you who now supports this broadcast, who broadcasts it in their social networks in 100 languages, who has sent it out to his friends and family. Building a creative society means fighting for every life. It is not easy, because often our calls to unite are not even understood, even by our own dear and beloved ones. After all, they are also people living in a consumer society, and they are too afraid to look in the truth in their eyes. That is why your example is so important. Knowing what awaits us all for the sake of people you love and for the sake of all people, you are not silent. Every day you devote your free time to bring in the truth to people. You simply act no matter what. In the most adverse circumstances, you don't give up. You live as a creative society. Your faith in victory, your faith in unity, your faith in the creative society and people is our only chance. Without all of you, we would have no future. There would be no future for my children, our children. Thank you for everything. You know, we have no time to sit and hesitate. We only have time to act. What you are doing is priceless for humanity. The real heroes of today are not the ones we see in the movies. It is not the one who destroys, but the one who builds. A real hero does not act in the name of fame or fortune, not on someone's orders, but on the call of the heart. True patriotism is to fight not against someone, but to fight for the life of every person. Among us today are those who continue to act under the blast of bombs, those who believe in the human and in us, humanity, even seeing with their own eyes what atrocities human beings are capable of in a consumerist format. But they did not give up. They did not stop building the creative society. This film is about them, about real heroes. Hello, I'm Anya from Irpin. We are now taking a walk in Irpin with my beloved husband. And this is the second war I'm facing in my life, from which I'm running away along with my entire family.
Tell me, who needs all this? What is it all for?
In this world, everything is arranged in such a way that nobody cares about human life at all, and it is far from being a priority. As long as we live in consumer society, we don't have a single safe place on the planet.
People, answer this question. Do you want to live in such a society? As for me, I don't.
The only thing that kept my spirit up all this time was not to give up under any circumstances. As long as I have life, I should do my best, firstly, to remain a human being inside, and secondly, to actually do everything possible and impossible so that we could move from this murderous format, the consumerist format, to a creative format of society, and do my best for the project.
Explosions were getting closer and closer. We evacuated the girls because only women and children could be evacuated.
They were shooting and bombing from all sides, while we, women and children, were standing like cannon fodder in the middle of the train station.
We passed through the area that was under fire at our own risk. I felt that I was on the verge of a breakdown. At some point, I wanted to scream. The fact that right at this moment, my parents are under bombs, air bombs, gunfire, whatever, all the modern weaponry. The only thing left is to use nuclear weapons. My brother was killed by a shell that landed on the house where he lived.
He was on air until the last minute, as long as they had electricity and the internet. He participated in live broadcasts. He spoke about the creative society. He participated as much as he could.
We will build the creative society, and we will have peace, order, wealth, and prosperity.
As long as we have even the slightest, even 0.001%, even a tiny, even a small chance to change everything, we should take this chance. We simply must. Corpses can no longer do anything. Only people that are alive can change something. And we are people. We just want to live. I'm not a cannon fodder. I'm a human being. And if I'm a human being, I must do everything I can to change the current situation.
People, I want to live in the creative society. I want to appeal to you, people from all over the world. I believe in us.
As long as we have each other, as long as we are people, we can change everything.
We're now driving along the road that my family and I were taking when we were evacuating. There are so many cars on both sides of the road that were shot, burned, or ran over by tanks. Those pieces of human bodies or what's left, all this is terrifying. It mustn't be like that. Please hear me, it mustn't be like this. We're a human society. We must build a society where your life, my life, the life of our friends, relatives, and any other individual should be valued as one's own. Otherwise, we are not a society, truly. Believe me. Human life is the most important. All this can be rebuilt and repaired. Human life cannot be restored.
When it was announced that there was an opportunity to evacuate, the first thing we said was yes. When we were driving, everywhere around there were shelled cars.
A woman and a man whose children were sitting in another car fell on their knees, folded their hands and said, "Please take us." We had 2 vacant seats left in our car. We quickly opened the doors and they jumped into the car.
We were not only saving our lives, but at that moment, we clearly understood that another person's life is just as important as yours.
I think if there had been the Creative Society, nothing like this would ever have happened. I mean, there wouldn't be anything like that in any corner of the world.
I lived in the city of Kharkiv until recently. It was impossible to imagine anything like that, even in our worst nightmares. But this is the price we pay for our inaction and silence in building the creative society. Are we really so indifferent to other people's trouble? Have we lost our empathy? Are we so bogged down in this consumerism that some pieces of paper motivate us to kill people? I'm taking part in the preparations for the International Forum on May 7, 2022, because I understand that building the creative society is the only chance for us, and it's the only chance for us to experience what it means to live in a prosperous society. Let's preserve the life of every person on the planet.
I'm originally from Russia, but it's already been 10 years since I've been living in Ukraine, in the city of Irpin. I was unaware that everything I knew, my entire habitual way of life would vanish. And I don't know if I will ever be able to return to this city. I cannot go back to Russia either, because I have ties with Ukraine. Why did I, as a volunteer of the Creative Society project, continue to act despite the fact that explosions were rumbling outside my window and shells were exploding? To be honest, I had no idea whether I would survive or not, because explosions were very close by. I mean, Grad missiles were blasting in groups of 5, rocking the house violently. The sound hitting my eardrums, my head hurt terribly from all that noise, and when the internet was still on, I joined in translations. Even in such conditions, even just a little, but I would do something more. I still had a chance to do more. Why are we doing this? I will say right away that I'm not a hero, I'm an ordinary person, a participant of the Creative Society project, and together with all people of goodwill, we will do everything to preserve this world, even at risk of our own lives. We carry on.
My workplace looks like this right now. Unfortunately, it's temporary. I think we'll have to go back to the hallway again soon, because it's really scary when you see a missile being shot down over your house, and when 2 neighboring houses on that street were hit by Grad missiles. My parents and relatives were at the epicenter of tragedy in Mariupol. It was really scary when we lost contact with them. When we had to search for some news, watch videos to see a familiar face among the living, and to find out that they were alive. It was difficult to live and eat here. Realizing that my parents were sitting in the basement of their destroyed house and could lose their lives at any moment. My uncle was shot at by a sniper just because he went to pick up humanitarian aid. He could not get up because the sniper was mocking him. For every move he made, he was shot. It wasn't easy to find the strength under such pressure to continue preparations for the forum. But at some point, when the entire situation had already reached its apogee, the form and the preparation for it became for me such an inspiring event. Like a guidance, a vector that gives at least some hope for the best. I found time to communicate with friends to continue the development of the Creative Society website. I do not know yet whether I will have the internet or whether I will have an opportunity to participate in the forum. So we are building
ngakho-ke sakha ukubambisana kwethu ngendlela yokuthi abantu bamanye amazwe bazokwazi ukuthatha umsebenzi futhi imbangela yethu ivamile ithembeke.
I am a
Ngiyivolontier
volunteer of the
project
International
yamazwe
Concept Creative
ngamazwe
Society from Ukraine.
i-Creative Society evele
Unfortunately,
e-Ukraine.
2 weeks ago,
Ngiyashaya
I had to
emasontweni
leave
amabili
my
ihlelo
home
kadeka
because
ngihambe
of the war
ekhaya
in my country.
ngenxa yempi ezweni lakithi.
What helped me
Yini eyangisiza ukuba
to cope with
ngibhekane
this storm of
nesivunguvungu
emotions, with
semizwa
fear and panic
ngokwesaba
that
nokwethusa
overwhelmed me,
okwangiqeda
at those
ngalezo
difficult
zikhathi
moments, what
ezinzima
helped me to overcome
uqonde
everything was my
konke
participation in the
ngokuhlanganyela
preparations for
kwami
the
emalungiseleleni
forum. I
enkundla.
realized that the actions of
Ngiyaqaphela
each
ukuthi
of
izenzo
us, of every person who now
zomuntu wonke
participates in the Creative Society
bambe
project,
iqhaza kule project
save
ye-CCL
not
project
only us personally,
azisindisi
but
thina
they
kuphela
help
kodwa
all of
zisindisa
humanity.
sonke.
I woke up to the sound of a missile flying over me. My
Ngaphaphama
girlfriend and I
ngizwa
stayed in the
umsindo
bathroom
womcimbi.
for the next 10
Mina
days.
nentombi yami sahlala endlini yokugezela izinsuku eziyitheni. Uma uhlala endlini yokugezela wazi ukuthi uzoba nayo inkundla namanzi kusasa. Creative Society iyadingeka
So that
kimi
people live with love
ukuze
for each other.
ngizophepha.
That's why I'm actively
Ingakho
participating
ngibamba
today with
iqhaza
other
kule
guys
nkulu kanye
preparing
nabanye
for the
abafana
forum.
ngilungiselela isikhathi
Recording interviews with
ngiqopha
eyewitnesses
izingxoxo
and
zobufakazi
scientists, and
bokuzibonela
everyone is saying
nosayensi
that we need the
futhi
Creative
wonke umuntu uthi
Society.
sidinga i-Creative Society ngoba angingedwa akube mina ngedwa ofuna ukuphila akube mina ngedwa ofuna ukuletha izinto ezinhle nezakhayo emhlabeni akube mina ngedwa ofuna ukuletha ukubaluleka kwempilo emhlabeni ngifuna ukusabalalisa lolu lwazi neqiniso emhlabeni. Ngalungizula ifasitela ngabona umcibisholo omkhulu wehla emamitha of-500. Uma ngikhuluma iqiniso sengivele ngivalelise empilweni yami ngiyabona ukuthi ngumuntu onenhlanhla kunabo bonke emhlabeni ngoba ngaqhubeka ngiphila. Ubusokubi obuyenzisayo befomethi abathengi ayisibona manje emhlabeni ibona okusikhuthaza ukuthi sakhe i-Creative Society. Kuyangikhuthaza noma ngabe kunempi ngaphandle ukuthi ngihlale phansi futhi ngihlele uvidiyo yekofa ukuze ngisize nanoma yini engingachazekela njengamanje. Impe ayizange ibe kwangishaqisa kakhulu ngoba impi iwudala babo bonke ubudlelwa obukhona sonke kwi-planethi. Ngakho-ke kimina into engcono kakhulu ukuthi ngizinikeze njalo umzuzwana engisenawo ngoba bengingazi noma kuzoba khona olandelayo ukulungiselela le nkundla ngoba iwukuphela yokunqanda lo msangano.
Looking at the situation
Uma ngibheka
that
isimo
is now
senzeka ezweni
happening in my
lamanje
country,
ngibheka indlela abantu
people are
abahlupheka ngayo
suffering. I
ngiyaqonda
understand
ukuthi
that
asikho
there is
isikhathi
no
sokungenzi
time for
lutho
inaction, and
futhi
I don't want
angifuni
to be
ungenzi
idle.
lutho.
That's why I
Ingakho
continue to
ngiqhubeka
take
nokubamba
part in the
iqhaza
preparation for
ekulungiseleleni
the forum.
As
isihlangano.
long as we have
Uma
even
nje
a
sinethuba
single
elilodwa
opportunity,
ngisho
even
namaphesenti
a few
ambalwa
percent,
fanele
we
senze
have to
konke
do
esingakwenza
everything we
ukuze
can to make the Creative
i-Creative
Society
Society
come
ifezeke
true,
ngoba iyikusasa lethu.
because it's our future.
I want to tell you absolutely
Ngifuna ukutshela
sincerely and
ubuqotho
honestly that
nangeqiniso
being in
ukuthi
the city of Bucha, with my family
sagcela
under
phela
constant
bejutha
gunfire, under
nomndeni
constant
wami
explosions
phansi
of bombs
kwesibhamu.
and shells, where every second,
Lapho
every
umzuzwana
moment would be
ngamunye
my
umzuzwana
last one,
ngamunye
and
ungaba
every
ukugcina
next
futhi
explosion
konke
could
kuqhuma
take away
kulandela.
my life and the
Impilo
lives of my family and
kanye nempilo
friends.
yomndeni
Every
wami
day,
nabangani
I
nsuku
pray to
zonke
God to have a
ngangithandaza
second
kuNkulunkulu
chance. And I'm truly
ukuthi
grateful
asinike
that
ithuba
He
lesibili
gave
futhi
me that
ngibonga kakhulu
second
ukuthi
chance, that He
wanginikeza lelo
enabled me
thuba
today to be
lesibili
involved in the
elizongenza
preparation and
ngikwazi
organization of
ukuba
this
khona
forum, that He
ukulungiselela
gave me
le
a
nkomfa
second chance to be involved
futhi
in building
wanginikeza
the
ithuba
Creative
lesibili
Society. Dear
ukuthi ngakhe
friends, please
i-creative
hear me.
society.
Listen to all those people who will tell
Zihlobo
their stories
nabathengayo
during the forum,
ngizwe
that the
lalani bonke
Creative
labantu
Society
abazoxoxa
is our
izindaba zabo
only
ngesikhathi esizayo sokuthi
and
i-creative society
last
ithuba
chance.
lethu kuphela
Let's not
elokugcina
waste it.
masingamoshi.
Today, the whole world is afraid of a nuclear bomb, a nuclear holocaust. But the worst bomb is a callous
Kodwa
heart
ibhola
that doesn't
elinzima
care about
kunawo
other
wonke
people's lives.
yileli engenendaba nempilo
How many
zabantu.
more human destinies are
Bangaki
left
abantu
behind?
abangeke bafinyelele lapho
How
bafuna ukuya
many
khona?
we have already lost on the fronts of consumer
Bangaka
society?
abantu
It is so
abasilahlekele
painful and difficult
ifomethi
to realize how
yabathengi.
many beautiful people will
Kunzima
never get back.
ukuqinisekisa ukuthi baningi
It's not
kangakanani
just
abantu
wars
abahlangeke
that do
babuye.
this. It's all the ugliness of the
Asikhona
consumerist format
nje
of society.
ububi okwenza lokhu,
For these
ububi
people,
befomethi
our
yabathengi.
loved ones,
Ngenxa
our
yokuthi
friends,
labantu
we
nabathandekayo
are too
nabangani
late. We have had no time to build
asisephuzile.
the creative society.
Besingenaso isikhathi
This feeling that we
sokwenza
didn't
i-creative
have time
society.
to save them will stay with us.
Asizange sibe
But for
nesikhathi
sake of
sokubasindisa.
those who are alive, we have
Kodwa
the
ngenxa yalabo
obligation to act.
abasaphila,
Our heroes all over
sinokuzinikezela
the
ubuso
world, participants of the
bokunyakaza.
Creative Society project,
Amaqhawe ethu
today are
emhlabeni
doing the
wonke aye
impossible
enza
to
ukuthi kube
start the
ne-creative
hearts
society
of the heartless,
ukuze
to start the
sikwazi
beating of
ukuba
the
ndawonye
human
nalabo
heart, even
sibambisane
in
kulweni
those
nale
who have a dead,
simo singenahliziyo.
morally dead, carrying out the reanimation of humanity. And people are standing up all over the
Futhi
world because
abantu
truth and the will
bahlangene
to
mhlawumbe
live drive these
kuba
heroes.
iqiniso
These are the
lizoba
ones who are on the
lawa
front
maqhawe.
lines right now.
Yibo labo
These are all of you.
abasekundleni yokuqala njengamanje.
And for
Laba
those who are
yimina
still
nonke.
hiding and hoping
Futhi
that
labo
humanity's last war will not touch them, I
abanethemba
would like to
ukuthi
say,
ubuntu buzoba khona. Ngithanda
previously,
ukuthi
like you, we didn't
ngokwedlule
know much.
njengani
We didn't see
sasingazi
much,
okuningi,
just like you.
sasingabonanga
We
okuningi
thought more about
njengani.
our stomach and our selfishness.
Sasicabanga nje
But let's
kakhulu
be
ngezisu
honest.
zethu
You see
nobuqhaga
everything.
bethu.
You just don't
Kodwa
see a way
asibeke kahle.
out. And we wanted to know
Uyabona
the
ukuthi
truth
ungangena
and
kanjani,
find a
kodwa
way
awukwazi
out.
ukuphuma.
And when you
Futhi
know
thina
the
sifuna
bottom
nazi
line,
iqiniso
you open
ukuthi
your
kuphunywa
eyes
kanjani.
and you start to
Futhi
see
uma
other
usulazi
things,
uzobona amehlo
things that you
uqale
didn't
ubone
see
ezinye
before. You
izinto
begin to
ongazange
see
uzibone
life. You
kusengaphambili.
begin to
Uzoqala
appreciate
ukubone
life,
impilo,
every life.
ubone
And
impilo
then you
ebalulekile,
make your
yonke
choice.
impilo.
You make it
Ngakho-ke bese
right
wenza
now.
ukhetha, ulenze
You either turn
njengamanje.
off this broadcast and continue to live in
Wena
consumerism as if
uzoqhubeka
nothing is
ulalele
happening and you
lobu
haven't heard
chungechunge
anything today,
njengoba
or
ungenzi sengathi awuzwanga
you
lutho
make a
namhlanje,
choice right now and
noma
stand with those
uzokwenza
heroes
ukhetha
who are
namuhla
giving
ume
themselves their
nalawo
word
maqhawe
that they will do
aye
everything in their
azinikeze
power to build a creative
ukuthi enze
society,
konke
a
okusemandleni
society
ukwenza
where you
i-creative
are
society
human
yakhona,
with the capital
umphakathi
letter
lapho
H,
wena
not a
njengomuntu
cannon fodder.
uzokhona ukukhula ube
Tell me,
mudala.
what have you
Ngitshele,
done for life,
yini
for
oye
the
wayenza
human
ngempilo
future,
yakho,
for our
ngempilo
children? What
yosintu,
have you done
ngempilo
today
ingane
that
zethu,
disaster
yini
will
oyenzile
not come to
namuhla
your house tomorrow?
eyenza
And
ukuthi
you can do a
usokelela
lot
phansi kungenzeki endlini
because
yakho
when we are
ungenza
together,
obengehliwe ngoba
when
uma
we are
sindawonye
alive, we understand that not a single chance must be missed.
siyaqonda
We
ukuthi
act, and
asikho
every
thuba
action
khona
brings us closer to
elilahleke.
the creative society.
Siyenza
And
noma yini
while
engenza
is at
simbonye
stake,
sakhe
the
impilo.
most pressing question is,
Lapho isimpilo
what have I done for
zisengcupheni.
us to
Noma
survive?
yini osenzela
I
yona
remember a quote by
ukuthi
Martin Luther
usinde.
King Jr.
Ngikhumbula
Everybody can be
i-quote
great
eMartin Luther.
because
Noma
anybody can
ubani
serve.
angaba muhle
You don't have to
ngoba
have a
wonke umuntu
college degree to
angakunikela.
serve.
Akudingi ukunikela
You don't have
inkundla
to take your subject and verb three to
zasekholeji.
serve. You
Akudingeki
only
ukuthi
need a
ube
heart full of grace,
isifundiswa
a
esithile.
soul
Kudingeka ube
generated
nenhliziyo,
by
ube
love.
umphefumulo, ube qhutshwa
I
ukuthando.
bow down to all the heroes.
Ngigqobisa
Thanks to
amatholo
whom
ami kuwo wonke
we
amaqhawe.
live in the creative society.
Kulabo
I
abazophila
bow down
kwi-creative
to all the
society.
participants of the Creative Society
Ngithula
project
ukubonga
in the Allatra
kubo bonke
International Public Movement
baqhubekela
all
phambili
over the
kwi-creative
world.
society.
Thank you.
Kumhlabeni wonke. Ngiyabonga.
Without you, we don't have a
Ngaphandle
chance
kwenu
to live.
asinalo ithuba lokuphila.
We have seen with
Namuhla siye sabona ngamehlo ethu
brutal crimes against humanity and numerous human sufferings in the consumerist format of our society.
kule fomethi yabathengi.
There is no
Akukho ukuthethelelwa kodlame emphakathini.
There is no
Asikho isizathu sokubulala.
It's a shame that
Kuyihlazo ukuthi sonke iningi siyavumela lokho. Kuze kube manje ngezandla zethu kanye nokukhetha kwethu. Thina sisekela izimo zokuphila zezilwane ezibekwe kithi ifomethi yabathengi. Asivezi isidingo sethu sangaphakathi esibalulekile njengesikhundla esicacile kanye nesiphethe. Singabantu futhi sifuna ukuphila. Siyingxenye ye-creative society. Ngifuna ukukhuluma kini nonke. Ngifuna ukukhuluma nawe mngani wami. Ngifuna sikhumbule sonke zonke izinsuku zingengezisi lutho ukulahlekelwa yimpilo yomuntu. Nsuku zonke lapho singasebenzi ekwakheni i-creative society, abantu bayafa. Uma sonke singathe isinyathelo njengamanje, kusasa ifomethi yomthengi izothatha ukuphila kwami kanye nawe nabathandekayo bethu. Abanye babulawa indlala nokoma njengamanje. Ngaso lesi sikhathi abanye bahlushwa isihluku nobudlova. Kuyilapho abanye bebanjwe phakathi futhi balahlekelwa impilo yabo konke ngobusuku obodwa, imisebenzi yabo, amakhaya kanye nemindeni. Nokho ngisho nayizolo laba bantu bebengazi ukuthi namuhla bazosithola besesimo esimbi kangaka zokuphila, kangangokuthi bazobulawa namuhla. Uqinisekisile ukuthi lokhu ngeke kwenzeke kuwe nomndeni wakho kusasa? Bheka, lena yi-Ukraine, lena idolobha laseBusha lapho kwafela khona izindimbane zabantu. Emva ngoFebruary 23 kulo nyaka babenza izinhlelo zokuphila futhi bakha amaphemba. Kodwa ngoFebruary 24 ekuseni kakhulu kwafika impi kubo. Uqinisekisile ukuthi kusasa impi ngeke ize emzini wakho? futhi ibulale umndeni wakho nabangane. Uqinisekile ukuthi impi ngeke ikuthathe nawe? Ingabe uqinisekile ngalokho mphakathi wethu batheni lapho ukuphila komuntu kungafaneleki lutho? I-idiocy kanye nokungenangqondo futhi imbangela yalezi zinto ezisabekayo kanye neziphetho ezibonakaliwe zezigidi zabantu ziwumphumela wezifo zama-psychopaths ambalwa athole amandla phezu kwethu ngefomethi yobutheli. Basithatha abantu abayizigidi angabantu abamangasayo ngaphandle kwedlanzana labantu, kodwa laba bantu abambalwa ngenxa yobugovu babo obudlulele nokuba nombono ophambene basebenzisa abanye ukuze bathole izithakazelo zabo zobugovu ezinyanyekayo. Ngezandla zethu basiphoqa ukuthi sigcine izimo zamafomethi yabathengi egoqula abantu bangabe abantu. Futhi kamuva bathi le ndlela kufanele kube ngayo, ukuthi kuyimvelo yethu, kungokwemvelo, kodwa lokhu akuvamile. Asikhulume iqiniso. Yebo, kukhona ama-psychopath emphakathini wethu futhi kuyoba khona njalo. Kodwa ingabe bazokwazi ukuthatha amandla aphezulu abantu by-creative society? Cha, amandla e-creative society awabantu kuphela. Ngo-creative society ama-psychopaths angeke akwazi ukulwa nezimpi futhi abhubhise izigidi zethu. Ngeke bakwazi ukusifaka ingqondo ama-rhapsody abo akhohlakele. Ngeke bakwazi ukuba abanikazi abanikekile bawo wonke amandla abantu kanye nezinsiza. Kodwa okubaluleke kakhulu, ngeke bakwazi ukwanelisa izifiso zabo ngegazi lethu, ngezindleko zokuphila kwethu. Namuhla ifomethi yabathengi ama-psychopaths abavaliwe ezindaweni zokukhosela baphezulu emndeni wethu. Ingakho ukuphuthulwa kwesintu kubeka nsuku zonke.
And our world is overflowing with the human grief and suffering. We have no right to leave.
Asinalo ilungelo lokushiya izingane zethu izwe elinje. Kudingeka siguqule izimo futhi sakhe i-creative society ngezandla zethu. Hlala sihlukene phakathi ngoba kulula ukuthi basilawule ngendlela. Siqabele ngokomthetho njengoba siphoqeleke ukuba sixabane futhi sizondane. Ngabe
one another. Are you familiar with a situation when people ask you, whom do you support? These people or the others? Do you support the left or the right? Who do you belong to? That party or the other? That religion or the other? Are we cattle or things that belong to someone? Even when such questions are asked, we are left with no chance of being united, of being one peace-loving humanity. But today, even when attempts are made to artificially set us at odds and separate us from one another, Our position in life is clear and unambiguous. We answer all the questions from the corrupt media and collaborationists. We are people. We want to live. We are for the creative society. And only this position is our future. A person with a consumerist worldview cannot understand the sincerity of people, their selfless motive to live and act for the sake of the future of all mankind, not just for themselves. All the more so in our time, when humanity is under the threat of destruction, when we are attacked by the most ruthless enemy, the climate. The consumerist format is cruel, but it is nothing compared to the global climate change that brings devastating cataclysms. There are heroes who see the global threat and the entire absurdity of the consumerist format. And they are not silent, they are active. After all, we all understand the world is a big place. And although it is difficult to inform everyone, it is possible. We understand that the world mass media are now working for the collaborationists. Everything is in private hands. The corrupt media will do nothing to alert people to the global threat of an undeclared climate war and the need to save people through unification and building the creative society. It can only be done by us, people themselves, who realize the importance of this moment and the importance of informing everyone right now, while we still have some time. You see, no one but us. These heroes are ordinary people. True heroes are those who, despite the fact that their own lives are in real danger of death, despite all fears and risks, they continue to act, to take care of others, to knock on other people's doors, even to those who are heartless, because they are also people. The heroes act
Amakhawe enza ngenxa yaso sonke isintu azi ukuthi umsuzwana ngamunye ngase ube ogcina. Abahlanganyeli beprojekthi ye-Creative Society, abantu base-Allatra bangabaqhawe eqiniso. Nabo njengathi bayesaba.
to sit under
Bayesaba.
bombardments in basements. But they act. They
Kodwa
inform.
bayenza.
They're scared for their
Bayesaba
lives,
impilo
of
zabo
their near and dear ones.
ngenxa
But they act.
kodwa benza
They're
ukuthini.
afraid of what will happen to them
Bayesaba
in a
ukuthi
minute.
kuzokwenzakalani kubo noma ngabe yini, impi, indlala, inhlekelele,
They inform
kodwa
because
bayasiza
they have the
ngoba
meaning of
zinencazelo
life
yokuphila,
to save people's
ukusindisa
lives,
impilo
to
zabantu,
save the future of
ukusindisa
humanity,
ikusasa lesintu,
because they have a
ngoba
higher goal
banomgomo
that
ophakeme
prevails over their
onqoba
own
ukusana kwabo.
fears. These are the true
Amaqhawe
heroes,
eqiniso lawo,
and we
futhi siyaziqhenya ngokuthi sinabo abantu abanjalo emhlabeni, abantu abafanelwe isiqu somuntu wangempela, umuntu onohlamvu olukhulu ha, umuntu wokuthula, iqhawe, yilowo owazi ukunqoba ukwesaba kwakhe futhi enze ngenxa yekusasa laso sonke isintu.
of the future of all humankind. You may ask,
Ungase ubuze,
what motivates them?
yini bashukumisayo?
I'll tell you,
Ngizokutshela,
life.
ukuphila.
Here in the Creative
Lapha
Society,
kwi-project ye-Creative Society,
value
abantu bazisa yonke impilo yomuntu. Baqhutshwa uthando lwesintu kanye nokuzinikela iqiniso.
Allatra is
I-Allatra iyona esindisa izimpilo zabazigidi namuhla.
taking them.
Esikhundleni sokubabulala,
Creates conditions
i-Allatra
for becoming a true
lidala izimo zokuba umuntu wangempela okhululekile, hhayi isiqila sefomethi yabathengi noma isidalwa esingenamphefumulo, unodoli osezandleni zothile. Ukwazi ukulondoloza ubuntu nothando lwakhe ngabantu, ukuba senqenqemeni lokuphila nokufa,
and at the same time
futhi ngesikhathi esifanayo ukukhanyisa umlilo wokholo nethemba kwabanye.
isn't it heroism?
Akubona ubuqhawe lobo?
Many of our
Abaningi babahlanganyeli bethu sebephunyukile osizindweni, baphuma bebonga ngakho konke abebekhuthazelele ngoba abazange baphela amandla, basize wonke umuntu futhi baqhubeka nokuhamba bebamba iqhaza kwi-project ye-Creative Society ngokusemandleni abo, ngesikhathi abanye bephelelwa yithemba nokwethuka. Abahlanganyeli be-project ye-Creative Society bayayiqonda ngokucacile futhi baqaphela injongo nenjongo yokuphila, ukubaluleka kwesikhathi nokunaka, futhi okubaluleke kakhulu baqiniseka ngokoqobo ngamandla amakhulu obunye nobambano lapho abantu besizana ngokuzidela nangokwethembeka nangezinhliziyo zabo ezivulekile. Ingabe leli akulona iphupho lethu ngamunye? Ukuphila emhlabeni wothando nobungani? Ingxenye enzima kakhulu yokwakha i-Creative Society manje ukuchaza ukuze abantu baqonde ukuthi uzuzisa wonke umuntu, kuwo wonke umuntu, ukuphela kwensindiso kanye nethuba lokusinda futhi uthole ukuphila kwangempela. Phela i-Creative Society ivula amathuba amahle nemingcele yaso sonke isintu. Manje isikhali sethu yizwi. Ayikho into enamandla ukwedlula amazwi. Izimpi ziqala futhi izimpi ziphela ngamazwi. Amagama angabhubhisa, ahlukanise futhi abulale, noma angadala, ahlanganise futhi asindise. Siye sakhungatheka ekucabangeni ukuthi siyiziphukuphuku, asilutho futhi asikwazi ukwenza utho. Kodwa lokhu akulona iqiniso. Yithina esisekelwe kuyo yonke ifomethi yabathengi, kodwa futhi yithi esingosishintsha, yithi esingahlangana ndawonye sakhe i-Creative Society futhi sakhe ikusasa elingcono labantu. Kufanele siqonde ukuthi uma isimo sezulu sisibamba ngale ndlela yokuthenga enobugevu, sonke
sizobhubha. Those who have already
Labo
faced
asebevele
the hits
bebhekane
of climate,
nokusheshisa kwesimo sezulu,
to them, this
kubo
understanding
lokhu qonda kuyiqiniso eliphelele.
but soon everyone
Kodwa maduze
will
wonke
be
umuntu
personally convinced
uzoqinisekisa
of that.
ngalokho.
We are already suffering
Sesihlupheka
tragedies of the
kakade
global climate
empini
events
yesimo
because
sezulu
we
emhlabeni
are
wonke
divided.
ngenxa yokuthi
Because
sihlukene
we
phakathi
now
ngoba
listen
manje
to the corrupt
silalela
media
ama-research akhohlakele nabasebenzisana
everything
nabo
we
futhi
can
senza konke
to
esingakwenza
lose this war.
ukuze silahlekele lempi.
Think about it.
Cabanga ngakho,
Is there any idea
ingabe
in
ukhona
this
umbono
consumerist
kule-format
format
emtheni
worth your
oyifanele
life?
impilo yakho?
Is there anything more
Ingabe
valuable
ukhona okubaluleke
than human
ukwedlula
life?
ukuphila komuntu?
If we continue
Uma
to
siqhubeka
exist
siphile
in the
ebumnyameni
darkness,
benzondo
hatred, and
nobutha,
hostility, we will not survive.
angeke
If we
sisinde.
do not
Uma
meet each
singahlangani
other
phakathi futhi
halfway and do
singahlangani
not
ngeke
unite,
sisinde.
we will not survive. If we do not
Uma
build
singayakhi
creative society,
i-creative society
we will not survive.
ngeke
We
siphile.
must make sure
Kumele
that
siqiniseke
there will never be
ukuthi
another
ngeke
war
kuphinde kube
again.
khona impi emhlabeni.
We must keep
Kufanele
our children
sigcine
safe
izingane zethu
and build
ziphephile
a different
futhi
world,
sakhe
a world of
umhlaba
justice,
ohlukile, umhlaba wobulungisa, umhlaba onokulungana,
freedom.
onenkululeko.
The most valuable
Into
thing
ebaluleke
every
kakhulu
person has
wonke
in
umuntu
this
anayo
world
kulo
is
mhlaba,
life.
impilo.
Your life and the
Impilo
lives
yakho
of
kanye
others.
nezimpilo zabanye.
We can only
Singaphila
survive together.
ndawonye kuphela.
And it is life that we must
Futhi
learn to
impilo
value
kufanele
and
sifunde
cherish.
ukuyazisa nokukwazisa ngaphezu kwakho
Do you
konke.
want to live?
Uyafuna
I'm
ukuphila?
sure you do.
Ngiyaqiniseka
Then
ukuthi
it is
uyakwenza.
time to
Bese
do
kuba
whatever it
isikhathi
takes
sokwenza noma
to
yini
survive.
edingekalayo ukuze usinde.
We have a choice.
Singazikhethela
Either all of us
ukuthi
will die
sifuna ukufa
remaining
noma sihlale singabantu abazazisayo,
learn to live together
abahlakazekile,
in one
noma
peace
sizofunda ukuhlala ndawonye
and mutual
ngokuthula
respect
nokuhloniphana
as one
njengesintu
humanity.
esisodwa.
We can only survive
Singasinda
if we
kuphela
unite
uma
and
sihlangana
win.
futhi sinqoba.
I wish all of us
Ngifisa ukuthi
to
sonke
live under
siphile
peaceful skies,
ngaphansi kwesibhakabhaka esinokuthula, inkululeko
prosperity,
nokuchuma,
in accordance with the true
ngokuvumelana
values
nezilinganiso zeqiniso zomphakathi
of a healthy human
wesintu
society.
onempilo.
I believe
Ngikholwa
we can do that.
ukuthi singakwenza lokhu. Ngibheke phambili osukwini lapho siyohamba ndawonye, siphume ebumnyameni, siye elangeni, futhi sibe impucuko eyodwa yeqiniso. Ngiphupha, ngibuka emehlweni ezingane zethu nabazukulu ngokuziqhenya. Angisenalo ikusasa labo ukusaba. Ngiyazi singakwenza ndawonye lokhu ngoba singabantu futhi thina sifuna ukuphila.